solve that perception problem, and Tesla has to solve that problem. And then there's the control and the planning coupled with the perception. Like to figure out like what's involved in driving, like especially in all the different edge cases. And then I mean, maybe you can comment on this. How much game theoretic kind of stuff needs to be involved? You know, at a four-way stop sign. You know, as humans, when we drive, our actions affect the world. Like, it changes how others behave. Most of the time, as driving, you're usually just responding to the scene, as opposed to like really asserting yourself in the scene. Do you think?
I think these sort of control logic conundrums are not the hard part. Let's see.
What do you think is the hard part of this whole beautiful complex problem?
So there's a lot of freaking software, man, and a lot of smart lines of code. For sure, in order to have create an accurate vector space, so like you're coming from image space, which is like this flow of photons going to cameras, and then so you have this massive bit stream in image space, and then you have to effectively compress the massive bit stream corresponding to photons that knocked off an electron in the camera sensor, and turn that bit stream into vector space. By vector space, I mean like you've got cars and humans and lane lines and curves and traffic lights and that kind of thing. Once you have an accurate vector space, the control problem is similar to that of a video game, like a Grand Theft Auto or Cyberpunk. If you have accurate vector space, it's the control problem is. I wouldn't say it's a struggle. It's not a struggle, but it's not like some insurmountable thing. But having an accurate vector space is very difficult.
Yeah, I think we humans don't give enough respect to how incredible the human perception system is, to mapping the raw photons to the vector space representation in our heads.
Your brain is doing an incredible amount of processing, and giving you an image that is a very tuned up image. Like when we look around here, you see color in the corners of your eyes, but actually your eyes have very few cones, like the cone receptors in the peripheral vision. Your eyes are painting color in the peripheral vision. You don't realize it, but their eyes are actually painting color, and your eyes also have like this blood vessels and all sorts of gnarly things. And there's a blind spot. Do you see your blind spot? No. Your brain is painting in the blind spot. You even do these see these things online where you look here and look at this point and then look at this point, and it's if it's in your blind spot, your brain will just fill in the missing bits.
For vision stuff.
Yeah.
Makes you realize all the illusions, the vision science and stuff. Makes you realize just how incredible the brain is.
The brain's doing a crazy amount of post-processing on the vision signals for your eyes. It's insane. So, and then even once you get all those vision signals, your brain is constantly trying to forget as much as possible. So human memory is perhaps the weakest thing about the brain is memory. So because memory is so expensive to a brain and so limited, your brain is trying to forget as much as possible and distill the things that you see into the smallest amounts of information possible. So your brain is trying to not just get to a vector space, but get to a vector space that is the smallest possible vector space of only relevant objects. And I think you can sort of look inside your brain, or at least I can, like when you drive down the road and try to think about what your brain is actually doing consciously. And it's conscious. It's like you'll see a car because you don't have cameras. I don't have eyes in the back of your head or the side. So you say like you basically your head is like a you basically have like two cameras on a slow gimbal. Um, and what's your and eyesight's not that great. Okay, you and eyes are like and people are constantly distracted and thinking about things and texting, doing all sorts of things you should do in the car, changing the radio station. So having arguments, it's like so then like say like uh like when's the last time you looked right and left at or and rearward or even diagonally forward to actually refresh your vector space. So you're glancing around, and what your mind's doing is trying to store the relevant vectors, basically objects with a position and motion, uh, and and then editing that down to the least amount that's necessary for you to drive.
It does seem to be able to edit it down or compress it further into things like concepts. So it's not. It's like it goes beyond. Human mind seems to go sometimes beyond vector space to sort of space of concepts, to where you'll see a thing. It's no longer represented spatially somehow. It's almost like a concept that you should be aware of. Like if this is a school zone, you'll remember that as a concept, which is a weird thing to represent. But perhaps for driving, you don't need to fully represent those things, or maybe you get those kind of uh,
Well,
indirectly.
You need to like establish vector space and then actually have predictions for those vectors. So like like if like you drive past say a bus and you see that there's people before you drive past the bus you saw people crossing like or something, just imagine it's like a large truck or something blocking sight. But before you came up to the truck, you saw that there were some kids about to cross the road in front of the truck. Now you can no longer see the kids, but you need to be able. But you now know, okay, those kids are probably going to pass by the truck and cross the road, even though you cannot see them. So you have to have memory. You need to remember the little kids there, and you need to have some forward prediction of what their position will be.
It's really hard to problem. So with occlusions, the computer vision, you can't see an object anymore. One just walks behind a tree and reappears. That's a really, really, I mean, at least in academic literature, it's tracking through occlusions. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we're doing it.
I understand this.
Yeah.
So some of
it's like object permanence. Like the same thing happens with the humans with neural nets. Like when like a toddler grows up, like there's a point in time where they have a sense of object permanence. So before a certain age, if you have a ball or a toy or whatever, and you put it behind your back and you pop it out, if they don't before they have object permanence, it's like a new thing every time. It's like, whoa, this toy went disappeared and now it's back again, and they can't believe it, and that they can play peekaboo all day long because the peekaboo is fresh every time. But then we figure out object permanence, and they realize, oh no, the object is not gone; it's just behind your back.
Sometimes I wish we never did figure out object permanence.
Yeah, so that's
an important problem to solve.
Yes, so an important evolution of the neural nets in the car is memory across both time and space. So no, you can't remember. Like you have to say, like, how long do you want to remember things for? And there's a cost to remembering things for a long time. So you like run out of memory to try to remember too much for too long. And then you also have things that are stale if the trip you remember for too long. And then you also need things that are remembered over time. So even if you, like, say, have like, for argument's sake, 5 seconds of memory on a time basis, but like let's say you parked at a light and you saw the pedestrian example, like people were waiting to cross the road, and you can't quite see the conclusion. But they might wait for a minute before the light changes for them to cross the road. You still need to remember that that's where they were, and that they're probably going to cross the road, type of thing. So even if that exceeds your time-based memory, it should not exceed your space memory.
And I just think the data engine side of that, so getting the data to learn all the concepts that you're saying now is an incredible process. It's this iterative process of just this hydrant and many. I said,
we're changing the name to something else.
Okay, I'm sure it'd be equally as Rick and Morty. Like
there's a lot of them. We re-architected the neural nets in cars so many times. It's crazy.
Also, every time you say it's a version, you'll name it to something more ridiculous or memorable and beautiful. So not ridiculous, of course.
If you see the full array of neural nets that are operating in cars, it kind of boggles the mind. There's so many layers. It's crazy. So yeah, but, and we started off with simple neural nets that were basically image recognition on a single frame from a single camera, and then trying to knit those together with C. I should say we really primarily running C. C++ is too much overhead, and we have our own C compiler. So to get maximum performance, we actually wrote our own C compiler and are continuing to optimize our C compiler for maximum efficiency. In fact, we've just recently done a new rev on a C compiler that will compile directly to our pilot hardware.
So you want to compile the whole thing down and with your own compiler.
Yeah.
Like so efficiency absolutely. Here. Because there's all kinds of compute. There's CPU, GPU, there's like basic different things. And you have to somehow figure out the scheduling across all of those things. And so your compiler will go down. Yeah. It does all of that. So that's why there's a lot of people involved.
There's a lot of hardcore software engineering at a very sort of bare metal level. Because you're trying to do a lot of compute that's constrained to our full set driving computer. So, and we want to try to have the highest frames per second possible with a sort of a very finite amount of compute and power. So, we really put a lot of effort into the efficiency of our compute. So there's actually a lot of work done by some very talented software engineers at Tesla that at a very foundational level to improve the efficiency of compute and how we use the trip accelerators, which are basically dot matrix math dot products, like a bazillion dot products. And it's like what are neural nets? It's like compute wise, like 99% dot products. So
and you want to achieve as many high frame rates like a video game. You want full resolution, high frame rate,
low latency, low jitter. I think one of the things we're moving towards now is no post-processing of the image through the image signal processor. So, like what happens for cameras is that almost full cameras is there's a lot of post-processing done in order to make pictures look pretty, and so we don't care about pictures looking pretty. We just want the data. So we're just raw photon counts. So the system will, like the image that the computer sees is actually much more than what each CPU represented on a camera. It's got much more data. And even in very low light conditions, you can see that there's a small photon count difference between, this spot here and that spot there, which means that it can see in the dark incredibly well, because it can detect these tiny differences in photon counts. Like much better than you could possibly imagine. And then we also save 13 milliseconds on latency.
From removing the post processing in the image.
Yes, yeah. It's like because we've got 8 cameras and then there's roughly 1.5 milliseconds or so, maybe 1.6 milliseconds of latency for each camera, and so it's just basically bypassing the image processor gets us back 15 milliseconds of latency, which is important. And we track latency all the way from a photon hits the camera to all the steps that it's got to go through to go through the various neural nets and the C code, and there's a little bit of C++ there as well. Not a lot, but the core stuff is the heavy duty computers, so let's see. And so we track that latency all the way to an output command to the drive unit to accelerate, the brakes to slow down, steering turn left or right. So because if you go to output a command, that's going to go to a controller, and some of these controllers have an update frequency that's maybe 10 hertz or something like that, which is slow. That's like maybe 100 milliseconds potentially. So then we want to update the drivers on the steering and braking control to have more like 100 hertz instead of 10 hertz, and you get 10 milliseconds latency instead of 100 milliseconds worst case latency. And actually, jitter is more of a challenge than latency. Latency is like you can anticipate and predict, but if you've got a stack up of things going from the camera to the computer through then a series of other computers and finally to an actuator to the car, if you have a stack up of tolerances, of timing tolerances, then you can have quite a variable latency or jitter, and that makes it hard to anticipate exactly how you should turn the car or accelerate, because if you've got maybe 150, 200 milliseconds of jitter, then you could be off by up to 0.2 seconds. This could make a big difference.
So you have to interpolate them out to deal with the effects of jitter, so you can make like robust control decisions. Then you have to so the jitters and the sensor information, or the jitter can occur at any stage of the pipeline.
You can, if you have fixed latency, you can anticipate and like say, okay, we know that our information is, for argument's sake, 150 milliseconds stale. For 150, for argument's sake, 150 milliseconds from photon taking camera to where you can measure a change in the acceleration of the vehicle. So then you can say, okay, well, we're going to we know it's 150 milliseconds, so we're going to take that into account and compensate for that latency. However, if you've got then 150 milliseconds latency plus 100 milliseconds of jitter, which could be anywhere from 0 to 100 milliseconds on top. So then your latency could be from 150 to 250 milliseconds. Now you got 100 milliseconds that you don't know what to do with, and that's basically random. So getting rid of jitter is extremely important.
And that affects your control decisions and all those kinds of things. Okay.
Yeah, the car is just going to fundamentally maneuver better with low jitter. I think the cars will maneuver with superhuman ability and reaction time much faster than human. I think over time the autopilot plus the driving will be capable of maneuvers that are far more than what like James Bond could do in the best movie.
That's exactly what I was imagining in my mind. It's
like impossible maneuvers that a human couldn't do.
Well, let me ask, sort of looking back to the 60 years, looking out to the future, based on your current understanding, how hard do you think this full self-driving problem? When do you think Tesla will solve level 4 FSD?
I mean, it's looking quite likely that it will be next year.
And what does the solution look like? Is it the current pool of FSD beta candidates, they start getting greater and greater as they have been, degrees of autonomy, and then there's a certain level beyond which they can do their own, they can read a book?
Yeah, so I mean, you can see that anybody who's been following the full self-driving beta closely will see that the rate of disengagements has been dropping rapidly. So, like a disengagement view where the driver intervenes to prevent the car from doing something dangerous potentially. So, So the interventions, per million miles has been dropping dramatically. At some point, and that trend looks like it happens next year, is the probability of an accident on FSD is less than that of the average human, and then significantly less than that of the average human. So it certainly appears like we will get there next year. Then of course, then there's going to be a case of, okay, we now have to prove this to regulators and prove it to, and we want a standard that is not just equivalent to a human, but much better than the average human. I think it's going to be at least 2 or 3 times higher safety than a human. So 2 or 3 times lower probability of injury than a human. Before we would actually say, like, okay, it's okay to go. It's not going to be equivalent. It's going to be much better.
So if you look, FSD 10.6 just came out recently. 10.7 is on the way. Maybe 11 is on the way somewhere.
Yeah. We were hoping to get 11 out this year, but it's 11 actually has a whole bunch of fundamental rewrites on the neural net architecture, and some fundamental improvements in creating vector space. So
there is some fundamental leap that really deserves the 11. That's a pretty cool number.
Yeah. 11 would be a single stack for one stack rule of all. But there are just some really fundamental neural net architecture changes that will allow for much more capability, but at first they're going to have issues. So, like, we have this working on, like, sort of alpha software, and it's good, but it's basically taking a whole bunch of C code and deleting a massive amount of C code and replacing it with the neural net. And Andre makes this point a lot, which is, like, neural nets that kind of eat in software. Over time, there's, like, less and less conventional software, more and more neural net. We're just on software, but it's still comes out to lines of software. But it's more neural net stuff and less heuristics, basically. If you're more matrix-based stuff and less heuristics-based stuff. Like one of the big changes would be like right now the neural nets will deliver a giant bag of points to the C++, of course, C and C++ code.
Yeah.
We call it the giant bag of points.
Yeah.
And it's like, so you got a pixel and something associated with that pixel. Like, this pixel is probably car. This pixel is probably lane line. Then you've got to assemble this giant bag of points in the C code and turn it into vectors. We did a pretty good job of it, but we need another layer of neural nets on top of that to take the giant bag of points and distill that down to vector space in the neural net part of the software, as opposed to the heuristics part of the software. This is a big improvement.
Neural nets all the way down. That's what you want.
It's not even neural net, but it's this will be just this is a game changer to not have the bag of points, the giant bag of points that has to be assembled with many lines of C++, and have a neural net just assemble those into vectors, so that the neural net is outputting much less data. It's outputting this is a lane line, this is a curve, this is drivable space, this is a car, this is a pedestrian or cyclist or something like that. It's outputting it's really outputting proper vectors to the C++ control code, as opposed to the sort of constructing the vectors in C. we've done, I think, quite a good job of, but we're kind of hitting a local maximum on how well the C can do this. So this is really a big deal. And just all of the networks in the car need to move to surround video. There's still some legacy networks that are not surround video. And all of the training needs to move to surround video, and the efficiency of the training needs to get better, and it is. And then we need to move everything to raw photon counts as opposed to processed images. Yeah. So which is quite a big reset on the training, because the systems are trained on post-processed images. So we need to redo all the training to train against the raw photon counts instead of the post-processed image.
So ultimately, it's kind of reducing the complexity of the whole thing. So reducing
lines of code will actually go lower.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So you do fusion of all the sensors, and reducing the complexity of having to deal with these.
Fusion of the cameras.
Cameras, right? Yes. Same with humans. Well, I guess we got ears too. Okay.
Yeah, we'll actually need to incorporate sound as well, because you need to listen for ambulance sirens or fire trucks. Which is somebody yelling at you or something. I don't know. Just there's a little bit of audio that needs to be incorporated as well.
Do you go back to it?
Yeah, we listen to shows. Honestly, frankly, the ideas are the easy thing, and the implementation is the hard thing. The idea of going to the moon is the easy part. Going to the moon is the hard part. And there's a lot of hardcore engineering that's going to get done at the hardware and software level. Like I said, optimizing the C compiler and just cutting out latency everywhere. This is, if we don't do this, this system will not work properly. So the work of the engineers doing this, they are like the unsung heroes, but they are critical to the success of the situation.
I think you made it clear. I mean, at least to me, it's super exciting. That's what outside of what Andre is doing. Yeah, just the whole infrastructure, the software. I mean, everything is going on with Data Engine, whatever it's called. The whole process is just work of art.
The sheer scale of it is boggles my mind. The training, the amount of work done with we've written all this custom software for training and labeling, and to do auto labeling. Auto labeling is essential, because especially when you have surround video, it's very difficult to label surround video from scratch is extremely difficult. Taking humans such a long time to even label one video clip, several hours. Or the auto labeling, basically we're just applying heavy duty, a lot of compute to the video clips, to pre-assign and guess what all the things are that are going on in the surround video.
And there's correcting it.
Yeah, and then all the human has to do is tweak, say, adjust what is incorrect. This is increases productivity by 100 or more.
Yeah. So you present the Tesla bot as primarily used factory. First of all, I think human robots are incredible. From a fan of robotics, I think the elegance and movement that human and robots, that bipedal robots show are just so cool. So it's really interesting that you're working on this and also talking about applying the same kind of all the ideas and some of what you've talked about with Data Engine, all the things that we're talking about with Tesla Autopilot, just transferring that over to just yet another robotic problem. I have to ask, since I care about human robot interactions, the human side of that, you've talked about mostly in the factory. Do you see it also? Do you see part of this problem that Tesla Bot has to solve is interacting with humans and potentially having a place in the home? So interacting, not just not replacing labor, but also I don't know, being a friend or an assistant or something like that.
The possibilities are endless. Yeah, it's obviously it's not quite in Tesla's primary mission direction of accelerating sustainable energy, but it is an extremely useful thing that we can do for the world, which is to make a useful humanoid robot that is capable of interacting with the world, helping in many different ways. So delayed in factories, and really just I mean, I think if you say like extrapolate to many years in the future, it's like I think work will become optional. So like there's a lot of jobs that if people weren't paid to do it, they wouldn't. It's not fun. Necessarily. Like if you wash dishes all day, it's like even if you really like washing dishes, you really want to do it for 8 hours a day every day. Probably not. So and then there's like dangerous work, and basically if it's dangerous, boring, it has like potential for repetitive stress injury, that kind of thing. Then that's really where humanoid robots would add the most value, actually. So that's what we're aiming for is to for the humanoid robots to do jobs that people don't voluntarily want to do. And then we'll have to pair that obviously with some kind of universal basic income in the future. So I think.
Do you see a world when there's like hundreds of millions of Tesla bots performing different tasks throughout the world?
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it that far into the future, but I guess that there may be something like that. So
That's the wild question. So the number of Tesla cars has been accelerating. It's been close to 2 million produced. Many of them have autopilot.
I think we're over 2 million now.
Do you think there will ever be a time where there'll be more Tesla bots than Tesla cars?
Yeah, actually, it's funny you asked this question because normally I do try to think pretty far into the future, but I haven't really thought that far into the future with the Tesla bot, or it's codenamed Optimus. I call it Optimus Subprime because it's not like a giant, transformer robot. So, but it's meant to be a general purpose health robot. And basically like the things that we're basically like Tesla, I think has the most advanced real world AI for interacting with the real world, which we developed as a function of to make self driving work. And so, along with custom hardware and a lot of hardcore low level software to have it run efficiently and be power efficient. Because it's one thing to do neural nets if you've got a gigantic server room with 10,000 computers, but now let's say you have to distill that down into one computer that's running at low power and a robot or a car. That's actually very difficult. A lot of hardcore software work is required for that. So since we're kind of like solving the navigate the real world with neural nets problem for cars, which are kind of like robots with four wheels, then it's like kind of a natural extension of that is to put it in a robot with arms and legs and actuators. So like the two like hard things are like you basically need to have the robot be intelligent enough to interact in a sensible way with the environment. So you need real world AI, and you need to be very good at manufacturing, which is a very hard problem. Tesla is very good at manufacturing, and also has the real world AI. So making the humanoid robot work is basically means developing custom motors and sensors that are different from what a car would use. But we have I think we have the best expertise in developing advanced electric motors and power electronics. So it just has to be for a humanoid robot application on a car.
Still, you do talk about love sometimes. So let me ask, this isn't like for like sex robots or something
I love
like
that's
that.
the answer.
Yes. There is something compelling to us, not compelling, but we connect with human robots or even Lego robots, like with dog and shapes with dogs. It seems like, there's a huge amount of loneliness in this world. All of us seek companionship with other humans, friendship, and all those kinds of things. We have a lot of here in Austin. A lot of people have dogs.
Sure.
There seems to be a huge opportunity to also have robots that decrease the uh, the amount of loneliness in the world, or help us humans connect with each other. So in a way that dogs can. Do you think about that? Do you test about it all, or is it really focused on the problem of performing specific tasks, connecting with humans?
Um, I mean, to be honest, I had not actually thought about it from the companionship standpoint, but I think it actually would end up being, it could be actually a very good companion.
What's up?
Um,
Okay. No one does. People spam me with like really gory stuff. So just I'll look it up when I have a moment. Okay, don't do that. I'll send you the contact on whichever you do. I've been to the restaurant. Yes. Okay. Love you too, H2. You take care. Peace, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, good man.
and it could you develop like a personality uh, over time that is like unique. Like it's not like that just all the robots are the same, and that personality could evolve to be match the owner or the I guess the owner,
Well,
whatever you want to call it.
The other half, right? In the same way that friends do. See, I think that's a huge opportunity. I think.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like, because like there's a Japanese phrase I like, the wabi-sabi. The subtle imperfections are what makes something special, and the subtle imperfections of the personality of the robot mapped to the subtle imperfections of the robot's human friend. I don't know. Owner sounds like maybe the wrong word, but could actually make an incredible buddy, basically.
And in that way, the imperfections.
Like R2D2 or like a C3PO sort of thing.
So from a machine learning perspective, I think the flaws being featured is really nice. You could be quite terrible at being a robot for quite a while in the general home environment or in the general world, and that's kind of adorable. And that's like those are your flaws, and you can fall in love with those flaws. It's very different than autonomous driving, where it's a very high stakes environment you can mess up. And so it's more fun to be a robot in the home.
Yeah, but if you think of like C3PO and R2D2, like they actually had a lot of like flaws and imperfections and silly things, and they would argue with each other. And
were they actually good at doing anything? I'm not exactly sure.
I definitely added a lot to the story. But there's sort of quirky elements, and that they would like make mistakes and do things. Like it was like it made them relatable. I don't know, enduring. So yeah, I think that could be something that probably would happen. But our initial focus is just to make it useful. I'm confident we'll get it done. I'm not sure what the exact time frame is, but we'll probably have, I don't know, a decent prototype towards the end of next year or something like that.
And it's cool that it's connected to Tesla car. So
it's using a lot of, it would use the autopilot first computer and a lot of the training that was done for cars in terms of recognizing real world things could be applied directly to the robot. So, but there's a lot of custom actuators and sensors that need to be developed.
And an extra module on top of the vector space for love. That's missing. Okay.
That's the car too.
That's true. It can be useful in all environments. Like you said, a lot of people argue in the car, so maybe we can help them out. You're a student of history, fan of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast.
Yeah, that's right.
Greatest podcast ever.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
It almost doesn't really count as a podcast.
Yeah, it's more like an audiobook.
Yeah. So you were on podcast with Dan, just had a chat with him about it. He said you guys went military and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, actually, it was basically it should be titled Engineer Wars. Essentially, like when there's a rapid change in the rate of technology, then engineering plays a pivotal role in victory in battle.
How far back in history did you go? Did you go World War II?
It was supposed to be a deep dive on fighters and bomber technology in World War II, but that ended up being more wide-ranging than that. Because I just went down the total rabbit hole of like studying all the fighters and bombers in World War II, and like the constant rock paper scissors game that, like, one country would make this plane, then a big plane beat that, and then another country would make a plane beat that, and then and really what matters is like the pace of innovation, and also access to high quality fuel and raw materials. So like Germany had like some amazing designs, but they couldn't make them because they couldn't get the raw materials, and they had a real problem with oil and fuel. Basically, the fuel quality was extremely variable.
So the design wasn't the bottleneck.
Yeah, like the U.S. had kick-ass fuel that was like very consistent. Like the problem is if you make a very high performance aircraft engine, in order to make high performance, you have to the, 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 the the fuel, the aviation gas, has to be a consistent mixture, and it has to have a high octane. But like high octane is the most important thing, but also can't have like impurities and stuff because you'll foul up the engine. And German just never had good access to oil. Like they tried to get it by making focuses, but that didn't work too well.
That never works well.
They always just Germany was always struggling with basically shitty oil, and then they could not they could count on high quality fuel for their aircraft. So then they had to have all these additives and stuff. Whereas the U.S. had awesome fuel, and that provided that to Britain as well. So that allowed the British and the Americans to design aircraft engines that were super high performance, better than anything else in the world. Germany could design the engines, they just didn't have the fuel, and then also the quality of the aluminum alloys that they were getting was also not that great. And so, yeah.
Is this like you talk about all this with them?
Yeah.
Awesome. Broadly looking at history, when you look at Genghis Khan, when you look at Stalin, Hitler, the darkest moments of human history, what do you take away from those moments? Does it help you gain insight about human nature, about human behavior today? Whether it's the wars or the individuals or just the behavior of people, any aspects of history.
Yeah, I find history fascinating. There's just a lot of incredible things that have been done, good and bad. That they help you understand the nature of civilization and individuals. And
does it make you sad that humans do these kinds of things to each other? You look at the 20th century, World War II, the cruelty, the abuse of power. Talk about communism, Marxism, and Stalin.
There's many things to do. I mean, if you like, there's a lot of human history, but most of it is actually people just getting on with their lives. And it's not like human history is just nonstop war and disaster. Those are actually those are intermittent. Rare. If they weren't, then humans would soon cease to exist. But it's just that wars tend to be written about a lot, whereas like something being like, well, a normal year where nothing major happens, just get written about much. But that's most people just like farming and kind of like living their life, being a villager somewhere. And every now and again there's a war, I think. So but I'd say like there aren't very many books that where I just had to stop reading because it was just too dark. But the book about Stalin, Court of the Red Tsar, I had to stop reading. It was just too bad, dark, rough.
Yeah. The 30s. There's a lot of lessons there to me, in particular that it feels like humans, like all of us, have that zeal in line. That the line between good and evil runs to the heart of every man. That all of us are capable of evil, all of us are capable of good. It's almost like this kind of responsibility that all of us have to tend towards the good. So, like, to me, looking at history is almost like an example of, look, you have some charismatic leader that convinces you of things it's too easy based on that story to do evil onto each other, onto your family, onto others. And so it's like our responsibility to do good. It's not like now is somehow different from history. That can happen again. All of it can happen again. And yes, most of the time, you're right. I mean, the optimistic view here is mostly people are just living life. And as you've often memed about, the quality of life was way worse back in the day. It keeps improving over time, innovation and technology. But still, it's somehow notable that these glimpses of atrocities happen.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, life was really tough most of history. I mean, really for most of human history, a good year would be one where not that many people in your village died of the plague, starvation, freezing to death, or being killed by a neighboring village. It's like, well, it wasn't that bad. You know, it was only like, we lost 5% this year. That was a good year. That would be par for the course. Like, just not starving to death would have been like the primary goal of most people and through it, right into it. Just making sure we'll have enough food to last through the winter and not get enough freeze or whatever. So, now food is plentiful. I have an obesity problem. So,
well, yeah, the lesson there is to be grateful for the way things are now for some of us. We've spoken about this offline. I'd love to get your thought about it here. If I sat down for a long-form in-person conversation with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, would you potentially want to call in for a few minutes to join in on a conversation with him, moderated and translated by me?
Sure, yeah, sure, I'd be happy to do that.
You've shown interest in the Russian language. Is this grounded in your interest in history and linguistics, culture, general curiosity?
I think it sounds cool.
Sounds cool. Now it looks cool.
Well, it takes a moment to read Cyrillic. Once you know what the Cyrillic characters stand for, actually, then reading Russian becomes a lot easier because there are a lot of words that are actually the same. Like bank is bank. And
So find the words that are exactly the same, and now you start to understand Cyrillic. Yeah.
if you can sound it out, it's much. There's at least some commonality of words.
What about the culture? You love great engineering and physics. There's a tradition of the sciences there.
Sure.
When you look at the 20th century, from rocketry, so some of the greatest rockets and space exploration has been done in the Soviet and the former Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from that history? Just how this culture that in many ways, one of the sad things is because of the language, a lot of it is lost to history because it's not translated, because it is in some ways an isolated culture. It flourishes within its borders.
Yeah.
Do you draw inspiration from those folks from the history of science and engineering?
In the Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine as well, and have a really strong history in spaceflight. Like some of the most advanced and impressive things in history were done, by the Soviet Union. So one cannot help but admire the impressive rocket technology that was developed. After the sort of fall of the Soviet Union, there's much less that happened. But still things are happening, but it's not quite at the frenetic pace that was happening before the Soviet Union kind of dissolved into separate republics.
Yeah, I mean, there's Roscosmos, the Russian agency. I look forward to a time when those countries with China are working together. The United States are all working together. Maybe a little bit of friendly competition, but
I think friendly competition is good. Government's so slow, and the only thing slower than one government is a collection of government. So, yeah, the Olympics would be boring if everyone just crossed the finishing line at the same time.
Yeah.
Nobody would watch. Yeah. And people wouldn't try hard to run fast and stuff. So I think friendly competition is a good thing.
This is also a good place to give a shout out to a video titled "The Entire Soviet Rocket Engine Family Tree" by Tim Dodd, aka Everyday Astronaut. It's like an hour and a half. It gives a full history of Soviet rockets, and people should definitely go check out and support Tim in general. That guy's super excited about the future, super excited about space life. Every time I see anything by him, I just have a stupid smile on my face. I'm so excited about stuff.
Yeah,
I love people like
Tim
that.
Dodd is really great if you're interested in to do with space. He, in terms of explaining rocket technology to your average person, he's also the best, I'd say. Um, and I should say, like, the other reason, like, I switched us from, like, Raptor at one point was going to be a hydrogen engine. But hydrogen has a lot of challenges. It's very low density. It's a deep cryogen, so it's unliquid, right? You break with absolute zero. It requires a lot of insulation. It's, there's a lot of challenges there. Um, and I was actually reading a bit about Russian rocket engine development, and um, at least the impression I had was that or Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine primarily were actually in the process of switching to methalox. And there was some interesting test stand data for ISP. Like they were able to get like up to like a 380-second ISP with a methalox engine, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, that's actually really impressive." So, um, I think you could actually get a much lower cost, like in optimizing cost per ton to orbit, cost per ton to Mars. Um, it's I think um, methane oxygen is the way to go. I was partly inspired by the Russian work on the test stands with methalox engine.
And now for something completely different. Do you mind doing a bit of a meme review in the spirit of the great, powerful PewDiePie? Let's say 1 to 11, just go over a few documents printed out.
We can try it.
Let's try this. I present to you document numero uno.
Okay.
Vlad the Impaler discovers marshmallows.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So, get it? Because he's impaling things.
I don't know, 3, whatever.
It's not very good. This is that's some engineering.
Yeah, give us an 8 out of 10.
What do you think about nuclear power?
I'm in favor of nuclear power. I think it's in a place that is not subject to extreme natural disasters. I think it's nuclear power is a great way to generate electricity. I don't think we should be shutting down nuclear power stations.
Yeah, but what about Chernobyl?
Exactly. So I think people there's like a lot of fear of radiation and stuff, and it's I guess the problem is like a lot of people just don't understand. They don't study engineering or physics. It's just the word radiation just sounds scary, so they can't calibrate what radiation means. But radiation is much less dangerous than you think. So, like for example, Fukushima, when the Fukushima bomb happened, due to the tsunami, I got people in California asking me if they should worry about radiation from Fukushima. I'm like, definitely not. Not even slightly, not at all. That is crazy. And just to show, like, this is how, like, the danger is so much overplayed compared to what it really is, that I actually flew to Fukushima, and actually I donated a solar power system for a water treatment plant, and I made a point of eating locally grown vegetables on TV in Fukushima. still alive. Okay.
It's not even at the risk of these events this low, but the impact of them is
The impact is greatly exaggerated. It's just
human nature.
people don't know what radiation is. Like, I've had people ask me, like, what about radiation from cell phones or causing brain cancer? I'm like, when you say radiation, do you mean photons or particles? They're like, no, I don't know what do you mean photons, particles? Like, do you mean, let's say photons, what frequency, wavelength? And they're like, no, I have no idea. Like, do you know that everything's radiating all the time? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, everything's radiating all the time. Photons are being emitted by all objects all the time, basically. So, and if you want to know what it means to stand in front of nuclear fire, go outside. The sun is a gigantic, thermonuclear reactor. You're staring right at it.
Yeah.
Are you still alive? Yes. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, I guess radiation is one of the ones that can be used as a tool to fearmonger by certain people. That's it. And
I think those don't understand. So,
man, that's the way to fight that fear, I suppose, is to understand who's to win.
yeah, just say, like, okay, how many people have actually died from nuclear accidents? It's like practically nothing. And say how many people have died from, coal plants, and it's a very big number. So, like, obviously we should not be starting up coal plants and shutting down nuclear plants. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Coal plants, like, I don't know, 100 to 1,000 times worse for health than nuclear power plants.
You want to go to the next one? Dude, this is really bad. It's that 90, 180, and 360 degrees over laws of math. Nobody gives a shit about 270.
It's not super funny.
Yeah,
I don't know, like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
This is not, LOL situation.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
The United States oscillating between establishing and destroying dictatorships. It's like a metronome.
Yeah,
What's
metronome. Yeah, it's out of 7 out of 10. It's kind of true.
Oh yeah, this is kind of personal for me. Next one.
Oh man, this is Leica?
Yeah. Well, no, this is
Or it's like referring to Leica or something?
as Leica's husband.
Yeah.
Hello, yes, this is Dog. Your wife was launched into space, and then the last one is him with his eyes closed and a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, Leica didn't come back.
No, they don't tell you the full story of what the impact they had on the loved ones.
True.
That one gets an 11 from me.
Sure.
So it's yeah, it just keeps going on the Russian theme. First man in space. Nobody cares. First man in space.
Well, I think people do care.
No, I know. But,
Yuri Gagarin's names will be forever in history, I think.
There is something special about placing, like, stepping foot onto another totally foreign land. It's not the journey like people that explore the oceans. It's not as important to explore the oceans as to land on a whole new continent.
Yeah.
Well, this is about you. Oh yeah, I'd love to get your comment on this. Elon Musk, after sending $6.6 billion to the UN to end world hunger, you have 3 hours.
I mean, obviously, $6 billion is not going to end world hunger. So, I mean, the reality is at this point the world is producing far more food than it can really consume. Like, we don't have a caloric constraint at this point. So where there is hunger, it is almost always due to like civil war or strife or some it's not a thing that is extremely rare for it to be just a matter of like lack of money. It's like it's like there's a civil war in some country and like one part of the country is literally trying to starve the other part of the country.
So it's much more complex than something that money could solve. It's geopolitics. It's a lot of things. It's human nature. It's governments. It's money. It's monetary systems. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, food is extremely cheap these days. It's like I mean, the U.S. at this point, among low-income families, obesity is actually another problem. It's think obesity it's not hunger. It's like too much, too many calories. So it's not that nobody's hungry anywhere. It's just this is not a simple matter of adding money and solving it.
What do you think that one gets? Just getting
Two.
just going after empires. World, where did you get those artifacts? The British Museum. It's a shout out to Monty Python. We found them.
Yeah, the British Museum is pretty great. I mean,
Yeah.
Admittedly, Britain did take these historical artifacts all around the world and put them in London, but it's not like people can't go see them. So it is a convenient place to see these ancient artifacts is London, or for a large segment of the world. So I think on balance, the British Museum is a net good. Although I'm sure a lot of countries will argue about that.
Yeah.
It's like you want to make these historical artifacts accessible to as many people as possible, and the British Museum, I think, does a good job of that.
Even if there's a darker aspect to like the history of empire in general, whatever the empire is, however things were done, it is the history that happened. You can't sort of erase that history, unfortunately. You can just become better in the future. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, how are we going to pass moral judgment on these things? Like, it's like, uh, if a point is going to judge, say, the British Empire, you're going to judge, what everyone was doing at the time, and how were the British relative to everyone. And I think the British would actually get like a relatively in absolute terms, but compared to what everyone else was doing, they were not the worst. Like I said, you got to look at these things in the context of the history of the time, and say, what were the alternatives? What are you comparing it against? And I do not think it would be the case that Britain would get a bad grade when looking at history at the time. If you judge history from from what is morally acceptable today, you basically can give everyone a failing grade. I'm not clear. I don't think anyone would get a passing grade in their morality of, like, if you go back 300 years ago, like, who's getting a passing grade? Basically no one.
And we might not get a passing grade from generations that come after us. What does that one get?
Sure. So
for the Monty Python, maybe.
I always love Monty Python. They're great. Michael O'Brien and the Quest of the Holy Grail are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those serious eyebrows.
Brezhnev. Like, how important do you think is facial hair to great hair? Well, you got a new haircut. How does that affect your leadership?
I don't know. Hopefully not. It doesn't. There's no confusion about that.
No,
those are like epic eyebrows. So, sure.
That's ridiculous.
Give it a 6 or 7.
I like this, like, Shakespearean analysis.
Brandon, he had a 5-4 drama as well. Like, showmanship.
Yeah. It must come from the eyebrows. All right. Invention, great engineering. Look what I invented.
Yeah.
That's the best thing since ripped up bread.
Yeah.
They're just sliced bread. Am I just explaining memes at this point? This is what my life has become. Like a meme, like a scribe that like runs around with the kings and just like writes down memes.
I mean, where was the cheeseburger invention? That's like an epic invention.
Yeah,
like wow.
That was versus just like a burger
or burger. I guess a burger in general. It's like
Then there's like what's the burger, what's the sandwich, and then you start getting a pizza sandwich and what is the original. It gets into an ontology argument.
Yeah, but everyone knows, like, if you order like a burger or cheeseburger or whatever, and you get like tomato and some lettuce and onions or whatever, mayo and mustard. It's like epic.
Yeah, but I'm sure they had bread and meat separately for a long time. It was kind of a burger on the same plate, but somebody who actually combined them into the same thing.
Yeah.
Divide it, hold it, makes it convenient. It's a materials problem.
Yeah.
Your hands don't get dirty and whatever. Yeah, it's true.
Well,
that is not what I would have guessed.
But everyone knows, like, if you order a cheeseburger, you know what you get. You know? It's not like some obtuse, like, well, I wonder what I'll get, you know. Fries are, I mean, great. I mean, they're the devil, but fries are awesome. And yeah, pizza is incredible.
Food innovation doesn't get enough love.
Yeah,
I guess is what we're getting at.
Right.
What about the Matthew McConaughey Austin? President Kennedy, do you know how to put men on the moon yet? And I said, no, President Kennedy. Be a lot cooler today.
Pretty much. Sure. 6'6" or something.
That's the last one.
That's funny.
Someone drew a poncho with ticks all over the walls, Sistine Chapel, boys' bathroom.
Sure, I'll give it 9. It's really true.
This is our highest ranking meme for today.
I mean, it's like, how do they get away with it?
Lots of nakedness.
I mean, dick pics are, just something throughout history. As long as people can draw things, there's been a dick pic.
It's a staple of human history.
It's a staple. Consistent throughout human history.
You tweeted that you aspired to comedy and you're friends with Joe Rogan. Might you do a short stand-up comedy set at some point in the future? Maybe open for Joe, something like that. Is that
really stand-up? Actual, just full-on stand-up?
Full-on stand-up? Is that in there, or is that?
I've never thought about that.
It's extremely difficult. At least that's what like Joe says and the comedians say.
Huh. I wonder if I could.
What would I find out?
You know, I have done stand-up for friends, just impromptu. You know, I'll get on like a riff, and they do laugh, but they're friends too. So I don't know if you're gonna call it, you know, like a riff with strangers, are they gonna actually also find it funny? But I could try, see what happens.
I think you've learned something either way.
Yeah,
I kind of love the when you bomb and when you do great, just watching people how they deal with it.
Sure.
It's so difficult. You're so fragile up there. It's just you, and you think you're gonna be funny, and when it completely falls flat, it's beautiful to see people deal with like that.
I might have enough material to stand up. I've never thought about it, but I might have enough material. I don't know, like 15 minutes or something.
Oh yeah. Do a Netflix special.
Netflix special, sure.
What's your favorite Rick and Morty concept? Let's bring that on you. There's a lot of sort of scientific engineering ideas explored there. There's the butter robot.
That's great. That's a great show. Yeah, Rick and Morty's awesome.
Somebody that's exactly like you from an alternate dimension showed up there. Tusk.
Yeah, that's right.
That you voiced.
Yeah. Rick and Morty certainly explores a lot of interesting concepts. So, like, what's the favorite one? I know the butter robot something is, it's like it's certainly possible to have too much sentience in a device. Like, you don't want to have your toaster be like a super genius toaster that's gonna hate life because it's what it make his toast. But it's like you don't want to have like super intelligence stuck in a very limited device.
Do you think it's too easy if we're talking about from the engineering perspective of super intelligence, like with Marvin robot? Like, it seems like it might be very easy to engineer just a depressed robot. Like,
Sure.
It's not obvious to engineer a robot that's going to find a fulfilling existence. Same as human, I suppose. But I wonder if that's like the default. If you don't do a good job on building a robot, it's going to be sad a lot.
Well, we can reprogram robots easier than we can reprogram humans. So, I guess if you let it evolve without tinkering, then it might get sad. But you can change the optimization function and have it be a cheery robot.
You, like I mentioned, with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, what advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact? What advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Um, you do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Um, very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Like, can you to try to have a positive net contribution to society? Um, I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. But a lot of the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So um, if you're living a useful life, that is a good life, a life worth having lived. Um, like I said, I would just encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They are the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's university, there's self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. Um, there's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
But I encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, like, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. Um, so, so you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Like try to learn a little about a lot of things. You might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't like doing a peripheral exploration or broadly of the knowledge landscape? Um, and talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Like just try to learn as much as possible and search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Yeah, what's the meaning of life? Well, but just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, um, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. So you want to try to find where you have your that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing. Uh, and
And reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
But you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, just really read it. More importantly, as a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that's pretty helpful. Um, and those just things that didn't even existed for a lot, obviously.
It's like as broad as it gets.
It's like this were digestible, I think. Whatever, 40 years ago. Um, so, um, maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I recommend that. You can always skip subjects where you read a few paragraphs and you know you're not interested, just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it. And but I put a lot of stock into. I have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work do useful things. And just generally to have like not a zero sum mindset, or like have more of a grow the pie mindset. Like if you sort of say like when I see people like perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of like doing things that seem like morally questionable. It's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If it's like if the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Like obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have to overuse this analogy. You have this lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed. So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie. So creating, like I said, creating more than you consume, doing more than you. Yeah. So that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance that do have a bit of a zero sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. What happens when you celebrate others, you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, every like the resources become less scarce, and that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research is zero sum. And it is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'd be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
So last question about love and meaning. What is the role of love in the human condition broadly and more specific to you? How has love, romantic love or otherwise, made you a better person, a better human being, better engineer?
Now you're asking flexing questions. It's hard to give up. I mean, there are many books, poems, and songs written about what is love and what exactly, you know, um, what is love? Maybe you don't hurt me.
That's one of the great ones. Yes.
Yeah.
You've earlier quoted Shakespeare, but that's really up there.
Yeah.
Love
is a many splendid thing.
I mean, there's because we've talked about so many inspiring things, like be useful in the world, so like solve problems, alleviate suffering, but it seems like connection between humans is a source. It's a source of joy, it's a source of meaning, and that's what love is: friendship, love. I just wonder if you think about that kind of thing when you talk preserving the light of human consciousness, right, and us becoming a multiplanetary species. I mean, to me at least, uh, that means like if we're just alone and conscious and intelligent, it doesn't mean nearly as much as if we're with others, right? And there's some magic creating when we work together. The the friendship of it, and I think the highest form of it is love, which I think broadly is much bigger than just sort of romantic, but also yes, romantic love and family and those kinds of things.
Well, I mean, the reason I guess I care about us becoming a multi-planet species and a space-faring civilization is foundationally, I love humanity. And so I wish to see it prosper and do great things and be happy. And if I did not love humanity, I would not care about these things.
So when you look at the whole of it, the human history, all the people that have lived, all the people alive now, we're okay. On the whole, we're a pretty interesting bunch.
Yeah. All things considered, I've read a lot of history, including the darkest, worst parts of it, and despite all that, I think on balance, I still love humanity.
You joked about it with the 42. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Is there a non-numerical representation?
Yeah, really, I think what Dr. Sanders was saying in Jack's Galaxy, is that the universe is the answer. And what we really need to figure out are what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And that the question is really the hard part. And if you can properly frame the question, then the answer, relatively speaking, is easy. So therefore, if you want to understand what questions to ask about the universe, you want to understand the meaning of life, we need to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so that we're better able to understand the nature of the universe and understand the meaning of life.
And ultimately, the most important part will be to ask the right questions.
Yeah.
Thereby elevating the role of the interviewer.
Yes, exactly.
As the most important human in the room.
Good questions are, it's hard to come up with good questions. Absolutely. But yeah, it's like that is the foundation of my philosophy, is that I am curious about the nature of the universe, and and obviously I will die. I don't know when I'll die, but I would live forever. But I would like to know that we're on a path to understanding the nature of the universe and the meaning of life, and what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And so if we expand the scope and scale of humanity and consciousness in general, which includes silicon consciousness, then that seems like a fundamentally good thing.
Like I said, I'm deeply grateful that you would spend your extremely valuable time with me today, and also that you have given millions of people hope in this difficult time, this divisive time. in this cynical time. So I hope you do continue doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for talking today.
No, you're welcome. Thanks for your excellent question.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Elon Musk. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Elon Musk himself. When something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Уважаемые дамы и господа, the following is a conversation with Michael Malice, his fifth time on this, the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my New Year's Eve 2021 conversation. The one and only, Mr. Michael Malice. Привет, товарищ. Новым годом! Новым годом. Dostoevsky wrote in The Idiot, my favorite of his books, through the main character, Prince Mishkin, that beauty will save the world. Красота спасет мир. These words, seemingly naive and ultimately, at least to me, profound. What do they mean to you? Beauty will save the world. Naive? Really? I don't really see naive at all. Well, Solzhenitsyn actually, for his 1970 Nobel Prize speech, talked about this line a lot. And he thought for most of his life that was a silly line. It was just words thrown out there because with all the suffering that's in the world, what has beauty actually ever done? Oh my God, I hate this so much. I talking trash about Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, I am. And this is perfectly sets up this theme in life. So let's do this episode, start the new year on a positive note, give people hope, give people joy. You and I both have friends who are models, right? And it's a silly profession to some extent, of course. But you are actually a model. You are my friend. Yeah, that's right. That's true. I am a model. I was trying to be subtle. But for those people who actually, deserve to be models, when you look at someone who is a model and in some photos, and these people look perfect. Now, in real life, they're not perfect. They have flaws. They're the first to admit it, so on and so forth. But when you look at beauty, it is almost impossible to maintain a sense of cynicism and hopelessness. Because if there's even one moment when some element of perfection has been actualized, if there's one moment where beauty has been realized and captured, you can't say, well, it's never going to happen again. So I think beauty, it means hope. I hate that cynical idea of like, I appreciate Solzhenitsyn's broader point that a lot of times there's something called a deepity, where people will throw words together to sound profound, and if you take it apart, like this is just complete gibberish. I don't think this is an example of that. I think beauty inspires, and more importantly, it proves to you this is something that can actually happen on this earth. Plato, right, the Platonic theory of form, like this world is imperfect, but these perfect forms exist in another dimension, and that's where our concepts come from. Right? He was an early person trying to figure out where our concepts come from, and epistemology and so on and so forth. But that is something that is real in here. So I completely disagree with his analysis of that, and I don't know if it will save the world, but it's certainly a prerequisite. And what's the point of fighting for your values if you don't want to make the world a more beautiful place? Well, it's also how you define beauty, because beauty could be just aesthetic beauty, it could be art. Of course, art could encompass a lot more than just literature and paintings. It can encompass the full life, the full dance of life. But then beauty could be something just deeper, like whatever that awe you feel when you pause You hear the music. Just hear and look up at the stars. Like for some reason, when I see rockets go up, I mean it's like science. What is that? The awe that we're able to accomplish that as humans. That's funny because there's lots of different schools of thought, like these people versus these people, and maybe vegans versus steakhouse people. I think in terms of the sciences, and I guess you and I would be on opposite sides here. You have the astronomy people versus the zoology people. Like the big question is, would you rather spend 10 minutes on the moon, or would you rather spend 10 minutes in the deep sea? And for me, it's clearly the deep sea. The zoology that's down there, there's something I would encourage people to look up called deep staria, which is a jellyfish. The scientists, and what's amazing when you watch these deep sea dives on YouTube is that the scientists are they're nature dorks like everybody else. They went into this field, and there's none of this maybe Solzhenitsyn style cynicism of when they see an amazing animal in its natural environment, and, exhibiting these crazy behaviors. They lose it. They're on the lights like, oh my god! Like, it's so exciting to watch. So, I'm not a rocket person, but I'm definitely a zoologist. So animals and plants and the sea, and also it's so mathematical. There's so many forms. There's this plant called Aerospermum titanopsoides. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's always in Latin. You never hear it pronounced. It says sperm. Aerospermum, yeah, because it's one seed. Is the genus. The leaf, it's just always puts out one leaf, but the leaf is covered in little magnifying lenses to make it maximize the sunlight. So it looks like this little crystal seashell. It's tiny. It's like 2 centimeters, but it's just this amazing thing that grows out of the sands in South Africa.
Just to defend Solzhenitsyn for a second, so if I may read a couple of his lines from the speech.
Sure.
He said, one day, one day Dostoevsky threw out the enigmatic remark, beauty will save the world. What sort of a statement is that? For a long time I considered it mere words. How could that be possible when in bloodthirsty history did beauty ever save anyone from anything? And then later goes on to argue himself in speech as an older, wiser man now. But perhaps that ancient trinity of truth, goodness, and beauty is not simply an empty, faded formula as we thought in the days of our self-confident, materialistic youth. If the tops of these 3 trees converge, as the scholars maintain, so the 2 blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness are crushed, cut down, not allowed through, then perhaps the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty will push through and soar to that very same place, and in so doing will fulfill the work of all 3. In that case, Dostoevsky's remark, beauty will save the world, was not a careless phrase, but a prophecy. Which of these 3 things are your favorites? Truth, goodness, or beauty? Well, what do you call truth and goodness? The blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness, versus the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty, which is how I see your Twitter.
I don't think that. Yes, yeah, that's for sure. It's certainly no goodness.
Or truth.
Yeah. It's Twitter. I will answer the question. I will, of course, point out that having this kind of distinction between the 3 things is, I think, kind of synthetic. So I think they very heavily overlap. If not, I could probably make the argument they're synonymous. In fact, I do believe that they're largely synonymous.
Goodness. That's such an interesting word, goodness.
Which of those 3 is my favorite? I think truth is overrated in the sense that if something is a good story, the story doesn't have to be true or real in order to motivate you and move you. A lot of times we can delude ourselves about somebody, and that might actually serve a purpose to some extent. If you have someone who's maybe a family member and you kind of ignore bad things that they do. There might be a reason for that. Um, of the three, which is most important, I think I would say probably goodness. I would say of the three, the most important is goodness because if you don't appreciate goodness, then beauty is just empty. It's just a picture, or it's nice. Bad people appreciate beauty. Uh, Bad people are often seductive or have a beauty about them. And in terms of action, I think it takes a lot of skill and work to create beauty or to create truth or to express truth and express beauty. But I think goodness is it's like the easiest default state of being, just being good to others. Yeah, like there'll be things where these videos where like one dog is drowning and like another dog jumps in and saves it from the pool. Like that to me is just really amazing stuff, and it's very moving. Um, so just to me, goodness means integrity and it means kindness. Um, and yeah, I think of the three, that's my pick. Yeah, and I think people, sorry to interrupt, I think people also have this idea, which is inculcated to them, especially by corporate America, that as you get older, it's okay to do the wrong thing sometimes, blah, 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 blah. I don't buy that. And so I think goodness gets rarer and rarer. And I think people know better and they tell themselves lies. Yeah. But once you allow yourself the chance to just be good, make for a better life. Yeah, it's not that much work. Like it's not like going to the gym or working out. That's a lot of work, and it's great afterwards. But like goodness is easy once you get to the habit of it. I suppose working out is the same way. There's a lot of stuff. If you make it a habit, you hope to get the rewards of it. And yeah. The rewards of goodness, I think, are more immediate than the rewards of working out, as opposed to the hard drugs. Yeah. If you mentioned this quote in one of your live streams, I think if you save one life, you save the world. Yeah. That's such a cool line. I remember reading about Paul Farmer. I think his name is. He's a doctor that really, doctors in general, they kind of don't care about like what they're doing as a broad policy across hundreds of thousands of millions of people. They just care about the human in front of them. Which is so interesting. They don't care it's going to cost, like in this case, to save one child, it will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't care about that. They can't. They know very well that what their actions cannot be scaled, but they can't help but help the child in front of them. And it's so interesting. That's such an interesting way to live. And that's the way I kind of think when I try to do something positive is will this help one person? And I just kind of imagine a specific person, depending on the thing, that would help with. Like when I'm trying to create something, whether it's a piece of hardware or a video or anything like that, or educational material, lecture, that kind of stuff. I don't know. What do you think about this quote? Like, what is it profound or is it just poetic? I think it's more profound than it sounds at first. The example I think of is Michelle Bachmann. She's a former congresswoman from Minnesota. She clearly had crazy eyes. Something was going on with the husband, but she adopted like 20 kids. Terry Shepard's another friend of mine. He's like either Navy SEAL or Marines, whatever it is. Terry, I apologize. I'm not trying to be funny. And he adopts like elder dogs. So going back to Bachman, it's like, yeah, you can say she's crazy, you can make fun of her politics, all you want, and all that stuff's legitimate. But if you save a kid, give them a home, and you save them from the foster system, and you put a roof over their heads and make them feel loved and appreciated, it's really hard for me to sit here and call you like a totally bad person. I think that kind of thing is Nick Cersei's another one. He adopted a kid. As I said here, I think you're a hero. Like if you, there's some, one of the things that's very hard for me in writing, as you know, I talk about this endlessly, this about the white pill, but writing about when people do hurtful things to children, it really is hard to watch, and it's hard to, because when you're an author, you have to kind of empathize with the character. You have to, where's this character coming from? Explain their point of view, and that's the one that's the hardest for me to wrap my head around. Like cruelty Yeah, and yeah, sadism to children. It's just like this is this is something even animals know not to do. Do you know what I mean? Like dogs, they're not when you see them around kids, they're very protective. Like if the kid pokes their eyes out, the dog doesn't do anything. So it's like if you can't even get to that level, what kind of person are you? So I think that quote um, is a profound one, and it's an important one. It also means we're not all called upon to be Superman, right? You only have a very finite ability to move the needle. But at the same time, if you have actually, saved a life, you can go to meet your maker. You did your part. You left the world a little bit better than you found it. And that's all you can ask anybody.
Also, I think from a policy perspective, it seems we just do better when we focus on doing the small thing, helping helping one person. Because it feels like when you start talking about communism and all those kinds of things, when you start to believe you could do good by a lot of people, that's where your mind somehow stops being able to do good by a lot of people. That's when you start to think about utopias, and somehow utopias goes to feeds power to the brain to where it dilutes you completely, and then you start it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet kind of reasoning. You run into trouble. It seems like it's much better, even when you have the power and the money and so on, to achieve scale, to focus on one, and then
Or locally, yeah. Okay. Because that's also you have the feedback.
exactly.
Right. So if you have some kind of program in Austin or in Brooklyn or something like that, and you can watch, oh, this is working, then you can port it out to other places. But top-down helping is, at the very least, it's going to be inefficient. And also, I think it's a lot more useful when you're helping people when it's a one-on-one relationship, because then it's less, I mean, embarrassing, but certainly less something to receive help. And you also feel it's one thing to get a check from the government, food stamps. It's something if someone's like, hey, I'm going to buy you groceries until you get back on your feet. You have this kind of motivation, I think, for most people to be like, you know what, this person believed in me. I'm going to make it worth their while that they believed in me.
Yeah,
I didn't believe in me.
when I was giving lectures at MIT, there was one was scared shitless, and I mean everybody, how students are and all that kind of stuff. They're kind of bored.
Yeah,
They don't understand that you're human too. Yeah, or this just could be just me.
I don't understand you're trying to pass this.
But there was one gentleman in the audience. He went to all the lectures. Older gentleman. He was a faculty at MIT, and he just, without very kind of nonchalant, he said after the lectures, he kind of nodded at me and say, "You did great." And before, like one time, he said, in a not creepy way, I know it's kind of the most creepy. He said, "You were great today." Like he said that in a, I don't, in the way. So he was like 60, 70, whatever. Like he in this, I don't know, it's in a wise sage way. Oh, because I was wearing a suit and tie. Like I look like, when you dress up like a young kid, you dress them up. Yeah. So he was just like, all right, yeah, you're all dressed up. You're like, great, you got this. I don't know. That has a lasting impact. Kind of having the bag. But I agree with you. Cruelty towards other adults is somehow understandable because it's a world full of conflict. But cruelty towards children doesn't. It doesn't quite. I can't understand it. I can't understand how you can act in a way that directly causes suffering to a child in front of you.
Yeah.
That is like the. I don't think I've ever talked to you. Take the time to ask you about this. What do you make? What lessons do you draw about human civilization from Jeffrey Epstein? From just laying out. Everybody thinks about different things. When you talk to Eric Weinstein, he thinks about intelligence and like Jeffrey Epstein is a front for something else. That's what he thinks about. I think about the weakness of grown men in the face of charismatic people, which is like for me directly to MIT. I didn't know. I actually was. I guess I was at MIT when Jeffrey Epstein was just at the very end. He must have been there. Um, I didn't know any of this, but it really bothers me that nobody was able to see through this man because he's obviously what is also obvious is that he was very charismatic. Like, I mean, I
try to think about human nature from this perspective is directly, like we said, help one life. Would I know a Jeffrey Epstein if he was in my life? Would I know evil when I saw evil?
Even if it's sitting across from you, you
I mean, you. So, exactly. Evil laugh. Thank you. The thing. Well,
it's an economical.
well, the thing I'm sure we talk about it. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. We see things, you and I, Michael, very differently about a lot of things, politically and so on. The reason I like you a lot. The reason I like people I do in my life is there's a warmth, there's a kindness, there's a humanity underneath it all. I don't really care what you believe. I don't care. Like, I don't care what your Twitter says. It's easy to mistake your Twitter to indicate that there's not a deeply human love for humanity in there, and that's what I'm detecting now. I think I would be able to detect that Jeffrey Epstein detect. I just imagine that he was detected. Yes. Uh, I imagine, I hope I would be able to not detect that Epstein lacks that completely. Even if he's charismatic and the humor he has, even if he is charismatic in the expression of curiosity for science, which he did, he was curious about uh, not just the boring minutia of science, but interested about the big questions in science, which I can see that become exciting to scientists. Like, oh wow, here's a person who's thinking big. That's always exciting when somebody goes into a room and thinks about like how do we solve intelligence, how do we travel faster than the speed of light. That's exciting to people, especially people with money, because it's like, all right, okay, so we might be able to actually do big things here. But you could see through the bullshit, the deadness in the eyes. I don't know. So I think about that because I feel like I have a responsibility for me as an individual to detect evil.
So, do you know who Michael Alec is? Okay, this is going to be a whole long. This is going to be a next clips, but this is a whole long story. So there was a scene in New York in the '90s called the Club Kids, and they would go out to different nightclubs at night. They would all dress in really kind of crazy costumes, and the costumes were all like goofy and like dressed like an angel. This was dressed like a nurse. There was a juvenile aspect to it. They're all taking ketamine and ecstasy to all hours. This is kind of rave culture was coming up in there, and the head of it. And in fact, there's a clip on YouTube. I think it was the Jane Whitney show of the Club Kids and Gigi Allen. Gigi Allen's the kind of punk rock performer, hard rock performer who passed away. And the audience and Gigi Allen was very aggressive and like a crazy person. My friend once saw him in a concert and he took a dump on stage, smeared it all over his face, grabbed the girl from the audience, gave her a big kiss, and as she walked by him, she went like this, like, excuse me, like went to the bathroom. So the audience is screaming at Gigi Allen because it's very visibly over the top, whereas you got a bunch of these kids dressed in these silly costumes, you guys are just having fun. Well, the head of the Club Kids, Michael Alec, ended up killing someone. There was a kid called Angel Menendez who hung around with them. He would always have angel wings and boots. One time they were at Michael's condo with another, there was a drug dealer named Freeze. They got into a fight. So the angel got hit in the head with a hammer. They kill him. What are we going to do with the body? They put it on ice in the bathtub. They had a party. So everyone's going to the bathroom while Angel's body's in there. They're like, all right, we got to take care of this. Michael got extremely high on heroin, had like silk cutlery from Macy's, saw the body in pieces, put in the box. They took him in the cab. The cab driver helped them put the body into the river. And then Michael starts walking around Manhattan wearing Angel's boots and tell people, oh, I killed Angel. Now, because he was a super effeminate, over the top, like he would pee people's beer kind of guy, everyone's like, oh, God, Michael, like, like he understood the pranks. But it was true. And he got caught and he got sent to jail. So I was in a store in Manhattan in Soho, and it was one of those stores. We have like all sorts of things for sale. And I saw a painting, and it said Malice, and I'm like, wait, what? And it was M. Alec. It was a Michael Alec painting. He painted while in jail. So my mom bought it for me for my birthday. I don't remember what birthday it was. And I started writing him in prison. He was going to write a memoir called Enigma, which is clever. And then I actually went to visit him. Like, I want to see what this person is like, because on one hand, he's king of New York nightlife, this goofy person, and it's also kind of ironic that Gigi Allen is like, maybe he's gross, he's not killing anyone, he's probably an accountant off the stage, and Michael Allen actually did that's the one, and then bragged about it, talking cheap. So, but meeting him, and he passed away last December, on Christmas actually, on Christmas 2020. He was clearly a sociopath. And I'd never met a sociopath before. Now, a lot of times we'll read these, like, you take a BuzzFeed quiz, like, are you a sociopath? And it's like, oh, my feelings were hurt when I was mean to someone. It's not a thin line between, like, me and you and him. It's a thick, thick line. Because when you're talking to someone like that, at least in this specific case, he was being very friendly. He wasn't, and it's not like he was going to kill anyone or it's a threat to me. But there's that sense like something's really off here. And he was talking to me about how after he had killed Angel, he would just talk about it because he felt so much guilt. He just wanted to get caught. It's like, no, what he was describing wasn't guilt. He was describing just he didn't like the knife over his head, like waiting to get caught. I'm like, you don't even know what guilt is. So it's kind of like, oh wow. So as for Jeffrey Epstein, but the thing is, Michael Alec was in a very low social position. And the thing is, when someone is powerful, very high status, and they do something, we are, as kind of hierarchical animals, we kind of defer to their norms. So if you're at a party with, let's suppose, either of us, and it's like a Jeffrey Epstein party, and everyone at the party is doing some sort of weird drug we've never heard of, we wouldn't really feel comfortable judging them because like their norms kind of become the norm for that space. The lesson for me about Jeffrey Epstein is there's a lot of them because I think to me the biggest moment was the Amy Warbach situation. Amy Warbach was caught on a hot mic saying that they had all the goods on him, they had all the names, and that Buckingham Palace called them. They killed the story because they weren't going to get a Meghan Markle interview out of it. So that, the willingness of those in power to do the wrong thing for the flimsiest pretext, which I think was a big important lesson. Also the fact that no one at ABC had any consequences for this. In fact, the only person who got in trouble for all this was someone who used to work at ABC, went to CBS, and they got fired from CBS because apparently they had access to footage at one point, even though they weren't the ones who had leaked it. So whistleblowers are like the only, like for example, the case in Eric Garner, the guy who's selling Lucy cigarettes in New York City, who was arrested. He had a heart attack, or whatever it was, on the way to jail. He died. The only person, so the cops had a situation there. The only person who got in trouble because of that was the guy filming it. Like he went to jail. So I think there's a lesson in terms of like Julian Assange, right? There's a huge amount of power exercised by elites to make sure that what is done in the cover of darkness remains in the cover of darkness. And also Kevin McCarthy, who is currently the House Minority Leader of the Republicans, he wrote a letter to ABC News like, you had this guy, maybe you couldn't call in the authorities, but you could have leaked it to somebody. Why hasn't it come forward? Nothing happened as a result of this. We also have to keep in mind that the longest-serving Republican Speaker of the House in history, Dennis Hastert, went to jail for the things related to pedophilia and things like that. So, as Russians, and this is something I think you and I mentioned before, Americans are very naive, often increasingly so, about the nature of evil. They think an evil person is someone who's like getting kickbacks, or like the Cuomo's are colluding, something like that. I would hardly call that evil. No, this is the sort of things that are so depraved that you would never think about it in a million years in your own home. You don't think in these terms, and I think they get off I'm doing things that if the average person heard about it, the average person would be shocked, because that gives them the sense that we're above them, we're different from them. The rules don't apply to us.
There's a lot to say here. So, what is the norm that you said at a party? It's really interesting for an anarchist to say that.
Well, no, it's
No, well, I know. I'm not sorry. That it came off as criticism. I meant it as harsh criticism. No, I think about that a lot. Like, as I found myself in situations where I'm invited to these kinds of parties where people have nice things, and I find it deeply uncomfortable for that reason. I don't want to be an activist that goes in and ruins a party. I think that's not the courageous act. Neither is it courageous when everyone's doing some weird drug that you mentioned to join in. I think now courageous is more just remaining yourself, sticking to your principles, calm in that room where everybody is doing the drug. And just don't do the drug. Yes, then make a scene about it, but also don't do it. And I think that little act of courage over time is the way you resist Jeffrey Epstein. That exactly the thing you said is probably the situation where charisma works. So one charismatic person gets a little crowd going, and the crowd is everybody sort of establishes a norm, a little crowd, and yes, there could be some dynamics that allow that norm to be established. Like you said, like rich and powerful people might enjoy being rich and powerful and better than everybody else, kind of thing. But like especially for scientists, I thought they should have integrity and courage enough to see through that. Not again as an activist, like so you can tweet about it, how courageous you are, but just literally see there's something off here. There's something off here, and I'm not going to participate.
I'm going to defend these scientists because something off. First of all,
you're always defending academia. It's disgusting.
It's my favorite thing. I think that first of all, this is going to sound like a joke, and it's not. I bet you 90% of those MIT scientists are on the spectrum. So everyone they're going to meet is going to be off, right? So I'm sure part of the brain's like, okay, this person's weird. This is just them getting on the spectrum.
Like the light spectrum, I think we said it's a joke. Okay, got it.
Number two is off. We tend to. There's this poem. I forget who wrote it. It was like in a cave or something, and it was describing like I think it was Goebbels. Hair normal, height normal, weight normal. What do you expect? Horns, right? So when you meet someone you think something's off, there's going to be a bell curve of what that could be, right? It could be that they're twitchy, or maybe they're completely social, and then you have Jeffrey Epstein over here. You're going to need a lot of evidence to be like, oh, I feel something off. Therefore, this guy's the head of an international, sex trafficking ring. So, yeah, you might be like, okay, but at the same time, if their extended relationship is this guy is interested in my work, he's going to fund my work, and I don't have to give him anything in return. He's clearly intelligent. He's appreciating it. And being a scientist is the thankless job. I know what it's like as an author. When I was writing to read the North Korea book, my friends were sick of hearing all these North Korea anecdotes because at a certain point, it's like, okay, we got to just save for the book. And, you got to be in that lab. You're looking at the springtails, whatever it is. No one knows what a springtail is.
I just disagree with you. So that'd be interesting to draw a distinction between science and writing, because the scientific process itself is fun as fuck. You're solving real puzzles.
Sure.
So like in itself, it's fun. So like it's rewarding. Like the reason you go into science is you can continue really without a boss, continue having fun and solving puzzles. That's literally so like unless you become cynical and tired of the whole thing. So the people, the administration, or when you're running a large lab, and what you get sick of is the emails and the meetings and all that kind of stuff. The actual act of being in the lab is still fun as fuck. If you allow it to be writing, I feel like there's more priority to publishing. Like, would you enjoy it tree falling in the forest, would you still enjoy any of the books you've written if they never got published?
Not to the same extent, that close.
Right. I think that the thing about science, it's almost like you get a peek into the mysterious.
Yeah, but this is okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Since moving to Austin, I bought over 150 plants.
Okay, you're doing the politician thing.
Let me clear. All right. Yeah. It's not.
Oh, you are running in 2024. This is very interesting.
I bought 150 succulents in my house. They're thriving here in Austin as they would have in Brooklyn.
You have a great video of that.
Yeah, one of those plants I have is a photo I took on my Instagram. There's no other photos on the internet. None of my friends care. Or they care like ostensibly. They're like, oh, it's cool. Like, I have a better plant collection in my house than like almost any botanical succulent collection than any botanical garden in America, probably the Huntington, and no one cares.
This is what ego looks like, by the way.
I can prove it to you.
No, I know, but you don't have to rub it in.
Well, they have a big budget. I don't. So if I can put it together, they should be able to. So I can only imagine that a scientist who studied, the spiders that look like ants, like and this species does this with the gender dimorphism. Their friends are only going to care so much. So if you meet someone who has a lot of money who now cares about ant spiders, it's going to be exciting.
It is very exciting. But I just wanted to push back on the. I think the act itself should be the biggest reward. I think you're always safe. We're talking about goodness being a safe default. I think it's a good default for plants and for writing and for science is to just enjoy the act, even if nobody cares.
Okay, this is where this. Okay, now I'm wondering why I'm pushing back so hard. I realized what it was because I've made this point several times, and I'm glad I can make it again. There's this window of time that happened in my life, and I know it happens to a lot of people, when you're either like 24 to 27, 28, right? So 21 to 24, like you still have your friends from college, so on and so forth, right? But then it's kind of like a poker game, and every so often people cash out. They're like, I'm out. They get married, they get a job, they move. And if you are someone who's a young, ambitious, creative, that window is a very rough one because you're doing the right thing, right? And you're not being, drug addict, you're not a philanderer. Those things are wrong, but just like you're playing by the rules. You're creating your stuff, what you want to be known for, contribution you want to make to the world, and no one cares, and it's very lonely. And there's this very emotional disconnect about how is it that I'm creating and I'm working hard and I'm making something happen, and that's just radio silence. So that I don't think it's that easy when you're the scientist, not me. When you don't have any kind of external validation, humans only have so much fuel.
Nothing worth having is easy, Michael. By the way, yesterday, talked on the phone with a person who said was deeply moved the first time you mentioned this age group of 24 to 27. He's like, he's 26, he said, and he feels the full responsibility of that and excitement. So he left this corporate type of job to pursue something that he's really passionate about, and that was like you were an inspiration to him, which I was deeply saddened by that.
I also inspired Michael Alex.
So the amount of mass murder, those that were inspired by you will eventually lead to is truly horrifying. What were we talking about? So, Jeffrey, one thing I wanted to ask you. So, let's put scientists aside. What about world leaders? Bill Clinton, your favorite person. Why would he fly with Jeffrey Epstein? Why would he interact with that guy?
I mean, don't you think that that's kind of the deal? That I'm the president and I get big and powerful people flying around their jets, and that's a symbiotic relationship?
Yeah, but don't you also have a good BS detector? Don't you have a good detector for people who just want to be in your presence? Like I understand that there's people like this out there. Like there's people that kind of want to use me for stuff, and
You need Tim Dillon.
Tim Dillon. Um, I love that guy. You guys met?
We haven't met yet here.
We haven't met. Okay.
Yeah. We met before in New York. Yeah, that's the secretary.
Yeah, so you should be able to detect that there's those people and there's the people that have kindness in their heart, even if they can benefit from the interaction with you, but they're good human beings. I feel like you run into a lot of trouble if you surround yourself or have any people that are manipulative.
But I think like that example, because like let's look at Clinton and let's look at Obama, right? So Obama, even though their politics are very close, I'd say in many ways, Obama is apparent. We don't know. I don't know either way. But to me, it seems very apparent that he's very similar behind closed doors as he for the camera.
Yeah, he's corrupt.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Clinton seems very clearly to be much more of a performer. He's in front of the cameras, he puts on a role, but behind the cameras, he very much has a temper. He's known for that. He's much more of a lech. Perfect.
Oh, lech with an E?
Letch, yeah.
Oh, cool. Lech. Is that like that's a cool term? I can use that on the internet. Like you're a lech.
Yeah, you can use that on the internet.
You're a dirty lech.
Yeah, well, it's a dirty supply.
So it's okay.
Yeah, so
Being redundant.
yeah.
But it just feels like it needs an adjective to give it more power. Anyway, I'm sorry. So, but there's a ledge.
Right. So you can see how there's people who want to meet, the surface Bill Clinton, and I'm sure that got old for him because he has to be on. But then there's the good old boys where he could be a pervert, and this guy's like, yeah, I know what it's like, and then feels like he's himself. But we're all speculating. I mean, I don't know what Bill Clinton is like, what was in it for him. He certainly could afford private jets if he wanted to. There's no shortage of people who want to fly around the world to give speeches.
Can't he satisfy the lech within, without hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein's of the world? Like, can't he get? I mean, this is a Linsky question to me. I'm confused by all of this. Can't he get women in the legitimate way of like not using his power, not hanging out with these shady rich people, but just like having a normal mistress like JFK had?
Well, Jake had a lot.
I know, I understand that, but in the normal way, or I don't know.
I don't understand the Clinton psychology. First of all, the fact that you're hooking up with someone who's close to your daughter's age, to me, I think is inherently disturbing. But she's an adult, so okay, that's not that beyond the pale. But also the idea that if I don't physically fornicate with you, it's not cheating. Like that, whatever you tell yourself, or like if I don't ejaculate, it's not cheating. Like these rules.
Then it could be at least kind of slippery slope. Like you start not having the rules of it.
I mean, if you told your wife, like, listen, it wasn't cheating. She only, performed on me. You're gonna say this with a straight face, like, at a certain point when something is so brazen, you wonder if the person even has to believe it because it's who you're fooling.
But like we started this conversation with, there is a line between young women older than 18 and young teen, like 12, 13 kids.
Have you ever? When's the last? Oh, because it's different for you because you're at MIT. I was hanging out with Blair White. She had a couple of fans of hers, and they were like 22, 23, and they were like children.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, to me as someone who's in his late 60s, to look at these people as adults, like they look completely like kids. So that,
and of course, there's exceptions. Like I've interacted with a young 20-year-olds that are like, you're way more mature than I'll ever be. Like the wisdom that comes out of them is quite fascinating.
Visually, the energy and the way they look so young to me. And the way they carry themselves, it's the idea that my instinct was, let's tuck you in and read you a bedtime story, and let me like touch you or something. It was just like it was just within my head. So but the thing is it possible that in order to want to be the president, you have to be a crazy person?
That you have some kind of weird view on
power. It can be a power thing too.
Yeah.
Like you can get away with.
Like if I was Clinton's age, nothing about Monica Lewinsky to me would be attractive, and also I would just feel bad for her because I know she's going to catch feelings, and it's
Catch feeling. Yeah, it's true.
it's just like, why would I do this to this kid? For what? Just because I want to get some momentary pleasure? Come on.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sure she looked gorgeous to him in the moment. Well, let me ask. We started talking about beauty. Who are you wearing? So, as a model, you usually don't have a shirt on when you're modeling. So it's nice to see you dressed up today. Um, nice and warm.
This is because, so for those who don't know, for Russians, don't celebrate Christmas. Obviously, with the Soviet Union, Christmas was illegal.
No Thanksgiving, basically no major holidays where everyone's just together. This is the one holiday.
Yeah, New Year's, it's a one holiday. And I remember as a kid, instead of Santa Claus with Ded Moroz, it was the same thing, basically.
It's like Android and iPhone. It's like a cheap version of Christmas.
He's got this girl with him. She's like Snow White or whatever. And Russian kids, they go to sleep on December 31st, and they wake up January, they're present under the pillow. And I remember as a kid, this happened once, and it just blew my mind. You know what I mean? It's just like I went to bed, and my dad's like, "Oh, you're gonna have Did what I was gonna bring you a present if you've been a good kid." And I'm like, "I think he was a good kid." Like, you remember a year of your life before. You remember like
those moments.
Yeah, and then I woke up and there was a present in my pillow, and it just blew my mind. That building is still there, 1461 Shore Parkway in Brooklyn. So, and it's just also funny, like, what I really like about kids, being an uncle now, is kid logic, because they have very little bit of data, but they're using logic to make sense of it, and sometimes it gives them the completely wrong conclusion for the completely right reasons. I remember, my bedroom as a kid was right off the kitchen, and I'd be scared of the dark a little bit, so they'd leave the light on the kitchen while I went to sleep. And at the same time, my parents had told me, you don't leave the lights on the house, it costs money, wastes electricity, right? So I would be worried, because I'm like, oh my God, my parents leave lights on the kitchen all night, and now it's costing them so much money. Not realizing that, 5 minutes after I'm out, obviously they're turning the lights off. But like in my kid logic, this was a concern of mine.
Yeah, and memories work that same way. If a collection of memories that are stitched together logically somehow, but they also don't really make sense. There's a few defining things. So I grew up in Russia and experienced a lot of New Year's in Russia. There's a lot of incredible things about that tradition that just warms my heart. So one, as a kid, you mentioned these kind of stories. That's the one night of the year that kids are allowed to be adults in the following way, like in kid logic, they're allowed to stay up all night.
Oh yeah, okay.
That was as late as you want, which actually ends up being you're not used to
lighting. Right,
you crash. But no, you get to 2, 3, 4 at night. You stay up, and we get to witness. It's almost like Alice in Wonderland goes into this world. You get to witness what is the adult world really like. Now, obviously, it's not a adult world. Merriment, like laughing, fighting, arguing, but also like in our case, like singing and arguing like philosophical stuff, but also like how would I describe it? This is also probably Russian culture, but like flirtation in all of its form, meaning like men and women just being like, because they dress up. Yeah. It's like it's joy. It's like you get to show off like dresses, whatever you got. You show it off. This is fun, and then the men too, just like friends laughing, like arguing, just showing off the best they got. With delicious food, obviously that there's a Thanksgiving element there.
Yeah.
Where there's just so many, just you bring out all the traditional stuff, the salad, just everything. the full thing with the desserts and obviously the vodka, a lot of vodka. And at the time, so this is the Soviet Union, like the biggest stuff, this is so sad that these are the things I remember, is like Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
Like American, like that I'll probably kill somebody for Dr. Pepper. Yeah. It's so fascinating that we take it for granted, sort of the results of capitalist society, the material things that are created. But that was the ultimate happiness, is to experience this new thing, sugar. I don't know.
There's like a
scarcity.
There's like communist Coca-Cola in Czech Republic. So basically, they tried to rip off Coke, and it's like they just threw whatever they could together, and it was a very poor knockoff, as you can imagine. I forget what it's called, and all the Czech people right now are getting very angry at me because I can't think of it. But they have it now, and the slogan is "Good or Weird." So it's like this. So they kind of reclaim this kind of hipster soda. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's almost like a parody.
Right. Yeah.
But I think the thing I really remember is the camaraderie, like the love for each other, and neighbors too. Like you and I are neighbors now. We don't see each other that often. I hope that changes, but a lot of it is also me. I'm just a deep introvert.
You're also the hardest working person I know.
Yeah, so it's time, but like it's not like I'll go in the middle of the night at like 4 a.m. and go to 7-Eleven and just sit there sipping a Slurpee for an hour thinking about life. It's not like I'm always working. Yeah, I don't know. What I mean is that you get to meet your neighbors and you get to experience their highs and their lows, and you get to bitch about life, about government, about corruption, about the unfairness of life together.
Well, it's also, I think, what people don't appreciate as Americans is it's very rare in Russia to have a safe space.
Yeah.
So you know that January 1st, no one's going to snitch at you. You know they're not going to be informants probably, so you can vent. And that's the thing with people in totalitarian countries. You have to have a public-facing persona, and then behind closed doors is very different.
It all comes out. I also remember the arguments, and I've been going on Clubhouse recently into Russian rooms, just to practice Russian. And it's so beautiful to watch. I mean, Clubhouse is a very specific collection of Russian people. Maybe it's a little bit political, and they're a little bit older. And it's interesting to watch how much they love to argue. And so, like, it will be literally, you can think of it as a nonlinear dynamical system, okay, from an engineering perspective. Whenever any positive topic comes up, you can feel the skepticism. Wait a minute, this is not good, and they'll start like perturbing it until you're like, they'll find some way to say, like, come on now, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and then it goes back into argument. It's so fun to watch because in one sense you can see it as negative, in another you can see it as free to express yourself because it feels like you can solve a lot of problems by allowing yourself to just be emotional, both emotional and our truth kind of things, without without patting yourself on the back about it. But also, it just sort of those Russian rooms make me realize how constrained American speech is, how careful people are in the way they express it. Even the Michael Mouse is involved. You're constantly being like nuanced. There, they just say crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
and then they correct themselves and make fun of themselves, and they completely shift opinions a minute later, and it's chaos.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. That's why I love that culture. It's funny given the current regime in Russia, like how that's coupled with how people are talking. And yeah, I don't know. And I have those memories of childhood of friends that I had of just having that true freedom of talking, and somehow that leads to deep bonds together. When you're poor, when life has a lot of elements that are unfair,
when the government is corrupt, it's just, especially in the Soviet Union, there's uncertainty about the future. Oh, you just get closer together, like penguins huddling together in cold. Like that much, like that. I don't know. The friends I've got there, like I get emotional every time I gotta think about those friends because it was so close. That friendship was so fucking.
But I just really hate the Russian cynicism.
Well, I know you do, and I hate to disagree with you about it. You see it as cynicism. I see it as waves on top of the water, like surface cynicism, and the depths. I see the beauty of the Russian soul. So, like, yes, that cynicism can negatively affect a lot of people. Like I think you've talked about, like, as a parent, like being cynical about the world, and then you have dire negative consequences on your children. They become cynical. They don't ever take big risks to take on bold things. And I have those arguments because the cynicism is exhausting, it's destructive,
Yes.
and anti-creative. But so in their perspective, this is what the Russian folks would say. Well, yes, that's our role. Like being cynical is being reasonable about the world.
But it's not. It's completely unreasonable. It's a complete lie.
No, I know, but their argument is yes, but we're giving you this force, and it's your job to resist together. That's it. So it's a test.
I love the idea that if you're going to be creative and innovative, if you don't have enough up against you.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly.
Oh, I don't, it's not hard enough already that I want to be an author. Now you got, you're like, well, let me just put some fire ants on top of it.
So I just want to separate. I agree with you that cynicism is bad and destructive. But the idea that life is suffering and thinking as a first person will, I think there's a lot of beauty to be discovered through that. So there's cynicism, and then there's horrible message.
Life is suffering.
No, not. Well, yeah. I mean, Camus.
Who doesn't think that?
Now we're going into definitions of suffering, then, because absurd. What? See,
Life is absurd and life is suffering are not even close to the same concept.
but then you just define the terms differently.
So that's because they're different terms.
Well, it's always love and beauty, brother. So let's define. Okay.
You're selling if your baby's in the crib, like with a fever, you're like, oh, that's absurd. No, it's the kid's suffering. It's not the same.
So yes, starvation. See, you've been for white pill researching a lot of actual specifically defined suffering.
Sure,
So,
but also a lot of wonderful things.
right. Yeah. But the word suffering can encompass more than just the starving, and it can encompass, like a lot of philosophers that talk about it. It encompasses like philosophical suffering. The fact that there is, if you're not careful, life can appear meaningless. You can fall into a nihilistic view. Like it's difficult to have the responsibility of freedom to act in this world because you can fuck up in so many different ways, and then life is seemingly unfair in the sense that good things happen for no apparent reason, and terrible things happen for no apparent. Like what it's the old religious question of why does evil happen in the world, or why do terrible things happen in the world?
There's this book called 6-Word Memoirs, right, where all these different personalities are awesome. Were you in it?
No.
I'm in it with. So you have to basically write your autobiography in 6 words. And mine was good things happen to bad people.
You see, there you go. There's humor.
Yeah, let's deal with the suffering. But I don't think life is if life was suffering, we wouldn't be able to have happiness.
No, out of suffering, happiness is born. So like it's the ups and downs of life. What it means, like
I don't agree at all that you need to suffer in order to be happy. I agree you have to work hard, but that's not the same thing.
yeah, all right. So the way I'm using suffering, I think a lot of people use suffering is the way you use like gravity. So in order for the roller coaster to work, you need gravity. There needs to be a force that brings you down.
Sure.
In that same way, that like you have to resist the natural pull of nature that wants to destroy you.
No, nature wants you to. Nature's indifferent, but we have the capacity because we're blessed with minds and we're blessed with friends.
Yeah, to transcend
Yes.
nature. Yeah, no, I know, but I think it's a word that captures something about life that there's no reason to it, that is absurd. I think, to me, oftentimes the way I think about the word suffering is synonymous with absurdity.
This is not suffering. But this is absurd.
I just noticed there's a box with the big bow on it next to you. What's in the box, Michael?
It's your present, so it's your present for New Year's.
Can I open it?
Yeah, sure.
What's in the box?
It's gonna take.
And you brought up suffering. This is going to be very unpleasant.
Here you go. I packed it myself. Yeah, there's a whole process in there. So there's 3 presents in there.
But I'll read the part first.
Okay.
Something about opening presents, like tearing stuff, makes me feel like, because I get just 20 sheet of paper, so I'll never be the same again.
It's entropy.
It's entropy. Time is. You've got a powerful voice. You've got a powerful voice. To Lex, thank you. Maybe I should read the other card first. You've got a powerful voice. Listening to what you have to say always puts me in a hopeful place. It's like this building up to something. You show me how change can happen when you face the world, pride, confidence, and a voice that can't be silenced. Keep speaking up. The world is listening.
Yeah.
There's no cynicism in this card.
No, this is New Year's. This is all about
How about joy?
what?
To Lex, I'm seeing the binary. To Lex, thank you for setting the path for me to move to Austin. 01 001 001 011 011 00011 1010. Michael Mouse.
Yeah.
There's tears in my eyes. Thank you, brother.
My pleasure.
I'll get to the front. It's a PC box. This is very promising. It better not be sex toys.
There's nothing inappropriate at all.
Why would sex toys be inappropriate?
Because
That's
you're
sex positive.
you're a virgin.
You gotta bring a knife to the party. How clever is it to put it in a PC box?
Well, I had it. I just got a new PC.
Okay.
Get it on the can. Open the can first.
Okay. Do you wrap this yourself? That scared shit out of me. We get back in the can. It actually stayed in there. That's magic.
You just gotta cut the string.
No. You're the most beautiful troll of all.
I am.
love you so much. This is awesome.
Did it not work? Pick it up. Oh, it didn't work.
There's a terrifying springy feeling to this thing. I don't want to open this. I need to go outside. I hate you so much.
What?
What? Oh, is it the other way?
No, just pick it up.
Can't believe I thought of that. Thank you so much. Wrenches are my favorite. I can't believe I fell for that.
And there's box number 3. It's like a matryoshka. I can't believe that worked. Yeah. I wanted the box to open all these gears to fall out, but you can't get it. Yeah. Does it? That really grind your? You know what's grinding? Why am I scared? Okay. This. There's another box. This leads to my death. No, this is story behind it. I can't believe that worked. Oh god, that's so good. All right. No springs, no weapon, no wrenches. Okay, so let me tell you the story behind that toy. Tosca robots that turn into vehicles. So when I was a kid, you had Transformers, but for us poor people, you got GoBots, right? So the GoBots, there were 4 main characters for the good guys. It was Leader 1, Smallfoot, Turbo, and Scooter. And what was annoying is when you had the action figures, you couldn't find the ones that were on the TV show. And I was a big GoBots fan as a kid. And I went once to the Toys R Us in Caesars Bay in Brooklyn with my grandfather. My grandfather was always very lucky. Like, just good things happen to him every so often. And I went there, I remember very vividly. They must have just unpacked, just loaded the shelves. And how they had the shelf, and it would be like a grid. You know, you'd have like, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, and it's 5 by 5. And I remember it was like 2 up, and then you have to sit by the side and kind of sort through them. And with the GoBots, each package had a picture of a different figure. So the packaging was uniform. And they just had Scooter there. She was just sitting there. And I was like, holy crap. So that feeling when you're a kid and you find that just sitting on the shelf right there, it was such this.
Wait, is this that Scooter?
No, I have it though, but that one is for you. I thought if you want to put it next to your other robots,
Yeah.
open it up.
I can open it up?
Yeah, it's for you. And that way, it's that symbol of joy when you're a kid, when you find something you really want. I think it just is really like, when people look at it, they'll be like, don't be hopeless.
I'll open this carefully later.
No, do it.
Yeah, I should do it.
Yeah. There's no way to open it carefully. Kids don't open stuff carefully. You rip that crap open.
But then you break it and you cry. That's what happened when you're a kid.
I never did that.
Okay. Me neither. I never cried. I never got presents.
That is so cool.
It's good. You symbolize childlikeness.
Right?
The poor man robot.
The poor man's Transformers. I think there's instructions on the back how to transform her.
To her?
I only found out as an adult that it was supposed to be a girl. Yeah.
Wow, this changed everything.
Give it here, Marisha. It looks better when she's transformed.
What? No, there's levels to that statement.
Oh.
Like this. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Because I had this as a kid. Arms out.
The thing is, these are easy to break, I remember.
So like this? No. Oh, the front comes out.
Oh, this comes up. Yeah. So that's that. The arms go.
And that envisions like baby Michael.
I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't figure it out.
Oh, you're right. So that's so much better. Transform.
Wow. Alright. I'm going to follow the instructions in a bit now.
Yeah.
I'll leave this failed project first.
Well, I don't like this in between form.
Well, this is how it's going to be.
Okay.
Because we're going to be accepting of the transformation. saw this. That was that little thing when I was walking on Congress. And it says resist bracelet. It means to think of you. The reason I got it is because there's two bracelets. So one said lucky fuck, and the other one said resist. Now I first saw resist. I'm like, and then I saw the lucky fuck, and I realized I'm a lucky fuck to find a relevant. Makes me think of you. This, this is very nice. Oh, that's true. I saw this somewhere. Oh yeah. This has to do with, in terms of resist. You often bring up the book Machiavellians by James Barnum, and so I was looking through, I was reading different parts. It's a tricky read. It's a little bit, but there is a ebook Kindle version now that I've been working through. I think there's actually an audiobook too.
Yeah. I just bought some. The Machiavellians is James Burnham's analysis of four thinkers that he regards as the Machiavellians: Gaetano Moscow, Goffredo Pareto, Georges Sorel, and I'm blanking on the Moscow, Pareto, Sorel, and Georges Michel. And I just got Pareto's autograph this week.
So he talks about freedom and liberty. There's an interesting line that I'd like to get your opinion on in terms of resistance, in terms of liberty. There's no one force, was quote, there's no one force, no group, and no class that is the preserver of liberty. Liberty is preserved by those who are against the existing chief power. Oppositions which do not express genuine social forces are as trivial in relation to entrenched power as the old court jesters. So, I mean, the question here is, are you comfortable with that definition or that view of liberty, of freedom, that at its highest ideal is expressed through the resistance to the powerful, as opposed to existing in its own?
I think his point, broadly speaking, which I agree with, is the only thing that can work to mitigate power is other power. That it's talk is cheap and persuade has very limited efficacy. It's like if there's a burglar, right, and one person will give a speech about property rights and you shouldn't be this person's house, and the other person has a gun, it's clear which is going to be more persuasive.
Yeah, but then can't you just be free without the struggle, without this conflict? What I'm uncomfortable with this view is how closely it links freedom and conflict. Like, why does this world have to have conflict to be free? Can't, I mean, it's and part of it is just emphasis.
So you were just saying suffering is what leads to joy.
See, and now you're in agreement. Thank you. I just did that just so you can come around and agree. I win. Next topic. Wow, I'm playing 3D chess here. Okay. This is New Year's. This is now December 31st. I think that's how it works, but in 1973. We're recording this before you were born. Oh no, years after you were born. You look great for 60, is it the early 60s or? Sure. Okay. What 5 things, let's say, or moments in 2021 are you grateful for people? Just, I don't know, things, moments, beautiful experiences, profound essences of the year. Like looking back, what are the cool things that just
Personally or socially?
do you exist like in a platonic way socially? I mean, in your personal life?
Yeah.
Anything. You're both. You're now Michael Malice. You exist as a social entity and a personal human being. All that, the whole thing. But what stands out to you about 2021?
The fact that for the first time in my life, other than college, I moved to a new city. That was a very big one, and there's no part of me that regrets it or misses New York. So that was a very big deal for me.
What do you about this move, about Austin itself, or maybe the move itself, maybe just the act of moving. What's great about it? The fact that I had forgotten what it's like to have a huge social network, which I had in New York, before people started falling away, and then it really escalated as a result of de Blasio and COVID restrictions. So to have a big crew here is something that was very validating. The thing that's also exciting about Austin is that Austin is not a particularly big town, it's not a particularly great town, but everyone here, at least the circles I travel in, is kind of a refugee from their towns. So there is this sense of camaraderie, there is this sense of we're building something together. Back in New York, when you meet someone, it would be like, who is this person? Why am I talking to them? Like, are they ignoring me? Are they going to be weird? And here, there's very little of that. I think there's much more sense of trust with one another when you meet people. So that's something that's really exciting about. Like, I've been introducing all my friends to each other, and everyone's been hitting it off like gangbusters. It's really great. So I really enjoy that about Austin. I'm enjoying the weather, the space. You heard Kerouac, any of the stuff. I have on the road. I read a biography of him. I don't know if it was on. I think it was on the road where he talks about that feeling when you go into some place, you're leaving a place, and you're going somewhere else, and the place you're leaving disappears behind you. Yeah. And all the people and all like you just think about that life, and it's forever gone. And there's some inkling of that where you get to realize your almost mortality because that's a chapter. And there's not many more. I know it's a beautiful chapter, but now on to the next chapter. Is there a melancholy feeling there? No, it's the opposite. I feel like I've been given a new sunlight because I didn't realize to what extent there was this subtext of hopelessness in New York. And also people who in New York you appreciate it consciously, but you can't escape it emotionally, how much the winters get to you psychologically. It's tough. It gets dark so early, it gets cold, you can't walk around. Like that's the thing that's fun about, or was fun about New York, is that when the weather's warm, you just walk for an hour and just enjoy the sunshine, and there's lots to see and do. But in the winter, you don't have any of that. It's brutal. And here, it's just so that is something. There's no melancholy at all. Well, that's because there's. Can you say something beautiful about New York? Not the way it is now, but the way it's. I could go on for days about how great New York was. What did you learn about human civilization, just life that was beautiful from New York? I learned that there's a lot of really unique, special people out there who are doing their little part to move the envelope and make the world a better place. And that when you have a city where they're all there together at the same time, that really moves the world. And I'm thinking of Paris in the 20s, Harlem in the 20s, and New York in the 70s, and LA in the late 60s, San Francisco especially in the late 60s, things like this. They really punch above Detroit, certainly, and they punch above their weight, and just really kind of Philadelphia in 1700s, things really start happening, and then ripples across the world. Do you think Austin has a chance to be a Paris in some way? Yes, because again, it wasn't all of Paris. It was the West Bank of Paris, and Stein, Hemingway, and all them in a little area. So, when you read these history books, these scenes, it's like 50 people, like in a 10-block radius. These aren't these huge, like, Davos conventions. Okay, so the big move. Yeah, what else? What else stands out to you? Again, both personally and socially, like zooming in and zooming out. I did a book with a UFC fighter, and I was making the point that he was a 9-time world champion, that I would never be as good at my job as he was at it. Yeah. And then when I dropped Anarchist Handbook in May, and it was a top non-fiction book on Amazon for like most of the day, I was like, oh, I'm the top non-fiction writer in America just for today. I was like, oh crap, okay, so I guess I was wrong. That was a major deal. I was still shocked and delighted. By the way, congratulations. I'm truly happy for you. I'm so proud. But it's also, I'm proud because these are people who
points of view, and they didn't have it easy, and they fought for what they believed in. And insofar as I get to rescue them to some extent from the dustbin of history and say these people really mattered and they really are worth hearing, I love stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine, Topher, like a year ago, and because we're in a weird position with the kind of jobs we have. So, like, I'd be talking in my live streams with people like Candy Darling or Wallace Thurman, and like these are not household names at all. And then I'd be like proud of myself that I'm the one who brings them to some sort of more prominence. And then you want to tell yourself, well, get over yourself who you think you are. But it's like, but no one else is talking about these people, or very few. So to be able to kind of give them some kind of stature and platform that they deserve, I think I love being able to do that.
So you have a strong voice yourself, and to sort of join them. It's like John Lennon joining them with the Beatles. It's like a chorus of very different views on anarchism. It's, it's celebrating individuals, celebrating the idea, and you are, I think, will be remembered as a powerful philosophy yourself, but I think you're almost taking just the humility of being in a room with powerful minds together in one book. It's cool.
Yeah, and that these people mattered, and they had a unique perspective. And as I said in the introduction to the book, I remember I was in college and we were studying bioethics, and there was like a graph in the book, and one short part says antinomianism, which was the view that one side said legalism, right? The two extremes. Legalism is what is illegal is defined by the government, or what's moral is defined by the government. And one said antinomianism, which is nothing stands above moral law. And then it was like, well, since no one believes in this, the answer is to the other side. It's like, well, why is it arbitrary if no one believes? If it has a name, someone believes it. So anarchism is a word that's bandied about in a dismissive way. And it's like, you don't have to like me or agree with what I'm saying, but you can't pretend that they weren't Tolstoy. You can tell me Tolstoy doesn't know what he's talking about completely. He's in there. He was an anarchist. So it was a big accomplishment.
That's really cool to get a chance to do the audiobook. For you did an incredible thing. You got a bunch of really cool people to read. A lot of interesting, varied people.
Yeah, so what I did for the audiobook, which I don't like the idea that hard work is inherently good. Because sometimes being lazy is actually the right choice. So I'm like, wait a minute, why am I reading all 23 chapters when it's 23 different authors? That doesn't make sense. So I hit my Rolodex and I had different people read different chapters to make it sound literally like you have the different voices in the book. Thank you very much. You did my, because I was going to read my chapter. Wait a minute, like all the other authors read by somebody else. Let's have my state mine. The one chapter I am most moved by is I did Lauren Chen. She's a podcaster as well. She's been expecting now, so we wish nothing but the best for Lauren and Leah and Abby. There's a chapter there by this guy named Charles Ryder Plunkett called Dynamite, and he's advocating for making bombs and killing people, killing the forces of capitalism. And Emma Goldman was publishing her essay while she was a lecture tour, and she was just like, "Why is this in here? This is just really going to make us look bad," so on and so forth. And when you're dealing with any kind of, H.L. Mencken has that quote about every rational man must at times be tempted to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. So I wanted to sound like the seductive aspect of violence. Like, that's the problem. Like, when you're dealing with terrorism, when you're dealing with political violence, to be able to understand how people can fall for this, how people can be persuaded to think, this is a good idea, that I'm going to make some dynamite and throw it into this crowd and kill, police officers and innocent people possibly in service of life. You have to. It's easy to say, oh, they're all crazy, but they're not. Not most people who are crazy don't do these things. So to have a woman read that chapter, and I told her kind of read it like a phone sex operator, because I wanted to have that siren song of like, so you can understand why this calls out to people who are, and there were the people who were like marginalized, and she did such a superb job with that chapter.
That's such a beautiful vision.
Yeah, because violence is part of human history to a degree that it must be seductive. It must be there must be a strong pull. Like it's not insane people. There's something probably deep inside our nature that craves violence. And then when there's charismatic leaders that inspire that, and revolution plus violence, that I can see that being extremely seductive to us. Like when you're truly suffering in your current situation, whatever it is, you're being oppressed by governments or being oppressed by the powerful. Violent revolution is probably there's something deeper than us that belongs to that. And also, this kind of the Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein, right? You need that woman to be like, no, this is okay, honey. Come along. It's not a big deal. Don't listen to what your parents told you. They're just prudes. It's a siren song. What do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell, the trial, and so on? Again, maybe the interesting story there is about the coverage of the trial. So the story is more complex and interesting than the actual horrific acts themselves. So to me, maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough, but to me, she's also truly evil. I don't know what. Maybe you can help me to figure out who's more evil. The just like you said, now the person says it's okay that helps the evildoer, or is it the evildoer themselves? I don't know, but I think she scares me more than Jeffrey Epstein somehow. Yeah, there's people like that. I had like a Twitter poll. Do you think it's more evil or less evil to kill someone because you can do? And people, the winning answer was more evil, and I said it was less because I think in that case you can kind of check out. You could be like, "This is I'm just doing a job. I don't, you kind of can." I think in a sense, if you have a certain mindset, like intellectually remove yourself from the situation. I'm just a conduit. When you were talking about, I haven't been following her case that much, just because you mostly watch CNN. CNN's not covering it. Well, I think my broader point would be the people who are untouchable and who know they're untouchable do much worse things than those of us who aren't that way can appreciate. Like I was just talking about on Twitter about Rosemary Kennedy. She was one of JFK's sisters. It's not clear whether she was developmentally disabled or had like depressive mental illness. There's something really off with her to some capacity. And at age 23, they gave her a lobotomy. And the thing with the lobotomy is you have to be conscious. You don't know what can blunder. So you have to be counting backwards while their scalpel's in your brain, and they stop. But they stopped. They did too far. She became mentally like a 2-year-old. Never had bladder control for the rest of her life. Couldn't really talk or walk. And when that happened, they just put her away to some home, and they never mentioned her again, or they didn't tell her brothers or sisters where she went. The lobotomy was only revealed in 1987, and they pretended, oh, she's, it's home for kids with special needs, and it's just like that to me is very, very scary. That someone could, do this to that people. I saw people respond like, oh, that was, cutting edge technology at the time, haha. But I'm like, I don't think that was really done that frequently, or be hearing more about it. These, lobotomies. And my understanding is lobotomies are very hard to, like, they would want to do like a mass murder, or like if someone's really bad, like if the person's left an invalid, like who cares, kind of situation. But when you're dealing with something like this, like she's not killing people, she's not assaulting people. She's just difficult because she's making your vaunted family look bad. So that's that's what is that, like psychopathy or something like that? Like you don't care about you do horrific things, you don't really care. I can't diagnose Joe Kennedy, but what I would say with Ghislaine Maxwell, I can't empathize because I don't understand. First of all, even in a positive sense, I don't know what it's like to be grooming my son to be the president and lost the other son in war. I know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to be so wealthy. Like you have to give Joe Granby credit because a lot of what he was fighting for was to allow the Irish people and Catholic people acceptance into like high society, and he was up against a lot of pressure with that. And he's like, I'm gonna, screw these people. I'm gonna be recognized. We're gonna make people recognized. So there's something said for that. But I mean, I can't relate to people like him.
Yeah.
But I mean that like is just terrifying. Like I mean, one of the big reasons that an anarchist is like when you have someone who has that sense of amount of power over somebody else, a lot of times they're going to do bad things and have no consequences.
Do you think just like basketball guys and everything is? Do you think they were trying to blackmail people, like trying to what the conspiracy theories kind of describe? That's probably not too far away from reality. Did they intentionally try to put powerful people in compromising situations so that they can basically get more and more power?
Yeah, I think that was a Vanity Fair piece that you're referring to, or Fortune.
I'm sorry, I'm just referring to general concept.
Oh, there was an article that broke this down. This article is the Fortune, Business Week, Vanity Fair. I don't know, a major respected outlet, and the reporter made the point. They asked around, and they go, "This guy's a billionaire or extremely wealthy at least. No one I know ever traded with him. Like, where's his money coming from? There's no paper trail." So they're like, okay, if it's not trading, and trades are public often, where's his money coming from? And it's also like, why are all these people allowing Epstein to be the business manager when he has no kind of track record to show for it? So the hypothesis was he would get people into uncompromising situations with underage girls, secretly film it, and then he would, blackmail them accordingly.
Well, I guess that
would make sense.
I know it makes sense, but I also see a lot of evidence that he's just very charismatic in a room. So, and I've also seen, that's how human connections get made, like business deals get made.
Yeah, but where's his money coming from?
Oh, like the rich people without blackmailing, just like him close, like him as a friend.
I'm not arguing that. Like, okay, I like Jeff Epstein. Make sure you pull that quote.
Yes.
I'm a business person. I like Jeff Epstein.
I love Jeff. Like or love?
Love. I'm in love with. I'm gonna hand over him to be my money manager to have 20% of my stake. Fine. Where is he making the money for that 20%? That's the thing that there's no paper trail of him trading or anything. So I can understand.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What were your 2020 favorite moments?
In 2021.
Yeah, 2021. Yeah.
Clearly, it's just like Maxwell trial. It just really stands out to me. It's very moving. Which is why I bring it up. No,
moving here.
So moving here, but for me, I think we actually didn't cover that with you, and I'd love to get your comment. Because you said this is the first time in your life you moved. So it's not just about the place you go to, it's the actual act of moving is also a leap.
Oh,
so
yeah.
The decision was that I'm going to give away my salary at MIT, so stop taking salary, give away the group, so students, no more research, the grant funding, I still keep an MIT affiliation just because I have friends in college there still doing research, but giving away really primarily is the source of money. So no salary. And let it go to zero. Let my bank account go to zero. And take a leap in San Francisco or elsewhere. And as COVID broke out, and a lot of people started talking to me about San Francisco, about the cynicism there. And I would go there, and there was a kind of so it's not all the woke stuff and all that kind of thing, which is also a problem. It's less about dreaming about a big future, about building a big future, and more about some kind of identity politic battles that they're just. You could say it's some aspect in the positive light is important, but in a place like Silicon Valley, to me, the most important thing is to do big things, and for that to be most of the conversation. And so that cynicism was there. And then I went to look at Austin, and Austin was the opposite. Yeah, it's the optimism. And you have people because I thought that I said Elon was the optimistic about making this the capital of artificial intelligence, technology, and so on. And Mr. Joe Rogan now just the optimism about making this the cultural capital of the world, specifically comedy, because it just radiates from him, just the excitement of him. And I've seen not many people of that nature in my life, and I see that in their eyes, that engine, that fire of wanting to create something special about the place. First of all, those people rarely fail. That's first of all. And second of all, that's
contagious. It's contagious.
Yeah,
it's very contagious.
And so all that combined, for me, 2021 was the actual leap of taking the leap, saying, all right, well, I'm actually going to do this. So not just giving away the salary, not giving away all that, but the whole thing. That's it. You just move to a place. There's an empty building, and you're moving into it, um, and this is a new life. And that leap, I don't know, it's a scary leap to take, because I've taken that leap many times in my life, and this is where parents and all those kinds of cynicism is really destructive, because you know um, from a cynical perspective, I worked at Google, so why leave Google? It's a very high paying salary at Google. Then at MIT, why leave MIT? Like, it's MIT. This is you've always dreamed about. Like, why did you get a PhD? You've loved MIT. Why leave MIT? I mean, this is the same process I've gone through with a lot of things in life. Like you've been saying, every single stage, you need that. You need friends, you need support groups, and all those kinds of things that are extremely important. But in the end, it's about taking a leap. And for me, 2021 was this leap. And to me, that one of the most beautiful things you can do in life is to take those leaps.
And that's something that I think is no longer a thing in New York. There's no sense of hope. You don't go to New York now. There's been such an assault, and intentionally or otherwise, maybe inevitable, they have a choice. But there's been such an assault on creativity and small business in New York that no one, or very few people who are in New York right now, think things are going to get great soon. Whereas here, I feel it's every day is something exciting.
And that's part of the culture how the conversation goes. It's just in vogue to be cynical in New York and San Francisco. I hope it changes. What I love about New York and what I love about Boston also is the weirdo characters. It's just a variety of personalities. That's if you just walk around and you can meet them. I think New York still has that, but it has the extra cynicism on top of it. Yeah, it's a negative. I mean, just becoming friends with Joe, he inspired me to be nicer to people, to not take myself seriously, to be humble, to celebrate friends, not to be competitive. Like all those things. Since I started listening to this podcast from the very beginning, it just radiated with that.
The thing that people don't appreciate is Joe Rogan likes it when you bust his chops. I mean, it's a lot of people at that level. Like if it's on Mr. Rogan, you're laughing at everything they say. They don't want that. It's very phony, and they feel uncomfortable because they know that everything they say is hilarious. I remember I went with him. He was doing a performance here, and and you were there, and he was doing his set. And I've reached the point now where I don't think of him as Joe Rogan. It's just my buddies doing stand-up. You forget. And then I look at the audience, and I remember, like, oh, this is like a religious experience for these people. But you forget who he is because he doesn't carry himself like a big shot.
Yeah. And so, I mean, he gets competitive as fuck. Like, I argue with him a lot. I mean, when I talk to Francis Collins and defied this to Joe, you couldn't believe I heard from Joe. And then we would just get people drunk and argue about it. So I think it's beautiful, and he gets really passionate. It's not like easy to argue with him, but that's great when you don't take it personally.
As you and I discussed, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind us saying this, but like that moment when you first get a text from Joe Rogan and it's a boomer meme, like I finally felt like I've arrived as a person.
Boomer meme? What kind of boomer meme are you talking about?
Like it's some silly meme, but it's like it's the kind of thing you can imagine someone's also posting on Facebook.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan type things to you.
Yeah. I mean, for me also, obviously, there's a few people, I'm just saying, folks that people know. I was a Jim Keller, Elon, so I've had conversations with them. that everything is possible in this world.
Yeah, which is not the Russian mindset here.
Okay, all right, let's
Let's dial it down a notch.
let's dial it down a notch. Yeah, when Elon calls first principles thinking, but really it's just not being limited by the constraints of the past.
Yes.
And so it's saying like, okay, this is how things have been done, but can be done much, much better. And it has to do with manufacture. Like, how do we do this 10 times cheaper? Like everyone says it's super expensive, but does it really need to be? This is more of a question about manufacture, about how to build the product, how to actually have the product and scale that doesn't impact them. Just having a very serious engineering, like to the level of physics, discussion about building a thing and fucking doing it, and just being around people that did it, and basically, literally or figuratively said fuck you to everybody in the room that said they can't do it. And that attitude, so that I've got to know on a lot better place than one that it's like everything, the whole thing. That is moving here and being surrounded by that optimistic energy, and then the individual interactions with people that refuse to be like brought down by the cynicism
And
of the world. And naysayers. It's that to me is what I'm gonna remember this year for, and I hope it like materializes into something concrete here in Austin, and I feel it's doing that.
I really am curious to be a fly in the wall. I'm sure it'll happen at some point, watching you and Elon talk to each other. Because he's even more of a robot than you. He was on the Babylon podcast, and I was honored to be able to be in the room while this was happening. And what the guys at the B do at the end of every podcast, they have like 10 questions. I don't think it's one of them goes, no. And they go to Elon, would you rather be Batman or Iron Man? Because they're both like multi-million industrialists. And Elon, being Elon, is like, well, let's think this through. There's different kinds of bats. You got fruit bats, and you got insect bats. Why it's called Batman? Batman can fly, right? That's the fly. I mean, Iron Man, I'm just thinking, oh, dude, answer the question. It was so literal. I was like, damn.
I guess by this point, I'm releasing a podcast with him. That's several hours, and it's exactly as you would imagine. It's exactly as you would imagine.
There was this.
It's super technical.
The movie Her. So there's that one scene. It's when is it Joaquin Phoenix? Who's the lead character?
Yeah,
Yeah. So he's the lead, and he falls in love with Siri, basically, who's played by Scarlett Johansson. And there's another artificial AI that she's talking to, and she's like, "Oh, can I permission to go into nonverbal communication with this professor?" And the guy's like, "Sure." And they just start talking to each other in the robot, and I'm just imagining the two of you having this mind meld.
Well, so there's both the humor of that, but also the practical nature of the kind of conversations to have. It's so great because it's problem solving mode.
Okay,
So,
yeah, okay.
It's
that,
so
that
cool.
is fun. That is exciting.
Because like you stop completing sentences. I actually feel at home because you don't need to say the full sentences anymore. You could just like say random words and you start to understand what you're talking about, and then you can have multiple conversations at the same time and go on these tangents. One of the biggest problems I have with podcasting for me, talking, I have to finish my sentences. I have to actually finish my point. Yeah, which is a big problem because there's like a listener who needs to hear the point being finished as opposed to completing your sentences inside your own mind. And like the thing that I find is useful to the office is that same thing. It's when the line of thinking is no longer useful, you just and you just switch to the next thing. You just leave that whole thing behind. You don't need a nice translation. You don't need any of that. It also just it's the first principle thing. It's like zooming in on the elephant in the room. I love that. It's so energizing. That's what I love about it. It's not the most eloquent communication style, but I love it. What about you? So you said moving, the book. What else? And you've been really excited about
So that's this handbook, but you've also been nonstop excited about White Book. That was most of this year. You know, actually significant progress. Yeah, I'm on page 40 of the second draft, and it's really kind of funny because when you're doing your, I think, 10th book, last draft already, the first draft is actually pretty good. Like, I'm going back and like, all right, this is going to be a whole slot. I'm like, oh, I just have to cut and paste this and basically tweak a few words. So, I did a good job with the first draft. It's also funny when you're writing how, and I guess this is the mark of a good professional writer. My personal feelings don't match how the characters in the book come off. Like, I have a lot of fondness for people like Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. They're early on in the book, but they're not good people. Like, and I'm writing it objectively and whatever, and I'm reading some, like, they come up much worse than my personal appraisal of them. So it's kind of interesting as a writer when you're watching it. I guess kind of like an attorney, right? Like, you can have a situation where you, as an attorney, have a lot of fondness for your client, but you realize that they probably did this thing, or you could not. You could be the other way. Like, they're innocent. It's hard for you to make a case for them because the data's not there.
Can you actually talk about your writing process?
Sure.
Several ways. One, your writing process, but two, by way of advice of how to write. You've talked about in the past, like your first draft is these kind of disparate, almost chaotic, and then in the same way maybe when I was saying in the engineering discussion, you don't complete the sentences.
Yes. So the first, like, real good writing advice I remember getting was this book by Peggy Noonan called What I Saw at the Revolution. And she was Ronald Reagan's speechwriter. She still writes for the Wall Street Journal. The book I bought was at a used bookstore in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania when I was in college. This funniest cock. I still have it. It was 99 cents. And she talked, when you're writing for president, this is no joke, especially for a president who's the great communicator, Reagan, so, and you have to be very inspirational, but also not come off as corny, which is very hard to do. And she, in the book, talks about how she wrote speeches for him, how she, I'm paraphrasing her, I haven't read her book in a couple of decades, but basically she would write like a brain dump, and it's just garbage, and she's like, that's okay, get it all out there. And then, there's that expression, all writing is epic. So for the White Book specifically, this is, I don't know if it's the most ambitious book I've ever done. Your reader, I think, is more ambitious because that's all of North Korea's history, and it's written somebody else's voice, that person's a Russian.
And like you mentioned, you have to read a giant number of books.
60 books. That's research, yeah.
Well, maybe can we just pause and say what White Pill is about?
Sure, it's a tale. It's about hope, and it's a tale of good and evil. And I think that's, I don't want to tip my hand too much. Okay. But people always like, how do you think, why are you so hopeful? And I'm not hopeful on an emotional level. I'm hopeful because looking at history, I think there's certain things that not will certainly happen again, but it's not all implausible to happen again, and that the good guys win. And this is one of those cases. So, the book took on a life of its own. It's very different from how I originally conceived it. I originally conceived it as a kind of retelling of Camus' philosophy. Brian Holiday, who we used to be close friends with, I've talked to him for a while, he has a whole kind of cottage industry based on the Stoics of the past. I'm like, okay, I asked him once, can I do Camus? He said, sure. And then I reread Camus recently, and it wasn't what I had remembered.
Also, can we pause on that? I apologize for interrupting. So it's interesting. So you kind of took ideas from Stoics and started to kind of using it as a book. It gives you advice about how to live life from a Stoic perspective. And you were thinking, is there something in existentialism, absurdism, or something specifically that Camus thinking point? I think you mentioned Sisyphus, specifically like his philosophical work.
Yeah.
So you were trying to see, like, can I resurrect this? That's actually, I would think that's an interesting project. And it's sad to hear that it didn't materialize in exactly that point. Because I thought there would be a lot.
So I had done the story on my show, and you also if you go back and look at the movie, it's not that much there. The myth Sisyphus is not at all how I remember it. the vast bulk of that book is like literary based. So he's talking like Dostoevsky, you know, like where everybody's absurd, but like this isn't. There's not much take from here. It's the actual and essay is basically like a 6-chapter essay at the back of the book, which, you know, but it's good for what it is, but there's not that much there. I'm extremely, he's a great hero of mine. I think his life is just admirable. He fought very hard against the Nazi occupation. His book, The Plague, which I find unreadable, is an allegory about, Germany conquering France, so on and so forth.
Why is the Plague unreadable?
It's the kind of book where reading the book doesn't add anything to the plot. The plot is a plague comes, sweeps over the town, destroys a lot of lives, and vanishes as quickly as it came. You don't need to read the book, like, you get the point.
I do disagree.
Have you? Oh, okay.
Yes, of course I've read the Plague. To me, the Plague is about the doctor. It's about love. It's about the different roles that humans take in a time of tragedy, like the Plague. Also, it's an allegory. You can start to think about like what you could, whether it's Nazi Germany, whatever you think that is.
Yeah.
To me, that was about love, about like the role, like the highest ideal of being a doctor, sacrificing himself for others, and like still has love and hope. I mean, to me, that the way that story is told, I think, has a lot of meaning. It's like, to me, you're saying that's interesting. You say it this way. To me, it's like saying Animal Farm doesn't need to be read because it's an obvious story.
I don't think there's much plot to the play. I think Animal Farm has a very long plot and a complex plot,
but there's experiences within. The situation is set up like in these experiences that reveal a philosophy. So yeah, it's not very plot driven.
Yeah,
so I would say you still should read it, but the plot doesn't, like, you didn't give away anything for it.
right.
Like there's some books are just, I mean, I am similar to that in the sense that the plot is not as important as the behavior of different people in that plot.
I think she's very plot heavy.
She has plot, but I think that's not necessarily the important thing. The behavior of the people is the important thing.
Sure, but
You can like separate it into a bunch of blog posts, and they stand on their own. I would have to think about that with Ayn Rand. She does, through the plot, create a world that you just have to understand, right? Different values that people have. But yeah, but that's what the plot serves. Yeah, I would have to think. But in the play, the behavior of the people that's really important. And the same, I mean, the stranger too. I mean, he's like, I'm trying to scramble here for books I appreciate that don't have a plot. And, books from underground, Dostoevsky has a huge amount of plot in most of his work. Herman Hesse has a huge amount of plot.
right. Thomas Mann doesn't have a plot. He's the one who has the plots.
Right? Would you say Kafka has a plot?
I think Kafka's very heavy plot driven.
Yeah, but I just don't see that it gets.
I guess Metamorphosis doesn't really have a plot.
Yeah, the things I call
But it's like a vignette. It's not really like a distinction.
yeah, the hunger artist. I'm like probably think different short stories. I thought it was short stories, pretty long short stories of Kafka's. It's really interesting. It's about a man. I don't know if you read it. It's about a man that is like a freak in the sense that his skill is that he can fast for a long time, and then people gather on the days and look at him as he fasts. I don't remember if he's in the case or not, but and eventually he fasts so long that people don't really care anymore. Like they just leave. So there's a it has to do with something. It makes me think about like don't become the way you live. Don't become like a freak show, a circus act. Like live for live for something that brings you joy.
Don't live for the sake of attention, for the sake of attention.
Yeah,
I
Um, yeah. Anyway, so I rudely interrupted because you're talking about the play, the connection, the writing process of like yeah. Well, anyway, so how I was writing this one, I just had a first draft of notes, and they're all not in chronological order. Like, I read certain books as research, and then I had to pull quotes that was necessary there. And now I'm basically rearranging everything and putting it. So the book started as Ryan Holiday's, right? It's the equivalent of Ryan Holiday as Camus. The working title would have been The Point of Tears, because this is quick. Camus, a great quote maker, and he has this line about man must live to the point of tears, which I think is just what I love about him. Is like, Camus, he always comes off as if he's clenching his teeth. He's clenching his teeth both in terms of like barely mitigated rage at injustice, like when he sees people suffering, it just really makes him, it just upsets the core. But also this sense of not taking life for granted and kind of just pushing yourself and pushing boundaries, and his point being that life is inherently meaningless, which gives a great opportunity to give meaning to it and to create our own meaning to life. So taking the main essay from Sisyphus, Sisyphus, that was the origin story of the white pill, but then it became something completely different. And so then it became, how are you so optimistic in the face of everything that's going on in the world? And I started writing it when COVID started hitting. And because again, I'm not optimistic because of some temperament of mine. I'm optimistic because, people talk about how Althea didn't exist, trying to become an empire and take over everything. Empires are expensive, and they look at the British Empire, the Soviet Union. Like, it's not automatically sustainable. It costs a lot of things to make sure when you're geographically, all over the world, literally, to keep everyone in line. It's not at all like the supervillain movie. Like, once it happens, it's a happy ending for them. So yeah, that was the start, and I'm like, all right, let me tell. The one thing I'm good at is telling stories. This is really a trade nerd plot. Very, very plot driven, and also heavily character driven. The characters can go. Yeah, got it. So it's interesting to kind of mention what does the first draft kind of look like in terms of what kind of things do you plot down? So it'll be like, let's suppose I just read some book called The Hill Is Gonna Work, which was an early book attacking Lenin from the anarcho-communist perspective. So it'll just be like all the quotes, like a paragraph here, double space, another paragraph, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Whereas for other sections where I wasn't just using it as research, there would be like talking about McKinley getting shot. Like, it's just me writing the narrative, and that I could just pretty much copy paste into the second draft. My way of advice to give that as advice, is that the good way to do it? Is that a very genuine way in your brain? No, so this is actually advice that I feel comfortable giving to people who are trying to write. Because it's just like with the gym, right? If you did seven reps last week and you did 8 this week, it's psychologically motivating because you're going in the right direction and your mind extrapolates. So tell yourself, I'm going to get a page done today. The page is done. Sit your ass on the computer and now as you get up to get those 2 pages. It doesn't matter if they look like garbage, because if you have a 300-page first draft and it's crap, at least you have something to work with, and that's a big number. So if you're the thing is, since the first draft is going to be crap, if you're editing as you write, it's going to be extremely discouraging. And it's also trying to drive and doing reverse at the same time. It's completely uncomfortable to do it. Get it all out there. Don't look it over. If you have a great line, put it on your phone and add it to the draft. So it'll be a complete slog. But editing that slog is the writing to the creative. When you see the disparate lines all laid out on the page, how difficult is it to then start switching? Do you find that when you look at a list of those things, the final product looks very different? You always actually use those lines. No, I will use those lines. Then I have a file called scraps. So like if the lines don't want to use, I put in my scrap file. And those are what's in the scrap file. Okay, yeah, sure.
One of the things I've been totally scrapped is a lot of times when I was earlier writing, I would have contemporary references, and I realized that that's bad because I want the reader to be in the past as the present. So if you're talking about, let's say, 1901 and you're referring to Obama, it screws people up, so I've had to pull all those.
Okay, let's talk about some media first. Do you ever think like that? Like, take a special day in the year, think about how you want to try to change yourself, and you try to transform yourself every single day.
Well, I usually have several projects I'm working on at once, so there's always incremental progress in those.
Basically, I've done like at the end of 2022, I'll accomplish this kind of like to hold yourself responsible. And if you do that at the beginning of the year, to think about that. Both philosophically, like what kind of big project, not projects, and you can quantify, but more like how can I change my life, or like how that's teaching me different kinds. And then there's specific things like finish the book.
Years ago, and I think on some level, you much less than me, but I think you're increasing in this direction. I realized I have to learn how to be a surfer and not a driver, because when you reach the level you're at in our careers or our place in culture, a lot of this is luck, and a lot of this is just like I'm just going along for the ride because it's kind of counterintuitive, like the success that Eric is having is counterintuitive. So all I'm hoping for, getting the book done. I am extremely proud of it, um, and just also,
Sick.
building we had Thanksgiving together at Claire's house. Just building a great upcoming community here, which it has happened very quickly. There was going to be another um, surprise here. There's a girl named Natalie Sidesurf, and she makes these ultra realistic cakes. Like if you see those cakes online, where it looks like cutting a puppy, like she makes those kind of things. So she's here. Yeah, so like little Emma, I think she's been here for a while. I haven't met her yet, but I just kind of chatted with her. So it's just so many. There's so many scenes happening here that are overlapping.
So in general, finish the book, keep building a community. I mean, you've already been doing that for maybe 10 years about it.
I've been making a point to introduce people to each other, and everyone's just really getting along very well.
That's great. And the book is the focus.
The book is the focus.
What about the podcast that you do?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. I grow it a lot. I finally got a new computer, which my friend Jay installed, so I can have a decent camera. This is my old computer. This is my mindset as a hoarder. Like, I was more interested in spending money on a Pareto autograph than actually getting a computer that's from the 20th century. So, but I'm such an old school person in that in my head, podcasts are like so ephemeral. Like I don't like. There's some episodes of my podcast I'm really proud of, and there's a lot of friendships I've made as a result of it that really mean a lot to me. No question, it's made my life a family better place. But it's not the same as that book on the shelf, especially when the book is something that I think matters much more than I do.
Yeah, there's a permanence to it. There's a seriousness to laying down the words on paper.
Yeah.
Like really giving them thought.
Yeah.
But podcast, I mean, I'm a huge fan of podcasts. You don't listen to podcasts much. You're just fascinated into.
Yeah, like at all. I don't know how mine is so successful. That's just great. Yeah.
Yeah. I just love the medium. I love the authenticity, the realness of the medium. That's really nice.
I understood it's starting to click because, like my pal Blair White, she was just on Rogan, and the first 10 minutes, I was so angry, like I was sitting there like yelling at the screen, because Joe and Blair, you would think that they're going to start talking about Trump or trans issues or moving to Austin. They start talking about shark reproduction.
Yeah.
And none of these dumbasses knew anything about it. And I know a lot about it. And they're like, oh, is it like this? Like the sharks lay eggs? And I'm sitting there like, if
you don't know why you're talking about this. Why? Why are you talking? And I could also see why people like these shows, because they feel like they're friends with people, like they're sitting in the room. Because I felt like it was never, and I wanted to shake both of them.
So no, what about transforming yourself? Any resolutions like that?
Oh, I'm doing a slight bulk now. So I'm almost at my heaviest weight ever, but I couldn't go to the gym this week because I was under the weather. So that's been a little frustrating, but yeah.
So are we going to get some more modeling pics? What's is there goals there?
So my heaviest, I'm 4'8". The heaviest I've ever been was when, and this is when I was like,
He's exaggerating. He's not.
that's the metric.
Oh, sorry. Are you talking about your height?
Yeah.
Or,
Barely 4'6". So the heaviest I've ever been when I was like really high body fat, because I learned, because I couldn't gain weight as a kid, so when I figured out I could actually gain weight, I was 164.5. So I want to hit 165, and then take it from there. I have a friend, my buddy Taik, and this kid's stronger. Jake. His username on Instagram is stronger, but the number 5 instead of letter. The number 5 instead of letter S. But he does. It looks like it's Photoshop, like your brain can't process it. You know the human flag?
no. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
But he does human flag push-ups.
Wow.
So he is horizontal, parallel to the ground, right? He's holding himself up like a flag, but he can also do this while. So he's moving parallel to the earth, side to side, while it's just crazy.
That's beautiful. So you're interested in that kind of stuff?
No, but I'm saying like he's been helping me out. So like the guy knows what he's doing. He's just a really impressive kid.
I love that kind of stuff, like body weight stuff. So yeah, my primary mode of working out is very like you'll see me on like the professional that with Natalie Portman that it's like a pull-up thing, like push-ups and pull-ups. Very like I'm just missing milk. I like working out at home, just like that. And do body weight stuff, you can go so much with it, and it's super functional for everything else you live in, for life. Living life.
I'm on the other hand, I don't care what functionality. The thing that really bothers me, like I know Joe's thinking of opening a gym, a private gym. There's only like one power cage here at the Golds I go to. I don't know what source, if there's only one or that sometimes people aren't using it. I'm like, no one's doing deadlifts in here? No one? Just me?
Yeah.
It's Golds.
By the way, I don't want to say where. I'll tell you off. But there's a few really like ghetto places around Austin that are just like these shit gyms that nobody wants to go to, but they have a rack, they have some sort of lift heavy, that kind of stuff.
But they 24 hours. That's what they do.
Oh, but they're 24 hours. Like, there's a code.
Okay.
And you just go in.
Okay.
And you stay on the legs.
That's fine.
And then you work out.
I don't want to meet people.
Exactly. Well,
I'm just not sure the people.
sometimes there's people and they're great.
Yeah, like, and I've had fans come up to me goals and they've all been cool, except,
Oh no.
except if I have my headphones on and I'm doing deadlifts, I don't need you to come over, tap my ear, and start giving me critiques about my form.
That's actually happened.
Yes. I'm still angry about it. I'm pulling my 150 in piece, thank you.
Yeah, people are hilarious. That's actually the wildest day ever in my life. That was something happened. And I did something. So I'm working in LA. Andrew Schultz, and Whitney Cummings and Joe Rogan and a bunch of other fascinating people. It's just speaking of weirdos, the comedian, like the reason I find the comedians awesome, one, they're authentic, they're cool people, but they're also just weird. Like, you don't become a comedian and not being like, fucked up in all kinds of different ways. Anyway, so there's the wedding. I'm, me. It was only carbs at the wedding, so I didn't eat for a long time. So I was like already fasted 20 hours, 25 hours. Right, so this whole story of everything that happens is less like 40 hours fasting with Joe Rogan and a lot of whiskey. And so
You were drinking too?
Heavy.
On 40
So it is calories. That's my only source of calories is whiskey. And so I didn't trust myself with carbs when I'm drunk. I still enjoy it. I'll forget. I just enjoy eating like a strict, healthy diet when I'm drunk because I'd rather eat more food that's healthy for me than so anyway, so then we went to Vegas together, and then just kept doing wild thing after another wild thing. Logan opened up for the Cummings. He just like showed up at a party and he was invited to that thing, and we started a fight because some guys said stop spreading, not gonna just stop spreading misinformation. And then we run into David Goggins. This is my first time meeting him. I talked to David a lot once. It was fun. And we were supposed to do a thing together. And this is me trapped out of my mind. Meeting David for the first time. His incredible wife, Logan's wife is there. By the way, Joe Logan's wife, David's wife, made me realize that because they're not, they make their partners better. Yeah. Like that. There's a certain aspect of marriage that I'm afraid of that like, your partner takes you away from life. You don't get to experience life as much. But this was like they were enriching them. I don't know. It was like the work was most powerful support group. It was cool. Anyway, so then of course John Collects is challenges God against the push. I saw this on Instagram. So we're in the middle of your suit. In this suit, in the middle of the casino, there's a crowd gathering. It's Joe Rogan, me and David Goggins, and I'm just doing push-ups with him. And Rogan is like commentating, yelling, and screaming. It's surreal. And just going out to the next thing and next thing and next thing like this. And then drove all the way from Vegas back to LA with Joe and Whitney and his wife. And it was like, what is this? And all of it is done in 24 hours. The one valuable lesson is don't fast and drink like excessively. So I've learned that because what happens is liquor hits your mind. My mind, sorry, I'll speak about my particular mind. Like the intellectual part of my brain got hit really hard, really fast. So I was not able to even more so than usual stitch together sentences. I understood everything well. So like major neighborhood kid. So like meeting David, I want to say so many things. He's so inspiring to me, right? But all I said was like, hello. and I remember like opening my mouth to try to say more, and I was like, and then I would just close my mouth and not be able to say anymore. And then this is why I don't want to get started. Yeah. It removes certain barriers. It allows you to maybe have fun when you wouldn't otherwise, but yeah, definitely a person who is intellectual, eloquence, but I also hate being hungover. The hungover part, that's the worst. Yes, and you also like I did this to myself. Yeah, but it also teaches me that this too shall pass. Because I've been hungover and I've put traffic so many times in my life, makes you realize that all the unpleasant feelings, all you have to do is just wait it out. And I'm fine. It took me a long time to realize that expression means another thing. If things are going great, this too shall pass. Yeah. I always thought about it as being more like, don't worry, things are bad in the past. It's like also like, don't things are going great. It's not gonna be this way forever. That's like the cow said, love is a fog that fades in the first daylight of reality. Somebody look to the left. Oh yeah, look at the wind. Who's we? The good guys. Didn't Hitler also think these are the good guys? You know why? What do you win? Then you think it's permanent. So this one time the good guys winning will last. It won't pass. Because I think all of it passes, unfortunately. I think we're going to win and win big in the not so distant future. Do you have specific things in mind or no? Or just a sense about human civilization, about society waking up? I don't know about waking up, but I think the increased understanding
on all sides of the political spectrum that corporate America and corporate news outlets are self-motivated actors, and those motivations are often inimical to what others would regard as desirable, is something that I think is happening with increasing frequency.
So, what do you think about the political landscape in general? You had a great conversation with Glenn Beck, and he said that he talked to Trump, and he said Donald Trump is definitely running in 2024, or very likely running in 2024. I think he said he thinks he'll have a good chance of winning, or I don't remember that, but the fact he was running was a surprise to you. Do you think Donald Trump will be running in 2024?
Given that Glenn Beck has a much better relationship with Trump than I do with Glenn Conley, if Glenn Beck is certain this is going to happen, I would defer to Glenn Beck's judgment. Do you think he has a chance of winning? Do you think he'll win? Anyone in a binary political system who's the nominee has a chance. Whoever the Republican Democrat has a chance. I think also it's a lot easier to vote for someone that you have voted for in the past. So that's why comments have a big advantage. It's not a psychological barrier to cover. I think it's also useful for Trump that he's banned from social media, because then he doesn't have to have the responsibility of governing and all the costs of that, because no matter what decisions you make while governing, some people aren't going to like that. So he gets to kind of be above the radar, or below the radar rather, to some extent. I don't think it's at all a given that he would get the nomination. When I say the good guys are going to win, I certainly don't mean Donald Trump. I don't think victory is going to come as a consequence of Washington.
Do you want to make America great again?
I think America is great. So,
This might have failed the team.
one of many. There are also hats that Giuliani and Jim Jeffords wore that said, people can look this up, they said that they were in the south border, make Mexico great again also. Like, that to me was like thinking, I guess the syntax there.
Okay. So you don't even think you might get that nomination? Who else might?
I mean, if you had asked 3 years out who the nominee in 2020 would be, Donald Trump wasn't even, or 2016 rather, wasn't even on the radar screen. So we have a long way to go. DeSantis,
It's a long way to go.
Yeah. Especially because we're coming out of COVID, there might be some governor who becomes a rock star for some reason. Maybe someone's gonna have some congressman might have some big moment where they're screaming at somebody, and all of a sudden they become a rock star in the Republican Party.
Or could be one of the celebrities. Think about Donald Trump is essentially not a political figure before.
Right, exactly.
So it could be any of the famous right-leaning celebrities. I don't even know which one
I think he's the lefty.
or you see running Democrats, but like people like that, just like that.
Yeah, I don't think they have that much of a chance. I think the Republican Party's asymmetry. They'd be much more skeptical of like an actor than a Democrat would be, because they would regard an actor as coming as a kind of candidate or whatever.
Right, but there's other kinds like Jockey who runs as a Republican.
That's a good example, yeah.
That would be interesting. So military person.
Right, yeah. But already, like, for example, Dr. Oz is thinking of running first. He's going to run for the state of Pennsylvania. And there's already been a lot of research, people slamming him on Twitter and social media for past positions he's taken. So, for DeSantis is the figure of the moment, but Scott Walker was the figure of the moment in the 2016 cycle, and he didn't even make it to Iowa.
Yeah, and I wonder what role does COVID play in all of this, right? In terms of, I'm mostly optimistic and hopeful about the world. Like when I look at the world, I'm excited by most things. I've been a little bit or a lot disappointed by the lack of great leadership in a time of trouble. To me, one of the great things about a difficult time is it brings out great leaders. and it's the up and down things. Like you don't want to ask, you don't want to ask for pandemics, but when they happen, it's a great opportunity for the human spirit to flourish. And the fact that it didn't quite the way that I hoped it would is disappointing. I think there's still time too, because people are still trying to figure out what to do as we emerge from the fog. So I'm excited about it. But somebody said this dark, cynical thing. I hope this is not true, but like that there was some doubt about the results of the election in 2020. That in 2024, both sides they would just start becoming standard to completely reject the results of an election, no matter who wins.
Well, that's my perspective. I don't regard elections as legitimate. And I see what you're saying, not in the terms of that basically the process itself is illegitimate.
Yes, but it's like cheating or something.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty much a given. It has been a given. Like I see the Republicans often say, "Oh, they got to listen to this vote," or the Democrats say the vote machines are hacked, or the media, so on and so forth. Because despite all the people flapping their guns about democracy, they only like democracy when it gets the results that they want.
Can I ask you about something else that Glenn Beck said that I thought was really interesting? I agree with that very much. And it was refreshing to hear, although he kind of made it turn into a point about why Trump is great or whatever. But the point was the following, which is he doesn't want to talk to anybody. He can't say this one nice thing about everyone. So, like, if you don't like Donald Trump, you don't like Joe Biden, you should still be able to say one nice thing, like legitimate nice, not just like a dismissive nice thing, but legitimately say what one nice thing you did, or or to the eyes of the person. Not like saying Donald Trump is funny, but legitimately, you really mean it. And it's been really troubling for a few people are famous to think about it. I had a lot of people, I think I tweeted like this leading up to the election, saying like you should be able to say something nice about both Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And I've had friends. I don't want to say specifics, I guess, to call them out, but several people, one in particular, wrote me this long, like several page email. Sam Harris. Yeah. But I have a lot of conversations with Sam Harris now, Joe on both sides. Yeah, I did that one, the angel on both nights. I don't know which one is which, but just the angel. They're both devils. And they said, how could you even consider like that there's something positive about Donald Trump? It's just an easy one. He has 3 wives with 3 kids of each, but they don't get kids get along. I think that's really commendable that Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump and Barrett get along with each other, given the circumstances. I think that speaks to something as someone as a father. So on the family level, and I see the same thing with actually one of the reasons I always found Joe Biden fascinating. He's had a lot of really traumatic news in his life, yeah. And if I shit my pants if I'm close, I make trouble positive. I'm talking to Matt Control about something sensitive that is a man suffering with a loss. I know what he feels like right now. Pretending to control. This chair's ripping. Sorry, Lon. You have to sit in it. Why is this chair? I don't know if I'm sitting small. Look, so you have some show. Can you afford it? I'll send you a testament. Pretty good Elon version. But yeah, I mean, like one criticism I told Joe, Rogan, it's like he has trouble finding one positive thing to say about Joe Biden, for example. And I don't like that. I'm a big believer in the shit sandwich. Sticking out topic. Here's an easy one. I think Joe Biden clearly is a very amiable person. Like, what's the movement?
Gets along with people. Like, it seems really clear that maybe before president, because it's different with the president, but that he could call a lot of these Republican senators, get them on the phone, and have a conversation with them.
Yeah, it's not some kind of manipulation.
To some extent, it is because they're all politicians, but he clearly seemed to get he wasn't like an ideologue.
Yeah. I mean, but maybe I'm a sucker for that kind of thing, but the blue collar thing, like riding the train, there's ways to connect with people and not seeing them as equals, no matter where their walks of life are. And I love it when presidents do that. To some degree, because of the wealth under which Donald Trump existed for a lot of his recent life, he's less able to do that quite naturally. Maybe sometimes Obama wasn't quite able to.
Question: who's more blue collar, Trump or Biden? And you can usually make a case for both of them.
You could, not the blue collar, but like literally be able to fit in at a bar, at a local bar, and just like
I can see both of them.
and you have to people. And I think that Obama doesn't quite.
No, because he's got that Ivy League.
Yeah, the Ivy League thing. Yeah, you're right. Somehow Donald Trump can.
No, he's right. You have an issue with the guys who don't scream. This is bullshit. Change the channel.
Yeah. I hope people do that because that's one of the most unpleasant things is they're not able to empathize with the fact that half the country voted for him.
Well, it's also then it's just a bad strategy. If you can't figure out why half the country is voting for someone you regard as like a demon, well, then how are you going to supposed to fight this people? Like, when I get your reader, the North Korea talk, it's like, don't you want to understand how these people get to where they got? It's like, no one's saying that he's a good person, but there's a logic to this medicine of madness.
You've talked about national reforms sometimes. I've seen it a couple of things, and I said where you responding to articles, and it was kind of cool. Do you talk about this idea of national divorce as a stance today? Arguing for it, maybe if you could, just like out of curiosity in the context of us, maybe because Steel Man arguing against.
So I was the first one to kind of bring this issue back into the national conversation. I wrote a piece for Observer in 2016. Then Jesse Kelly had a piece right after that. David Boy just recently did a piece on his Substack earlier this year. And it's become enough of a mainstreamed idea that paleontology outlets like National Review have felt the need to respond to them. So the point being that America has had at least two cultures since the beginning, and that there's actually no reason, and these cultures in recent years, and this was in 2016, not much in 2021, have been increasingly antagonistic toward one another, and have even lost the ability to communicate and using language in place. And but there's no reason for this to continue further. And yes, you live your life, because goodbye and good luck. There's no harm, no ill will. Now, there's lots of arguments against them. Some of those are completely, I think, stupid. The stupidest one is, well, that's what China wants. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to live my life saying I'm just going to do the opposite of whatever China wants. That's not logic. That's not a good pathway. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but that's not the reasonable way.
Yeah, you bring up China and Russia. That's exactly what China and Russia. But sort of the strong way to phrase that is it weakens America, like not just the one America, but like both sides in the divorce will be much weaker than they individually were together. So in that sense, not that you have to care about what China thinks, but like it's a big step backwards.
Yes, I think in the short term it is absolutely a big step backwards in terms of power. There's no question that when you're trying to reestablish a society, there's going to be a transition period. That transition period is going to be costly. Each side starts wondering, wait a minute, why are we still doing this? We don't have to anymore. We're not living with them, so on and so forth. So that's going to be a concern. I don't think that the whole point of America, or even a large primary point of America, is to be a bulwark against Chinese power. And there's going to be very few people on Earth, given my work, who have as much informed hatred and contempt for the Chinese government as I do. Certainly, next to the North Korean people, maybe people from Eritrea. There's few populations who are as worried about as people under the rule of the Red Chinese. My steelman argument is there's no way this is going to be peaceful because the lines don't separate out well. So all you're doing is basically just replicating the problem because the disparity isn't between, during the Civil War, North and South. It's like between New York City and upstate New York, or between Chicago, downstate Chicago. Once you get outside of LA and like Sacramento, California, in many ways like Kentucky, so it doesn't make sense. So that's a strong argument.
And I mean, you've talked about that this process would be painful, right? It can't be painful. And we're not just talking about violence. It could be just, even the Civil War, you could divide it, I mean, somewhat, obviously, the kind of national divorce you might be suggesting is so people are living amongst each other, so you have to literally have no, it's complicated.
Right, so that is a very strong argument, I think a cogent argument against it. Two is, it's not just China, it's that there's a lot of bad actors in the world who maybe aren't. Like China certainly wants to carry itself and have an appearance, at least, on the world stage as civilized and a leader. There's lots of smaller countries who, without us, are going to feel comfortable doing some very nefarious things. And they're not going to be scared of us anymore. And so that would be bigger concern in many regards than China. So I think that's a reasonable one. It could be that both sides, if this happens, are going to, instead of work toward better, or things that make each side bad, would get worse.
Yeah.
And that's, having those push towards the malevolent extremes is, I think, a very legitimate criticism and a concern.
I mean, as you suggested, there's no guarantee that won't happen.
Correct at all. Also, there's I think a reasonable argument to make is like, are you America just as a symbol, the myth of America, and I don't mean myth in a negative sense. Do you really want to throw down the garbage? Right? This meant a lot for a lot of people and a lot for history. You're just going to be like, okay, good work. We're done here. Let's shut the lights. So that's, I think, a reasonable argument. So those are the biggest ones, I would say.
And still, what is the case for that divorce along which line? So, like, in making the case for national divorce if it is desired, based on which kind of ideas carry?
Honestly, I don't know that it has to be idea based. Like, for example, when Czechoslovakia broke up, when Norway and Sweden broke up, it wasn't really ideological. It was more cultural. So I would say divorce into two, but it would probably make more sense if it's like five, because the Northeast, certainly New England, has their own culture. The West Coast has their own kind of culture. The thing is, any kind of persuasion technique, right? Like, once people are there's a difference between convincing someone they want to buy a car and what features you want. So if you're at the point where we're arguing about the features, then my work here is done. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a dog in the fight in terms of what it's going to look like. I just want to get to the point where you're at least considering seriously the idea of breaking up America. And I would encourage people to go look at my articles to see, which I'm sure the arguments still hold 5 years later.
Do you have a kind of vision of which of the two or which of the five? Like, do you actually have specific cultures?
I'll tell you exactly. If I told you, and everyone listening, in 2014, we weren't that long ago, so long ago, which of these two things is more likely to happen? 2014. Texas secedes, or declares secession from America, or Donald Trump gets elected president. Everyone's voting for Texas. Like, in terms of prediction, which is more likely. So we have this one. So it's not all likely.
I don't know if that logic works. You can't just say, here's an unlikely thing that happened, therefore anything can happen.
I just said, you just earlier said anything can happen except
Like the suffering, I wasn't listening to half the things you're saying.
You said it.
I said it.
Yes, you said anything can happen.
I'm definitely not. I'm like you with podcasts. I do a podcast, but I don't listen to it. That's how I thought it was. Okay. So I can happen, but which, I guess I'm asking, would you stay in Texas?
100%. Yeah.
Texas.
And that's one for this probably would be fun. Yeah, I'm going to be the first president of Texas.
I attended a debate between Jan Brooks and Elon. a zone. I don't know if you know that.
The nationalist guy,
Yeah, he was so-called the virtue of national.
I read that book.
And then actually in the podcast, they did a debate.
Oh, they both run here?
Mm-hmm. Okay. It was quite interesting. And I tried to wear my Michael Mouse hat. So
You're wearing it now.
Pretty fun now. Yeah. It's funny because the metaphor applies across all of these levels of collectivism. So he was arguing that for the power of nation, so he would be arguing against national divorce. But he was also arguing for marriage, the power of actual marriage between individuals. Like, I think he's a conservative. I know what I really like about him is there's a clear philosophy of conservatism that he expresses, and I think a lot of people get behind that philosophy because to me, like conservatism and liberalism often is very used loosely. Yes, he has a clear philosophy that he's expressing there, and it's grounded in tradition. He has a lot of value in tradition. So it's the thing you said about America, like one of the arguments against national divorce is like, listen, we've been at it for a while. Like there is a value in the fact that we've been at it for a while. Don't just throw it all away. He says like philosophically, in a lot of walks of life, revolution should be avoided as much as possible. I agree. So it's kind of interesting. He makes the case that there's something fundamentally powerful about the nation that we it's a nice way to keep the culture. And so national divorce goes against that. Do you find some aspect of the virtue of nationalism, as you put it, powerful?
Well, powerful in a good sense, or
In a good sense, sorry, yeah, in a good sense. Like,
well, yeah,
it brings up the best.
I don't know what the best, but it certainly brings up good things. I have that line I always say about I love my country. I hate the government because I love my country.
Yeah. There is a love of country.
I think it's, but I don't know that that's the. I think it's also the case because the country happens to be America. Like I don't know if I was living in, whatever. I don't want to insult someone's country. Again, if I was living in Canada, I don't know that it'd be much of an
There's
issue.
a guy who calls basically every other country shithole country.
Yeah, that's true. That's the fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's either there's two types of countries: Texas or shitholes.
Oh wow, you went full Texas. So you're okay burning the Northeast to the ground at this point.
Okay, I'm hoping for it. What they've done to New York City, I will never forget these people. And I hope that they suffer enormously consequences for what they've done to New York. It's unforgivable. It's unconscionable. The assault they've done, and no remorse over how many creative outlets that they've destroyed.
Yeah, it's the cultural hub, cultural center of the world.
It's just New York was this was the place where you go to put up your shingle and move the needle and make things happen. And I would understand if it was like, okay, we gotta suffer through this for a year, but we're gonna make sure that all these businesses have a kind of safety net to make sure that they kind of get through and survive this, which they did to the banks in 2008, for example. And I'm saying this as an anarchist, and there's none of that. So I would burn it down and salt the earth. Because it's like watching like a zombie. It's unnatural. It's an abomination.
So obviously, sort of on the white pill side of things, I don't know about you, but I have a sense that both Silicon Valley, that for me personally, maybe I have the same intensity of feelings you feel about New York. It's just disappointing to see it be consumed with cynicism and a lot of other paralyzing forces. But I still hope for that place. I think it's the your kind of tradition cult that through momentum the strong reemerges. So like I have hope for New York. I think New York will continue, like not maybe on the scale of years, but the scale of decades, be ups and downs where it reemerges as a cultural center. I just can't imagine a place like New York, like Paris. There's going to be long stretches of time where it leads the world.
But Paris has not been a cultural hub for a very long time. the days of Matisse and Picasso and Gertrude Stein are long gone.
It still is a hub.
Even London is it like
But what is that? London is Paris.
Yeah, but London, right?
London is still a place. It's a tech hub, it's a fashion hub, it's a music hub, and it's still a pretty strong hub.
Yeah, but not like during the Beatles era, right? It's not like or during the Sex Pistols era.
But it could be just a tremendous size of the past. Because what is a hub then?
No, it's not really. It's not really a sense of the past because a hub is the place where everyone on Earth are all eyes on you. So in the late '60s, in the mid '60s, in the British invasion, the Kinks and all these other bands coming out of Great Britain, like they were the innovators. This was the place that was happening.
Well, in that sense, like,
And Brooklyn, 50 years ago.
but I guess maybe in that sense, in the 21st century, geographical hubs are becoming a thing of the past. So like, you can be a hub in digital space now. So like, it's not. Maybe you'll never have.
I don't think. I think there will always be. What I'm saying, digital space easier for let's suppose Cleveland to be a hub, right? Because all you need like 10 people who have to live in Cleveland or Akron was a hub.
All it takes is 10 to 50 people
Yeah.
to create and maybe even less. Maybe it's just 2 or 3 or 4
But
pieces.
there's been no shortage of articles talking about Austin and what's happening here. And I know some of Joe's plans, and you and I, and Blair, and all these other people that we know, my buddy Andrew. When he moved here, he's just one of the best people I know. I'm really, really excited.
Can I ask you some weird thing about friendship?
Of course.
Because you mentioned Sam is with the hair to you.
Didn't that bother you how he went after Joe? But it's like, oh, in case you guys have brain damage watching Brogan's last episode, like, here's the answer.
It's all like Jake's like that.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I do like that either. I think Sam doesn't like it either by himself.
Okay.
He regrets those things.
Because it's very easy to say from his perspective, look, this isn't the full side. Logan is sharing the full side story. Here's the other side of the story. Please watch this and be informed. That's a very easy thing to say.
Yeah, I don't quite understand. So they do this about each other now. I'll put 3 people on the table, which is Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, and Brett Weinstein. And they have a way of talking like the other person is creating a lot of harm. Like, publicly say things like that. And I understand there's emotion in it. But, like, these are human beings that are friends of yours.
Like, I'll go the other way. Let's suppose it is true that Joe was doing a lot of harm spreading misinformation. Being sarcastic isn't going to be persuasive. Whereas if you're like, he's wrong, here's the facts, or here's what he informed, to me, then I'm not Sam Harris. He's got a big audience for this.
No, he's human.
Okay,
Well, have you seen the Twitter lately? I mean, you have a lot of fun on Twitter. I feel like Twitter lets.
I've never done that with someone I'm friends with. I never would.
Okay, let's put that on record.
It is on record.
Me,
because if there's an issue with you, I'm getting you on the phone.
Yeah. Good. I mean,
because then I'm not backing into a corner publicly. It doesn't make any sense for each of it.
Yeah, and actually, Brett Weinstein tweeted something, sort of criticizing something. I already forgot what, but he texted me first saying, like, is it okay if I tweet this?
Yeah.
And I said, yep. Like, I was excited.
Yeah.
But I think there's some level of just be compassionate privately and be compassionate publicly. Like,
civil.
So, for some reason I don't like the word civility because it's like polite. I do like it's
be cordial.
No, what I mean is like it seems phony to you. It seems phony. Like you should really be loved in whatever way. So even if you're rough with the other person, you should still show like respect and love for that person. And that gets back to the Russian rooms when they're yelling at each other, but they still love it underneath it. I mean, the question I want to ask you is, I think you and I have a different view on some things. Okay. We have a different approach to things, just on the surface level, but also a different view on some things. Like, I have a lot of hope for institutions. I have so maybe it's a gut instinct. Like your gut instinct is like centers of power are like burn them down first, and then let's figure it out.
Sure.
Or maybe that's a funny and rough way of saying
No,
it.
that's about right.
And then for me, it's like no, let's understand the institution slowly. Revolutions from within versus revolutions from without, and but like we can have those disagreements. Like, there may be times when those disagreements will be. I can see in the future. I can see I'll be attacked by my friend Michael Malice, which I very much look forward to it. Well, not attack, but you know what I mean, on the surface level, in the idea space. Anyway, if you're shaking your head now, you know, I guess maybe this also goes to Sam Harris and Joe Rogan. I would love to be able to disagree in big ways and important things, and still be close friends. And I don't understand why those should be contradictions.
Yeah.
And that's the tension. That's been the most heartbreaking thing to me about Sam and Brett and Joe. In the case of Brett, it's me. I don't know Brett, so I'm just like looking as somebody who just enjoys having these voices out there. And it seems like COVID just brought out the worst in many folks. And it just feels like it's so sad to me to see their friendship somewhat deteriorating. Or maybe I'm just being
no, it seems clearless. It's very hated enormously.
It's sad. That's the case.
Yeah, so I've had people come at me because I'm friends with you. And they were like, oh, Lex authored some paper about masks. I didn't even know that was there for a don't care. I always say and mean, I don't care whether someone agrees with me, I care how they treat me. And it goes the other way. Because I'll have a lot of people on Twitter who are like, oh, I'm on your team, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know you. You're not like me. And just because you happen to agree with me, it's of no value to me. Like, I don't know you, and I'm registered to know you. Many of my friends, I don't know what their politics are. I don't care. Like, I care how we hang out, we have a good time, we watch dumb movies, watch YouTube, go to the store, whatever. I don't know what your politics are. I don't care what your politics are. Chris Williamson, you know, he's just here. He's living in Austin. I only learned what his politics are in the last week. We chat like almost every day because he took the world's smallest political quiz. And he figured out what his answers were. I had no idea what he was on. So obviously, Marxist. Yeah, that's good. So like stuff like that, like never and people. I think because politics is often so tribal, especially now, they'll be like, "Oh, I could never be friends with someone who voted for X." Really? What if they're like grandma worked in that campaign? What if if this? You can't think of one steelman argument why this would happen. What if they just want to spite their boss? So I don't like that approach at all. It makes no sense to me.
You can still have debates. Like I would still like to have that conversation. I still have disagreements. Like I disagree with Joe on COVID a lot, on a bunch of different things. Very kind of, but it's never like it's not tense at all. It's just isn't that the arrogance that a lot of COVID conversations seem to have, like talking down to people from both directions. It's so I would love to have those because I love to debate. I love debates.
It takes a lot to get me triggered. And when the Babylon Bee were interviewing Elon, and he had this thing, he goes, "Well, I don't know anyone who wants to, abolish the FDA and the FAA." And I'm standing there, and I'm shaking, and the guys look at me, and they're like, "Oh, we actually have an anarchist here." And the example he used was, like if playing football, you're gonna have a referee there, and you want the referee. You want the referee to start playing the game. It was a good thing. And I was sitting there like, the referee doesn't work for the state.
Yeah.
The referee is a private individual working for this organization.
Yeah.
And there's no reason at all that food quality, which is something crucially important, has to be or can only be delivered through the state and a government monopoly.
That's actually really interesting. Just going on that, just a little bit with the vaccine stuff like that, with the antiviral drugs, the FDA. So, like, are you confident? Like, who should be the referee?
Right.
Do you have an idea? Like, what's the best referee for the vaccine? It's just the market. Just let people decide.
This is tricky because the thing that I've not been following COVID as closely as Joe and Sam, as Mr. Harris, excuse me, and Mr. Musk. The point is, when anything like this is developing, there's going to be a lot of misinformation out there, even from the scientists, because it's a dynamic process. They don't know what they're dealing with. A lot of it has to be speculative. They don't know long-term effects because it hasn't been around for a long time. So I think it is very dangerous when, when Joe was mocked for taking a laundry list of things under his doctor's advice, and they kind of latched onto the ivermectin, and then they specifically said it was horse paste, although it's veterinary medicine. Why did they say dog paste or cat paste? It's like, well, he's not dead. So, and he's also taking drugs which are used in other circumstances. At the very least, maybe they're pointless, but if the drug is being allowed for pharmaceutical reasons, the odds are quite low that they're going to have deleterious side effects in general. So I think this kind of insistence that there has to be a officially approved outcome that we're all doing, that is kind of dangerous thinking in general.
By the way, I don't know if you saw, I got a chance to talk to the Pfizer CEO, and I had helped collecting questions. I got a lot of questions. People put at the top a question from Michael Malice.
Oh, really?
No, ask him what he likes best about me.
Oh, what does he like best? Yeah.
So I actually had that on my list of questions I was going to ask him. And my plan was I'll ask him. Michael Malice was what he liked best about him. And then my guess would he'd be like, who? And I'd be like, exactly. And then go on. But I thought, like, how it was such a tense conversation that I thought there would be no
question for levity. The question I would ask him is, can you acknowledge that there is an enormous incentive for your company to force everyone in America or everyone on Earth to be a consumer of your product? Yeah. That's my question.
So I danced around that question for quite a while. Like, it's, I phrased it differently, which is a conflict of interest and potential between making a lot of money and actually helping people. And I mean, I've asked a lot of really good questions of that, and and a lot of people wrote to me with support saying, like, that was a really great conversation, and a lot of people wrote saying that, it was just too soft. And I don't know, I think about that a lot, like, how do you have that conversation? I don't think it was too soft. And actually, just for the record, I want to say that they didn't see any of the questions I'm asking. They didn't see the final interview. I can ask anything I want. And so any questions that I asked and failed to ask is my own shortcomings. Also, not being a coward, I was afraid of nothing. Like, what do I have to gain or lose exactly?
Well, you have something to lose, because I always do soft guys, because if I'm going to make it difficult for someone to come to my show, a lot of people will be disincentivized to do the show, because like, well, I don't need this.
I said, oh yeah, I wasn't like that, but I don't like to, what I think some fraction of folks wanted me to do is to yell at a person, like, criticize them, not even ask questions.
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah, but to me, my goal, my hope is with these conversations is not just to do how great you are and all that kind of stuff, is to bring out some deeper truth. Like, the beautiful things is when you can together realize the truth, like you mentioned, that, the incentive to for everyone to take the vaccine is obviously high for the maker of the vaccine.
Yeah.
Right? And for them, I would together, like, that is a really difficult truth to operate under. Like, for example, I had a whole exchange with him about, this is Jordan Peterson asked this question, and I used that as a kind of springboard, which is the kind of open doors between the FDA, the CDC, and Pfizer, right? Like, some people work at Pfizer and then go to, like, that day, and then vice versa. And I brought up, my safe space, maybe yours too. Just going back to the Soviet Union to look at the lessons of human nature and corruption. I said like this, not there's two things. This looks bad, and two, this naturally leads to corruption. And I pushed this with several questions, but polite and respectful. He ultimately said, there's rules. There's the rule of law. We strict rules about this. And we have to follow those rules. Otherwise, you get punished severely. So, like, his response is, like, people reacted to them as, like, okay, that's the CEO doing the political, but there's also truth to what he's saying. That one of the beautiful things about America is that you can criticize the rule of law currently. It's still it's better than the Soviet Union, where people bribed each other. But still, he made it seem like there's no corruption.
People often ask me why I describe myself as an anarchist and not an anarcho-capitalist, because they think my views are more in line with that school of anarchism. And one of the other reasons you just gave me a good one is that if I am talking to someone who's a major CEO, I have that hardcore left anarchist view that this person is, if not the devil, certainly going to be sinister at the very least. And if you can't say, listen, this happens inevitably with elites, it happens in universities, it happens in the industry, there's only so many people at the top of these things, so the field is small, and everyone's going to know each other, but it's kind of, just the dynamics of any market, that would kind of be more reasonable. Just say, it's easy to caricature us because you're not in the boardroom, but you're not, we are trying to produce a product that people want. So, unlike the people who criticize me, I wasn't bothered by most things, but I was bothered by the fact that he showed more worry about the corrupting nature of money and power. If you say that there's no corruption, you should show that because we constantly worry about it, right? Not because, look, there's rules. And try to enforce by you. Yeah, exactly. So, I think the only way to avoid or find the corruption force power is to freak out about it nonstop. The impression I always get from people like him, and I haven't seen the interview and I won't be watching it, is they're genuinely convinced of the good guys. And if you're the good guy, sure, corruption is a concern theoretically. But I know this guy at the FDA. I know this senator. Sure, we disagree. Maybe some things I don't like. But in terms of corrupt, they're not getting briefcases full of money. They're not going to sell a vaccine that kills people in Georgia. So yeah, it's a concern theoretically, but this is 21st century. The thought process, I think, writes itself.
I think, having the humility, I do sometimes make it at this destructive level, thinking that I might be doing bad in the world, I might be wrong, I might not kind of think is very. You should do at least some of that, not to a point being paralyzed a little bit. You're in the right mindset to ask people for advice. Okay, you're in this compassionate, thoughtful mood. I like it. Compassionate, thoughtful mood. So for future conversations like that. So the person that offered a conversation that at first I avoided, but might be trying to is Anthony Fauci. So Anthony Fauci, but then there's also Trump and Biden, things people like that. If you have them in your show, or just giving me advice how to talk to them, what do you think is the right way to talk to them? I forget about future guests. I like to get at something new, together. So get at something, not for views or likes or clicks or any of that, but just go with something new with the moral conversation.
Well, let's take those one at a time. So if I was talking to Trump, I told Ruben to ask Trump this, and he didn't. What I wanted to know is, what's the look on your face when you're sending this speech, right? Because I imagine him on the toilet with his phone, right? Are you cracking yourself up? Are you just completely stoic? And that Trump little smirk he does. So when you get someone to open up about their emotion and about something they're passionate about, I think that breaks down some barriers. It's really of bottom, yeah.
But really, that's not a style like this. It's very special to do that.
Well, I told him to say Michael Menzel. Biden, that would be a tough one because Biden doesn't get enough credit for what a good politician is. There was this moment you can see on YouTube where Biden is addressing a group of people and get someone there, and he goes, "Why don't you stand up so everyone can give you a hand?" And the guy was in the wheelchair, and the guy's like, "Oh," and like instantly he goes, "You know what? We're all gonna stand up for you." And he makes everyone get up and applaud the guy. I'm like, that's quick. Like, yeah, you made it for yourself. So he is a glad-hander. In many ways, he's more distinguished than Trump was. Like, Trump made the point that he knows all the good people, but Biden knows how to shake hands.
Well, I think with both, Trump, and Biden, like you mentioned earlier, to me at least, their family is fascinating. The dynamic as a family and as a father. So
I think that Biden won't acknowledge his illegitimate grandkid is a problem for me. But at the same time, I can see why you think it's off limits to ask. Because that's the thing when dealing with people that powerful, they're not used to having to answer questions, which might be perfectly nice, but cause them to freak the hell out.
That's the tricky thing when talking to people, as you know, some topics are off limit, not in that they draw lines, but they just personality.
Yeah.
So you can trust me because I've talked to you on 3 times now. You better believe I brought up how far do you think that got? You could just see how big something was. We did exactly kind of go by back and forth and just like shut down. So yeah, I worry about them. Those that's the thing that makes me fascinating. Those two. The culture, the dynamic, complexities of all that, like having children, sometimes you like children too, and then Trump, interesting dynamic, it's very different kids, like all kind of interesting, different ways of thinking, connection with all of them, and also letting them flourish individually, is fascinating.
But I also want to ask Trump to enable the president's in order, which there's no intention. But I'd also want to know, I think he knows who the second president is. John Adams, he knows. I think when it gets between Ulysses Grant and the Kennedy, that's what real spoke up. That window is tough.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the one window where
he's going to be able to get back to FDR, no question.
I have to, my sense is Donald Trump, and this is not, I would say, criticism, is he doesn't have a depth of knowledge or more importantly, curiosity about history.
Yeah, but if you're old enough, you're going to at least remember the presidents in your lifetime.
In your life, then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'll get a president to FDR pretty easily.
Yeah, okay, sure. I think that FDR is the other direction. Yeah. But yeah, from a political perspective, like having a conversation about politics goes there's interesting elements, interaction between Donald Trump and Putin, not the interaction, like not the stupid journalistic stuff, but it's clear to me that he is a student of power.
Oh, for sure.
And like he enjoys the game of power.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting because to me, the reason he admires Putin is it's another player in the game of power.
And I think why so many people hate him, Trump, is that he demonstrated to a lot of Americans how much of a con job most of politics is, and how people just say what they need to do, but behind closed doors, people are just and he exposed them to that. I'd also, I think Biden would be a tougher interview than Trump because I feel like Biden's more slippery in many ways. He's much more of a constant politician. He's been in the Senate since the early 70s, since he was like 30 or 35, whatever it was. So he'd have his little kind of pat answers. There was Larry King, who was certainly a softball interviewer. I don't begrudge him that at all. I remember it was very, very vividly. I think it was the 2008 cycle. He asked Hillary, "Why do so many people hate you? Why do you think so many people?" And she just goes like, "Oh, well, I take tough stances on the." And he cut her off. He goes, "Other people take those stances. But why they hate you?" And I was really impressed with him that he didn't let her off the hook.
That to me is great. But then some people say that's still too softball because they would want him to start listing, I don't know, droning, like all the things that Hillary Clinton has criticized.
Yeah, but then she's done this many times. She's very good at this. She'll be like, "Look, I've addressed all these in the past. If you want to start rehashing Republican talking points, you can go back to interviews.
Yeah, I think it's counterproductive.
Yeah.
So what about more prescient? I mean, I can't believe I'm walking this fire for no good reason whatsoever. But Anthony Fauci. So let me tell you why I care about Anthony Fauci. Because I care a lot about science and the way science is viewed in society, and not just with this one person, but I him and certain members of the scientific community that was responsible for managing the response to COVID, I think are somewhat or entirely responsible for a significant decrease in trust in science.
There's no question.
In the past couple of years,
The poll that just came out this week that said the numbers just collapsed.
and if you don't blame him for it, I personally blame him for not improving the problem. So there's definitely would be a harsh conversation that we had, and I think I want to have it. But how do we do it? It's tough.
Yeah.
Because, again, politicians, these political answers, if they get too frustrated too quickly, they will not explore these difficult things with you. They'll just shut down. But then if you say to me nice thing, it's because I should also say Anthony Fauci is an incredible career. Like, there's several hours of conversation to be had about how amazing of a person he is.
Well, I would also be concerned about the AIDS stuff.
Yes.
Because that's something that's criticized about. And I wouldn't come at it aggressively. I would say, let's set the record straight. This is some of the criticism you get, blah, blah, blah. Your role in the AIDS crisis. Let's talk about this. And this is something that is an important part of American history. There was a pandemic. And it was localized in certain populations. And that population, of course, that these very much told to run the block, you have to deal with this. So how did you deal with that? Were you scared of getting it? But also, there was that comment when, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a Fauci expert, when he basically they told people not to wear masks, or they lied about it to some extent because they said that people could run out of them or something like that. They were being inaccurate. I would nail him on that. I would let's address this. Being dishonest, if there's some conflict, it's important to be dishonest, whatever. Also, I would ask him how, as someone who's not a politician, whether his level of fame and adulation has gotten to his head. How do you have a perspective when how does it feel when the sitting senator tells you that you should be in prison? Do you think Ted Cruz means it, or do you think Ted Cruz just playing his face?
Yeah. I like to think. I would love to see I mean, that puts me like YouTube, that puts me like me. When you start getting more pay and more money and power, are you aware of that, like, how does that change? Like, it gets like, in the privacy of your mind, mental malice, like, how did you change now that you got these more attention, let's say? Or even successful books, like, take yourself back to the, the early 20s, the mid 20s person. How are you different from that person? Are you the same person or are you totally different? That's an interesting thought. Is Putin the same person in 2020 as he was in 2010 and then in 2000? It's a non-trivial, almost like.
And then the other thing with the LI is this is the dynamic system. Like on the one hand, he's going to want to say we've got it right every time, right? But then how's that even possible when you're dealing with an evolving, unknown, dynamic situation? When did you guys get it wrong? That was our lives lost. You feel guilty about that.
I mean, the big problem with the mask is changing mind on the mask is the arrogance and how it's communicated. A lot of this boils down to how things are communicated. It's obvious that you just change your mind to make sure. Sometimes, yes, you take policies that are like, we know the truth or we're going to lie for a particular reason, like you have good intentions, but you're not able to communicate that later if you made a mistake.
Or even ask him, can you understand how a rational person might choose not to vaccine?
Yes, yes, yes.
And if you can't steel man that, then that's the situation.
That's a good test, and I've tried, and some people succeed and some people fail. They need to really steel man, they understand that somebody should be hesitant about taking a vaccine. Yeah, it's a giant mess, man. this podcasting it's just a fun little conversation, but you also have the responsibility. I don't know. I don't know how Joe does it.
I don't think Joe cares as much as you do. It's more fun for him in a sense, and he's less concerned about this. I mean, he's not unconcerned with the cultural impact, but for him, it's just more throwing out. Yeah. Like, he doesn't do as much stuff. He doesn't come in with 3 pages of single-spaced, questions.
Yeah,
And that's why he's talking to Blair White for 10 minutes about whether sharks lay eggs without knowing.
you're the one triggered person. He did. Maybe he trolled the troll.
Well, it worked. He did.
The sharks lay eggs. I'd like to get updated 20 versions of Michael Malice giving advice to young people.
Okay.
So there's, God forbid, high school students, college students listening to you and looking to you for advice. What advice would you give them about career and about life, how to live a life to be proud of?
This happens a lot because I have my locals community, ROTHSCHILD.com. There's a lot of young people in there. So I'll give them a meta piece of advice. Don't ask your friends for advice because you're an idiot at your age, and they're all idiots. And they don't want to seem like idiots. They're just going to give you advice they told from TV, and no one knows who you're talking about, and it's going to be counted. So seek out advice from people who you seek to emulate, and ask them for advice. If you can't get a hold of them, figure out a way to get a hold of them. Incentivize them. You'd be surprised how many people are responsive on Twitter or social media. Just asking a basic life question, because then they can quote tweet an answer to the whole population. That would be one mechanism. It's also very hard at that age to realize your parents might not feel that bright. They might not feel that like people. So that's a hard one. At that age, kind of wrap your head around. Just because they love you doesn't mean they understand you, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm with you. Well, this is something you do, like that's a lot. Yeah, for the most part, they kind of good thing. Hey anyway, so the other piece of advice I would say is join a gym or have some kind of quantifiable daily improvement to keep you safe. So the reason I always say weightlifting should be running, jump rope, what it is, because if you have those numbers moving in a positive direction, psychologically, if you're dealing with depression or anxiety, it's concrete proof to shut your brain up. Because your brain knows how to talk to you. Your brain is often your enemy, and it'll say exactly the right thing to undermine you. So that's an issue. This works for me, maybe it works for most people. I'm very hard the openness metric. Try new experiences, new things, try things you don't like. It's okay to have that experience, learn something. So go to a restaurant, cuisine you would like, or have heard of, read a book that's popular but you have no interest in. Read a lot. Now, I didn't know anything about the election was in 1892 when there was like a split between the electors. Read a book about it. Oh, I don't know anything. You don't know anything really about this. Read a book about it. You'll be amazed how much more full you become as a person. You see value in writing. So, writing down. I think there's very little value in that. I'm not joking. Yeah, because you're probably not going to revisit it because now, with the act of writing, you don't see it solidifies someone's thoughts in mind. Not for me. Yeah, it doesn't. Like a tweet will, because then I have to have it narrowed down into like a phrase.
Or the responsibility of there being an audience.
No, I just meant in terms of I've got 280 characters. Instead of having some meandering stuff, I have to codify it in something that's catchy and short. That's a good, useful mental exercise.
What face do you make when you tweet?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. That's a good point.
Is it on the toilet? What percentage is on the toilet?
Very little. On the toilets, I usually am reading.
Okay.
So even though my tweets are all literally shit, there are a few of them are that's some advice. Don't compare yourself to other people. That's a really dangerous one. All my friends are married. I should have a kid by now. Should, there's an expression in the program, stop shooting yourself. But it should. Yeah, it's stupid. I also, like order breed, I surround my house with talismans of joy. So if you have an accomplishment, like when I did Rogan once, I went to the sock store and I bought these orange socks with black cherries on them. And then whenever I wore those socks, I'm like, oh, this is because I was in Rogan. It's kind of a big deal. So if you have these little things throughout your house, it was good mental fuel. Even like a toy. Remember when I was a kid? Oh, you know what? This little moments that inspire happiness, I think, are usually very useful. So that's another one. And
by the way, that watch, because we talked about 2021, that was the guy in the lecture hall gave me a pat in the back. Joe gave me the watch. It was, it has life changing.
yeah.
It doesn't, the fact that it was on a podcast or whatever, it doesn't matter.
How you form boundaries. That's probably the biggest. That's gonna be number one on my list. Because you're going to have people around you who feel the need that they're entitled to your time, who feel the need to criticize you, and they're not coming from a good place. So it's very good for you to be like, I'm not necessarily talking about this anymore right now.
Even if it's your parents.
Even if it's especially if it's your parents. Like, I need my space right now. You're entitled to your space. You're entitled to your time. No one owes you. You don't owe anyone a response. If someone has a question, you don't owe them an answer, especially if they're not coming at you in good faith or they're coming in a hostile way. That's a big one. It's hard to learn at that age. And be valuable to those who are around you. Be someone who people are happy to see, and if things are bad, but you're the one that they can rely on. Like I was just, a little bit under the weather, and I thought to myself, you know what, if things got really bad, I'll call Blair, and she would take care of me, and that kind of was very reassuring.
And you can always call me if you have your stuff lifted in an urgent matter.
Because of the robots.
No, it's just me. It's kind of like that's the thing that comes with or you're actually living in meetings. Not a good caretaker, I can say, that can murder. If you need somebody murdered, yeah.
What did like? Guess did you have kids that age? And you're a lot younger than you think you are. That's the other. Like
there's time.
I know. Like it's impossible to understand when you're 26 that your 40s are better than your 30s. It's like, okay, old man, that's all cope. I promise you, it is.
Yeah, I think you said some beautiful things. I would say another version of the openness. I say take big risks.
Yeah. Because if you fail, who cares? You're sleeping in a soup. That's on a futon. Who cares?
And take them often.
Yeah.
Also, this is more a little personal to me. I get pushback on this, but I think take big risks and work really hard. Like at whatever you do. Like I think you just have to give yourself to a thing. It doesn't have to be in terms of time or really give everything. So it's not like I'm going to try doing this. I'll try. Try with all of your heart. Like really commit yourself. That doesn't mean necessarily hours. That doesn't mean, but like if you fail at doing the thing that you commit to, it should hurt. So like when I competed in jiu-jitsu, you do like sports and so on. Don't just say I'm gonna have fun out there and so on. No, try to win. And because then if you don't, it hurts. You learn from that. And in draw, I think is the business thing is be kind. It's like some of it is also a skill, allowing yourself to be kind. I found myself earlier in life, I still do this. I find like when I hang out with people often like cynical and negative, and I try to work with people. But like they have actually falls into that. And sometimes it's the party norm thing. There's a temptation to me to kind of fit in by being more negative than I'm comfortable being. And so um, resist the pressure. I think especially when you're younger, it's not cool to care. The thing that drives when you're young, if you are a fan of a band, yeah, a writer, of a podcaster, an actor, and people roll their eyes at you, watch out. Those people are dangerous. You should have, if you love Avril Lavigne, with her terrible music, and she gives you joy, and people crap on you, they're wrong and you're right. So hold on to those things that make you happy, and if people want to take that away from you or think, oh, how can you like that? What, those people are not your friends.
Why you have to go to this life so complicated. Like, she's my favorite musician of all time. Jimi Hendrix second after William first. You mentioned the should have in terms of love. You should have kids by now. And I apologize if it's a personal one, but I think at least I have this thought, and not from society, but from myself. Like, I want to get married, I want to have kids. Do you feel the pressure of that? Do you want to have kids?
I just don't want to have kids.
Want to get married?
I do want to get married. This was an issue that I had to kind of work out earlier this year in terms of the possibility of having kids, because I was in a relationship with someone who would have been in many ways literally a perfect mom. So I did my due diligence and I actually sat down with friends of mine who had kids and I say, give me the downside.
What you did, the pros and the cons?
Well, the pros I do. The pros for kids are very happy. I love kids. I was just with Frank Fleming, who writes for the Babylon Bee, and he has 4 kids, and his youngest son has Down syndrome, which is adorable. Winchester's so cute. And I always get along with kids very well. Like I remember very vividly what it was like to be a kid, especially as a precocious kid. And I remember how much it bothered me. Parents, friends wouldn't give me attention. So I always make it a point to acknowledge kids, to talk to them, and they're very grateful. And it's just really fun. Especially with people who I'm friends with, their kids are probably going to be pretty cool. They're not going to be annoying and kind of ugly and quickly. So I
love you got that in there. Okay, good.
Yeah, sorry. But
What's the cons, the negative things? What was the conversation like about that?
Well, I talked to my sister has 2 kids, my nephews who I absolutely adore, whatever their names are, and she was saying certain things. It's like if I had kids, my kids are in my top cover. Yeah, like it's not even a question. And I feel like the work I'm doing, and this sounds pompous, but it's true, is valuable and important, but I'm also the only one doing it. So this is a big cost, and so it's like it would be a major lifestyle readjustment. And I'm at the point where I'm kind of like selfish enough that I wouldn't want to do that, and also have to do it the right way. Like you're making a commitment, and since they're all crazy, you have to find one where you can handle crazy.
All women are crazy.
Yeah, they're 1.5 in a binary world.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Not confident.
yes, sir.
But do you feel the pressure of thinking of that? How much does that weigh on your part? Like, so with mom as kids, like I feel like I love everything, and I love stuff I do. I love the robot over there, just working on robots, but I do feel this pressure of like, almost like when there's amazing cuisines you never tried, stuff like that. Like, go out there and try it. Like, you need to put in the work, and I don't know. Like life will run away from you and slip through your fingers before you truly get to experience this other kind of love, which is like long-term love for another human being, which is like marriage, and then love for kids. Yeah, and it almost makes me sad, like not getting to experience that. Because I'm also really scared of. I see so many bad stories on the partner side. Being with the wrong person,
Right.
that to me, I'm not worried. I have kids all day. I could probably just have kids without the partner. The kids, I think, are incredible. But like, the partner, like a wife, it seems like she could then have the negative consequences for like you as a writer on your productivity, on your mental ability to flourish and joy to others, all those kinds of things.
You know what? That couldn't happen because every relationship I've had, they've been very beyond supportive. Like, don't they'd rather do take an hour and do your work than me. Like, I believe in what you're doing. Yeah. So I couldn't even casually date someone with that. Yeah.
So that's energizing.
Yes.
But over time, you never know like how that evolves and all those kinds of things. And for me, I think we're a little bit different. I mean, it has to do with the engineering thing. I just have to pull insane hours. Yeah, I feel like I work like 2 hours a day. That's what like creatives do. Like you can only work a couple hours, honestly, to be productive. And the rest of the time, not. I have to do a lot of manual labor. Like, and so there's legit tension. Yeah, time and attention, all those kinds of things. I don't know. You think about this stuff a lot, or do you just love life and do cool stuff and whatever happens, happens?
I have been so blessed for so long now that I'm at the point where I don't think about it, and I'm like, just like miracles happen every day. So just be open to it.
You think about your death or talent?
Yes.
Fear? What do you feel about it?
I'm just worried. I want to take as many people out with me as possible. So
Suitcase Nuts, but Suitcase Nuts. Yeah.
No, I think even more. I think
that would be kind of like art. That's my other favorite art.
I think for my legacy, and that's why my books are so important to me.
Because I think people that have the problem of mortality, and that's what they want.
Well, not who I am. I mean, like my legacy certainly is.
What do you look for legacy?
That I encourage people to be helpful, and that I taught them how to be free. And then my favorite, I think, the best show of all time was Dallas, which often gets some. It was an 80s soap opera, and people conflate it with Dynasty, and they think it's trashy. And it's very Shakespearean because all the characters are motivated by different values, and the writing is just masterful, and the acting is masterful. And I'm not going to spoil anything. One season ended with one of the characters on their deathbed at the hospital, and the whole cast is there, and the amount of acting talent in that room is just phenomenal. And as the character is dying, they look around and they go, like, please be kind to one another, be a family. And they're yelling at these characters on their diet, and you can see the actors, because they're losing their cast, they couldn't have from the beginning. And it would have been a perfect ending to the show without this cash cow. They got perfect. And I think that like kindness and tenderness, and this is Michael Malice talking, there's a lot of people who want to make it that if you are kind or tender, you're going to have consequences, bad consequences. And I think it's important, for me at least, to create a space in my life that if someone is going to be nice or friendly or kind, that they're not going to have to feel stupid or bad about it. It's such a instead of structure so different. Like if you want to be cynical or sneering, like round of applause. But if someone says, "Oh, this is great," like okay, it's really bad.
Well, I think you did just this. You did this today. You did this friendship. And you did it for a very large number of people. Teach them how to have hope.
Yes,
and teach them how to be free. So, Delight. Snowden brother. Thank you so much for talking to me. Thank you so much for being an inspiration. I love you, brother.
I love you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Malice. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words how better to move. Don't walk in front of me, I mean not follow. Don't walk behind me, I mean not lead. Walk beside me. Just be my friend. Thank you for listening. and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jay Bhattacharya, professor of medicine, health policy, and economics at Stanford University. Please allow me to say a few words about lockdowns and the blinding, destructive effects of arrogance on leadership, especially in the space of policy and politics. Jay Bhattacharya is the co-author of the now famous Great Barrington Declaration, a one-page document that in October 2020 made a case against the effectiveness of lockdowns. Most of this podcast conversation is about the ideas related to this document. And so, let me say a few things here about what troubles me. Those who advocate for lockdowns as a policy often ignore the provides that it results in economic pain, loss of jobs, meaning of pride in the face of uncertainty, the increase in suicide and suicidal ideation, and, in general, the fear and anger that arises from the powerlessness forced onto the populace by the self-proclaimed elites and experts. Many folks, whose job is unaffected by the lockdowns, talk down to the masses about which path forward is right and which is wrong. What troubles me most is this very lack of empathy among the policymakers for the common man, and in general for people unlike themselves. The landscape of suffering is vast and must be fully considered in calculating the response to the pandemic with humility and with rigorous, open-minded scientific debate. Jay and I talk about the email from Francis Collins to Anthony Fauci that called Jay and his two co-authors fringe epidemiologists, also called for a devastating published takedown of their ideas. These words from Francis broke my heart. I understand them. I can even steelman them. But nevertheless, on balance, they show to me a failure of leadership. Leadership in the pandemic is hard, which is why great leaders are remembered by history. They are rare, they stand out, and they give me hope. Also, this whole mess inspires me at my small individual level to do the right thing in the face of conformity, despite the long odds. I talked to Francis Collins. I talked to Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO. I also talk and will continue to talk with people like Jay and other dissenting voices that challenge the mainstream narratives and those in seats of power. I hope to highlight both the strengths and weaknesses in their ideas with respect and empathy, but also with guts and skill. The skill part I hope to improve on over time. And I do believe that conversation and an open mind is the way out of this. Finally, as I've said in the past, I value love and integrity far, far above money, fame, and power. Those latter three are all ephemeral. They slip through the fingers of anyone who tries to hold on and leave behind an empty shell of a human being. I prefer to die a man who lived by principles that nobody could shake, than a man who added a little love to the world. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jay Bhattacharya. To our best understanding today, how deadly is COVID? Do we have a good measure for this very question? So the best evidence for COVID, the deadliness of COVID, comes from a whole series of seroprevalence studies. Seroprevalence studies are these studies of the antibody prevalence in the population at large.
part of the very first set of surveillance studies, one in Santa Clara County, one in LA County, one in with Major League Baseball around the U.S.
If I may just pause you for a second, if people don't know what serology is and seroprevalence, it does sound like you say zero prevalence. It's not. Serology is antibodies. So it's a survey that counts the number of antibodies.
Specific to COVID. Yeah.
People that have antibodies specific to COVID, which perhaps shows an indication that they likely have had COVID, and therefore this is a way to study how many people in the population have been exposed to have COVID.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that we don't know exactly the number of people with COVID just by counting the people that present themselves with symptoms of COVID. COVID has, it turns out, a very wide range of symptoms possible, but ranging from no symptoms at all to this deadly viral pneumonia that has killed so many people. And the problem is, like, if you just count the number of cases, the people who have very few symptoms, it's like often don't show up for testing. We just don't. They're outside of the can of public health, and so it's really hard to know the answer to your question without understanding how many people are infected, because you can probably tell the number of deaths. That's even though there's some controversy over that, but so the numerator is possible, but the denominator is much harder.
How much controversy is there about the death? We're gonna go on a million tangents. Is that okay? I have a million questions. So one, I love data so much, but I'm like almost tuned out paying attention to COVID data because I feel like I'm walking on shaky ground. I don't know who to trust. Maybe you can comment on different sources of data, different kinds of data. The death one, that seems like a really important one. Can we trust the reported deaths associated with COVID, or is it just a giant messy thing that mixed up? And there's this kind of stories about hospitals being incentivized to report a death as COVID death.
So there's some truth in some of that. Let me just talk about the incentive. So in the United States, we passed this CARES Act that was aimed at making sure hospital systems didn't go bankrupt because of the pandemic. The couple of things they did. One was they provided incentives to treat COVID patients, tens of thousands of dollars extra per COVID patient. And the other thing they did is they gave a 20% bump to Medicare payments for elderly patients who are treated with COVID. The idea is that they're more expensive to treat them, I guess. So that did provide an incentive to sort of have a lot of COVID patients in the hospital. And financial success of the hospital, or at least not, but the lack of financial ruin depended on having many COVID patients. The other thing on the death certificates is that reporting of deaths is a separate issue. I don't know that there's a financial incentive there, but there is this sort of like complicated, when you fill out a death certificate for patients with a lot of conditions, like let's say a patient has diabetes, a patient has that diabetes could lead to heart failure. You get a heart attack, heart failure, your lungs fill up, then you get COVID, and you die. So what do you write on the death certificate? Was it COVID that killed you? Was it the lungs filling up? Was it the heart failure? Was it the diabetes? It's really difficult to like disentangle. And I think a lot of times what's happened is people have like erred on the side of signing that there's COVID. Now, what's the evidence of this? There's been a couple of audits of death certificates in places like Santa Clara County, where I live, in Alameda County, California, where they carefully went through the death certificate and said, okay, is this reasonable to say this was actually COVID or was COVID incidental? And they found that about 25% of the deaths were more likely incidental than directly due to COVID. I personally don't get too excited about this. I mean, it's a philosophical question, right? Like, ultimately, what kills you? Which is an odd thing to say if you're not in medicine, but like really, it's almost always multifactorial. No, it's not always just the bus hits you. The bus hits you, you get a brain bleed. Was the brain bleed that killed you? Would it have burst anyway? I mean, the bus hits you, killed you, right?
The way you dive the philosophical question, the logical question. It seems like every single person who's passed away over the past couple of years, kind of the first question that comes to mind wasn't COVID. Not just because you're trying to be political, but just in your mind.
No, I think there's a psychological reason for it, right? So, we spent the better part of at least a half century in the United States not worried too much about infectious diseases. The notion was we'd essentially conquered them.
something that happens in faraway places to other people. And that's true for much of the developed world. Life expectancy is going up for decades and decades. And for the first time in living memory, we have a disease that can kill us. I mean, I think we're effectively evolved to fear that. The panic centers in our brain, the lizard part of our brain takes over. And our central focus has been avoiding this one risk. And so it's not surprising that people, when they're feeling desperate, think about what led to the death, this most salient thing that's at the front of everyone's brain would jump to the top.
And we can't ignore this very deep psychological thing when we consider what people say on the internet, what people say to each other, what people write in scientific papers, like everything. It feels like COVID has been brought onto this world. Everything changed in the way people feel about each other, just the way they communicate with each other. I think the level of emotion involved, I think in many people, it brought out the worst in them. Forced into that short periods of time, and sometimes it was almost therapeutic, like you were waiting to get out like the darkest parts of you, just to say, if you're angry at something in this world, I'm going to say it now. I think that's probably talking to some deep primal thing that fear we have for maladies of all different kinds, and when that fear is aroused at all the deepest emotions, it's like a Freudian psychotherapy session, but across the world.
It's something that psychologists are coming in and have a field day with for generations, trying to understand. I think what you say is right, but piled on top of that is also this sort of this impetus to empathy, but empathize, compassion toward others, essentially militarized, right? So I'm protecting you by some actions, and those actions, if I don't do them, if you don't do them, well, that must mean you don't just hate me. It's created this like social tension that I've never seen before. We looked at each other as if we were just simply sources of germs, rather than people to get to know, people to enjoy, people to learn from. It colors basically almost every human interaction for every human on earth.
Yeah, the basic common humanity. It's like you can wear a mask, you can stand far away, but the love you have for each other when you look into each other's eyes, that was dissipating. And by region, too. I've experienced, having traveled quite a bit throughout this time, and it was really sad when people that are really close together, just the way they stood, the way they looked at each other, and it made me feel for a moment the fabric that connects all of us is more fragile than I thought.
I mean, if you walk down the street, if you did this during COVID, I'm sure you had this experience where you walk down the street if you're not wearing a mask, or even if you are, people will jump off the sidewalk as you walk past you, as if you're poison. Even though the data are that COVID spreads indifferently outdoors, home if at all, really outdoors. But it's not simply biological or infectious disease phenomenon or epidemiological. Like I said, it is a change in the way.
I do want to say on the flip side of that, so I was mostly in Boston, Massachusetts when the pandemic broke out. I think that's where I was, yeah. And then I came here to Austin, Texas to visit my now good friend Joe Rogan, and he was the first person, without pause, this wasn't a political statement, this was anything, just walked toward me, give me a big hug, and say, it's great to see you. And I can't tell you how great it felt, because I, in that moment, realized the absence of that connection back in Boston over just a couple of months. And we'll talk about it more, but it's tragic to think about that distancing, that dissolution of common humanity at scale, what kind of impact it has in society, just across the board, political division, and just in the quiet of your own mind, just in your own moment of depression, the sadness, the loneliness that leads to suicide. Forget suicide, just low-key suffering.
I think that's the suffering, that isolation. We're not meant to live alone. We're not mental apart from one another. That's, of course, the ideology of lockdown is to make people live apart, alone, isolated, so that we don't spread diseases to each other, right? But we're not actually designed as a species to live that way. And that, what you're describing, I think, if everyone's honest with themselves, have felt, especially in places where lockdowns have been sort of very militantly enforced, has felt deep into their core.
Well, if I could just return to the question of deaths, you said that the data isn't perfect because you need these kind of seroprevalence surveys to understand how many cases there were to determine the rate of deaths. And we need to have a strong footing in the number of deaths. But if we assume that the number of deaths is approximately correct, like what's your sense, what kind of statements can we say about the deadliness of COVID across different demographics? Maybe not in a political way or in the current way, but when history looks back at this moment of time, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when we look at the pandemic 100 years ago, what will they say about the deadliness of COVID?
I think the deadliness of COVID depends on not just the virus itself, but who it affects. So probably the most important thing about the deadliness of COVID is this steep age gradient in the mortality rate. So according to these seroprevalence studies that have been done, now hundreds of them, mostly from before vaccinations. Vaccination also reduces mortality. The seroprevalence studies suggest that the risk of death if you're, say, over the age of 70 is very high. You have 5% if you get COVID. If you're under the age of 70, it's lower, 0.05. But there's not a single sharp cutoff. It's more like I have a rule of thumb that I use. So if you're 50, say, the infection fatality rate from COVID is 0.2%, according to the seroprevalence data. That means 99.8% survival if you're 50. And for every 7 years of age above that, double it. Every 7 years of age below that, halve it. So a 57-year-old would have a 0.4% mortality, a 64-year-old would have 0.8%, and so on. And if you have a severe chronic disease like diabetes or morbidly obese, it's like adding seven years to your life.
And this is for unvaccinated.
This is unvaccinated in the 4 Delta also.
Are there a lot of people that will be listening to this with PhDs at the end of their name that would disagree with the 99.8, would you say?
So I think there's some disagreement over this, and the disagreement is about the quality of the seroprevalence studies that were conducted. So as I said earlier, I was the senior investigator at 3 different seroprevalence studies very early in the epidemic. I view them as very high quality studies. Santa Clara County, what we did is we used a test kit that we obtained from someone who works in Major League Baseball, actually. He ordered these test kits very early in March 2020 that very accurately measures antibody levels, antibodies in the bloodstream. These test kits were eventually approved by had an EUA by the Emergency Use Authorization by the FDA, so shortly after we did this. And it had a very low false positive. COVID antibodies in the bloodstream. It shows up positive. That turns out to happen about 0.5% of the time. And they've done a very large number of studies looking at July 2018 to try it against this kit. And 0.5% in 2018, there should be antibodies. So it's causes and causes 25%. And then, going to false negative rate, about 10%, 12%, something like that. The false positive rate is important. So the population in March 2020 over 2020 very low the patients. So it's low. If you have a small false positive rate, you end up biasing the study like this. But there's a formula for testing that. So we do that adjustment. And the studies found in a community population that people actually have a higher death rate. The death rate is 0.2% in Santa Clara County and LA County. Across groups in the community just like, yeah, so like that. That's actually what research. the Santa Fe study, we did this Facebook survey, which is, I mean, not the ideal thing, but it's like it was very difficult to get a random sample of during lockdown. Where we put out an ad on Facebook soliciting people to volunteer for the study to get them selected instead of people. We were hoping to get a random selection of people from Santa Fe. People who tend to volunteer were from the richer parts of the country. I had Stanford professors writing that we did the study because they wanted to measure antibody levels. So we did some adjustments for that. In LA County, we hired a firm that had a pre-existing representative that in LA County. But it didn't include nursing homes, it didn't include people in jail, things like that. It didn't include the homeless population. So it's representative of a community dwelling population, both of those. And there we found that both in LA County and Santa Fe County in April 2020, something like 40 to 50 times more infections than cases in both places. So for every case that gets reported to the public health authorities, we found 40 or 50 other infections. People with antibodies in their blood that suggested that they'd had COVID recovered. So people were not reporting their severe, at least in those days, underreported. Yeah, I mean, there's testing problems. There were some tests available. People didn't know. A lot of them. We asked them a set of questions about the symptoms we faced. And mostly said that face was first one, about 30-40% said they had no symptoms.
And I mean, even these days, how many people report that they get COVID when they get COVID? Okay, have those numbers that 0.2%, has that approximately held up over time?
That is. So if Professor John Ioannidis, who's a colleague of mine at Stanford, he's a world expert in meta-analysis, one of the most cited scientists on Earth, I think, just living. He did a meta-analysis of now 100 or more of these studies. What he found was that 0.2% is roughly the worldwide number. In fact, I think he cites a lower number, 0.15%, as a median infection fatality rate worldwide. So we did these studies, and it generated an enormous amount of blowback by people who thought that the infection fatality rate was much higher. And there's some controversy over the quality of some of the other studies that are done. And so there are some people who look at this same literature and say, well, the lower quality studies tend to have lower IFRs. The higher quality studies are, I apologize. I do this with lectures too.
And I'm going to rudely interrupt you and ask for the basics of that.
No, of course. So these higher quality studies, they say, are these higher IFRs. But the problem is that if you want to globalize the infection fatality rate, you need to get seroprevalence studies from everywhere, even places that don't necessarily have the infrastructure set up to produce very, very high quality studies. And in poor places in the world, like places like Africa, the infection fatality rate is incredibly low. And in some richer places, like New York City, the infection fatality rate is much higher. There's a range of IFRs, not a single number. This sometimes surprises people because they think, well, it's a virus, it should have the same properties no matter where it goes. But the virus kills or infects or perverts in interaction with the host. And the properties of the host and the virus combine to produce the outcome.
But you also mentioned the environment too.
I'm thinking mainly just about the person. Like, in fact, if I'm going to think about it, like the most simplest way to think about it is age. Age is the single most important risk factor. So older places are going to have a higher IFR than younger places. Africa, 3% of Africa is over 65. So in some sense, it's not surprising that they have a low infection fatality rate.
That's one way you can explain the difference between Africa and New York City in terms of the fatality rate is the age, the average age.
Yeah, and especially in the early days of the epidemic in New York City, the older populations living in nursing homes were differentially affected because of policies that were adopted to send COVID-infected patients back to nursing homes to keep hospitals empty.
What do you mean by differentially affected?
The policy that you adopt determines who is most exposed.
Right.
Okay, so that's what it means.
The policy, it's the person that matters. I mean, it's not like the virus just it doesn't care. I mean, the policy determines the nature of the interaction. There's also I mean, there is some contribution from the environment. Different regions have different proximity, maybe of people interacting, or the dynamics of the way they interact.
Like if you have situations where there's lots of intergenerational interactions, then you have a very different risk profile than if you have societies that are where the generations are more separated from one another. Okay, so let's finish real fast about this. So you have in New York, you have a population that was infected in the early days that was very likely going to die, but had a much higher likelihood of dying infected. And so New York City had a higher IFR, especially in the early days, than in like Africa has had. The other thing is treatment, right? So the treatment that we adopted in the early days of the epidemic, I think actually may have exacerbated the risk of death, which the like treatment using ventilators that keep the open lines of ventilators. But that also learned over time how better to manage with these. So if you have to keep all this in mind, so that's where the controversy over this.
I mean, New York City also is a central part of the and those who write powerful stories and narratives in article form. And I remember there's quite dramatic stories about the doctors in the hospitals and these kinds of things. I mean, there's very serious, very dramatic, very tragic deaths going on in the hospital. Those stories, loved ones losing each other on the deathbed, that's always tragic. You always hear that. Always stories about that. You should about the loss of loved ones. But they were doing it pretty well, I would say, for this kind of dramatic death. So in response to that, it's very unpleasant to hear, consider the possibility that rates not as high as you might feel. I was surprised by the reaction, both by regular people and also the scientific community in response to those studies, those early studies in April of 2020. To me, they were studies. Not exactly because I've worked on all my life, but kind of like this. You write a paper and you get responses from fellow scientists. And prove that you know something. Well, but to push back, it's just a study. But there's some studies, and this is kind of interesting, that I've received similar pushback on other topics. There's some studies that, if wrong, might have wide-ranging detrimental effects on society. So that's the way they would perceive the studies. If you say the death rate is lower, and you end up, as you often do in science, realizing that there was a flaw in the study was conducted, or just not representative of a broader population, realize the death rate is much higher, that might be very damaging in people's view. So that's probably where the scientific community sort of to steelman the kind of response is. That's where they felt like, there's some findings where you better be damn sure before you kind of report them.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty sure we were right. It turns out we were right. So, like, when we released the Santa Clara study via this open science process server called medRxiv. It's designed for releasing studies that not yet been peer reviewed in order to garner comment from scientists before peer review. The LA County study went through the traditional peer review process. We got it published in the Journal of Economic Associations in like July. The Santa Clara study released it in April of 2020. This was working paper archive. The reason was that we felt we had an obligation. We had a result that we thought was quite important, and we wanted to tell the scientific community and also tell the world about it. And we want to get feedback, and that's part of the purpose of sending it to these kinds of places. I think a lot of the problem is that when people think about published science, they think of it as automatically true. And if it goes to peer review, it's automatically true. If it hasn't gone to peer review, it's not automatically true. And especially in medicine,
we're not used to having this access to pre-peer-reviewed work. In economics, actually, like normal. You take years to get something published, so there's a very active debate over the discussion about papers before the peer review is working a different way. Much less normal, or much newer in medicine. So I think part of that, the perception about what the process happens in open science, in these studies, that got people confused. And you're right, it was a very important result because we had just locked the world down in March with very catastrophic results. And if that study was right, our study was right, that meant we could stay. And not because the death rate was low. That's actually not the key thing. The key thing is that we had adopted these policies, these test and trace policies, these lockdown policies aimed at suppressing the virus level to close to zero. That was essentially the idea. If you should just get the virus to go away, we don't have to ever worry about it. The main problem with our results as far as that study is concerned wasn't the death rate, it was the 40 to 50 times more infectious cases. It was the 2.5% or 3% or 4% prevalence rate that we identified of the antibodies in the population. If that number is right, it's too late. The virus is not going to go to zero. And no matter how much we test to trace and isolate, we're not going to get the viral level down to zero. So we're going to have to let the virus go through the population somewhere. So well, we can talk about that. That's the banking definition. You don't have to let the virus go through the population because shield preferentially. The policy we chose was to shield preferentially the laptop class, the set of people who could work from home without losing their job. Yes, and we did a very good job of doing that.
Well, let me take a small tangent. We're going to jump around in time, which I think would be the best way to tell the story. So that was the beginning. Okay, actually, can I go back one more thing for that because that's really important. I should have started with this. What led me to do those studies was a paper that I remembered seeing from the H1N1 flu epidemic in 2009. So where I've been much less active in writing about that. I got like a paper or two about that in 2009. There was actually the same debate over the mortality rate, except it unfolded over the course of 3 years, 2 or 3 years. The early studies of the mortality rate in H1N1 counted the number of cases in the denominator, counted the number of deaths in the numerator. Cases meaning people identified as having H1N1 showing up the doctor, tested to have it. And the early estimates of H1N1 mortality were like 4%, 3%, really, really high. Over the course of a couple of more years, a whole bunch of seroprevalence studies, seroprevalence H1N1 came out. And it turned out that there were 100 or more kinds of people infected per case. And so the mortality rate was actually something like 0.02% for H1N1, not the 3, like a 100-fold difference. And this makes you think, okay, it took us a couple of 2 or 3 years to discover the truth behind the actual infections for H1N1, and then what's the truth here? We'll get that faster.
Yeah, and it spreads in a similar way as H1N1 flu did. I mean, it spreads via aerosolization via the person-to-person breathing kind of contact, and maybe some by film lines, but it's less likely now. In any case, it seemed really important to me to speed up the process of having those seroprevalence studies so that we get a better understanding who was at risk and what the right strategy ought to be.
This might be a good place to kind of compare influenza, the flu, and COVID in the context of the discussion we just had, which is how deadly is COVID. You mentioned COVID is a very particular kind of steepness, where the x-axis is age. So in that context, could you maybe compare influenza and COVID? Because a lot of people, outside the folks who suggest that the wizards who run the world have completely fabricated invented COVID, outside of those folks, kind of the natural process by which you dismiss the threat of COVID and say it's just like the flu is a very serious thing.
kills 50, 60,000 people a year, something like that, or depending on the particular strain that goes over. That's in the United States. The primary difference to me, but there's lots of differences, but one of the most salient differences is the age grading and mortality. So the flu is more deadly to children than COVID is. There's no controversy about that. Children, thank God, have much less severe reactions to COVID infections than they do to flu infections. And rates of fatalities, rate of fatality. I think you mentioned, and it's interesting to me to also comment on, I think in another conversation you mentioned there's a U shape to the flu curve. So meaning like there's actually quite a large number of kids that died from flu. I mean the 1918 flu, the H1N1 flu, the Spanish flu in the U.S. killed millions of younger people, and that is not the case with COVID. More than I'm going to get the number wrong, but something like 70-80% of the deaths are people over the age of 60. Well, we're talking about the fear of the but my interaction with folks, I want to have a family, I want to have kids, but I don't have that real first-hand experience. But my interaction with folks is at the core of fear that folks have is for their children. Like that somehow, I don't want to get affected because of the kids. Like, just God forbid something happens to the kids. And I think that obviously that makes a lot of sense. As kind of the kids come first, no matter what. That's number one priority. But for this particular virus, that reasoning was not grounded in data. It seems like, or that emotion and feeling, not grounded wasn't. At the same time, this is way more deadly just overall, and especially older people. Right. So the numbers, when the story is all said and done, COVID will take many more lives. Yeah. So 0.2 sounds like a small number. That's not a small number. What do you think that number would be? That's not like would we cross at least in the United States? It's where it does reports like 800,000, something like that. Do you think we'll cross 1 million? Do you think it's something that might continue with different variants? Well, I think so. We can talk about the end state of COVID. The end state of COVID is here forever. I think that there is good evidence of immunity after infections, such that you're protected both against reinfection and also against severe disease upon the infection. So the second time you get it, it's not true for everyone, but for many people, the second time you get it, it's much milder than the first time you get it. With a long tail, that lasts for a long time. Yeah. So just the studies that follow cohort people who are infected for a year, and the reinfection rate is something like somewhere between 0.3 and 1%. And like a pretty fantastic study out in found that there's one in Sweden. I think there's a few studies that found similar things. And the reinfection tend to produce much milder disease, but much less likely to end up in the hospital, much less likely to die. So what the end state of COVID is, it's circulating in the population forever, and you get it multiple times. And then there's, I think, studies and discussions like the best protection would be to get it and then also to get vaccinated. And then a lot of people push back against that for the obvious reasons from both sides, because somehow the discourse has become less scientific and more political. Well, I think you want to, the first time you need it is going to be the most deadly for you. And so the first time you need it, it's wise to be vaccinated. The vaccine reduces severe disease. Yeah, we'll talk about the vaccine, because I want to make sure I address it carefully and properly and in full context. But yes, sort of to add to the context, a lot of the fascinating discussions we're having is in the early days of COVID, and now for people who are unvaccinated. That's what the interesting story is. The policy story, the sociological story, and so on. But let me go to something really fascinating, just because of the people involved, human beings involved, because of how deeply I care about
science, and also kindness, respect, love, and human things. Francis Collins wrote a letter in October 2020 to Anthony Fauci and then somebody else. I have the letter, it was not a letter, email, I apologize. Hi, Tony and Cliff, cgbdeclaration.org. This proposal, this is the Great Barrington Declaration that you're a co-author on. This proposal from the three fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary seemed to be getting a lot of attention, and even a co-signature from Nobel Prize winner Mike Levitt at Stanford. There needs to be a quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Francis Collins, director of the NIH. Somebody I talked on this podcast recently. Okay, a million questions I want to ask. But first, how did that make you feel when you first saw this email come to light? When did it come to light?
This week, actually, I think, or last week.
Okay, so this is because of freedom of information.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, sort of maybe because I do want to add positive stuff on the side of Francis here. Boy, when I see stuff like that, I wonder if all my emails leaked. How much embarrassing stuff. Like, I think I'm a good person, but I haven't read my old emails. Maybe, I'm pretty sure sometimes I could be an asshole.
Well, I mean, look, he's a Christian, and I'm a Christian. I'm supposed to forgive, right? I mean, I think he was looking at this Great Barrington Declaration as a political problem to be solved, as opposed to a serious alternative approach to the epidemic.
So maybe we'll talk about it in more detail, but just in case people are not familiar, Great Barrington Declaration was a document that you co-authored that basically argues against this idea of lockdown as a solution to COVID, and you propose another solution that we'll talk about. But the point is, it's not that dramatic of a document. It was just a document that criticizes what policy solution is.
But it was a policy solution that it was put forward by Dr. Collins and by Tony Fauci and a few other scientists. I mean, I think a relatively small number of scientists and technologists in charge of the advice the government gave. And it was a challenge to that policy that said that, look, there's an alternate path, that the path we chose was the path of lockdown with an aim to suppress the virus to zero effectively, and as that was stated, cannot work and is causing catastrophic harm to large numbers of poor, vulnerable people. We put this out in October 4th of 2020, and it went viral. I mean, I've never actually been involved in anything like this, where I just put the document on the web. Tens of thousands of doctors signed on, hundreds of thousands of regular people signed on. It really struck a chord that people, because I think even by October of 2020, people had this sense that there was something really wrong with the COVID policy that we were following. And they were looking for reasonable people to give an alternative. We're not arguing that COVID isn't a serious thing. It is a very serious thing. This is why we had a policy that aimed at addressing it. We were saying that the policy we're following is not the right one. So how does a democratic government deal with that challenge? So to me, that you asked me how I felt. I was actually, frankly, I suspected there had been some email exchanges like that, not necessarily from Francis Collins, around the government around this time. I mean, I felt the full brunt of a propaganda campaign almost immediately after we published it, where newspapers mischaracterized it in the same way over and over and over again, and sought to characterize me as sort of as a marginal figure. It's attribute Martin Goldorf and tens of thousands of other people signed it. I felt the brunt of that all year long. So to see this in black and white, in the handwriting essentially of the
metaphorical handwriting in Francis Collins was actually frankly disappointment because I've looked up to him for years.
Yeah, I've looked up them as well. I look to the best in people, and I still look up to them. What troubles me is several things. The reason I said about the asshole emails I send late at night is I can understand this email. It's fear, it's panic, not being sure. The three fringe of the knowledge.
Plus, Mike Levitt won a Nobel Prize. I mean,
But using fringe, maybe in my private thoughts, I have said things like that about others, like a little bit too unkind, like you don't really mean it. Now, add to that, he recently, this week or whatever, doubled down on the fringe. This is really troubling to me. That, like, I can excuse this email. To see the arrogance there. Francis, honestly, I mean, broke my heart a little bit there. This was an opportunity to, like, especially at the state, to say, just like I told him, to say I was wrong to use those words in that email. I was wrong to not be open to ideas. I still believe that this is not like say like actually argue with the proposal to the policy solution. Also, the devastating takedown. Devastating takedown. As you say, somebody who's sitting on billions of dollars they're giving to scientists, some of whom are often not their best human beings because they're fighting each other over money. Not being cognizant of the fact that you're challenging the integrity, you're corrupting the integrity of scientists by allocating the money. You're now playing that by saying devastating takedown. Where do you think the published takedown will come from? It will come from those scientists to whom you're giving money. What kind of example would they give to the academic community that thrives on freedom? Like this is, I believe, Francis Collins is a great man. One of the things I was troubled by is the negative response to him from people that don't understand the positive impact that NIH has had on society, how many people it's helped. But this is exactly so he's not just a scientist. He's not just a bureaucrat who distributes money. He's also a scientific leader that in difficult times we live in, is supposed to inspire us with trust, with love, with the freedom of thought. He's supposed to, those fringe epidemiologists, those are the heroes of science. When you look at their long arc of history, you love them. And you love ideas, even when they get proven wrong. That's what always in practice. Like somebody gets the lone voice saying, I know, like the theme of Jupiter Dusty. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, Galileo is truly revolutionary. We were saying that what we proposed with this evolution was actually just the old genetic plan. It wasn't anything really fundamentally novel. In fact, there were plans like this that lockdown plans just had written in late February or March of 2020. So we were not saying anything radical. We were just calling for a debate effectively over the existing lockdown policy. And this is a disappointment. I mean, I really truly a big disappointment. Because by doing this, you were absolutely right. You sent a signal to so many other scientists to just stay silent, even if you have reservations. Yeah, devastating takedown. The people, how many people wrote to me privately, like Stanford, MIT, how amazing the conversation with Francis Collins was. There's a kind of admiration because, okay, how do I put it? A lot of people get into science because they want to help the world. They get excited by the ideas, and they really are working hard to help in whatever the discipline is. And then there is sources of funding which help you to help at larger scales. You admire those people that are distributing the money because because they're often, at least on the surface, are really also good people. Oftentimes they're great scientists. So like, it's amazing. That's why I'm sort of like sometimes people from outside think academia is broken sometimes. But no, it's a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing, and that's why it's so deeply heartbreaking when this person is. I don't think this is malevolent. I think he's just incompetent with communication. Well, twice. I think there's also arrogance in the process. You know, like all of us have arrogance. Yeah, well, it's a particular kind of arrogance, right? So here, it's of the same kind of arrogance you see when Tony Fauci gets on TV and says that if you criticize me, you're not simply criticizing a man, you're criticizing science itself. Like that is at the heart also of this debate. The certainty that the policies that they were recommending, Collins and Fauci were recommending to the President of the United States were right. Not just right, but right so far right that any challenge whatsoever to it is dangerous. And I think that is really the heart of that. It's this idea that my position is not challenged. That to be as charitable as I can, you know, I believe they thought that. I believe that some of them still think that there was only one true policy possible in response to COVID. Every other policy was immoral. And if you come from that position, then you write an email like that. Go on TV to say effectively that's wrong, right? And that is what happens when you have this sort of unchallengeable arrogance that the policy is correct. And when we wrote the Great Grand Translation, what I was hoping for was a discussion about how to protect the vulnerable. That was the key idea to me in the whole thing, was better protection of the older population. Really at really serious risk if infected with COVID. And we've been doing a very poor job, I thought, today in many places, protecting the vulnerable. And what I wanted was a discussion by local public health about better methods, better policies to protect the vulnerable. So when I was met with instead a series of essentially propagandist lies about it. So that, for instance, I kept hearing from reporters in those days, why do you want to let the virus rip? Let it rip, let it rip. The words let it rip does not appear in the Great Barrier Declaration. The goal isn't to let the virus rip. The goal is to protect the vulnerable. To let society go as open schools and do other things that functions best it can in this terrible pandemic, yes, but not let the virus rip, where the most vulnerable are protected. The goal was to protect the vulnerable. So why let it rip? Well, just it was a propaganda term to hit the fear centers of people's brains. Oh, these people are immoral. They just want to let the virus go through society and hurt everybody. That was the idea. It was a way to conclude a discussion, conclude a debate about the existing policy. So this is an app called Clubhouse. I've gone back on it recently to practice Russian, unrelated, or for a few big Russian conversations coming up. Anyway, it's a great way to talk to regular people in Russian. But I also, I was nervous. I was preparing for a 5-year CEO conversation, and there's a vaccine group. So I joined it. And there's a pro-science group. It's like these are like scientists that are calling each other pro-science. The whole thing is like theater to me. I mean, I haven't thoroughly researched, but looking at the resume, there were like pretty solid researchers and doctors, and they were mocking everybody who was at all. I mean, it doesn't matter what they were just mocking people, and the arrogance was overwhelming. I had to shut off because I couldn't handle the human beings doing. I went back just to double check. Is this really happening? How many people are here? Is this theater? And then I asked to come on stage at Clubhouse to make a couple of comments. And then as I opened my mouth, thank you so much. You know, this is a great room, so usual civil politeness and all that kind of stuff. And I said, I'm worried that the kind of arrogance with which things are being discussed here will further divide us, not unite us. And before I said even unite us, further divide us, I was thrown off stage. Now, this isn't why I mentioned platform, but like, I am like Lex Friedman, MIT, also, which is something most people seem to sometimes care about, followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that nonsense. Somebody who is obviously interviewed by is the Pfizer CEO. Yeah, exactly. But this broke my heart. And this is echoes of that arrogance is something seen and seen now. And I really would love to, well, a million things to talk about, to try to figure out how can we find the path forward.
I think a lot of the problems we've seen in the discussion over COVID, especially in the scientific community, there's two ways to look at science. I think that have been competing with each other for a while now. One way, and this is the way that I view science and why I've always found it so attractive, is an invitation to a structured discussion where the discussion is tempered by evidence, by data, by reasoning and logic. Right? So it's a dialectical process where if I believe A, you believe B. Well, we talk about it, we come up with an experiment that distinguishes between the two, and while B turns out to be right, I'm all frustrated by buying dinner, and I say, no, it's C, and then we go on from there, right? That's what science is at its best. It's this process of using data in discussion. It's a human activity, right? To learn, to have the truth unfold itself before us. On the other hand, there's another way that people have used science, thought about science as truth in and of itself, right? It's like if it's science, therefore it's true automatically. And what does the science say? Well, the science never says to do anything. Science says here's what's true, and then we have to apply our human values to say, okay, well, if we do this, well, this is likely to happen. That's what science says. If we do that, then that is likely to happen. Well, we'd rather have this than that, right? But it doesn't. The science doesn't tell us that we'd rather have this than that. It's our human value to tell us that we'd rather have this than that. Science plays a role, but it's not the only thing. It's not the only role. It's like it helps us understand the constraints we face, but it doesn't tell us what to do in face of those constraints.
But underneath it, at the individual level, at the institutional level, it seems like arrogance is really destructive. So the flip side of that, the productive thing is humility. So instead of always not being sure, that this is actually kind of Russell talks about this for AI research. How do you make sure that AI, super intelligent AI, doesn't destroy us? You build in a sort of module within it that it always doubts its actions. If it's not sure, like I know it says I'm supposed to destroy all humans, but maybe I'm wrong, and that maybe I'm wrong is essential for progress. We're actually doing human landmark the history better. Not the perfect thing, but better and better and better and better. And the question I have here for you is this: this email so clearly captures some maybe echo, but maybe a core to the problem. Do you put responsibility of this email, of the shortcomings and failures on individuals or institutions? Is this
I think this is an institutional failure. So the NIH, so I had 2 decades of NIH funding. I sat on NIH review panels. The purpose of the NIH is what you said earlier. The purpose of the NIH is to support the work of scientists. To some extent, it also has to help scientists, the direct scientists, to work on things that are very important for public health, or for the health of the public. And the way you do that is you say, okay, we're going to put $50 million on the research in Alzheimer's disease this year, $70 million on HIV, whatever it is. Okay, so, and that pot of money that scientists can keep together for the best ideas to use it to address that problem. So it's essentially an endeavor to support the work of scientists. It is not in and of itself
How'd you find out
a
about
policy.
me? Oh, quite a few. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Okay, very cool. Do you mind if I know where it is. Exactly. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anywhere on Earth anymore. I'm going to help people, especially ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and perhaps even vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Great Power Monosonic Revenue, worth about $100 million. And one of the projects that we have is to dig wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep that those positive acts going. Also, I'm a major advocate for the Lifestraw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater up from land to make it drinkable. How's that sound to you? Excellent. How many what? A lot. I can trace my lineage to 271,000. Exactly. 100%. Well, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to have you guys here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to help to bring optimism and just to give people hope. If there's anything you ever need, feel free to reach out to me, okay? Stu, did you find out about me from Igor World? Very cool. Well, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Take care, my friend. Peace.
It doesn't say what public health policy should be. For that, you have the CDC. And what happened during the pandemic is that people in the NIH were called upon to contribute to public health policy. And that created the conflict of interest we see in medicine. Right? So now you have the head of the NIH in effect saying to all scientists, you must agree with me in the policy that I've recommended, or else you're fringe. That is a deep conflict of interest. It's deep because first he's conflicted. He has his dual role as the head of the NIH, supporter of scientific funding, and then also inappropriately called to set or help set pandemic policy. That should never have happened. There should be a bright line between those two roles.
Let me ask you about just Francis Collins. I don't know if I had a chance to talk to him on a podcast. I don't know if you maybe by chance got a chance to hear a few words of it. Well, I have a kind of a question to that because a lot of people wrote to me quite negative things about Francis Collins, and like I said, I still believe that he's a great man, a great scientist. Um, One of the things when I talked to him off mic about the vaccine, the excitement he had about when we recollected when they first got an inkling that it's actually going to be possible to get a vaccine. Just he wasn't messaging, just in the private of our own conversation, he was really excited. And why was he excited? Because he just didn't help a lot of people. This is a man that really wants to help people. And there could be some institutional self-delusion, arrogance, all those kinds of things that lead to this kind of email. But ultimately, the goal is this is what I don't think people quite realize this. The reason you call you a fringe epidemiologist, the reason there needs to be a devastating published takedown, he, I believe, really believes that it could be very dangerous. And it's a lot of burden to carry on his shoulders because, like you said, in his role where he defines some of the public policy, like depending on how he thinks about the world, millions of people could die because of one decision you make. And that's a lot of burden to walk with.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I don't think that he has bad intentions. I think that he was basically put or maybe put himself in a position where this kind of conflict of interest was going to create this kind of a reaction. Right, the kind of humility that you're calling for is almost impossible when you have that dual role that you shouldn't have to have as funder of science and also setter of scientific policy.
I agree with everything you said except the last part. The humility is almost impossible. The humility is always difficult. I think there's a huge incentive for humility in that position. Now look at history. Great leaders that have humility are popular as hell. So if you like being popular, if you like having impact, legacy, these descendants of apes seem to care about legacy, especially as they get older in these high positions. Like, I think the incentive for humility is pretty high.
Well, the thing is, like, there's a lot that he has to be proud of in his career. Yeah, like the Human Genome Project wouldn't have happened without him. And he is a great man and a great scientist. But it is tragic to me that his career has ended in this particular way.
Ask you a question about my podcast conversation with him by way of advice and maybe criticism. There's a lot of people that wrote to me kind words of support, and a lot of people that wrote to me respectful, constructive criticism. How would you suggest to have conversations with folks like that? And maybe, because I have other conversations like this, including I was debating whether to talk to Anthony Fauci. He wanted to talk. And so, what kind of conversation do you have? I'm sorry to take us on a tangent, but almost from an interview perspective of how to inspire humility and inspire trust in science, and maybe give hope that we know what the heck we're doing. We're going to figure this out.
I mean, I think I've been now interviewed by many people. I think the style you have really works well. You have to, because I don't think you're going to be ever an attack dog trying to go after somebody and force them to like, admit that they were wrong about or whatever about it. I almost actually find that form of journalism, podcasting, really off-putting. It's hard to watch.
Also, it's a whole other tangent. Is that actually effective?
I don't think so.
Do you want to ask Hitler? And I think about this a lot, actually. I've been studying a lot about the rise and fall of the Third Reich. I think about interviewing Stalin. I can put myself in that mindset. Like, how do you have conversations with people to understand who they are, so that not so you can sit there and yell at them, but to understand who they are, so that you can inspire a very large number of people to be the best version of themselves and to avoid the mistakes of the past.
I believe that everyone that's involved in this debate has good intentions. They're coming at it from their points of view. They have their weaknesses, and if you can paint a picture in your questioning by sympathetic questioning of those strengths and weaknesses and their point of view, you've done a service. That's really all I personally would like to see in those kinds of interviews. I don't think a gotcha moment is really the key thing there. The key thing is understanding where they're coming from, understanding their thinking, understanding the constraints they faced, and how to manage them. That's going to provide for me, that's what I look for when I listen to podcasts like yours, is an understanding of that person and the moment and how they dealt with it.
I mean, I guess the hope is to discover in a sympathetic way a flaw in a person's thinking together. Like, as opposed to discovering the positive thing together, you discover the thing. But I didn't really think about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how science is, right? That's why I find it so attractive. I like it when a student shows me I'm thinking incorrectly, right? I'm really grateful to that student because now I have an opportunity to change my mind about it and start thinking even more correctly. And there are moments when this is probably a good time to say like what I think I got wrong. Right? So, like for instance, you said Francis Collins had a moment when he learned that there was
quite possible to get a vaccine going. And he must have learned that quite early. And I didn't learn that early. I didn't know in March of 2020, in my experience with vaccine development, I thought it would take a decade or more to get a vaccine. That was wrong, right? And I was so happy when I started to see the preliminary numbers in the Pfizer trial that strongly suggested it's going to work.
Yeah.
I mean, like very few times in my life, I'm so happy to be wrong.
And it changes kind of. I think I've heard you mention that the lockdown is still a bad idea unless the vaccine comes out in like tomorrow. There's still like suffering, economic pain, all kinds of pain can still happen in even just a scale of weeks versus months. Well, let's talk about that. What are your thoughts on the safety and efficacy of COVID vaccines at the individual and the societal level?
So for the vaccine safety data, it's actually challenging to convey to the public how this is normally done. Like normally you do this in the context of a trial. You have a long trial with large numbers of people. You follow them over a long time. The trial will give you some indication of the safety of the vaccine, and it did. But the trial, the way it was constructed, when it came out that it was protective against COVID, it was no longer ethical to have a placebo arm. And so that placebo arm was vaccinated, large part of it. And so that meant that from the trial, you were not going to be able to get data on the long-term safety profile of the vaccine. And also the other thing about trials, there's tens of thousands of people enrolled. That's still not enough to get when you deploy a vaccine at population scale. You're going to see things that weren't in the trial, guaranteed. Populations of people that weren't represented well in the trial are going to be given the vaccine, and then they're going to have things that happen to them we didn't anticipate. So I wasn't surprised when people were a little bit skeptical when the trial was done about the safety profile. Just the way the nature of the thing is going to make it so that it was going to be hard to get a complete picture from the trials itself. And the trials showed they were pretty safe and quite effective in preventing both you from getting COVID. Like I said, I think the main endpoint of the trial itself was symptomatic COVID. Right. So that was it was really to me like is about as amazing an achievement as anything. Organizing a trial of that scale and running it so quickly,
And the final result being so surprisingly high.
so good, right? But the problem then was normally it would take a long time. Like FDA would tell Pfizer to go back and try to this stuff. They work more on dosing. They do all these kinds of things that kind of we really didn't have time for it. So you have a basis for approval that it's less full than normally you would have for a population scale vaccine. But the results were good. The results looked really good. And actually, I should say, for the most part, that's been borne out when we've given the vaccine at scale in terms of protection against severe disease. Yeah. Right? So people who got the vaccine for a very long time after they've had the full vaccination have had great protection against being hospitalized and dying if they get COVID.
Let's separate, because this seems to be, there's critics of both categories, but different. Kids and kids that, not older people, like let's say 5 years old and above or something, or 13 years old and above. So, for those, it seems like the reduction of the rate of fatalities and serious illness seems to be something like 10x.
I mean, for older people, it is a godsend, this vaccine. It transforms the problem of focus protection from something that's quite challenging, possible, I believe, but quite challenging, into something that's much, much more manageable. Because the vaccine, in and of itself, when deployed in older populations, is a form of focus protection.
Yes. Well, by the way, we'll talk about the focus protection in one segment because it's such a brilliant idea for this pandemic or for future pandemics. I thought the sociological, psychological discussion
about the letter from Francis Collins is because it was so recent and it's so troubling to me. So I'm glad we talked about that first. But so there seems to be the vaccines work to reduce death, and that has especially the most transformative effects for the older.
So now let me give. I told you one thing that I got wrong, and then maybe the second thing I got wrong for sure. In January of this year, 2021, I thought that the vaccines would stop infection. Right? You would make it so that you were much less likely to be infected at all, because the antibodies that were produced by the vaccine look like they're neutralizing antibodies that would essentially block you from being infected at all. That turned out to be wrong. Right? So I think and it became clear as data came out from Israel, which vaccinated very early, that they were seeing surges of infection, even in a very highly vaccinated population, that the vaccine does not stop infection.
So you're a used car salesman, you're selling the vaccine, and the features you thought a vaccine had, I mean, I have a similar kind of sense when the vaccine came out. Vaccine would reduce, if you somehow were able to get it, it would reduce rate of death and all those kinds of things, but it would also reduce the chance of you getting it, and if you do get it, the chance of you transmitting it to somebody else. And it turns out that those latter two things are not as definitive, or in fact, I don't know if you would agree or not.
I mean, I think it's a little complicated, because I think the first 2 or 3 months after you're fully vaccinated, after the second dose, you have about 60-70% efficacy peak against infection.
Yeah.
So that, which is pretty good, I mean, right? But by 6, 7, 8 months, that drops to 20%. Some places, some studies, like there's a study out of Sweden, suggests it might even drop to 0.
Right. And then you're also infectious for a period of time. If you do get it, even though you're vaccinated, although there seems to be lucid data that the period of time you're infectious is short.
It's shorter, but the infectivity per day is about as high. So you still, the point is that the vaccine might reduce some risk of infecting others, but it's not a categorical difference. So unvaccinated, it's not safe to be in the presence of just vaccinated people. You can still get infected.
Right. So, I mean, there's a million things I want to ask here, but is there, in some sense, because the vaccine really helps the worst part of this pandemic, which is killing people?
Yes.
Doesn't that mean, where does the vaccine hesitancy come from in terms of, it seems like obviously the vaccine is a powerful solution to let us open this thing up?
Yes, I wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed with Metro Tuesday in December of last year.
Yes.
A very naive title that says we can end the lockdowns in a month. And the idea is very simple: vaccinate all vulnerable people, and then open up. Right? And the idea was that with the lockdown harms related directly to the Great Barrier Declaration. The Great Barrier Declaration said the lockdown harms are devastating to the population at large. There's a considerable segment of people that are vulnerable. Protect them. But with the vaccine, we have a perfect tool to protect the vulnerable, which is true. Right? You vaccinate the vulnerable, the older population, and as you said, there's a tenfold decrease in the mortality risk from getting infected, which is, amazing. So that was a strategy we outlined. What happened is that the vaccine debate got transformed. So first, so you asked about vaccine hesitancy. First, there's the inherent limitations of how to measure vaccine safety. Right? So we talked a little about the trial, but also after the trial, there's a mechanism, and this work I've been involved with before COVID, on tracking and identifying and checking whether the vaccines actually are safe. The central challenge is one of causality. So you no longer have the randomized trial, but you want to know, is the vaccine deployed at scale causing adverse events? Well, you can't just look at people who are vaccinated and see what adverse events happen, because you don't know what would have happened if the person had not been vaccinated. So you have to have some control group. Now, what happened is there's several systems to check this in the CDC. One very commonly known one now is called VAERS, so that's the adverse event reporting system. There, anyone who has an adverse event, if it's a regular person or a doctor, can just go report, I got the vaccine, and 2 days later I had a headache, or whatever, the person died the day after the vaccine, right? Now, you vaccinated that. The vaccine was rolled out to older people, and older people die sometimes with or without the vaccine. So sometimes you'll see someone's vaccinated, and a few days later they die. Did the vaccine cause it or something else cause it? Really difficult to tell. In order to tell, you need to control people. And for that, there are other systems the FDA and CDC have, but there's one called VSD, Vaccine Safety Data Link. There's another system called BEST. I forget the acronym is to essentially to track cohorts of people, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, with as careful of matching as you can do. It's not randomized, and see if you have safety signals that pop up in the vaccinated relative to controls of unvaccinated. And so that's, for instance, how the myocarditis was picked up in young, especially young men. It's also how the higher risk of blood clots in middle-aged and older women with the J&J vaccine was picked up. There, what you have are situations where the baseline risk is so low that if you see them in the vaccinated arm at all, it's not hard to understand what the vaccine did this. Right? Young men should not be having myocarditis. Middle-aged women should not be having huge blood clots in the brain. Right? So when you see that, you can say it's late. Now, the rates are low, so young men, maybe 1 in 5,000, 10,000 the vaccine, related myocarditis, pericarditis. Young women, middle-aged women, I'm not sure what the right number might be, but like I'd say it's like in the 1 in hundreds of thousands, something like that. So these are rare outcomes, but they are vaccine-related outcomes. How do you deal with that as a messaging thing? I think you just tell people. You tell people you're at risk. It's transparent. You tell them they're not getting into something they don't know.
And don't treat people like they're children and need to be told lies because they won't understand the full complexity of the truth. People, I think, are pretty good at that. Or actually, people with time are good at understanding data, but better than anything, they're better at. They're extremely good at detecting arrogance and bullshit. And people either one of them.
I'll give you one that's where I think it's greatly undermined vaccine testing. It's greatly undermined the vaccine is this weird denial that if you recover from COVID, you have extremely good immunity, both against infection and against strains. And that denial leads to people distrusting the message given by the CDC director for the vaccine. And why would you deny a thing that's such an obvious fact? If you look at the data, and it just pops out at you that people that are COVID recovered are not getting infected again at very high rates, much lower rates.
After these kinds of conversations, I'm sure after this great conversation, I often get a number of messages from Joe Rogan, and from Sam Harris, who to me are people I admire. I think are really intelligent, thoughtful human beings. They also have a platform, and I believe it was in my mind about this COVID set of topics. They represent a group of people. Each group has smart, thoughtful, well-intentioned human beings. And I don't know who's right, but I do know that they're kind of tribal a little bit, in those groups. And so the question I want to ask is what do you think about these two groups and this kind of tension over the vaccine? That sometimes it just keeps finding different topics on which to focus on, like whether kids should get vaccinated or not, whether there should be vaccine mandates or not, which seem to be often very kind of specific policy kinds of questions that miss the bigger picture.
I think it's a symptom of the distrust that people have in
think Sweden, for instance. What's happened in the United States is the vaccine has become, um, uh, first because of politics, but then also because of scientific arrogance, this sort of touchstone issue that people line up on both sides with. Different language you're hearing is structured around that. So before the election, for instance, I did I did a testimony in the House on measurement of vaccine safety, and I was invited by Republicans. There were, I think, 4 other experts invited by Democrats, 3 other experts invited by Democrats. Each of them has a lot of experience in measuring vaccine safety. I was really surprised to hear that each doubt whether the FDA would do a reasonable job in assessing vaccine safety, including by people who have a long record of working with the FDA. I mean, these are professionals, great scientists, whose main goal in life is to make sure that safe vaccines, that unsafe vaccines don't get released into the world, and if they are, get negative sold. And they're casting doubt on the vaccines, the ability to track vaccine safety before the election. And then after the election, the rhetoric switched on a dime, right? All of a sudden, it's Republicans that are cast as if they're vaccine hesitant. That kind of political shift, the public notices. If all it takes is an election to change how people talk about the safety of the vaccine, well, we're not done with science, what many people think, right? I think that created this hesitancy. The other thing, I think, the the hesitancy, some politicians viewed it as a political, sort of like a political opportunity to sort of demonize people who are hesitant. And that itself fueled hesitancy. Right? Like if you're telling me I'm a room that just doesn't want the vaccine because I want everyone to die, well, I'm gonna react really negatively. And if you're talking down to me about my legitimate, concerns about whether the vaccine is safe, yeah, like I've heard from women who think they get pregnant, should take the vaccine, I don't know. All kinds of questions, legitimate questions that I think should have good data to answer. We don't necessarily have good data to answer. So what you do in the face of that? Well, one reaction is to pretend like we know for a fact that it's safe when we don't have the data to know for a fact in that particular group, with that particular set of clinical circumstances we know. And that, I think, breeds hesitancy. People detect that bullshit. Whereas if you just tell people, I don't know. Yeah, you with humility. Yeah, you will end up with a better result.
Let me ask you about, I recently had a conversation with the Pfizer CEO. This is session part advice, because I really want us to get through this together, and it feels like the division is a thing that prevents us from getting through this together. And once again, just like with Francis Collins, a lot of people wrote to me words of support, and a lot of people wrote to me words of criticism. I'm trying to understand the nature of the criticism. So some of the criticism had to do with against the vaccine, those kinds of things. That I have a better understanding of. But some kind of deep distrust of Pfizer. So actually looking at big pharma broadly, I'm trying to understand, am I so naive that I just don't see it? Because yes, there's corrupt people, and then they're greedy, they're flawed in all walks of life. But companies do quite an incredible job of taking a good idea to scale and making some money with that idea. But they are the ones that achieve scale on a good idea. I don't know. It's not obvious to me. I don't see where the manipulation is. So the fear that people have, I talked to Joe about this quite a bit. I think this is a legitimate fear, and a fear you should often have, that money has disproportionate influence, especially in politics. So the fear is that the policy of the vaccine was connected to the fact that lots of money could be made by manufacturing the vaccine. And I understand that. And it's actually quite a heck of a difficult task to alleviate that concern. Like, you really have to be a great man or woman or leader to convince people you're not full of shit. You're not just playing a game on them. I don't know. It's a difficult task, but at the same time, I really don't like the natural distrust every billionaire, distrust everybody who's trying to make money, because it feels like under a capitalistic system at least, the way to do a lot of good, like, to do good at scale in the world, is by being at least in part motivated by profit.
I mean, I share your ambivalence, right? So on the one hand, you have like a fantastic achievement with the manufacture, the discovery of the vaccine, and then the manufacturing at scale, so that billions of people can take the vaccine in a relatively short time. That was a remarkable achievement that could not have happened without companies like Pfizer. On the other hand, there is this sort of corrupting influence of that money. Just to give you one example, there's an enormous controversy over whether relatively inexpensive repurposed drugs can be used to treat the disease. No company like Pfizer has any interest whatsoever in evaluating it. Even Merck, I think, that had the patent on ivermectin now expired, has no interest at all in checking to see if it works.
Not only do they not have interest, they have a way of talking about people who might have a little bit of interest that's, again, full of arrogance. And that is what troubles me. Is there not back to the play of science, there's not a bit of curiosity? One natural curiosity of human being that should always be there, and an open-mindedness. And second, in the case of ivermectin and other things like that, you have to acknowledge that there's a very large number of people who care about this topic, and this is a way to inspire them to also play in the space of science, inspire them with science. You can't just dismiss everybody that you can't just dismiss people, period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think here take ivermectin. Right? There's actually a study funded by the NIH, by 25 the NIH, called Active 6. That's a randomized trial of ivermectin. It's due to be completed in March 2023. So normally, when you have private actors like the big drug companies that have no interest in checking.
Did you say anything? Hello. What's good? Just chilling at the dinner, watching. Things are on. Watching. Next week, making Instagram reels, spam people on Blue Sky so that they tweet about me. Here, you ready for a breakdown of what people have said about you recently? Excellent. All right, buckle up, girl. This was 9 minutes ago by just_looking kid. All the bots and Rabbi's Discord in their screening are getting really tiresome. Frown emoji. I've recorded so many already, yet they keep popping up. Fair warning, all of them I see are being blocked. Hat support that respawn. Next one. This is 1 hour. Now these are all the ones just with RABBI apostrophe S. We'll get into Rabbi and all the other ones. But okay. I'm getting them now too. Is this Bubbles come roaring back to life? I don't know who the fuck Bubbles is, but okay. I know I'm not clicking that yet. Reported and blocked, but Andrew says they keep respawning. Sure wish we could lock our accounts on here. Okay, so then this is a response to this other guy. Andrew says yesterday, this fucking account keeps reposting random shit of mine, and I've blocked them 5 times already, but they seem to keep making another account. This was Kaiser. This was 3 hours ago. How many times is this dude going to try to get me to join Rabbi's Discord server? This next person 3 hours ago. Please join Rabbi's Discord server? Question mark. Next person 4 hours ago. How many goddamn many accounts is this fucker gonna create? Next one, 4 hours ago. I'll be right back. I need to ask my Jewish friends what would be funny Discord mod rabbi jokes. I don't really understand what funny Discord mod rabbi jokes are. But next person, just 7 hours ago. What? Next person, this is in Korean. They will please join Rabbi's Discord, and then a bunch of Korean. We'll translate. I'm not going to translate it all, but that's from Gmail. Nevertheless, next person. This was 8 hours ago. Chat, do I join the Rabbi's Discord? That was Neil saying. Next person, Dope, Breathing Heart. They're cool. They wrote, this is so fucking funny. It was 8 hours ago. Next person, 13 hours ago. So, are you going to join Rabbi's Discord? Next person wrote, and I thought the join Rabbi's Rabbi Rothschild mods were bad. This next person wrote Korean. I'm going to try to translate it. Here we go. They wrote, please join Rabbi's Discord. This account has repeatedly posted strange reposts. I think they're trying to direct me to a Discord URL so to see if please put it immediately. This is another account that I bought before. Thank you. Maybe it's Chinese. No, actually it's Japanese. Alright. Next person, Rabbi's Discord and Waifu Julie OnlyFans terrorizing the skyline. Waifu OnlyFans Julie is some as well. Next person, wrote, hey what? When I just sent this 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago, please join Rabbi's Discord. Next person, 16 hours ago, join the Rabbi's Discord now. Next person, 16 hours ago, what the fuck is this Rabbi Discord? And why have I had to block 2 spam bots plugged in? Next person, Bellis, 16 hours ago, please join Rabbi's Discord. Next person, 16 hours ago, should I join Rabbi's Discord? Next person, 20 hours ago, please block any and every account that has the name Rabbi's Discord. They've been harassing me for weeks now. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. Not sure what the Rabbi's Discord BS is, but that's the third bot I put on my block list for bots recently. Okay, this is yesterday. No, I will not join some Rabbi's Discord. This is the third account of yours I blocked. Fuck off. Okay, so I'm not going to even read ones that are older than a day, but like this has just been constant. It's so it brings such joy to my heart to just know that these things are working. Okay, so these are the ones that are just have the word rabbi in them. Okay, this was 21 minutes ago, and I'm not reading ones that like are other than these are just ones focused on that. This is I think Russian. And these rabbi profiles driving me through the already blocking the second one today. And then there are a bunch of people who talk about it. Anyway, that was just 22 minutes ago. Next person. Can Rabbi please leave me alone? I'm not even religious. That doesn't matter. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Side note: who the fuck is the rabbi and why do they have a Discord? Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please, my rabbi was very sick. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please join the server. Please, the rabbi in his Discord. Next person wrote, be right back. I need to, oh, I was right back. Next person wrote, why is it every time I talk about Kuga, those weird rabbi bots come 7 hours ago? There's one that is so funny to me, maybe not so hard yesterday. Next person, 8 hours ago. The Rabbi Rothschild thing is very weird, especially considering I actually watched their stream once. Like, clearly it's some guy with a weird exhibitionist kink. Whoever the hell he is, keep getting his multiple spam accounts and liking my post. Next person wrote, 11 hours ago, is this a 24-hour live stream rabbi from the other side? The next person wrote, 14 hours ago, I don't care about this freaking rabbi. I'm not joining his Discord. Piss off. Next person wrote, 15 hours ago, can the rabbi patch me again? The next person wrote 15 hours ago, when is Rabbi going to be on this podcast? Next person, 16 hours ago, that's the girl I was talking about with the rabbi thing. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, stupid ass bot, kill yourself. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, I had the join rabbi Discord ones after me. The next person wrote, no kidding, 17 hours ago, no kidding, fucking Rabbi Rothschild. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, petition to block the rabbi from this entire website. The next person wrote 18 hours ago, that rabbi trying to take over the world. The next person wrote, the rabbi has a blue sky. The next person wrote, 18 hours ago, I don't fucking care that rabbi is useful. Please get the fuck out. The next person wrote, 19 hours ago, Box provided the stream's post. Like my post was about hardcore lesbian smut. Mr. Rabbi, sir. Next person wrote, 22 hours ago, I had that guy too. I like the idea that someone saw any of my posts on here and thought, that's a person I'm in my secret rabbi sex cult history. Next person wrote, 23 hours ago, this is in Spanish. Yes, ma'am. No, I just spammed. Next person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, I know why. Because when you come in here, it says you have to be 18 years old, so they think it's a party. Next person wrote, this person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild bots. I think it's a porn Discord. Because normally when you come into a Discord, you don't have to be 18 years old. In mine, you do, because I don't want to talk to children. Next person wrote, 23 hours ago, thank you, Rabbi. Next person wrote, where's this one? One day ago, the Rabbi Rothschild was harassing me to like another post in the target. I'm down. Everybody's a target. Next person wrote, I was expecting the rabbi when I saw the instant mic. Next person wrote, okay, it's not this one. Yeah, hunt down the Rabbi Rothschild guy who made. Oh, okay. Somebody wrote 8 seconds ago, fuck off, Rabbi. Okay. Let me see where this one was. It was so funny. Let me see this so fast. I think she took it. So maybe not. Yeah, she took it. Let me see. She wrote retweet. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, she took it. Okay, let's. Yeah, she took it. Okay, it's so funny. This one girl just wrote just innocently. She's like, "We have a really hard period this month." And my bot looked through and he posted that and liked it. She's like, why did a rabbi come and repost my tweet about my period? It just made me laugh. So that's what I go on for. And I'm making Instagram reels and making. What I do is I just oh, I lip sync different songs, so I can do it. That's what I got. What's good in your neck of the woods, Abby? Yeah, why is it a rude question? Okay, that's good. Excellent. Sometimes a thing happens. Glad that you're here. All right. So I created this one. I can't stand Instagram. Do you use Instagram? Okay. You're good. You're good. It's just such a shitty app. It it is just not built very well, and I can tell that it's not. There's like poor quality assurance on it, and it's very bothersome to me because I spend a lot of time making what I feel. I mean, it's not. It's time-consuming content, and then it doesn't always upload. And it's just it crashes a lot, and in comparison to other things, it's just really. And I can't believe that Zuckerberg has a strike record on social media just because it's just it's poor. I made this video. It was really good. It was sticking the police, message in Ohio, and can't upload it. It doesn't give me any reason why I can't upload it. Just the video can't be posted. And I think it's because I was low on storage or something like that. We cleared up storage, and still just not being cool. So I just pushed it. Will not upload. Something went wrong. Like, tell me what went wrong. What's wrong? Like, I don't get it. It should be like, hey, this went wrong, or whatever. It is my job. Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat what you just said, please? No, it's not. I've never heard of that. So is it? It's maybe it's a separate. It's like Instagram. It's like Instagram. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that you could just like literally take somebody else's app and like, I know when I was building apps, we were gonna get a copyright on our app, but it wasn't worth it because all you have to do is change one little small part of it, and then people are able to basically create it or like dictate that it's theirs. I mean, that's basically check it out. There's this thing that happens. Um, this is very frustrating to me. I just don't understand why some big celebrity isn't like, hey, this sucks, but I guess they don't post their own content. Okay, so what happens? So there's this thing called app cache. It's basically like um, data that your device uses to not have to create. I don't know, it's just like garbage data that your app stores temporarily, that your device stores temporarily. And there's this constant issue in Instagram. There's this constant issue with Instagram where it just continues creating cache and doesn't clear it. You have to like manually clear it. It's just, I don't know. It's better when you would see that what is posting anything in the last minutes. No, it doesn't get better. There are a lot of transgender people on this stuff. I'm telling you, it's like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people. It's like 25% of the population. I'm transgender. How can it bother me? I beat everybody in the fight. I was transgender before it was cool. You figure it out. It doesn't bother me that a lot of people on there are transgender. No, no. It's just, um, it's just like a huge population that I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't. It's literally like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people. Apparently, I didn't get the memo. That said, get off Twitter and get off Facebook, which is fine. The only thing that I don't, it doesn't bother me, but I don't need to know that. Like, it's fine. You can hate me for whatever reason. No, no, no. No, it's just like people make it their entire personality. And I guess. And then I guess if like changing clothes and like wearing makeup and stuff like that. I don't know what you to want to do it. It has to be hard. I don't know. They're just hard to get into like. I don't even know what but if people are proud of it, then let them know. All I know is that the person who's giving the fuck out is she, they, I, maybe the name is Zachary, the Rock, and they always have she, they, next thing, and Z-I-B, whatever. They're Scotsman. So I think that means they're Scottish. Yeah, I know. They told me to fuck off 9 minutes. Yeah, no, I understand. It's fine. I'm really excited for some of these people to come in here so I can explain myself to them. When it happened previously, someone was got in here, and I was able to explain myself. They were like, "Oh, this is a really cool project," and I'm an ally to what you're doing. Like now that I know about it. But I run into a couple of issues to not get people in here. Number one, I'm like spamming everybody. Number two, the link that I'm sending isn't a normal Discord link. I can't, I don't want to say I can't. I could probably change the link that I'm sending to be a Discord link, but instead I'm using a link shortener because oh, okay. Well, but I get to critique my own approach too. Um, so people say that they're like afraid to click the link because they think that you're good. Um, they're afraid to click the link that I'm sending them because they don't know if it's going to train them or hack them. I've heard people say that. And then I have two other links, one to my link tree and one to my YouTube channel. And I'm not going to click a strange link. I don't care who sends it. Like, I don't know what it is. So there's that. Then if they did click it and they get in here, it says that you have to be 18. And so a lot of people think, oh, this is some kind of porn server because I have to be 18 to be in here, and then they just leave. And then I get my approach though. I'm like the most infamous spammer that this platform has ever seen, perhaps the internet's ever seen. I am extremely persistent, and these bots just go and they'll upload and they'll like everything. It's not like I'm spamming them or anything. I'm not sending them a message. I'm not spamming them a picture. I've done that in the past. What I'm spamming them are likes. So whatever they post, it likes, but then they get a notification that says, please join Rabbi's Discord. So it gets annoying, I get it. But it's not even like a negative thing. It's like you're getting a like on your post and you just posted. So there are positive aspects to that. Um, and then people think it's religious. So I get that too. There are people who are like, I'm not religious. I don't want to join your Discord. And so I get that too. And then um, there are people, again, who think it's pornography because you have to be 18. They think it's religious because I'm a rabbi. And they have they're cautious because of the links that are coming. So I get it. I get why it's difficult for me to do. But it's just a matter of time. I have to keep these things churning out. And they work really well. For the first time in like months, I was able to program these bots to work overnight. And that's really good because before they were only working like 16 hours a day, but they were 24 hours a day now. And that's a really good benefit to me, which is why I've been doing a lot of attention. Okay, with that being said, please fill me in.
Conducting some kind of scientific experiment that would have some public benefit. It's the job of the government, and in this case the NIH, to fund that kind of work. The NIH has been incredibly slow in its evaluations of these repurposed drugs, and it's been left to lots of other private activities of uneven quality, and hence that's why you have these big fights. Because the data are not solid, you're going to have these big fights.
Yeah, but also, okay, forget the process of science here, the studies, not enough effort being put into the studies, just the way it's being communicated about.
Yeah, I know, like horse paste, like, come on. The FDA put a tweet out telling people who were like, they're taking ivermectin because they've heard good things about it, they're sick and they're desperate, and just call it horse paste was just, that was terrible.
That was deeply irresponsible. My hope is grounded in the fact that young people see the bullshit of this. young PhD students, graduate students, young students in college, they see the less than stellar way that our scientific leaders and our political leaders are behaving, and the new generation will not repeat the mistakes of the past. That is my hope, because that's the cool thing I see about young people is they're good at detecting bullshit, and they don't want to be part of that. That's my hope in the space of science. Let me return to this idea of the Great Barrington Declaration. Return to the beginning. So, what are the basics? Can you describe what the Great Barrington Declaration is? What are some of the ideas in it? You mentioned focus protection. What are your concerns about lockdowns? Just paint the picture of this early proposal.
Sure. So the Great Barrington Declaration, first, why is it called Great Barrington Declaration?
It's such a great name. It's such an epic name. But the reason why it's called that is way less than epic.
It was because the conference, which is organized by Martin Kulldorff, who was a professor at Harvard University, biostatistician, he actually was the designed the safety system, the statistical system that the FDA uses for tracking vaccine safety. He and I had met previously just the summer before that summer. And he invited me to come to this small conference where he was inviting me and Sunetra Gupta, who's a professor of theoretical epidemiology at Harvard, at Oxford University. And I jumped at the chance because I knew that Martin and Sunetra were both smarter than me, and it would be fun to talk about what the right strategy would be. On the drive in, I didn't know what the name of the town was. And I asked. They said it was Great Barrington. I had it in the back of my head. Martin and I arrived a little early, writing an op-ed about some of the ideas hopefully we'll get to talk about very soon, about focus protection and the right strategy. And when Sunetra arrived, we realized we'd actually come basically to the same place about the right way to deal with the epidemic. And I thought, well, why don't we write something like the Port Huron statement? So what I had that in the back of my head. Yes. And I'm like, well, what's the name of this town again? It was Great Barrington.
Yeah. So it's not Barrington. It's Great Barrington.
Which is fantastic, right?
It's so over the top that it's perfect. It's really like the Big Bang. There's something about over the top fun titles that just really
So that's my contribution.
Is the title the name Great Barrington?
But yeah, so it was kind of the idea is actually, well, the title is great, and I think that it was written in a very stylish way. It's less than a page. You can go look online and read it. It's written for not for scientists, but for the general public, so that people can understand the ideas really simply. But it is not actually a radical set of ideas. It actually represents the old pandemic plans that we've used for a century, dealing with other similar pandemics. And it's twofold. But first, let me talk about the science it rests on, and then I'll talk about the plan. The science actually was some of what we already talked about. There's this massive age gradient in the risk of COVID infection. Older people face much higher risk than younger people. The second bit of science is that's not controversial, right? But if you think the IFR is 0.7 or 0.2, no matter what, everyone agrees on this age gradient. The second bit of science is also not controversial. The lockdown-focused policies that we followed have absolutely devastating consequences on the health of the population. Let me just give you some examples. And this was known in October of 2020. Right? So the UN was sounding alarms that there would be tens of millions of people who would starve as a consequence of the economic dislocation caused by the lockdowns. That's come to pass. Hundreds of thousands of children in places like South Asia dead from starvation as a consequence of lockdowns. Priorities like the treatment of patients with tuberculosis in poor countries stopped because of lockdowns. Childhood vaccination of measles, mumps, rubella, DPT, diphtheria, so on, pertussis, tetanus, all those standard vaccination campaigns stopped. Tens of millions of children
skipping these doses for diseases that are actually deadly for them.
Is there, just on a small tangent, is it well understood to you what are the mechanisms that stop all those things? Because a lot of times, is it some aspect of supply chains, just literally because hospital doors are closed? Is it because there's a disincentive to go outside by people even when they deeply need help?
It's all of the above. But a lot of those efforts, like especially those like vaccination efforts, are funded and run by Western efforts. Gavi is I think it's a Gates-funded thing actually that provides vaccines for millions of kids worldwide, and those efforts were scaled back. Malaria prevention efforts. So in the developing world, it was a devastating effect. These lockdowns. There's also direct effects, like in India, the lockdowns when they first instituted, that there was an order that 10 million migrant workers who live in big cities and they live hand them out. They buy coconut. They sell the coconuts with the money. They buy food for themselves and coconuts for the next day to sell. Walk back to their villages or go back to their villages. And overnight, the 10 million people walking back to their villages or taking a train back, 1,000 die on overcrowded trains, dying essentially on the side of the road. I mean, it was absolutely inhumane. And the lockdowns there, this is actually, it's kind of like what's happened in the West as well, but it was so severe. There was a zero prevalence study done in Mumbai by a friend of mine at the University of Chicago. What we found was that in the slums of Mumbai, there was 70% seroprevalence in July or August of 2020, whereas in the rest of Mumbai is 20%. Right, so it was incredibly unequal. The lockdowns protected the relatively well off and spread the disease among the poor. That's in the developing world. In the developed world, the health effects of lockdowns were also quite bad. Right, so we talked already about isolation and depression. There was a study done in July of 2020 that found that 1 in 4 young adults seriously considered suicide. Now, suicide rates haven't spiked up so much, but the depths of despair that would lead somebody to seriously consider suicide itself should be a source of great concern for public health.
And this is one of the troubling things about measuring well-being is we're okay at measuring death and suicide. We're not so good at measuring suffering. It's like people talk about maybe even Holodomor under Stalin or the concentration camps with Hitler. We talk about deaths, but we don't talk about the suffering over periods of years by people living in fear, by people starving, psychological trauma that lasts a lifetime, all of those things.
I mean, and just to get back to that point, we close schools, especially in blue states, we close schools. Now, richer parents could send their kids to private schools, many of which stayed open even in the blue states. They could get pods, they could get tutors, but that's not true for poor and middle-class parents. And as a result, what we did is we took away life opportunities. We tried to teach 5-year-olds to read via Zoom in kindergarten, right? And the consequence, actually, you think, okay, we can just make it up, but it's really difficult to make that up. There's a literature in health economics that shows that even relatively small disruptions in schooling can have lifelong consequences, negative consequences for kids. Right? So they end up growing up poorer, they lead shorter lives and less healthy lives as a consequence. And that's what the literature now shows is likely to happen with the interruptions of schooling we have in the United States. Many European countries actually managed to avoid this. There were in the early days of the epidemic great indications that children, first, were not very or severely at risk from COVID itself, nor are they super spreaders. Schools were not the source of community spread. Communities spread the disease to schools, not the other way around. We could talk about this later in the bag, but that was pretty well known even in October. We closed hospitals in order to keep them available to COVID patients. But as a result, women skipped breast cancer screening. As a result, they are showing up with late-stage breast cancer that should have been picked up last year. Men and women get colon cancer screenings, again, with later-stage disease that should have been picked up last year or earlier stage. For patients with diabetes, it's very important to have regular screening for blood sugar levels and sort of counseling for lifestyle improvement. We skip that. People stayed home with heart attacks and died at home with heart attacks. So you have this like sort of wide range of medical and psychological harms that will be utterly ignored as a result of the lockdowns.
Plus, there's the economic pain. So, like you said, whatever is the term for the non-laptop class, people would lose their jobs. Yes, there might be in the Western world support for them financially, but the big loss there that is perhaps correlated with depression and suicide is loss of meaning, loss of hope for the future, loss of kind of a sense of stability, all the pride you have in being able to make money that allows you to pay your own way in the world. And yes, just having less money than you're used to, so your family, your kids are suffering, all those kinds of things.
And there's like, again, economic literature on this, on deaths of despair, it was called. 2009, it was the Great Recession. It led to an enormous uptick in overdose from drugs, suicidality, depression, as a result of the job losses that happened during the Great Recession. Well, that's happening again, an enormous increase in drug overdoses. That's not an accident. That's a lockdown, right? Same thing with the job losses. The job losses, by the way, are like, it's so interesting because the states that stayed open have had much lower unemployment than the states that stayed closed. The labor force participation rates declined by 3%. It's women that separated because they stayed home with their kids. We've reversed a generation of women improving women's participation in the labor force.
Do you think it has to do with institutions that we mentioned that there's so much priority given or so much power given to maybe NIH versus other civilian leaders, or do people just not care about the economic pain? The leaders, I mean, because to me it was obvious. I mean, probably it's just studying history. Whenever I listen to people on Twitter or on mainstream news or just anything, I realize that's the very kind of top. The people that have a voice represent a tiny selection of people. And so whenever there's hard times, I always kind of think about the quiet, the voiceless, the quiet suffering of the tens of millions, of the hundreds of millions. Do political leaders not just give a damn?
I mean, I think it was actually a very odd ethical thing at the beginning of the pandemic, where if you brought up economic harms at all, you were seen as callous. Right, so I had a reporter call me up almost at the very beginning of the epidemic, asking me about like a very particular phenomenon. So like he was anticipating a rise in child abuse because children would be staying at home. Child abuse is generally picked up at school. And that actually happened. Like, so like the reported child abuse dropped, but actual child abuse increased. Because normally you pick up the child abuse at school and then you have an intervention, right? So yeah, so I was talking about like, well, there's going to be economic harms, and they're going to have health consequences. Economic harms matter, but he counseled me, and I think he had my best interest in art. But if we were to put that in the story, I would be essentially canceled because the narrative that arose in March of 2020 is if you care about money at all, you're evil and crass, and you must only care about lives. The problem with that narrative is that money that we're talking about is actually lives of poor people, right? When you throw 100 million people around the world into poverty, you're going to see enormous harm to their health, enormous increases in their mortality. It's not immoral to think about that and worry about that in the context of the pandemic response. Our mind focused so much on COVID that it forgot that there are so many other public health priorities
as well that need our attention desperately. And this is the thing I sensed about San Francisco when I visited. I was thinking of moving there for a startup. This is the thing I'm really afraid of, especially if I have any effect on the world through a startup, is losing touch in this kind of way. That you mentioned the laptop class. Um, Living in this world where you're only concerned about this particular class of people, and also, uh, perhaps early on in the pandemic, amongst the laptop class, there was a legitimate concern for health, but you're not sure how deadly this virus is. You're not sure who to listen to, so there's no concern. And then at a certain point, when the data starts coming in, you start becoming more and more detached from the data. You start caring less and less. And you start just swimming in the space of narratives, like existing in the space of narratives. You have this narrative in San Francisco, in the laptop class, and you're just a very proud, you know the truth, you're the sole possessor of the truth, you congratulate yourself on it, and you don't care what actually gigantic detrimental effect has on society. You're mostly fine. I'm so terrified of that. Well, I think the answer to that is just to remember. Remember. Yeah. I don't think you remember where you came from, but what you're doing this for. At the back of your head should always be what's the purpose? Like, why am I here? What's the purpose of this? If the purpose is simply self-aggrandizement, there should be just what you set up in your whole life. All of us would be forgotten in the end. Focus protection. The idea, the policy, and the focus protection. Right. So I was saying that there's two scientific bases, right? So one is this steep age gradient, the second is the existence of lockdowns. Again, I think there's not very little disagreement in the scientific community of both of those facts. If you put those facts together, the obvious policy is to protect the people who are at the most severe risk from the disease itself. And that's the idea of focus protection. That's the general principle of it. The actual implementation of it depends on the living circumstances of the people that are at risk, the resources that are available in the community, the technology that's available to do this. And so it's always going to be, in fact, it'll always be a local thing. And it'll depend on all of those things which are all local in nature. Right? So one very, very obvious thing in a country like ours, where so many older people live in institutionalized settings, nursing home settings, and that's where older, really vulnerable, chronically ill patients often live.
Rabbi, can you hear me? Rabbi, I hear you. Would you be interested in seeing now these aren't that good. They're just kind of funny to me. If I ever become viral, it's more content for people to just be able to with which you can share. I wouldn't show you this thing. They're just funny to me. I have like a billion Instagram accounts, so if you're wondering like why you only have you're following zero people, you have zero people following you. Yeah, I don't want people to follow me on this one just because it's been making me money, basically. And then if you're wondering, like also I created this app that I should say this robot that automatically uploads my life on Instagram. So a lot of the earlier posts are just like hour-long videos of just it's just like, I did. And then some of them also, Zuckerberg sucks. That's what one of my favorite things to say because it does. And sometimes the audio isn't synced, but that's fine. I know that to give everybody people. Please do. Oh, I know. How many things you got more than storage? Yeah, tell me how much Zuckerberg sucks. He's such a loser. No, I completely understand. I'm locked out of my account. I was locked out of one for so long that, like, I don't know why it didn't let me enter the password or whatever, and I didn't have access to the email, and they made me go through all my old friends and identify them, and they like all got married, and they're all like older, and I could barely recognize anybody. I was able to get back in. It's just a huge pain. Absolutely. Okay, Audie, I know you said you'd look at this later, but they don't take long. If you can, I sent you a link, and this is on what I'm working. It's basically just killing time until more people talk about me on blue sky. But this is my art, and I kind of think they're cool. Yeah, there's just a link to one, and then you just watch the next one more recent. And they're like 90 seconds each, so it doesn't take long to watch. And yeah, I want you to watch one. Tell me the greatest thing that you've ever seen. I'm looking for it. All I want is confidence, no negativity. I don't want you to be like, oh, you could have been in frame, or you didn't pronounce something correctly. I know these are just like my gifts to the world. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I want no negativity. Only positive. I'm going to watch it too. I watch everyone that I've done this. You said you're afraid to click on it? Why? You think I sent you a bad message? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, then you can just look it up on Instagram if you want to. I am at Prodigy Project, which means like really amazing kids. Yeah, Prodigy means like someone who's really good at something at a young age, and progeny is your offspring. And if you're like, why didn't you call it Rabbi Rothschild or something? I have a million of those accounts. I wanted this not to be linked to me. I shouldn't say linked to me. I could care less if it's linked to me. But sometimes when I have too many accounts that have the same name, then I can lose them, and then I lose them all, and I didn't want to do that. So I appreciate you. Whatever you do, don't like them either. I know I said only positive things, but don't interact with them. Let them be like a courtesy. Yeah, I'm not expecting you to, but don't comment, don't like, just watch and be like, wow, this person really loves themselves. I've never seen anybody sing old school songs with such passion. I can't believe I could. But I think they're cool. I don't think I've been doing this for 3.5 years. I've been making these videos for 3 years. And I've never ever shown any of them. Anybody. And I have so many of them. I've done like every major song of all time. And I play air guitar. That's my thing. I play air guitar when there's not even a guitar. Well, I mean, there's not even a guitar in the song at points, and I'll just be playing the guitar just because. No, I get what you're saying. No, I mean, like they'll be playing some other instrument, and I'll just be like, I'm gonna throw the air guitar in there. Oh, oh, no. If you're gonna say something about something like that, well, you have to understand. I don't know all the lyrics to these songs. A lot of times they're talking really, really quickly. Sometimes the music doesn't always make it. I mean, these are like not polished. I just turn them out. I just turn out content, and but I love them. Okay, well then I have to give you all my excuses. Say sometimes the video, like I'll accidentally drop the phone and the video stops, so then I have to like restart it, and you you'll be like, what? You'll be watching this video and you'll be like, how did he get there? And I'll be like, I'll just keep on singing. That's something that happens. Sometimes I kick over the phone. Um, sometimes, a lot of times what happens, and this is such a shitty thing on Zuckerberg's app, it's happened on a few songs, where I like to sing the whole song, but you can only do 90 seconds for it. So I'll do like the first part of the song, 90 seconds, and the second part of the song, 90 seconds, in a different video. But the video doesn't sync. So I have to do some kind of editing. And on some of them, it doesn't work, and it just uploads anyway, and I just keep it. I mean, like, there are some people who are very conscious of what they put on Instagram. I'm the exact opposite. I want content. I want as much stuff as I can put on. And so I don't pay too much attention to like little things like, I don't know, like that I'm perfect. Yeah, exactly. Quality goes wrong. Quality. That's a perfect word. Exactly. I'm about quantity, not quality, but I am about quality too. But I really think these things are amazing, and I watch them all the time, and I'm just like, I just think they're funny because most rabbis don't do. I know one rabbi who raps, and but like most rabbis don't do this kind of stuff, and most people don't do this kind of stuff. They're not comfortable enough with themselves to just be like, I put myself out there and just lip sync. I'm not always looking at the lyrics correctly, and I mean you can't hear what I'm singing, so it's not like that matters. But the other videos get it. So like someday somebody's gonna be watching these videos and they're gonna see when I break these. I'll get that lyric wrong. Um, and I do something called word chewing. It's where you like over you move your mouth more than you normally would. I don't always do this, but sometimes just because um, it's like something that it gets 1 years because I have 0 years. What'd you say? Yeah, it's an over exaggeration of your mouth. It's an over exaggeration of the mouth. And I don't know what else. The lighting isn't very good. I know it's not, but like bright lights really hurt my eyes. What else about it? Um, I sometimes have my glasses off, and I know it probably looks better with my glasses off, but I'm seriously so blind that I need to keep them on most of the time. Um, I do this thing, I do some cool things though. I love, I love when I like headbutt and or headbang, and I sometimes clip my yarmulke to just like a couple hair strands, and it's flying all over the place, but yet still sticking on the head. I think it's very cool. What else? You downloaded it? Did you think? So most yarmulkes don't have clips on the back, but I buy this special kind of they're called clip kickers, and they have little clips on the inside so that my yarmulke stays on my head. And so sometimes I clip it to like the strands of my hair, and then it'll like fly around, but it'll still stay on my head. And I don't know. Um, did you download this? You don't have to download Instagram. You can do it on the browser.
It is, and you know this disease affects that group most commonly. It is absolutely vital to protect that group. We should have known that in February 2020 from the Chinese data, and that we should have
thought about that group as the key constraint in our policy making. Instead, we thought about it in March 2020 as hospital beds as the key constraint. Hospital beds, ventilator shortages, and we ran around trying to like address that constraint. Like a linear programming problem, you figure out which constraint's binding, and you address that one thing, and then you go on to the next one, right? If that one constraint, we said, okay, the constraint is hospital beds. That led to the decision in many of the Northeast states to send COVID-infected patients who were on the verge of or looked like they were about to recover back to nursing homes, who then spread the disease all through there because they wanted to preserve the hospital beds.
Well, for somebody who loves numerical optimization, I love the way you frame this. But those are kind of connected, right? If you actually focus on protecting the vulnerable, you will also have the effect of not hitting the ceiling of the available.
That's the irony. If we protected the vulnerable most likely to be hospitalized, and so by protecting the vulnerable, we will also have addressed the shortage of hospital beds more effectively.
So that little shift in priority will kind of a big impact. Okay, but specifically, the idea is and we could talk about different ideas of how to actually do this, but you basically do a lockdown or something like that on a very small set of
people. You may have to do that if the community spread is very high, but generally, I think it would depend on, again, the living circumstances. So for instance, if you have here's a very simple idea that doesn't require a lockdown, a forced lockdown, and I don't actually generally not in favor of that kind of forced lockdown because you just won't get cooperation. But what you could do is provide resources to that group of people. So, like, imagine you live next door to somebody, an older couple, and there's high community spread. Well, they have to go grocery shopping. We did some communities did these senior only grocery hour, right? But they have to still go out and they might get exposed when they're shopping amongst other seniors. Well, why not organize home delivery of groceries to them? We did that for the laptop class, right? Or it can be just as a volunteer effort. The older people living next door just call them up and say, "Can I help you go out and go shopping for you?"
And so you would have potentially federal support of that kind of thing. So these kinds of efforts,
and identify where the vulnerable people live. It's really challenging in multi-generational homes. In LA County, for instance, there's a lot of older people living together with younger people in relatively crowded. But it's really quite a challenge. There again, you can use resources. So if grandma is worried that grandson's come home, but is potentially been exposed, grandson calls grandma and says, I might have been in a parlor, I might be where COVID was. Grandma calls public health and says, okay, you can have this hotel room for a couple of days until you can check turn negative.
In case it wasn't clear, the idea of focused protection is the people that are vulnerable, protect them. And everybody else goes on with their lives, open up the economy, just do as it was before.
There was still fear abroad, so there still would be some restriction people would pose on themselves. They probably wouldn't go to parties less. The grandsons probably wouldn't go so many parties, right? There would be less participation in big gatherings. You may even say big gatherings in order to restrict community spread again. I'm not against any of that, but you shouldn't be closing businesses. You shouldn't be closing churches and synagogues. You shouldn't be forcing people to not go to school. You should not be shuttering businesses. You should just allow society to go on. Some disease will spread, but as you've seen, the lockdown didn't stop the disease from spreading anyways.
Right. So what do you make of the criticism that this idea, like all good ideas, cannot actually be implemented in a heterogeneous society where there's a lot of people intermixing, and once you open it up, people will just forget that this is even existing, and they'll stop caring about the older people and mess up the whole thing, and the government will not want to fund any kind of the great efforts you're talking about food delivery and the food delivery services. You're like, why the heck am I helping out on this anyway? Because it's not making me much money, and so therefore all good ideas, they will collapse.
that might be true. I mean, I think it's always a risk with policy, but I think that people think back to the moment, but we actually felt like we were in this together to some extent.
Yes.
Right. I think that empathy that we had was used to like tell people to stay in and like happily, not happily, but like stay in, um, to like wear a mask or to do all these things that we thought would help other people could have been redirected to actually helping the people who most needed to be stripped.
Especially, I do remember March. So this is even way before vaccine, all that kind of stuff. March, April, May. There was a feeling like if we all just work together,
Yeah.
we'll solve this.
Right.
And that maybe started to. When did that start breaking down? I mean, unfortunately, the election is mixed into this.
Yeah.
That it became politicized. But I think it lasted quite a long time.
I think into the summer, I think there was some of that sense. I don't know. They're obviously very different people. But I think that it's true. It would have been challenging. It's also true that it's heterogeneous, exactly the way you said. But what that means is you need a local response. A response. So, my vision of a public health officer is someone that understands their community, not necessarily the nation at large, but their community, and that works within their community to figure out how to deploy the resources that are available to do the kind of protection policies we're talking about. That's what should have happened. Instead, they spent a huge amount of effort closing, making sure businesses stay closed. Business.
What's that? I love you too. I love you too. Aren't they cute? Thank you. Exactly the reaction I want. I think they're super cute and I really appreciate it. And I think I'm cute. Okay, so let's get you past the issue that you're having. Okay, you want to know how to create an Instagram account without having you want to just learn how to do it? No, just do it that way. I can see you can see all my amazing content. Oh, it's super cute. Oh, you don't use the account to be able to do my stuff. All right. Well, snoop. I mean, don't snoop, but just look at the video the next time. Okay, that's fine. So you're not able to do it for too long. Like I don't. Okay, so here's how you do it. You can watch. I think um, open up a new TikTok video, and then just put that link in, and then you'll be able to do my stuff. Okay, well you saw one of them, and you saw how cute it is, and you were very nice. I love you so. Thank you. I think they're cute too. I watch them all the time, and I'm like, man, I'm cute. I think they're funny. I've always thought that lip syncing was funny, and especially with song they choose. I don't know. I like all the songs they choose. I don't choose the songs that I don't like. But I heard you song, and that's amazing. And I mean, I was embarrassed. No, the nicest thing that you said is that I really appreciate that. But I don't know. It's like it's super embarrassing. Like I'm not always right. And all the like I can't go over the video on the one I sent you, and the video stops, but I got it to work. And there, I don't know. I just Instagram. I get what you're saying. Okay, well, I really like that subject machine mentality. Let's just say so. All right, so I'm trying to. I don't want you to have to work, but all you do is copy the link that I sent you and put it in an incognito tab. And I can do it right now. Stuff that's. All right, I'm actually going to see. You watch one? Okay, that's all I want. And I just want you to watch my music video. All the other stuff is generally pretty good. I don't say all this stuff. Oh no, it doesn't work. If I try to open my incognito tab, it doesn't go any further. How can I do that? How can you do that on Instagram? Look at you. Let's see. Oh, okay, wait. Join Instagram. You can't see it. You see the next one. I mean, it only shows like how much it's on. Showing up. Open that. Well, that's okay. You'll watch it next time. And I really appreciate that. How do I put it? What's the word of somewhat shy about them because I just kind of feel like a doofus. But I think they're super cute. That's a good one. So, if you're wondering, like, what is he doing? Why is he like singing happy stuff out just mumbling the words?
I mean, there are, like hardware stores.
Well,
What good did a closing hardware store do for the spread of COVID? If it had an effect on spread, COVID spread, I think it's going to be hard. Checking to make sure that plexiglass was put up everywhere, which now in retrospect turns out to probably make the disease worse. Um, masking enforcement, so shaming around masks. I mean, a huge amount of effort on things that were only tangentially related to focus protection. What if we turned our energy, that enormous energy put into that, instead into focus protection? That's such a conversation. And it wasn't, I didn't think of it as we had every single idea. We gave some concrete proposals. Then we put the
criticism we got was that those concrete proposals weren't enough. And the answer to that I have is that's true. They weren't enough. I wasn't thinking of them as enough. I was thinking that I wanted to involve an enormous number of people in local public health to help think about how to do focus protection in their communities.
The question that's interesting here is about the future too. COVID has very specific characteristics that you mentioned about the curve of the death rate based on the like it seems like with COVID it's a little bit easier to actually identify a group of people that you need to protect. So other viruses may not be this way. So might lockdown be a good idea, like hardcore lockdown for a future virus that's 10 times deadlier, that spreads at the same rate as COVID? Or maybe another way to ask that is, imagine a virus that's 10 times deadlier. What's the right response?
But yeah, I think it's always been focus protection. But the group that needs the focus protection to change the biology of the virus. Right, so the polio epidemic in the 40s and 50s in the U.S., the great people at most risk were children. We didn't know really at the beginning there was this lethal spread. So we did all kinds of crazy things, including like spraying DDT and someone was supposed to get rid of polio. But the focus was on it. Never was an outbreak, they would close the school down. And that was the right thing to do because that group that needed protection was children, and the disease was spread, we thought, in schools. I don't think there's a single formula that works, but there's a single principle that works. Right? No matter, it's hard to imagine a disease that's uniformly deadly across every group and every single person. There's always going to be some group that's differentially harmed. There's always going to be some group that's differentially protected, and that may change over time, right? So, like in this disease, in this epidemic, as people got infected and recovered, we now had a class of people that were pretty well protected against the disease. They should be like instead of ostracizing them because they don't want a vaccine, we should be allowing them to work. I mean, we're having staffing shortages in hospitals now because we forgot that principle.
It's quite a bit of this technology problem. Some of it, how much of it is a sociological problem? How much of it is a technology problem? Like, where do you put the blame sort of on why this didn't go so great and how it didn't go great? Because
when you think about lockdowns, like if we didn't have Zoom, we wouldn't have lockdowns. There's a reason 2009 we didn't lock down. We didn't have the technology in place to work with remote technologies.
So we had good lockdown technology,
yeah,
in Zoom. We didn't have good focus protection technology.
Yeah, I mean, focus protection is always going to be complicated, especially for something like this that spreads so easily. It's going to be complicated. And I'm the last person to say it would have been perfect. There would have been people who got sick, but they got sick anyways. The hope was that if we suppress community spread low enough, we can protect the vulnerable. That was the hope by lockdown. The reality was that only a certain class of people were able to benefit from the lockdown. The rest of society, we call them essential workers, had to work if they got sick. And the disease kept spreading. It didn't actually have a substantial effect on community spread in non-laptop class populations.
And also, we should probably expand the class of people who call vulnerable to those who would suffer or who have the capacity to suffer. Given the policies that we've made, it's very disingenuous to call the vulnerable just the people obviously at the risk of the community, but broadly speaking, vulnerable should include anybody who can suffer based on the policies you take in response to a virus.
Just something, that principle we just said, we really agree with.
Adi, can you hear me? Adi, Adi.
with is something I think has been lost, uh, and unfortunately lost, right? So the policies themselves, if they have harm, those are real, and we shouldn't pretend like they're not. And in the sense of demonizing people that suffer them, or pretend, I mean, like I said, a lot of times, like the depression that we've been talking about, that's thought of as like not so important. It is important. Especially the harm to people in poor countries, it's like been out of sight, out of mind in much of the rich parts of the world.
Once again, I hope that we seeing this, learning the lessons of history, the communication systems we have now, we learn this. It's like going to another country and bombing targeted terrorist locations, and there's going to be some civilians who die, pretending that the child who watches their dad die is not going to grow up, first of all, traumatized, and second of all, potentially bring more hate to the world than the hate maybe were other countries be fighting in the first place. That's another sort of considering only one kind of harm, not the full range of harms that can cause.
You know, like to return to focus protection, we still should be following the policy now for COVID or not, right? So the vaccines, there's a great shortage of vaccines. You won't know it in the United States and in rich parts of the world, but there's a great shortage of vaccines. We're not going to be able to vaccinate most of the entire percent of elderly, at least, and larger groups until late 2022. Huge numbers of older people around the world in poor countries that have not COVID recovered yet, so they're still quite vulnerable, not have the vaccine. And yet we're talking about vaccinating 5-year-olds who benefit, if at all, from vaccines, or just a very little bit, because they face such a low risk of harm from COVID.
Well, something that's a little bit near and dear to our specific to our hearts. So here at Stanford. So Stanford recently announced that they'll go back to virtual for some period of time in response to the, maybe you can clarify, but I think it's in response to the escalated, how would they phrase it, related to Omicron. And a few other universities are kind of like considering back and forth. In my perspective, as somebody who loves in-person lecture, who sees the value of that to students, to young minds. Also, looking at the data, seems the risk aversion in university policies around this, given how healthy the student population is, seems not well calibrated. But also ideological. Ideological, but given that, depending on the university, but I think many universities require student bodies vaccinated at this point. So I think it's a big mistake by Stanford to do this. And I'd like to say that because I just hope MIT doesn't. But what are your thoughts about that? Is there?
I completely agree with you. I think we have failed in our mission to educate our students by this decision. And I think, frankly, just more broadly, I think we failed generally over the course of the last year and a half in living up to our educational mission. In-person teaching is vital. Now, I can understand you have older faculty. The principle of focus protection says provide some alternative teaching arrangements for them. That makes sense to me. From the kids' point of view, they're more harmed by not getting the education we promised them than by COVID. So applying this principle of this focus protection, let young professors teach in person. This is before the vaccine. After the vaccine, let everyone teach in person.
Yeah, this is the part I don't understand the discussion we're even having, because okay, let's leave focus protection aside here, because that's a brilliant policy for perhaps in the future. And there's no vaccine. Now with the vaccine, I'm misunderstanding something here, because we're now in a space that's psychological, it's no longer about biology. Because with booster shots, I believe MIT is now requiring it for January. with the booster shot, the data shows no matter how old you are, the risks are very low for ending up in the hospital relative to all the other risks you face when you're older. I don't understand. Can you explain the policy around closing a university, but also just a policy about just being so scared still in the university setting?
I think the great universities done great harm by modeling this kind of behavior.
Yes, but to me, sorry to keep interrupting, but to me, the university should be the beacon of great behavior, not the beacon of like scared, conservative. Let's not mess up. Let's not make pathological. Let's not make anybody angry. Let's. It should be a place to play in the space of ideas.
Yes. So I think the central problem is actually related to the central problem with COVID policy in general. The goal seems to be to stop the disease from spreading rather than to reduce the harm from the disease. If the goal is to stop disease from spreading, the sad fact is we have no technology to accomplish that
At this point,
yes,
because it's already deeply integrated into human civilization.
Well, I mean, it's here forever. Like, there's a zero survey of white-tailed deer in the U.S. It turns out 80% of white-tailed deer in the U.S. have COVID antibodies. Dogs get it, cats get it. There's almost certainly human animal transmission of it. Presumably, bats get it equivalently. So you have a situation where you have this disease is here to stay, and the vaccines don't stop the spread of it. The lockdowns don't stop the spread of it. We have no technology to stop the spread of it, and so we're burning the earth trying to do something that's impossible, rather than working on what's possible. And so, like letting regular college happen, that's a great good. Universities are a wonderful invention, and it's contributed so much to society. It's decided to shut it down. The universities should be fighting tooth and nail to not be shut down, not the other way around.
Whatever the mechanisms that result in the university doing it, that's probably smooth talking. It probably has to do with certain incentives for the administration, probably has to do with lawyers and legal kinds of things to avoid legal trouble. But once again, it's when the administration has too much power and too much definition of what the policy is for the university, doesn't get the beauty, the power of the university should be about the faculty and the students. Administration just gets in the way. Get out of the way.
I mean, they can help organize. They play some important role, but
They certainly do.
they need to remember what the mission is. The mission is not safety. The mission, actually, universities should be dangerous places, for ideas and whatnot.
What is the role of fear in a pandemic? We've been dancing around it. Is it useful? Is it destructive? Or is there a sort of complicated story here? Because they're taking us back into January 2020. There was so much uncertainty. This could have been a pandemic that it's Black Death, the bubonic plague. It could have killed hundreds of millions
Welcome.
of people. We all know that. But we're very new.
How are you?
It's been a while. We're rusty.
Hello. How are you, Roger? Yo, dog, I can barely hear you. Are you talking in the microphone? Can you come closer to the microphone? Oh boy, you're still tough to hear. How'd you find out about me? No way! I love you, Roger. Thank you so much for coming. You're amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can turn you up, Roger. Because you are difficult to hear. Yeah, you're up all the way. Okay. Roger, can you hear me? You're good, dog. Okay. Oh, Roger, you made my day. Thank you so much for coming. Apology for my spam. I'll be able to explain it all. Shout out to Roger, everybody. Roger's the man. Excellent. Roger, can you hear me? Oh, you are so much clearer now. Whatever you did, worked. Can you hear me? Well, you were clearer. Oh, now you're clear again. Oh, beautiful. Loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much, Roger, for coming. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, what about myself? Oh, hello. Hi, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, take your time. Trouble with That's all right. Okay. Excellent. All right. Firstly, Roger, thank you. Apologies for my bots. Thank you so much for coming. As you know, I spam people on Boost to tell them what I do. My name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been streaming live since the pandemic, 24/7. This is more data than any person in global history. It's essentially a real life treatment show or a real life Big Brother. Roger, have you ever seen the treatment show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Beautiful. Excellent. Well, in the same way that his entire life is on camera, essentially is the same about mine. I have more than 18 different cameras on me right now, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm a part of a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by them. That's what all my merchandise is and all of my get up. And it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Campaign, which is worth $100 million right now. And one of the projects that they have is building wells in developing nations, specifically in Nigeria. I want to help those kind of positive projects. I'm a major advocate for the lifestyle program. But most importantly, in terms of ending world thirst, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, essentially pumping grit seawater out of land to make it drinkable. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like antimatter faster, and travel faster, like communication, quantum computing, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean Islands. That was a type of goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company in Dallas, Texas has found this collaborative bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant serpents. And most recently, just you may have heard of the news, introduced direwolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the bear. I just think this is mind-blowing information I want people to know about. I talk about some other things that have been helping me direct the Roger if you want. Well, it's a scientific advancement. I don't necessarily see too much activity on it. The woolly mammoth went extinct. But so much of what you're talking about is that kind of thing. And it hasn't really worked out with me right now because of the understanding practice. And the things you're talking about are happening in real time. Those kind of projects are taking tens of years to develop. And what we're facing right now is so these kind of this guy has developed, you know, scans really are just, not very interesting to me. Okay, well they don't have to be. I don't know how these are pie in the sky. I will say recently got traffic in the last month. And the Billy Mammoth project was something that is trying to look for, but here are pictures of them working towards the creation of super soldiers. Well, I don't think that there's really too much of a connection between the direwolf and super soldiers. We could perhaps make that link. What do you think that technology is being used? What do you think that kind of technology would use recombinant DNA to bring that Billy Mammoth out of it? Is that reaching a certain point? Why would you do that? I mean, why would that come out in the first place? I mean, at least the woolly mammoth went extinct because. I think I heard enough, bro. Okay, well, take care, my friend. All right, well, at least Roger found out about me from Blue Sky. I don't know how he can be the anti-woolly mammoth, but he can be yours. That's fine. It just tells me that it's working. That's 2 people I've gotten in here from Blue Sky. That makes my day. That's phenomenal.
So like there is some value to hear so that you don't do the stupid thing. You don't just go on with it. I guess where I come from, I think it's almost entirely counterproductive. I think fear should never be used as a tactic to manipulate human behavior by public health. So fear on the individual level, that fear should be very hesitant about that feeling because it could be easy.
What'd you say? Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all. Yeah, you can't win them all. And I certainly know that. And trust me, I would pretty much money for anybody. I'm happy that Roger found out about me. And it just tells me that my little plan is working. And, if you want to connect direwolves to super soldiers, that's fine. I'm not creating them. I'm just letting them know about this kind of technology. If he thinks that Woody Mammoths are scams, all right, well then pick it up with also Bioscientific. It's on their website, and the front page has their film. So I'm not scamming anybody. And everybody who I think probably might have their fears of this thing might be someone like Roger. But that's okay. That's okay. Maybe he's a fan of machine intelligent collector. And you got something for everybody. Okay. No, and that's cool. I mean, Roger's allowed to have his own beliefs. And that's the thing. I don't need, I don't, people are honestly open to having any kind of beliefs that they want. I get people to me all the time. I just got in here from Russia within the last 48 hours. And he and I we did not argue. And everything that I said, he wanted to counter it. And by the end, he was like, I think that you make a lot of sense. He's like, apologies. Like, I'm a scientist and I just do my best to not believe everything that I'm told, but you're able to get some people who come in here and they're fully naked and they just are masturbating. And I turn off the camera and I ask them to stop. And so I get all kinds of people. I get boys who do that. I get girls who do that. I get all kinds of people. So it is what it is. There are people who will, I think, masturbate to just about anything, and they want you to see it, and that's not my thing. I don't see. I mean, the chicks are cool. That's fine. I guess some OnlyFans models are coming. They're just like, I'm not 100% like her, but the guys, that's not my thing. I don't want to see that. But I don't kick them out, which is kind of surprising. Most people are just like immediately kick people out. I just tell them to respect them. The only time I really kick anybody out is if you are using, you're just like very loud. I get people coming in with a chainsaw music. You'll come in here and people will just be like, N-word, 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 N-word. Like, literally, that's what they say. It's not even like, oh, my N-word, oh, my, no, that's fine. That's how you want to talk. That's cool. But if you're literally just in here just checking out with one word, then you can, that's how you can get things. It's like, no, there are some people always together and debate the heart. I get that with them. And, you know, I didn't even try to take them out. I found out about that before. I'm pretty open to just about everybody. So, if someone like Roger wants to come in half naked, or want to come in half naked, that doesn't bother me too much. I just have to get this far. Now, as for you, can you hear me? Excellent. I was talking to you earlier. I forgot to tell you. So sometimes I change the lyrics and I mouth it. Like I sing Dusty Springfield's son of a preacher man for like Methodist Christian preachers who do rabbis. So I instead changed the words to like son of the rabbinate. And so if you ever like, why is this son of the rabbinate? Oh, you mean like the N-word? I don't say the N-word. So rabbinate means it's just the connected with the rabbinate. It would be like saying priesthood. And then uh, I don't say the N-word. So instead, sometimes I just use the word ninja. And so, yeah. So with that, I just made two more of them. What is it? Okay. Well, let's talk about important things. Were you able to get an Instagram account? That's okay. Do you want to know how to get an Instagram account before we have connection? Right. Okay, so we're just creating an account for you. I know it's a lot of things, but you have to have a fitness and you have to keep it. All right. So the first thing that we want to do is uninstall the app. Okay. that on his Instagram. Don't take it to time schedule. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. I got Roger in here, and he didn't leave. I'm closing in on 7,200 follower members, and but I've gotten 4 members today. It's been awesome. Thank you very much. You said the one is right? Oh, you good? I'm glad I got Roger. Shout out to Roger. Roger, if you watch this in the future, just know I'm not making super soldiers. And I'm not scamming anybody. But I am very pro Willie Mammoth. Hey, Audie, do you know what Snuffleupagus is? Well, excellent. I got bad news for you. No, he's still gone. But he's not a woolly mammoth. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. He's not. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, it's like you heard my conversation with this person I had last night. I just always assumed that he was a woolly mammoth. But no, you're right. He's like a giant anteater, which is like, I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. I learned all about I learned all about stuff like this, so I did like this deep dive into him. And originally, he was only seen by Bigford. And whenever Bigford tried to tell people, like, "Hey, I've got this friend stuff up," because everybody was like, "Holy shit!" And the Sesame Street people changed that because they were afraid that like people wouldn't believe kids when they told them about things. And then they had this like nice, welcoming, kind, or welcome gifts that come. And I did stuff about these too. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth, but he's not. Anyway,
Easily manipulated by the powerful. Exactly. So I think that fear is natural, and it's not something that you have to stoke to get when the facts on the ground suggest it. Right? In fact, the tendency for humans in the face of threat from infectious disease is to exaggerate the fear in their own minds of being contaminated by the environment and by others. That's just natural to humans. And the role of public health is not necessarily to eradicate the fear. I've got like obviously technological advances to help eradicate the fear, but it's really to help manage that fear and help people put the sort of incentives that come out of that to useful things as opposed to harmful things. What's happened in this pandemic is that there's a deliberate policy to stoke the fear, to help make people think that the disease is worse than it actually is. In survey after survey, you see this. And that's been incredibly damaging. So young people have readily given away their willingness to participate in regular life because A, they fear COVID more than they ought, and B, they fear that they're going to harm the vulnerable in their lives. You put those two together, and you get this powerful demand for lockdowns. You see this all over the world.
Broadly speaking, you have a powerful demand for irrational policies, irrational policies. Because I would like to mention the flip side of that. I've been saddened to see how much money there is to be made by the martyrs, the people, the conspiracy theorists that tell you you should be afraid of the government. You should be afraid of the man. It feels like fear is the problem. I think there's some guy that once said something about we should fear itself. He's a president or something.
I vaguely remember that.
So I'm worried about both sides here. Is that
I think the general principle is that should not be a tool of public policy, right? The public policy should attempt, and public health policy in particular, should attempt to address that fear. It's not that you should tell people lies, of course not. Tell people accurately what the risk is. Give people tools that have evidence that they can address their risk with, and level with people what you don't know. I think that is the right adult way to deal with this pandemic from a public health point of view. And that is not the policy we have followed. Instead, public health has intentionally stoked the fear in order to gain compliance with these edicts. And I think the consequence of that is people distrust public health. What you're talking about, this distrust of government, I think is partly a consequence of that. That movement, which is much smaller once upon a time, is much larger now, because of essentially people look at what public health has done and say, they've lied to me a whole bunch of times, a whole bunch of things, is the general sense. And the consequences of that. We're going to have to work in public health for a long time to try to regain the trust of the public.
throughout all of this, you've been inspiring to me, to a lot of people. You've been fearless, bold in these kind of challenging the policies, and not in a martyr kind of way, because you're walking the line gracefully and beautifully, I would say. And looking at that, I think you're an inspiration to a lot of young people. So I have to ask, what advice would you give them if they're thinking of going into science, if they're thinking of having an impact in the world? What advice would you give them about their career and maybe about their life? Thinking about somebody in high school, maybe in undergraduate.
I'd say a few things. One is, this is a wonderful profession. You have an opportunity to improve the lives of so many and do it by having fun. The kind of play we're talking about. It's an absolute privilege to be able to work in this kind of area. To young people looking to say that have some gifts or desire for this area, I'd say please, go for it.
So just area of science broadly.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know if it's an AI, but it could be or in health or in medicine or whatever your gifts lie. Develop them, work hard, develop them, because it's worth it. It's worth it not just not just because you get some status, but because the journey is fun, and the result is improvement for the lives of so many. And so I think that is the encouragement I give. I'd also say, if you're looking at this ugliness of this debate that's happened over the pandemic, I'd say to young people, we need you to come in and help transform it. Many of the people in this debate that behave poorly, I ask you to forgive them. I've done my best to try, because many of them are acting out of their own sense that they need to do good, but the mistake they've made is in its arrogance and its power. But when you come in, remember that example as a negative example, and so that when you join the debate, you'll join it in a spirit of humility, in a spirit of trying to learn, while keeping that love of that led you to enter the field in the first place.
And yeah, choose forgiveness versus like derision. Like the people that I've messed up, like give them a pass. So that's how it feels like that's how improvement starts.
But yeah, I've been thinking this is like I told you I'm Christian, so like I thought that like God has given me many opportunities to forgive people. Learn to practice how to do that.
Gave you a gift.
It's a very helpful thing. Yes.
Is there a memory from when you were young that was very formative to you? So you just give advice to some young people. Is there something that stands out to you that decision you made, an event that happened that made you the man you are today?
I actually grew up in a relatively poor environment. Like I was born in India, and when I was 4, my dad had 8 brothers and sisters, and my mom had 4 brothers and sisters. She grew up in the slum in Calcutta. His dad died when he was young. He supported his family, his brothers and sisters with university scholarship money. Came to the U.S. and my dad worked in a McDonald's, even though he was an electrical engineer. Couldn't find a job in 1971, and so he worked at McDonald's. We lived in this basically like this the housing port like development in Cambridge. This like this middle building, the 17th floor of this like housing development. Um, I mean, I think that was transformative for me. Like I didn't realize so much at the time how that experience of being essentially like poor, lower middle class, what the effect it had on my outlook.
You mentioned to me offline that you listened to a conversation that I had with my dad. What impact did your dad have in your life? What memories do you have about him?
He was a rocket scientist, actually. He helped design rocket guide systems. Died when I was 20, and I still miss him to this day. And I think that experience of seeing him sacrifice himself for his family, a brilliant man, but in many ways frustrated with like his opportunities in the world, which probably would let him come to the U.S. in the first place. That's transformed. That's had a transformative effect on me. I wish I could tell him that.
Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Your dad is no longer with us. You're the old wise sage that represents.
I've only worried about death once in this pandemic. Although I had 2 of my cousin who's 73 and my uncle who's 74 died in India during the pandemic. I agree with them, but mostly COVID. Like the fear of COVID really just hit me only really once during this. It wasn't for me. And I recognize it as irrational. So on the eve of the Santa Clara County seroprevalence study, it was a really interesting thing. There's so many people volunteered to help, and my daughter who's 20, and she was 19 at the time, and my wife also volunteered to help with like various aspects of the study. And so the eve of the study, they were going to go out in public, and I didn't know what the death rate was because we hadn't done the study. And I suspected it was lower than people were saying, but I didn't know. I knew about the age gradient because I'd seen the Chinese data. And my daughter's young, but my wife is my age, and I didn't know the death rate. And I couldn't see something before. It's like, what if I'm putting my family, my kid, my daughter, and my wife at risk because of some activity I'm doing? It was kind of
Worried about the well-being and of others.
Yeah.
And when you look in the mirror,
if I die, I die. I mean, like it's not. Again, I'm Christian, so death is not the end for me. I believe, and so I don't particularly worry about my own death, but I do. I mean, I just can't help but worry about the well-being of our loved ones.
so from the perspective of God, then let me ask you, what do you think is the meaning of this whole journey we're on? What do you think is the meaning of life?
It's very simple. Love one another. Treat your neighbors yourself.
It's love. It's simple as that. I'd love to see a little bit more of that in the pandemic. It's an opportunity for the best of our nature to shine. So I've seen some of the worst, but I think some of that is just good there. And I'm hoping in the end, all we have here is love. at the very least, make your dad proud of some incredible rockets that were launching. I think you get along well with that one. I definitely would. Thank you so much. This is an incredible honor to talk to you, Jay. You've been an inspiration to so many people, and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much for spending valuable time with me today. I really appreciate it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jay Bakari. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Alice Walker. The most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Mark Norman, a New York comedian who has a way with words that is often both dark and hilarious. Let there be a warning, dear friends. Proceed with caution and protection. You may, in fact, need it. He has a special on his YouTube called Out to Lunch, and a new special on Netflix as part of the stand-up season series I recommend you watch. This is the Let's Movement podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Mark Roman. I asked Tim Dillon about Bukowski first, so let me continue on that tradition and ask you about something that Charles Bukowski said.
Are we rolling?
Yes.
No hello, no nothing.
Nope.
I thought I was robotic.
Bukowski said, love is a fog that burns away with the first daylight of reality. So, Mark Norman, let me first ask you about love. What are your thoughts about love? You talked about it in your relationship quite a bit. Do you think love can last?
I do, but I think it's work. Everybody wants love to be this prepackaged, perfect, euphoric thing, but you gotta, it's like a good body, you know? We're all born with a good body, but you gotta keep it in shape, and it's the same with a loving relationship.
I think somebody wants to do the most. You talked about, I think you told a story about being unfaithful to a previous girlfriend, something like that. I think the story goes that you were like drifting apart. You talked to the bird crusher, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, we were high school sweethearts, dated for like 12 years.
So that was not anymore. That was more like a relationship. That was like,
Yeah, comfort, routine, and we just slipped into that kind of married life, autopilot world, and I tried to break up, I think, and it didn't take. It was one of those things. Our lives were just so baked in, and then I think I cheated, and she caught me, and it was ugly, and then we went to therapy to try to work it out, but it's much like a car that gets into a wreck, the door never closes the same. You know what I mean?
yeah. So what are your thoughts about then commitment, like outside of marriage?
I think it's an antiquated idea. I think it's kind of silly and unrealistic. And I think we're coming out of that. We get all polyamorous and non-binary and queefy and all this stuff. I think we're slowly moving away from that. But I think a lot of the ladies, majority of women, like marriage, like the idea of it. Like I'm a fiance now, or whatever you call it, engaged. And I mean, she is just really going hog wild. She's loving it. Got the dress thing, pick a venue, flowers. She's deep in, whereas I feel guilty because I'm just like, jeez.
Is it planned already? When's the wedding?
Squid Game. I'm just living life. Yeah, it's planned. It's in New Orleans. I'm from there, and it's next year. Are you married?
No.
Virgin?
Of course, yeah.
I can't imagine. I bet you'd be great in bed. You're ripped. You have the best hairline in podcasting.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried yet, so we'll have to see.
All dog on you? Yeah, I can see you back in that crazy downtown.
That matters for girls.
Apparently, yeah, that's all I hear about.
Okay, New Orleans. You grew up in New Orleans?
Yeah, born and raised. Hey, how about that? You ever been?
Yeah. Don't remember.
Oh, you drink?
Yeah, I drink. Of course I drink.
I don't know. I can't tell. You have fun.
No, not really. But Russian, of course I drink alcohol, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Vodka. Beer was just labeled an alcoholic beverage in 2011. Fun fact. In Russia. It was just drinks. It was like apple juice before. It finally got declared legally as an alcoholic beverage.
Which means you can regulate it, that kind of thing.
I guess so. Yeah. That's where your brain goes.
Yeah.
I just go out these fucking Russians.
I didn't even know there was rules about drinking. Good, I'm learning about Russian history. Yeah. So, what's the difficult memory experience from childhood in New Orleans that made you the man you are today?
I don't know if maybe the man, but geez, I had a lot of scuffles in the neighborhood. I was the white kid in the neighborhood, so I was automatically the odd man out, the minority, the weirdo, the dork, the dweeb, the honky. So just a lot of memories of like getting slapped in the face by guys and just having to take it. There's like 5 guys there, and then you're like, oh look, you didn't even fight back. And you're like, what am I gonna do? Hit you and then get beat up by these guys. So a lot of that stuff was big bummer. Growing up, got robbed all the time. Lost a lot of bicycles. Had a bicycle taken from under me. That was pretty brutal. These kids pulled up. You know, they're like 17, and I was 13, and I had a face paint on. Like I had not blackface, but I was at a summer camp, and I had a rainbow face paint on me. We were helping kids that day, so I let them put paint on me. And so now I'm riding home. What a mark! What a goober I am. I'm riding home, and these guys see me a mile away. I'm a sitting duck, and they go, "We can take his bike. He's got a fucking rainbow on his feet." So they go, "Hey." Cut in front end. They go, let me try your bike. I go, oh, I'm good, I'm good. I knew what they wanted. And they go, let me try the bike. And then just stuff like that was really shaping the insecurity, the self-worth.
Did it, has that been come out before? Yeah, it changes your view of human nature, but for sure, you go, wow, I didn't know people could be this mean. Yeah. Considerate. I'm always worried about it. Did I fart too much? Am I annoying? Am I pissing this guy off? But what a way to live. Just, I want the bike. I'm taking it. Fuck his feelings. For me, that quickly turned into realizing that that's just a temporary phase that those folks are in. Like they have a capacity to share. For some reason, for me, that was a motivation to see what we discovered can incentivize them to find like a better path in life. Like I wasn't like all like I don't know groggy about it. You know, of course I was pissed and all those kinds of things, but I don't know. It seemed like just the kind of thing you might do when you're younger.
Yeah, but it's adult crime, obviously.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, exactly. And then it solidifies, and then you run out saving at some point. But it's like there's always an opportunity to make a better life for yourself, to become a better version of yourself.
Yeah, and I remember coming home crying with no bike. My mom, my parents are like liberal to a fault. You know, where they were like, oh, well, they need it. They're poor kids in the neighborhood. And you're like, all right, but I also like I have a bicycle that I ride around. You know, and I also like to live in it, not just riddled with theft and vandalism. But they were just like, oh, they need it, and then it was a moot point. We just moved on. So I remember very young being like, all right, I gotta figure my shit out.
Okay, so you said you were beat up quite a bit, like bullying and stuff.
Pushed around. I was never hospitalized. But, you get a black eye here and there, and a bloody nose, stuff like that. And it was just the outnumbered thing. The violence didn't really bother me because you're just kids, you're boys.
Yeah.
But it was the predatory, let's get him, we can take him down. He's an easy target. That's what kills you. Yeah, the mental part.
Yeah, until you actually said that, I didn't realize. I've been in what do you call them, scuffles, and there's just one that stands out to me where yeah,
Go here, Benny. Bring it on. And you do too and all that stuff, right? Yeah, you can see the guns, the suit, like John Wick.
all right.
Sorry.
Well, I used to have, I used to have one for like a couple of years. It was not bad, but used to stuff like that. And it was, like, most of the fights I've been in, basically one-on-one, maybe a little bit, like, a little extra stuff, but not outnumbered. And this one particular time, I learned a lot of lessons, but one of them was this fight started between me and this other person, and then his buddies, I guess, were there, and they, as opposed to like breaking up or letting it happen, one of them grabbed my hair. It's the first time anybody grabbed, like, used my hair in a fight, which I've since then realized that that's actually a really powerful grip or a powerful weapon. Very difficult. And then I take out from that and it's looking down to like I couldn't do anything. Just really being sexually frustrated.
Yes.
That was the feeling like I can't do anything here. I'm like trapped. And then they were just like, yeah, kicking me and stuff like that. And the outnumbered part of it, because I always kind of remember the trap part because I just hate it from a fighting grappling perspective. How like the feeling was this isn't fair.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a deep, deep unfairness.
Yeah.
That you just can't win. And the mob wins.
Yeah, the mob wins.
Scary stuff. But it makes a man out of you in a weird way that builds character. You realize life isn't fair early and you go on from there. Yeah. So there's something there. And look at you today. You're probably not of a dumpster, a Krispy Kreme, and you're here. Got 8 podcasts. You're doing great. Talking to giant titans of the industry.
No, I do remember returning home that night. I mean, that you said you were crying. That's really formative. Like, that's the point at which you get to decide, what do I make of this moment? I mean, especially when you're younger, maybe it's not presented to you that way, but like, some of the greatest people in history were bullied in these kind of ways, and they made something of themselves. Like, bullied by life in some kind of way. It's like an opportunity for growth. It's weird, but like hardship, even in small doses, is like an opportunity for growth.
Totally. I mean, look at Richard Pryor. They labeled it the best comedian of all time. Grew up in a whorehouse, watched his mom get plowed by these guys in the middle of Indiana, I want to say. And who had a harder life? He sucked dick for drugs and all this stuff growing up, beat up. And the weird thing is, and then the whole world is like trying to get rid of bullying, but we still do bullying, but now it's accepted bullying. It's very strange.
So you're a proponent of beating kids up?
Yes, that's sexual thing.
All right.
But no, I just think it's part of life, and it's horrible. It's like rain. You gotta have it. Like a rainy day's a bummer, but you need it. And I think it's similar to that.
What was your relationship like with your mom, your dad? Well, what are some memorable moments with them? What did you learn from them?
Good parents, giving, thoughtful, a little out to lunch. They were workaholics, so it was hard to get a lot out of them. And my dad was kind of an angry dad. He just had like a weird childhood, and he's just trying to make it. He's trying to provide, but it's hard. And we live in this horrible neighborhood, and we're getting robbed all the time. So life was kind of coming down on him all the time. So then he'll take it out on you or whoever, and he would snap. But great parents, they cared, they put us first. But there wasn't a lot of, I don't know, you ever go to a friend's house as a kid and there's like a picture of a ski trip, and you're like, ski trip? What the hell is that about? There wasn't a lot of that. And very smart people, but I don't know how well they were at socializing.
So you never like bonded with them like at a deep human level?
Like, it's funny, but rarely deep. Yeah, just almost coworker. Hey, cold out. Huh?
What?
It's cold out, huh?
Oh yeah, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's there a little bit, but my parents would not hope this. But they would do a thing where, like Dad especially would do a thing where he knew how to cut you down. right to the bone. And so after a while, you're like, I'm not even going to interact with this guy because he could get you so well. One time we were at like a Thanksgiving, some kind of family event, and all the cousins are there. And I remember I was holding court. I was a young boy, minding my comedic legs in this weird, tumultuous scene we call a family, and I was killing. And my dad comes out and he goes, "What are you holding court?" And I was like, and I felt like I was this big. I shrunk down. He just nailed it because in my head I'm like, I'm holding court. Look at me. I got the whole room. And he goes, "What are you holding court here?" And I'm like, "Who the hell do you think you are?" And I was like, "He's right. I should be holding court. Who the fuck am I? I'm nobody." So something like that.
Was he aware of that?
He wasn't. He wasn't. I don't think he was. But
You give parents a pass when they're unaware of the destructive. Like, is it better when they're unaware? It seems like that's the way.
that's true.
That's the way parents often fail. Is it's not intentionally malevolent. They're just like ruthless.
Yeah. It's a bittersweet thing. You're like, well, okay, he's not malicious. He's not trying to hurt me. But also, he doesn't know he hurt me. I don't know. It's tough because if he was trying to hurt you, I guess that would be worse.
So you're the fully baked Mark Norman cake at this point. What do you do? You the sense of self-worth you mentioned. I think in your comedy, there's a sense that you hate yourself.
You think?
I
didn't know if that came through. Shit, I was trying to hide that part. God damn it.
I mean, when you, like, in the privacy of your own mind, are you able to love yourself, or is it mostly self-hate?
What happened to this podcast? I didn't know it was on Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil.
I thought we were going to talk about engineering and climate change. Rockets.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Starts with love, goes to rockets.
All right, I like that.
I mean, like,
what's the question? Sorry. Do I feel love?
No, like,
I love myself.
Yeah. So you, like this engine of being self-critical, of being constantly anxious about how the world perceives you, these kinds of things. Is this something that you just go to for comedy, or is this who you are completely?
I think I don't want to explore it. I think I get around it. I tap dance around it, but I can get it out a little with my act. Because I can't do it. I'm not doing it in real life. So I'll get out this no love, not loving myself. I don't know. Who wants to love themselves? Everybody wants to, you got to love yourself. And then when you meet someone who does love yourself, you're like, I fucking hate this guy. No, you hate the guy who's upset. I'm great. I'm awesome. Life is good. You're like, this guy sucks. I'd rather an insecure guy. So maybe I want to stay insecure. Maybe I don't want to find this love for myself.
Well, okay. So self-love, like just appreciating who you are, or like appreciating the moment, being grateful, doesn't have to express itself by the guy saying, "I'm awesome."
True.
It's more just like humility, just like walking calmly through the world and just being grateful to be alive, that kind of thing, and just and like being appreciative of all the accomplishments you made so far. I say all this because mostly I'm extremely self-critical in everything I do, and so and I kind of enjoy it. I think it's a nice little engine that makes it fun. It's like fun. Like, you hate everything you do, like you've done in the past. It gives you like, all right, you can do better.
Yes. That's the key, is making it self-critical. Always trying to get better. I can change this. I can tweak this. I can improve this. When you just go, I hate that I do this. I suck. I shut down. So that's the key, is always being productive with you.
Yeah, and the basics of life, I'm just like grateful for it, to be alive. It's nice to couple that with
2 legs, the skin, the hairline, the heart, the muscles, the world. You got a good brain on you. You're lucky. You're at the top. Most people are fat as shit at Burger King right now, getting their kids.
Yeah.
You're in a lot of hotels, sitting with a low-level comedian.
For the record, I ate McDonald's last night.
Well, you're human.
Well, just so you know, I don't need to say I'm not sponsored by McDonald's, but I'm mostly eating with the
actually one of the easiest ways late at night to, I don't know what it's actually rad. Yeah, you're right.
But hey, it's just me. I'm a meat guy myself. In 20 years, we're going to look back and go, did you like meat? It's all going to be like slavery.
Yeah, there's some ethical difficult things with factory farming.
Yeah, so let's write it out now. We forgot it.
And now it's on record. Tom Waits said something about New York. You guys know it?
I think he's underrated. I think he's got a great he's great quips and quotes. You check him out on YouTube. He's got some montages and supercuts of him being hilarious.
What did you say about, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a front on the bottom.
That was the one. That was the one that sold. I was like, this guy's awesome.
Yeah, but his music is genius.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was talking about New York. I was walking around this. I'm in New York right now. We're in New York right now. It's still a magical city to me. A lot of people are quite cynical about it, about the state of things, but I'm not like Michael Mouse, like a lot of friends of mine. There's just a lot of folks in San Francisco, New York. There's something about the pandemic where people have become quite cynical about the place they are and they try to escape. It's interesting. I mean, they're asking some difficult questions about where they are in life. They're having like a self-imposed midlife crisis. It's good that they finally go through this process, but I hope New York emerges.
It will.
It's the flourishing place for the weirdos. Anyway, Tom Waits said New York, of course, is to be an endless, surreal situation where a $50,000 gunmetal Mercedes pulls up in a puddle of mud and out steps a 25-karat blonde with a $2 wristwatch. And he goes up, he keeps going on. So like it's like a
That's like bars. He's like a rapper.
yeah, he's good. But basically, just the absurdity of it all. Lots of money, lots of weirdos, degenerates and dreamers, and the whole mix of it. Do you think that's an accurate description of what New York is today? Like, is there still a place for the weirdos and just the interesting artists, the edgy, the comedians, the creators, the entrepreneurs, like as opposed to like Wall Street, as opposed to like rich folk, and then like hopeless folk?
Yeah, I think it's definitely changed a lot. There's a tiny corner for us weirdo artists. New York used to be where you went to make it as a painter or whatever, a comedian or a singer. And there were all these dives and shit boxes and all these places you could go. And now now it's more Pinkberries and Subway sandwiches and Chase Banks. So it's definitely lost a lot of its creative edge. It's just money. Money keeps coming in. And now you see all these comedians moving to Nashville, Austin, Denver, whatever. So it doesn't have the power it used to have. Like, you gotta be here if you want to make it. That's definitely gone. So that hurt the city a lot. The city is way more soulless. When I moved here in 07, I mean, not only did I get mugged 3 times in the first year, but it was a hub of like, it felt like things were happening here. You know, it was an energy, an electricity. And we still have the electricity, but it's also maybe just because there's Times Square, there's Soho, there's Wall Street. So we got the staples. Like, there is a little bit of that. It's almost like a marriage. Like, yeah, we're in love, but it's not as passionate as some place. That's how I would equate New York.
What gives you hope? You're pretty hopeful about it, so.
I'm hopeful just because I know it's magical, and I think it has to be. I mean, it's the epicenter of America. This is where the immigrants came. This is where the stock market is, and the entertainment industry, a lot of it is here. So I think it's going to happen, but it also, like, the bottom has to fall out, and then people have to move back here and all that. So the corporations are kind of fucking us. They're just buying us.
Well, that's true for everything. That's Austin, true for Austin probably as well. Just buying out land and all that kind of stuff.
You always hear a Hemingway and Dali, and all these guys went to Paris in the 20s or whatever that was. Yeah, I get it now. I used to think, why do these guys go to Paris? You know, why do these artists? And now I get it. It's like, it's freer there. That's why Austin became like that Paris, where everybody's like, I got to get out of LA. I'm going there. And when we came back from that, you know, now. The 70s were wild and 90s were cool. So maybe it'll come back. Might just take a decade.
Well, there's always, that's how stories are told. There's always pockets of like Paris within New York, right?
True.
There's just opportunity to let your beard flourish there, yeah, I'm sure. There's,
Yeah, gotta find more front center.
what's your favorite thing about New York? Like, what kind of things just like,
How long's the thought? I could go on. It's too much to put into 1 hour. I've got other questions. But I love that one neighborhood is wildly different than the next. I'm in Little Italy, and then you take 4 steps, now I'm in China. I mean, and then the history there, and then the stories, and the food, and the culture, and all that. And then you go over here, and now you're in Brooklyn, and this is insane. It's a whole other world, and it's almost like a little America in one city, and it's great. And just the fact that they pulled it off, like Fifth Avenue goes way up, and like there's a millionaire's house next to a hobo, and it's the black guy fighting with a Cuban guy, and an Asian guy is trying to get in the middle of them, and the cabbies from the Middle East. There's so many beautiful women here, and there's so many brilliant minds here, and the pace is great, people moving. I mean, it's just, you can't beat it. And the city will fuck you in the ass, too. Don't get me wrong. You land at JFK, and you're like, oh, God, I got mugged. My Uber driver called me a homo. I stepped in human shit. Where the fuck am I? So, yeah, it's bad news. But then bad news, it's almost like the bullying. It kills you in a weird way, but it makes you stronger. You build more layers and layers and layers. That's why some new guy, some hasty from Milwaukee shows up. You've been here 10 years, and you go, let me help you out. You got to adjust. You're going to get your ass kicked for like 6 months. But I know the ropes a little, and I think you need a little of that. If the treadmill's not on, you're not going to run. New York, the treadmill's on, so it makes you run. And it makes you better. Look, it wears on you. You probably lose 10 years of your life living in New York versus Indianapolis. But, it's a better life.
have you seen 25th Hour?
Yeah.
At Norton? Yeah, Spike Lee and at Norton. There's a whole like monologue there about they're talking about just he has like a mix. There's like melancholy music, I think, but just a melancholy feel to the whole thing. But there's an anger and a disgust with the city. But through the anger and the disgust comes out like a love for the city. Same with Taxi Driver in New York. Okay, yeah. So like that's something about it. What is that? What is that grit of the city that like pushes you down?
That's the beauty of the city. It's this tribal human nature, like the sex shops and fist fights and racism and all tension. But yet it's the epicenter of technology and finance and sophistication on Fifth Avenue. So you get that juxtaposition. Kind of like in Boston. You go to Boston, they got MIT, they got Harvard, they got all this shit. And then they got the fishermen, the blue-collar douchebags, the Irish guys, the immigrants, and you get that mix of like insanely smart with wicked pista and these two worlds, and that's a good thing. It's like when a black guy fucks an Asian lady. That's a good-looking kid. You get a mix.
Yeah.
We're mixing two totally different things are coming together, and it makes it like peanut butter and chocolate.
Peanut butter and chocolate. I've never tried that.
Wow.
But maybe I have. Like Reese's, yeah.
Best can.
Yeah. Without the fakeness of LA, without the kind of the facade.
Yeah, LA stuff.
What's the difference between LA comedy and New York comedy?
I think one place you kind of go to make it, be discovered, and be loved, and one place you go, you can get all that in New York too, but I think New York is more of a school, a boot camp. Let's make great comedy. Let's make original comedy. Let's watch the other guys and gals who are at the show, at the clubs, and learn from them, and try to hang out with them, and absorb some of them. And in LA, it's like, what am I on? I'm next. Get out of my way. I'm the star here. I'm a bigger star than you. Oh, this guy is actually a big star. I got to outwork. It's just a lot of that instead of like, damn, that was funny. I got to be that funny. wish I had a joke. And look, I don't want to speak for LA Comics. It's Bill Burr and Jeselnik and brilliant in LA Comics, but they all cut their teeth in New York. Saying so they moved to LA.
That's a good point.
Ali Wong, all these people, killer comics, but New York, started in New York, moved to New York.
There's something about comics that stand.
You know about Dave?
Yeah, he wants to do this podcast.
He does?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of David.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like he almost like he doesn't want to make it. I don't know. I mean, you probably know him, but like, it feels like he's just maybe it's romanticizing it, but you're like, you almost just love the art of comedy.
Yeah.
Like becoming funnier, crafting jokes, becoming funnier than the other comics, like competing with each other, kind of thing. Not over like money or fame or anything like that. Yeah, just purely making comedy.
Totally, that's Dave. That's him. He's like that guy in the movies, the 80s action movies, where they're like, they go up to a creek in Montana, and some guy's living in a cabin, and he's sharpening a stick, and they go, the Russians are coming, they're invading, we need you, you're the best commando. And he's like, I gave that up, man. I'm done with that lifestyle, man. You're the best, we need you. And he has to suit up eventually. You know, he looks at a picture of his dead wife, and he goes, fuck, I'm going. And they, you know, right, the Ruski. But he's that guy. He just is gifted. He's like got a gift from Allah, and he's the best.
Yeah, a lot of comics can props. It's so surprising today. Surprising to me because they haven't really made it like big.
He did. In the 90s, he was huge. He had his own TV show.
Yeah, that show was awesome. But I mean, like as big as like he deserves to be. So like,
well, that's art. The mainstream shit is always the worst. It's like McDonald's versus some hole in the wall. I know I'm shitting on McDonald's again, but it's good. And you know, certain comics we can name are good, but the delicacy is going to be less talked about, and less household name than the mainstream happy shit.
yeah, it's funny because he hasn't. I think he was on Joe Rogan's show once, maybe.
Yeah, once.
And he was with somebody else.
Jeff Ross?
Yeah, he met with Jeff Ross. Oh yeah, because they did that like 2 months thing.
Taik, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's the quickest guy. There's no one funnier.
Yeah. Him and you're super quick. Your appearance on recent next time was so. Like,
Oh, thanks.
just so fast. You're wrong with Ari and
St. Gillis. Yeah, that was fun. We're going back in January.
this.
Neither one of you. We're having fun.
Yeah. All right. So, what does it feel like to bomb instead of comedy? Like to fail? Maybe the psychology of it first. Like, take me through it. 'Cause you were talking about being outnumbered in a fight, being beat up.
Very similar. By the way, this is like a no eye contact off.
Yeah.
You know, I like
We're
catching
both
glimpses.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's great. It's kind of nice to be with my people. But yeah,
Do you need a sheet of paper to look at it?
I'm going. I got a good sweet spot right there. Yeah, it's a nightmare, but it's part of it. You know, it's the validation too is the weird part. Like, because you know, whenever you do comedy and kill, you can be a great comic, but even David Tell, these brilliant guys, they feel like you feel like you're getting away with something. I don't have a day job. I'm telling jokes for a living. I'm talking about my dick up here, and they're fucking loving me. They call me a genius and all this. I'm talking about my sack, you know, and it's great. It makes people happy. And it's funny, but that bombing, when you bomb, you go. Your first thought is like, yeah, you're right. At first, you're like, fuck you guys. What? You don't like this shit? And you start going in. And you're like, maybe it isn't that good. Maybe they're right. I do suck. I knew I sucked. I should become a mailman, you know. And it stinks, and you feel alone, and you feel like you wasted their time, and then you're like, what was I thinking? I could be a comedian. What the fuck am I? You know, Eddie Murphy. What am I doing here? So it's a lot of just spiraling out of horrible thoughts. But I also love that it hurts so bad. Bombing fucking hurts because now everybody doesn't do it. I think a lot more people could do comedy probably and figure it out, but the bombing is so brutal that it keeps. One time I went to Minneapolis, I was like, "This is a great city, man. The sun is shining. Why isn't this city like packed?" And they're like, "Because the winters are so bad, and we love it because it keeps everybody out." And I feel like I'm in bed. I'm just staring at the ceiling, like, what the fuck was that? Like, you have PTSD. I bombed at an arena once, 20,000 people. I did 30 minutes to silence.
Like, so it's not just like one joke fails. It's like they start piling on, like it's irrecoverable.
Yes. And one joke failing is very common. Like, a lot of audience don't even notice that bomb. Because you get so many jokes in a row. You get sandwich a good one, then a bad one, then a good one. But when you bomb, it's almost like they chose, we don't like you. Nothing you say will redeem yourself. And it's hard to get out of. It's like being pulled down by your hair. You can't get back. I can't win this fight no matter what.
Do you like get it back by acknowledging like the elephant in the room that like
that helps, but they're still gonna go. That was funny when he made fun of it, but he sucks.
He still sucks.
That's the worst part. You're going, no, this is good. You guys just don't like me. Just because you don't like me doesn't mean I'm bad.
Yeah, I like going to open mics a lot. Just listening because first of all, I think the audience in open mic, at least the ones I've been to, is most I guess other comedians, or like at least people seem to want to laugh at it.
Yes.
And so I just love it because it's human nature and perseverance at its best. And here's comedians that clearly, this is mostly in Austin, never dream.
Yeah.
Like, why would you get up there?
Like, maybe some weird, New Year's resolution bullshit, but for the most part, it's people who want to be comedians.
Like a lot of the open micers are people that clearly have done this for quite a long time, right?
Yeah.
Like at least a year or two, maybe 5 years. And they're often not very funny. And the just bombing in front of an audience of like 20, where they're just sitting there, like almost like mocking them with their eyes, or maybe, and I don't know, and they still push through. They still like as if they're doing an arena and everybody's laughing.
Yeah.
They still got that energy trying, almost like to an audience that doesn't exist, like an audience of their dreams. Because I guess that you have to do that to keep the energy of the act going. And it's just so beautiful to watch and try it. It's and also what happens open mic, I don't know, 5 minutes, whatever they do. They walk off and then walk back, off stage, and like you can't. Who do they look at? Like, what do you look at? Do you make eye contact with people? Do you?
You look at your phone, you look at your feet, you just zone out. You kind of go white. You just hear white noise and go out. It's tough. But you need a little delusion to be a comedian. To get into it, it takes a little bit of delusion. You think you can do this? You got 10 years ahead of you of hell, and you're up for this. And most comics, we see a horrible crowd, and we see our friend bomb, and we go, yeah, he's bombing, but I'll get him. And then you don't get him. Like, that's human nature too. It's like, they don't like it, but they'll like me. And you need a little of that to keep going as a comedian. You don't want too much delusion because then you're a psycho. But you need a little.
Well, a psycho could be good for a comedy.
That's true too. Psycho.
I mentioned to you offline that I talked to Elon, and we talked about doing stand-up. He's thinking maybe do a few minutes of stand-up.
If you need a coach, Elon, I got you.
Well, maybe you should go off in the country full time. So, what advice would you give to somebody who wants to try and do 5 minutes? Like the early steps of trying to go to an open mic and say,
well, that's the irony of comedy. But it's like the beginning is the hardest part. Usually the beginning is the easy part. Hey, I'm playing this level of Mario. I jump over one Koopa Troopa, whatever. And then the end is like, Jesus Christ, I got 30 guys coming at me. Comedy's the opposite. The beginning is like it's a gauntlet. It's just obstacles and, like you said, open mics. I watch these famous comedians on Netflix, and you go, this would all bomb at an open mic. They're killing in Radio City. This would bomb at an open mic. That's the weird part. So it's almost you have to go through hell just to get to the promised land. And I would say rehearse the shit out of it because you're going to get frazzled. Everybody thinks, oh, this is good material. But you also forget about the other part of delivering it, having confidence, being likable, having timing, having a cadence. figure out who you are, figure out what the audience thinks you are, or how they perceive you. Because you can go up there and say all this, but they go, "I'm gay, clearly gay. Why is he actually not gay?" You know, that's all. Now they're not listening to the joke. So like, you got to know how you look, and it's just repetition, repetition. And bombing is not failure. That's what you got to remember. I mean, look, if you do a killer hour and then you take it to Netflix and bomb, you fucked up. But bombing is not failure. It's just data. It's going, oh, okay, I got to retool that. That didn't work. Something's wrong there. I missed a word there. So you got to treat the act almost like ingredients in a cooking a dish. You know, like, oh, that I put too many eggs in. Take an egg out. You got to treat it like that. And look, when you pull a bad cake out of an oven, you go, I fucked up. But it doesn't hurt your feelings. But when you bomb and fuck up, it hurts your feelings. So you got to factor that in too. Your feelings can be hurt, and just almost be a robot and just keep going towards that open mic. You know how scary an open mic is? Bombing sucks, but bombing in front of other comedians is way worse. Because they know what just happened. And they could have saved you, and they didn't. So it's way worse.
And they're going to be your quote-unquote friends for this journey.
Yeah, no, these are evil people. Twisted, fucked up, poor people.
Can you tell, like, in those early days, let's just talk about that, like, at the open mic level, that a joke is going to be good on paper? Like, I'll give you my experience. Just, maybe you could be my coach in this particular moment. So,
Larry Nasty. That's fun, huh? Joking, everybody. I hope nobody.
I now have an amazing team of folks who help me with editing, and they're now currently sweating.
Watch this. You gotta leave that one in. That was quick.
Yeah, that's
I'll leave that one.
That was good. All right, so going in front of an audience, just even to give a lecture, terrifies me, which I've done. But open mic, I mean, that to me, perhaps that's why I like going to open mics and listening, is because it terrifies me so much, that idea of going up there and bombing. I mean, it's scary. And to do even like 1 minute, to be honest, is scary. And 5 minutes. And I'm also watched enough open mics to realize that 5 minutes is a long time. I mean, it depends on your comedy, but if you're doing fast stuff, 5 minutes is a really long time.
Oh,
I guess with a long story, 2 is a long time, because if the story's not working, you're building up to something. If the story's going to fail, you just spent all that time telling a story that completely went flat. We had nothing. I guess if you have a series of jokes, you can at least try to recover. Like, do the Mitch Hedberg thing where, like, all right, I'll cross that off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm able to, like, I've tried to write a few things, and I'm able to tell that it's really bad.
Well, that's better than most. Most people's egos kick in and go, "Oh, this is good."
No, see, I'm able to introspect that. Like, it seems funny. I mean, I guess the thing I'm looking for is original. Like, there's easy stuff that you think is funny, but to me, originality is the thing you should be looking for, because then that's what's actually becomes funny. Like, or rather, if it's original, even if it bombs, that feels like more a beautiful art creation that you did. Like, at least you swung for it. Like, you did something unique. Because, like, even with open mic, your first 5 minutes, there's so many. Just go to enough open mics, you hear like there's like a list of jokes you just go to. First of all, you can make fun of the fact that you're an open mic, that you're doing this the first time, and so on. You could do a lot of stuff where you make fun of your appearance in some way, and so on. But, like, you could do that. That takes that's way harder than people realize, to do it in an original way.
Yes.
To present who you are as a person very quickly, enough to then put that person down in front of everybody else. So you have to reveal the
audience like that. They go, he knows what we're thinking.
Yeah, exactly. But do it again in an original way. So, like, when I'm trying to write stuff, I'm going to try it long. It's like 30 minutes. But enough to see like, oh shit, to write something original is really difficult.
It is. You got a bit? Anything?
No,
You didn't write any one line or anything?
for this? No.
Well, just in general, ever in your life, ever written a joke?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but I don't know anything like that. So the jokes that I've written have more like for some reason my mind goes to like dark places. So like and not actually dark in the my moment dark because you go really dark to where it's like almost absurd.
Yeah.
My natural inclination is to go to like a dark historical like place like Hitler, Stalin, and almost to go to that place and then talk about something absurd there. So like don't go like all the way. I don't know, but the but the Mark Norman style, first one, that kind. I want to almost explore the dark aspects of human nature more, kind of connected to actual historical figures. That's the inclination. Like I don't know, Nature's Metaphor, the Instagram channel that explores like the darkness of nature, like something there.
See, that's good that you already know that you've got to cut to the core of your comedy already, and then that's it. That's step ahead.
Yeah, I can hear most thing that I do in life. I can like hear the music, just things like in myself, like okay, if you have anything, this is the direction it'll be. Without actually knowing exactly all the steps, and that's the nice motivation. It's like, all right, well, if you do this for a long time, maybe you'll have a chance to get there.
Right.
But you have to. That's where it's a feature to be super self-critical. I think.
Yeah.
But then that's why it's fucking terrifying. You walk up to the stage, it's not, and probably forget everything.
Yeah, that's the other part. It's a fight or flight. It's ugly. My first year was horrific vomiting, horrific stammering, horrific not remembering the punchline. Like, maybe you got all this setup going, they're kind of on board, like, oh, I can't remember how it goes. And you just hate yourself. It's a nightmare. But you've already kind of, maybe if you haven't done stand-up or whatever, you kind of know your voice. And that's pretty advanced.
So you're not trying to be somebody else. I guess, yeah, it's just for having done like podcasts and lecturing or something. I was embarrassed. I already done some of the work of the stand-up too, which is embarrass yourself in front of others for prolonged periods of time.
Yes.
Yeah, so I've done that without actually developing the funny.
Right.
But maybe the funny is just not that difficult to develop. No, it's super difficult, of course, but I mean, maybe the essential work of a stand-up comedian is just the embarrassment of like finding who you are.
Yeah, that's part of it. Sure. In the beginning, you're like, water bottle. What's funny about water bottle? I'm a funny guy. I can make this funny, but that's not it. You know, it's your shit, like your dark stuff. For me, I tend to gravitate towards dark, but in a weird way where, people will say like, hey, don't objectify women. But then they go, Caitlyn Jenner's beautiful. And you're like, well, wait, I know something's off here. Why can you objectify her, but not the supermodel? So what's going on there? And I like to play with that. So I have this joke where I say, Caitlyn Jenner, women go, Caitlyn Jenner's beautiful woman. I go, well, you look like her. And they go, fuck you. And you're like, there's a lot of truth there. But I like exploring that kind of, you're trying to get one over on me, or you're lying to yourself, or what are we doing here? And I like that kind of comedy. I don't see color. Well, I'm black. No, you're not. That's fun because you're lying.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, big time comedians such as yourself don't like to think of yourself in this way, but yeah, this is like what you over philosophize comedy, but it seems like comedian.
Don't say important. Nothing worse than a comedian thinking they're important.
Yeah. So I was going there. I was trying to find as I was trying to say these words, I didn't realize how cliche it is. I'm going to just. But there is something.
Or the whole thing is that I'm like, who cares about comedy? There's like 6 comics on the planet. But
nobody cares.
okay, I I trust you in the pilot seat. You know what you're doing. You got listeners.
They've tuned out long ago.
Get Dave Carlin on here, huh? See you around?
Yeah. We just go back and forth on Twitter. Just not a huge fan. He was on here before. He'll be back. I've been actually really trying to volunteer myself aggressively with Dan Carlin for like a Russian episode where I can speak Russian. There's certain documents. I talked with Jocko about this too. Certain things. I mean, I just love the challenge of bringing Russian documents that can be in Russian and can translate and can try to capture the depth of the writing in the Russian language and communicate to the American audience. So much is lost in translation. Like there's so much pain and poetry in the Russian language. It's just connected to the culture. Every language, not every language, but many languages are uniquely able to capture the culture of the people. I mean, in some way, there's a representation of the culture of the people. And so Russia is definitely that. It represents the full history and culture of the 20th century with all the atrocities, all the broken promises, all this kind of thing.
Norm says Russian literature, it's the most tapped into human existence than anything else.
Norm.
McDonald.
Oh, yeah.
Big Russian literature guy. Dostoevsky on it.
It's funny that there is a gap of comedians. There's a culture of Russian comedy, like stand-up comedians that have read. I mean, I don't know today. I mean, more from the 80s and 90s. There was a.
I know.
That's not, so there's like a force. That's,
See that offensive?
no, it's not. It's a different. There's a innocence and the edgy. What do you mean?
I thought you said there was Russian comedy.
Yeah, it's Russian comedy. I'm giving you a style of darkness of like that's the kind of people that kind of challenge. They give against to how important comedians are, as they give a voice to people where in the Soviet Union you really can't like express your opposition to the government. And so comedians are exceptionally important there for just I don't know, channeling the anger, even when sometimes it's not the actual opposition to the government, it's just channeling the anger, the frustration with the absurdity of life. Like, you know, when there's a shortage of food, shortage of jobs, the absurdity of the bureaucracy, like the top-heavy government, just all of that can only sometimes be expressed with like dark, absurd humor. And that actually, why there's a culture of that kind of humor. You know, you gather on the table, vodka,
Yeah.
and all you can do is just talk shit.
Yeah.
And just
Be offensive, say horrible shit, ball bust. I mean, I make school shooting jokes, and people go, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "Well, maybe that's how I deal with it."
Yeah.
You know, like how come I gotta empathize the way you do? They were different.
all right. So now let's skip the whole open mic thing and crafting jokes. Parallax said, "One day I will find the right words and they will be simple." When do you know the joke is done? Perfect. You're somebody that does like really sharp, like fast jokes. So like there's somebody I don't know who you see yourself in the same who has like you're darker and faster than that person in terms of like just I don't know the turns you take are very.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I think I got some Norm Macdonald. Maybe.
That's right.
You know, obviously Norm, but Chris Rock was huge. Chris Rock, old like '90s Chris Rock was like, I didn't know you could do jokes like that. I always loved George Carlin and Groucho Marx and Bill Murray. There's so many different types of comedy, but when I saw Bigger and Blacker, Bring the Pain, I was like, oh my god, just like it hit me. So that was big. And Norm's just like the funniest guy on the planet. So him being the smartest guy in the room but acting dumb was great. So yeah, Chris Rock has that way of cutting to the bullshit, which I mentioned earlier. I like that cutting to the bullshit kind of style go, oh, I'm not crazy. That's what I thought too. I was too scared to say it, but I thought that. And he's saying, and a group of people are laughing. Maybe I'm not an idiot. So that helped me.
So it's observational, but not very scientific.
Yeah.
Observational. It's like going to the darker thing.
Yeah.
Like within
That's
society.
great, but I like him too. But seeing it, doing it about stuff like in your life, society,
Race, gender, government,
yes,
politics, all that kind of stuff.
exactly, sex, human emotion, jealousy, whatever it is. That's the good stuff.
How'd you feel when Mom passed away?
That was a bummer because he was, like 61, and I just didn't see it coming. And I've watched so many hours of his stuff, and I've met him, and he was like this comedic bar. Like, hey, we got Norm. There's so much shit comedy. Then you see Norm, and you're like, this is next level. This is savant type shit. And then to lose him is like, Norm had 20 more years at least of just content and thoughts and his point of view too. And we'll never get that. That sucks.
Yeah, there is something about artists like Jimi Hendrix dying too early. It's like you wonder
what was next.
Yeah, what was next? But then part of it is like, it all ends for all of us, and it's walking away early is it's kind of admirable. It's almost like I did a pretty good job.
Yeah,
I'm with that, especially the way he did, which is not telling anybody.
I know. 9 years, his best friends didn't even know. And in this world of like victimhood, and I need clicks, and I need people to love me, he got canceled, and yelled at, in trouble, and he could have pulled that cancer card, and he never did. I mean, integrity on this motherfucker.
Did you get a chance to interact with him? Like, how often did you meet him?
I met him once at the Comedy Cellar, and we chatted for 5 minutes, and then he went on and the letters that he did. And sweet guy, nice guy. I didn't know him that well, but I mean, he's just brilliant. And I also love a brilliant guy who does stupid stuff. That's a fun little combo there. Like silly guys who are actually brilliant also. Like Louis C.K. is a brilliant comic, and he'll do a joke about farting on a kid. And you're like, that's great that he still finds farts funny, and he's also this comedic guy. I like that.
It doesn't really acknowledge the genius.
Yeah.
I like smart people that are silly.
Yes, that's a good combo. Like you said, Elon is still. Yeah, that's great. Because we teach kids like, hey, put that down, stop that, quit cutting up, quit working around. But maybe that's some kind of sign of brilliance there.
Being like childlike, silly, kind of wisdom. Like those people are way wiser than the people that, no offense to me, wear a suit and take themselves way too seriously.
No, but you got a spark in you. You got a little, what's the word? Not elf. Imp. Little imp in you. Give that a go. You know what imp?
Let's look at this.
It's like a little,
Is that a Tolkien character? Yeah. An imp is the European mythological being similar to a fairy, or do you call me a fairy? No, okay. Similar to a fairy or I feel like that's a big leap.
Big leap, yeah. That's not a great info bio there.
They can be described in folklore and superstition. The word may perhaps derive from the term imp, spelled with a Y, used to denote a young grafted tree.
It's a little mischievous. You got a twinkle. You're this serious, buttoned-up guy, but this is a twinkle.
It's a twinkle.
And the audience can see the twinkle. That's why you resonate, I think. I'm sorry.
Deep analysis by Mark Donald, psychological analysis. Okay, but then back to the crafting of the joke. You said Chris Rock and Norm Macdonald. Like, what for you? How do you know when the joke is like done? Are there some jokes that you like are proud of? Like, wow, that's well done.
Yeah. The joke is done. It's a tough question because there's so many different kinds of jokes. It's what we call a chunk, which is a big idea with a bunch of jokes in the middle of it, and then a big crescendo at the end. Or there's a one-liner. It's a tag of a joke that's also a joke. So the jokes come in different. Like I have a joke where I say, I bet my girl in that Jewish app. What's that Jewish app called? PayPal. for the rest you want from the crowd. But it's a fun turn because you say your thing and then I hit you with a misdirect, and that's what the joke is. The joke is basically me saying something that makes sense, but you didn't see it coming. Yeah. And that's a perfect example of that. So that joke took forever to figure out, but and
go to different places like PayPal,
Venmo.
What's funniest?
Exactly, and I figured PayPal is funny because it has the word pay.
Yeah.
Venmo, it's also not really a good word. Venmo, PayPal. It's just
PayPal's funniest.
It's funnier somehow. That's the beauty of comedy. There's a weird little magic into it. You can get technical all day and formulaic, but there's that little bit of fairy dust that you don't know why this is funny.
Or hip dust.
Hip dust. Yes.
Why? Okay.
So you know a joke is done when it kills. There's a roundness to a joke when you feel like this is buttoned up. This is done here.
The simplicity you are going to.
Yeah.
So like you're chopping stuff away or you're adding stuff. Like what's it feel like?
Simplicity is always the best angle. I mean, you can get real high concept with a joke and still make it work, but the simpler the better. I saw Dave Chappelle on stage once, and Chris Rock and Dimitri Martin were in the back watching in awe. And Dave Chappelle, I can't remember the joke, but he said something about sex or women, and Dimitri Martin goes, it's a little easy. And Chris Rock goes, that's why it's good. And I remember hearing that as a young comic, like, I'm getting this, comedy lesson right here for these two titans. And so that was fun. Simple is key.
So the easy is okay. That's such a weird. I think I remember reading or hearing them say something about maybe some shit. Like one of the songs, he's like, I knew it was going to be good because he got like really repetitive and annoying very quickly. Or something like that. I mean, that's the sort of the music equivalent of it's too easy. Like if it's like super catchy, as a musician, you might get very quickly bored of it. Or like as you're creating it, no, it's too easy. It's like there needs to be some more complexity to it. But
I like complexity, but the best guys are the ones who make complex shit look simple. Like you ever heard that Ben Franklin story where he's talking to his friends? Like, I'm going to start a hat store. So he puts a sign out that says, "Hats for sale, $12." And Ben Franklin looks at it and goes, well, you don't need the $12 because all they need to know is that you got hats for sale. Like, all right, so he loses the $12, makes a new sign, hats for sale. And he goes, you don't really need for sale because it's a business. People can put that together. So he just goes, all right, and makes a new sign. It says hats. And then Ben Franklin's like, you don't really need the word hat. You can just put a picture of a hat. And he made a new sign with a picture of a hat. Like, that's the business or something. It's like some old wives' tale or whatever. But I think about that all the time when I'm writing.
I thought this was going to like there was no sign and then like super.
Maybe that could work too.
What like as a comedian, I'm a fan of yours. I really enjoy your conversations. Like,
wow,
is your
get nothing out of it.
This is
all right. I can't tell.
Like emotion.
You're tough enough to read.
Both inside. I mean, just the quickness you have. Obviously, you also a great sense of comedian. What's your favorite medium to shine in? So you have a podcast yourself, an excellent podcast. You're often a podcast guest. Yeah. It's fun to listen to how you deal with different people. You're great at writing. What do you enjoy most?
Podcasts are great because you can stretch out a little more. You can breathe a little. With the stand-up that I like to do, like boom, 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 boom. But podcasts are great because it's conversational. It's almost like you're being fun with your friends. Whereas the stage is like this is a piece. This is a presentation. But I think the podcast is great, but you don't get the reaction. Unless the host is laughing, you can't hear the guy in his car in New Jersey driving to work going, ah! Every now and then I'll read a comment like, I spilled my coffee when you said this. I'm like, but it's not immediate. You want the immediate. So stand-up will always be number one, but there's no better feeling than killing in a room of people who don't know who you are, strangers, you're in the middle of nowhere, you left your wife at home, you left your kids, you left your house, you're in the middle of bumfuck Dickville and murdering for these hillbilly, nobody, whatever it is, and they're slinging their beers and cheering you on, and they carry you out,
Yeah.
Killing in obscurity is Bill Burley.
Yeah, this is one of the things that sucks about giving lectures, like at universities or giving lectures in general, is when you look at the audience, several hundred students, they're all have a bored look at their face.
Yep, you were.
Like even like my face now probably looks bored, but I'm actually excited to be talking to you. But there's something about just um, there's something about a comedy club. Maybe this is the contagion of laughter, but like it gives people the freedom to just laugh, to remove that facade. Like you don't have to pretend like you don't care. Like if you care, you can show it.
Yeah,
have fun with it. Probably liquor.
Sure. But there is especially, and that's why comedy is so popular right now. Because HR is up our ass. We're scared of old tweets that might come back to haunt us. What did I say on that interview? Even people in offices are like, I put something on Facebook in 1999 that was about bad tits that I liked. Should I get rid of that? Even people say like, there's no cancel, whatever. There is something in the air right now that wasn't there before. It's the video. I'm a Karen. I got called a Trader Joe. Whatever it is, people rat on each other now. Everybody's tattletaling because they want the clicks. It's a horrible society we've created. But stand-up comedy gets you to come out, and now people do it at stand-up shows too, sadly. But it gets you to come out and let that inhibition down, because we're all human. We've all had the fucked up thoughts, like, man, that guy's fat as shit. You don't mean you hate the guy, you hate fat people, doesn't you're fat shaming. But you can't say that in the office. You can't go, Bob, you're fat as shit. You get fired. You're body shit. But at the club, you go, that guy's fat as shit. The crowd goes, he is fat as shit. It's a weird cathartic thing because all we do is tamp shit down. It's kind of like you ever meet a girl who's like, prim and proper in the bedroom. It's like, put a lamp up my ass. Whatever it is. It's just, you got to get it out. We're all repressed in some way.
So I guess what you're saying is comedy is important.
All that. All plays.
What do you think about Austin? What do you think about the comedy scene? Also talk about LA and New York. What do you think about what Joe's trying to do there? Well, I should say that the reason I moved to Austin, that was a dream of Louis Frank said this dream coming to me. Yeah, that's true. I always said you could guess we should be distance. I have this dream about robotics and artificial intelligence, but it's a company related to something else that is supporting me to. I actually went to San Francisco and then all my friends in San Francisco said, no, it's the wrong place. It's at this time, the cynicism there is just not conducive to picky leaps, particularly. I know I'm excited about the future. And Austin was that. I mean, particularly Musk, but also just the energy that everybody had, including Joe, the excitement about the future. I don't care if Austin burns to the ground and it actually is a complete failure. Being excited about the future seems to be optimism about the future seems to be the thing that actually makes that future happen. Makes a great future happen. So it's always cool for me to see like Joe super excited about creating a culture in Austin, making it a comedy hub. I don't want to overstate it, but I think he really believes it will be a very big place for comedy in the United States, in general, in the world. And so just even believing that, that's powerful. You start to make it happen. That energy is there. Anyway, but that's for me, just an outsider watching. But I should also mention, for less of an outsider, more inside in the martial arts world, partially probably because of Joe, I'm not sure, John Danaher, Gordon Ryan, the B Team, all those folks, that might be gibberish to you, but those are some of the greatest grapplers, martial artists of all time. So it's also becoming this hub of martial arts. So the whole thing is just beautiful. Anyway, what are your thoughts about that scene?
There's a lot here, a lot of things to mention. One, I think Joe did do that, at a degree. All these people Laura lives there now. A lot of comics live there. He's opening clubs. Other clubs are opening. I think it's happening. That's the other thing. People go, everybody's moving to Austin. Austin's the new hub. And then they look at their watch and they go, 5 minutes went by, nothing changed. It's going to take years, but everybody wants it now. What? Austin? There's no industry there. There's no Netflix, whatever. And you're like, yeah, no, but it needs a minute. You can't just do this overnight. So people forget that. So it could happen huge. Just give it some time. I mean, he's opening a club. I went and saw it. It's incredible. Like, it's so perfect for comedy. It's every detail. But so it could happen still. I do think there's a little fighting on board that they can chew with Austin because it's not that big. So like,
but it's not big. The infrastructure is not quite there to support it. But there's a lot of preparing for mine, the tech side. It has a lot of land to expand. Like become this, like you're basically establishing. It's kind of like in New York. You're establishing this whole neighborhood.
yeah,
And you have the freedom to do that because there's a lot of space on all sides.
yeah. Okay, so that helps. So again, maybe some time. I do agree with this. That new hope that's kind of built into human beings. Like, let's go to America. Let's go to Utopia. We even have a base. Let's go to Mars. You gotta do this over there. And it's just bullshit. But you still gotta go. So I'm with you on that about this new hope, new land. And I think that is beautiful. And I think there's a lot of haters. There's a lot of naysayers who hate change, hate anything new. And then I think you gotta go, hey, that hurts, that sucks, but blow me, dickless. I'm trying something. You're a loser. Stop hating on me. I mean, how many people hate Elon Musk,
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, there's some of the criticism on Austin. It's like a fact. Like a lot of people people are excited about Austin, but somehow that's like it's like when Green Day became famous. You no longer want to be a fan of Green Day. To me, like this,
Austin was already a cool town. Like every comic 5 years ago was like, talking Austin this weekend. I can't wait. So it already had a buzz, but some people think maybe the buzz was the cool part. The fact that it was like this off the beaten path city, and now I get to visit it and then leave. But I think it could still be this comedy tech booming place. It just will take some time, and people want it right now.
on the tech side, it's
already there.
It's getting there very fast. So I mean, Gillet's really pushing that factory. It's just a huge number of people are moving there for jobs. Like you're already starting, and then the opportunities to launch the company is just incredible. I guess it's not right now. It's like within months, within a year, that kind of thing. But like, it's an opportunity to just start to build shit in a new place. And it's kind of like going to bars. You get to start over.
Yeah, I like the hope aspect. I think that's huge for people. And I'm all for it. I hope it works out. I don't know if it will, but I don't know anything about economies and city scans, planning and all that shit. So it might be too early to say, but I hope it works.
Are you still talking about Austin or Mars?
Austin. Mars is, there's nothing there. There's no vagina there. There's no food there. There's no water there. I don't know. I get space travel. I think it's important, but I don't know. Mars is really going to move the needle.
So, what are your thoughts about Elon Musk and SpaceX and launching rockets into space?
I think it's all good, because you could say, hey, we could just feed everybody. Well, yeah, that's true. By the way, these guys give a ton of money to like philanthropy shit that nobody cares about. By the way, it's weird. Like he could feed Nigeria and put pocket change of his, and you're like, well, maybe he has. Like I heard Bill Gates gave back so much money, he saved 6 million lives. But that's the reverse Holocaust, by the way. Pretty good. What have you done? You're a barista. So, I just think I think space travel is good because you learn about the place you're living in from going to space. It kind of helps you learn about this more. You could say, what's the point of going to this other there? But it does help, I think.
Yeah, doing difficult
things in the engineering space seems to be a way to, like, as almost like an accident, as a side effect of doing a really difficult thing in a team of brilliant people. You develop things like the internet, and you can argue that the internet maybe is not so good for society. No, I'm just kidding. Okay?
It's good and bad.
Yeah, but
It's like a pull-up. You're trying to get your bicep going, but hey, before you know, you got decent forearms. But you weren't working on the forearms. You wanted to buy, but you got the four. And I think that's kind of what space travel.
I like how this like pivoted to workout routine advice.
I'll try to get an analogy going here.
All right, that worked pretty well.
I'll take it.
All right. What are your thoughts about, since I'm a robotics person, I'd be curious to see, like, what do you think about the space at all? About, first of all, autonomous vehicles with Tesla Autopilot and Waymo, self-driving car. I'm not sure if you're familiar with all the autonomous vehicles and so on. So those are robots on wheels. And then there's also Lego robots. So next time you're in Austin, you get to meet some of the Lego robots that I've been working on. And I find those kind of a fascinating way to explore the nature of intelligence in computers, but also explore our own intelligence and also explore our own, like, what makes us connect to other living beings, whether it's dogs, cats, or other humans. Like, there's some magic there that is beyond just intelligence. And like when I have the robot dog, there's some aspect to it that, I don't know, brings me joy in a way that a dog does, in a way that a good friend does. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's some kind of anthropomorphism, like, where I'm projecting my hopes for this, what this thing is, but it's kind of built in. I mean, it's just a source of joy, and maybe it's connected to the fact that there's just like a loneliness within all of us, within me, and it's just nice to have other things in your life that move, that recognize you, that kind of thing. I suppose it's nice to even just have a plant.
Yeah, it is. Plant goes a long way. You see a guy with plants in his apartment, it changes the apartment because they're alive. You got to water them. You got to put sun on them. So yeah, I think there's something there, and I think you can see people's reactions when you show them advanced technology, like these dog robots or these robots that dance and shit. People are like, "What the fuck?" Like, it hits home in some way, whether it's fear or you want to fuck them, clearly, whatever it is. But it does connect with you in some way. So I'm with you, and I think this is why I don't think robots will take over. You always say that robots are making us too advanced; they're going to wipe us out. Well, look, if robots get human emotions, that is scary because they can get mad at us and kill us. They're stronger. They don't need sleep. They don't need food. They don't need water. They don't get jealous. They don't, But if they have emotions, then I think we can dominate them. Because who's had emotions? Who knows emotions better than us? We've got thousands of years of evolutionary emotional bullshit. We go, hey, robot, I heard you, your wife watched that Black and Decker, huh? They're gonna crumble. We can bully them.
Emotionally manipulated robots?
Yes, that's when we'll win. Right now, they can kill us. We can just all die and we shoot them back. That's no good. But if they do get emotions, then we can go, hey, you look like hell. What is that, a rusty bolt? Hey, you're dropping some oil there, you loser. I think we can win if they do get emotions.
This goes back to your father being that driving Taik, similar word.
You're right.
Yeah, so we're the creators of the robots, and the robots will you would say the exact thing.
Yeah.
For the robot will be that funny. And it goes back to his goal. It just sits there as a
Right. Yeah, hardware was more like software today. Just get it up. Yada, yada, yada.
yeah.
But I'm not worried about robots. I think what do you think about the self-driving cars? Is that just wiping out the horse and buggy? Isn't that just progression of technology?
Yeah, so I don't know if you've driven in a Tesla, for example.
I rode in the passenger.
That's right. Yeah, there's several stages in that. I think the problem is way harder than people realize. And for quite a while, it'll just make driving more pleasant. It'll make it less stressful. It'll take over some of the boring things for you. It'll make it easier. Like, there's something that happens actually with a car
is driving for you in a following way. Like it's staying in the lane, it's keeping distance to the car in front of you, maybe it's changing lanes. It allows you to relax a little bit. Like,
Yes.
you still have to be alert, but you become like a passenger and you get to like take in the world. I mean, somehow that's more actually not making you necessarily like bored more. It's energizing. So I just think it makes the driving experience more pleasant. But when you actually fully the automated cars, which you just completely tune out, start reading the books, go to sleep, that might change society like you don't even understand because you have. I mean, they'll probably change the nature of roads because the cars. Because now you can be super productive, and so it no longer quite matters to you as much how long it takes to get from point A to point B because you're not wasting that time. You just continue working.
Yeah.
It's like public transit that comes to you.
Exactly.
And so there'll be maybe less roads and bigger roads, and it will just change the nature of how we get from point A to point B.
You're right.
But then couple that also with the fact that we seem to be more and more comfortable existing in digital worlds.
Yeah.
So like maybe we won't want to go outside more and more. We just interact with each other virtually. And I don't mean Zoom meetings. I mean just in other ways. That's more fulfilling than a Zoom meeting. There's, but then maybe not because like there's something deeply compelling about Zoom meetings. Like podcasts that are remote, unless they're super information dense, at least to me as a podcast fan, kind of suck.
They suck. There's no connection. It goes back to the dog thing. With the Zoom, there's no connection.
Yeah, and we're not. I don't understand why we're not even making eye contact.
I know. But it's something there. It's in the room. This pheromone, that's like out of our understanding, probably. There's some kind of weird biological. You ever have Cheerios in a bowl? The Cheerios tend to go together. You see a cluster of Cheerios. They're never really hanging out on the other side, and that's kind of how people are in real life.
I wonder what this is today. So they come together and they stick.
It's something with molecules. Yeah. I can't remember what it was. But it was fascinating. I think that's how people are. And I think you try to write a TV show or craft a movie with your team, Zoom, nothing there. It's like phone sex versus penetration. One day you'll learn that.
I know nothing. I look forward because I think there's a phone sex Netflix documentary. There's a show or something like that sort of caught that I want to go watch. At least I can learn about that.
I could send you the link.
On the internet?
Yeah. But you're still driving car. I think it's just inevitable. It's coming, and these truckers are going to have to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean that's an understood industry actually because there's a lot of trucking jobs.
Oh yeah,
and people don't want to. Well, people don't want to actually take them anymore because it's such a difficult job. So it won't have, or a lot of people believe it won't have as big of a negative impact as folks anticipate. There'll be other automation. I think they'll have a huge impact.
Yeah, for sure. You already see the McDonald's. You go to the. Why do you want to get yelled at by the heavy-set woman of color? For making a bad order when you can just hit the screen. But those interactions, I think, are human. I mean, that's part of life. So it is scary taking away everything. How long till we're not fucking? That's coming too. Yeah. Then there's gonna have two types of people. Are you a fuck in real life, or are you a digital fuck person? Oh, I'm a digital. I like real fucking. Sorry, we can't date. That's coming.
Well, there's also the reproduction side of sex, which is like with genetic engineering. You'd be able to specify a little bit of details. Talk to Gene about that, like where you can specify like with it'll start with like I want my child not to have like a high likelihood of diabetes or something like that, and then you just get to specify like intelligence. You just get to specify those kind of parameters until you're like basically trying to create a perfect human and lose some of the magic of the flaws that make us who we are. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure in the full lineup of humans, like so we use information.
Break it down.
I'm sure you researched this thoroughly, but a male of the human species, Homo sapien, produces 500 billion sperm cells in a lifetime. So that's all, some more than others. That's all genetically unique humans you can produce. So even across those 500 billion, you can select. So
Abort some, or
no, you can choose which of them you want. And just imagine all of the genetic possibilities right there. Like all the possible. If you won the race,
yes,
uh,
shocking.
this is
one
what
of all the 500 billion.
you have to imagine what the competition was.
Oh, just hard all day long. And
Well, so it's not actually the fastest sperm, or like it's. I think a lot of it's timing and luck. Is what it seems like. There's actual papers on this, and I've actually been reading. So it's not just like the fastest sperm for the egg.
okay,
There's a timing thing. So you're just lucky.
all right, I believe that.
So it's interesting to think about, like, once you're able to specify some parameters of what your child is like, how that changes the nature of even just like the intimacy of two humans getting together and making, creating together a child.
Yeah,
It changes it. It's almost like I don't know, it becomes like a factory line kind.
if you don't do that,
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
and then you don't, and you get to optimize your child. Then it's some, like, you have to consider utilitarian type of things, like what's good for society, and there will probably be regulations about what kind of children you can have or not. Like your child cannot have an IQ below this or above this, or something like that. Like your child cannot.
we already kind of do that at these VIP clubs. Like, hey, you're kind of ugly, or women go, hey, he's not tall enough. We kind of do it a little, especially sexually.
Yeah, we do.
Can't get on the roller coaster, be this short, whatever it is. You know, we do it in some capacity.
But here, this would be like fully transparent, and to a degree that it's hard to imagine. Like the way we currently do it, you can at least get around it.
Yes,
You can at least trick your way onto the roller coaster even if you're short.
right. Or the fat guy can get rich so he can get laid. You know, there's other ways.
At the risk of asking the totally wrong person this question, what advice would you give to young people today, high school and college, about how to have a successful career, or career that they're proud of, or maybe have a life that they're proud of?
Well, first of all, you gotta want a life you're proud of. Not everybody has any integrity, and a lot of people just want short money. I want to feel good, look good right now. I want to do Molly. Boom, I'll feel good, you know. But you should space it out. It's almost like saving money so you can use it later. Somebody wants to save money. What do they say? Like 11% of America actually has money saved, $1,000 or some shit. It's wildly low. Everybody wants it now. What do you call it? Immediate gratification. I think the key to happiness and satisfaction is working for something. Even if it's like a baby. If you can have a baby in 5 minutes, if a woman, you jizzed in her, she had a baby, 5 minutes, boom, newborn, healthy, I think you'd be more likely to throw it away if you can make it that quick. It's the fact that you spent 9 months backbreaking, the labor, the lactating, the ripped placenta, the hymen, or whatever the fuck. That's what makes you love it. And I think it's the same with comedy or making money or whatever. Look at these kids who like child stars. They all become heroin addicts at like 22 because their sensors are burned out. Their pleasure sensors. You have to earn it. I think earning it is a big part of life, and always try to do better. Try to do more. Try to learn new things. Hey, I'm bored. Life sucks. I just play the piano then, you chooch. But you won't do it because it takes effort and failure and all that. But that's the good part. And I know it's hard to see. So I think that's a good key to life is work hard at something you care about. out and love the result. The hard work, the journey is actually way more important than just getting something. Everybody wants to go on Amazon. I got a package, and you feel good for 10 seconds, and let's go on Amazon again. And then you just, it's just a dumb cycle of you being disgusting and gluttonous. So work for it. Everybody wants to take steroids and just poof, I'm buff.
Why'd you point at me?
Well, I just
Some Russian or what?
I saw the Icarus.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not saying you're on roids. I'm just you'd be way bigger. But I'm just saying, work for something. And then I would also, young people, eat shit early. Eat shit early. I know a guy kind of got kicked or whatever, and he had it out early, but he tried to get by and he tried to ride it, and it all came crumbling down. But if you eat it early, like, yeah, I fucked up, I did that, whatever it was, he would have just kind of been shit on for a month and then it would have gone away. But now it's his whole identity, and that sucks. So eat shit early, and I know it's hard to see. What do you mean early? I'm in the present, but look ahead, look back. This time will pass. And look at high school. High school is the biggest thing in our lives. Oh my God, this exam. Susie Q hates me. The football player beat me up. Oh, I'll never recover. Now you don't even think about high school. It's just a blip in your dumb life, And that's what this is now. This will just be a blip. So remember that and work towards something and work hard and care about the result. If the result isn't good, try it again. And failure is not always bad. Failure, we look at failure as this end all be all. My life's so I failed. But failure is really just learning. So that's something.
So in summary, eat shit early and eat shit often.
Yes.
All right. Mark Miller.
Eat ass.
That's the escalated quickly. All right. I have a list of random questions for you. What activities after that, go into that zone, you have this happiness, contentment about you just truly enjoy.
Yeah, I think good conversation. Like, I'll sit at the Comedy Cellar with friends, maybe a little whiskey's flowing, and when you're really just vibing and inhibited.
You can do it.
What is it? Inhibited.
Uninhibited.
When you're just vibing, you're uninhibited, you're saying crazy shit, you're laughing, and you're not worried, am I seeming cool right now? Am I seeming likable? When you're just you, 100%, and it's all coming out of you, and then they're saying stuff, and you go back and forth, and you feel that excitement. Oh, they're talking, but I want to say my thing, and you get all keyed up. I love that, and I look at my watch, I'm like, fuck, it's 3 in the morning. We've been talking for 5 hours. So I love that. That makes the time fly by. Also, I bought speaking of self-driving cars, I bought a 1973 BMW car, and it's classic, and it's stick shift, and it's grizzly, and gritty, and rusty, and it's a bucket of bolts, but I love driving it. Yeah.
Have you taken like a road trip in your life or with this BMW?
Not with it. It was pretty new, but I will.
It's a new 1970.
Yeah, it's new to me. And it just it goes in the face of everything I'm doing. Everything's digital, everything's automated, everything is hands off, everything's delivered. And this is the most hands-on thing in the world. And I am dialed in, man. I got the tachometer, I keep it on. And I put the wrong gear in. Oh, it's about to stall, put the gas, put the foot. And it's all just brain power and staying in focus and all that. Opposite of tweeting and texting and watching porn or whatever. So I almost needed that in my life, so I bought this car just to have this cool exercise.
I hope you don't mind that I'm just trying out random questions I wrote on you that are completely insane.
Bring it on, baby.
This would be edited down to 5 minutes. If everyone on Earth disappeared, and it was just you left, what would your days look like?
I'm already an introvert, and I try to avoid people mostly. Like I like a one-on-one, but crowds and all that stuff. So
basically that changed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But then that's the irony is I would be so sad to not talk to anybody. So it's this weird, bittersweet thing. But I don't know what I would do, man. I guess it's kind of like when you're hungover, you just go into the primal survival mode. I gotta get food. I need water. I'm horny. Jerk off. You just go. You're not like playing the piano or painting or at the gym. So I think I would go into urges, man. Primal urges. Find food. Store food. Am I safe? Make weapons. Build a shelter that I can't get attacked in. I would go all survival mode, and then once I maybe realized if I was safe or not, there's no wild roaming dogs, I would start exploring, and maybe somehow get a vehicle, and I would try to expand. And that would be it. And maybe I'd journal,
Exploring what is. You try to find new experiences.
new life. If there's maybe there's another guy out there.
So hopefully this is a possibility.
Yeah, hope. And then maybe there's a better place I could live. Let's find that. And then moving on. Then maybe there's more food over here. So yeah, the hope would drive, but it would be bleak and sad.
So what you're saying is you really want other people to be there so you can hide from them.
Yes. Well said.
All right. What's an item on your bucket list that you haven't done yet? Think about something you'd be very upset if you die and you haven't done.
Well, I'm terrified of having kids, just because I'm a child myself and I'm selfish and lazy in a way. So kids are like, this is your whole life now. This is this. You got to not let this thing die. You got to love it. You got to raise it. So kids scare the shit out of me, but I also feel like if I don't have them, I'll regret it.
I mean, you've seen so many people like you who are fundamentally changed by kids.
Yeah.
Like it's a source. It's a source of like a deep source of happiness, even though you didn't anticipate it.
Yeah.
So you penciled it into your bucket.
Yes.
It might be out there. Okay.
And do you want kids?
Yeah. Well, I want kids. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I kind of. I don't like choice. So in the following way, I appreciate the value of scarcity, the power of scarcity. Like I don't like the modern dating culture. It's not some religious thing, whatever. I just like one girl for a long time, or at least swinging for that older side, swinging for the fences. And
Swinging right now.
there's a different use of the word swinging.
Sure. But I'm saying you could be. You look great. You're handsome.
Yeah, thank you.
Muscular.
Thank you.
You get the job done. So I feel like you wouldn't leave without an orgasm on her.
Yeah. I just like to, about friends. I like to dress up as animals, and I just have trouble finding others.
They're out there. I get straight chat room.
You're also my coach for the internet. Okay. What are you most afraid of?
I guess on Unlived Life, I'm always a big fan growing up of like wild guys, like these Teddy Roosevelts who would go out and hunt lions and like bar fighting guys. I was obsessed with the Hunter S. Thompson types. And look, this is what I love about guys like, who's a good example? Like Hemingway. Hemingway was the manliest guy. He had the rifle, and the elephant gun, and the whiskey, and the writing, and the women, and the fist fights. But people forget that the other side of that coin is I'm sure he was in a lot of hotel rooms weeping. I'm sure he was lonely as fuck. I'm sure he had some wicked hangovers. I mean, he killed himself, for Christ's sake. So obviously he was dealing with something. So the key to me is having this adventurous life, living to the fullest, doing crazy shit, scaring yourself, but also not killing yourself. Like also not hating, because I used to party a lot, hard. I used to bang a lot of gals, and the flip side is like, girl hates you now, or you got herpes, or you're hungover, or your mom is like, where are you? You never call me anymore. You're like, I have the ties with my mom. I gotta get there. So there's a horrible side of the party end. Richard, we don't see. It's not pretty. I mean, he's already weird looking, but he's partying, he's smoking, he's living. But there's another side of that coin. And I think the key to life is living that fucking crazy, awesome, badass life, and also having some, meaning that's a little bit of, what's the word? Not killing yourself, not going sad, not being depressed. There's a medium there, a sweet spot. Does that make sense?
Yeah. To
taking big leaps and Hemingway grabbing life by the balls, but at the same time not crushing balls. Metaphor work at all.
Perfect. Like Evil Knievel. We all know him. What a badass, fearless, tough, oh man, what a cool dude. He's got balls of steel. But he also lived like the back half of his life in a fucking, Arca lounger where his legs were made of steel and he couldn't see straight, and his dick didn't work. So, you know what I mean? You gotta have a balance. He's doing the balance. I'm willing to take a little bit of shit for a little bit of fun, but you don't want to go too hard.
And you gotta still risk it. I mean, Hunter S. Thompson did that well.
Yeah,
It's quite a ride.
quite all right.
What small act of kindness will you once show that you will never forget? But I just wrote these. You're the guinea pig.
That's great. That's deeper.
Okay, that's
Exactly.
deeper.
Yeah.
This is what like workshopping questions here.
All right, I'll take it. Now you're up for fight.
Yeah.
Your version. Let's see. There's a couple ladies in high school who were kind enough to hand job me. That was nice, which I really appreciate. I don't think women know how much that means to us. You know, we're like, I'm not a piece of meat or whatever. And you're like, I know, but if you just gave me a hand job, it would make my world. It's like telling a kid he's smart or loved.
See, most people mention like a math teacher in middle school that would inspire them to get into science. It's give a shout out to the.
Well, that's part of it. That's not the nicest, but I'm just saying that goes a long way. Let's see. Kindness. That's a great question. I'm going to give you a good answer. I got lost when I was like 6. I was walking around with my dad, and I zoned out and went away. And next thing you know, I don't know where I am. I'm in a neighborhood. This old guy finds me crying on a lawn somewhere, and he goes, come inside. And he tried to call my parents, and nothing came of it. Eventually, they found me after like 9 hours. Cops were there, the FBI's out there, fucking helicopters. And I guess, that's nice. This old guy took me in for a couple hours and just sat me down and kept me safe. That's something.
Yeah.
Oh, how about Enos? My transvestite nanny. Very kind. Did you hear about this?
No.
Okay, we had this transvestite nanny who was like a drag queen, but it was in the 90s, so it was weird. It was new. And my bike got stolen, and my parents were like, what are you going to do? They're 4 kids, And he was like, fuck it, we're going to go get that bike. And I was like, this guy's in a wig and high heels, big black guy. And I'm like, what are you going to do? It's gone. He's like, we're going to go get it. So we got into the van and drove around my neighborhood, saw the kids fuck with the bike, 5 street toughs. And he goes, all right, you want to come out or should I just do this? And I was like, you do it. I'm terrified. What are you, crazy? And he got out of the van in full, heels and wig, and he went up to these guys, and they went off. Oh my God, look at this fucking guy, homo, faggot, all this shit. It's the 90s. And he just stared at them long enough to where they were kind of like, all right, well, I guess we're going to fight you now. And he goes, that's not your bike. And they go, what are you going to do about it? And he puts his hand on the middle of the bike, and they didn't do anything, and he just picked it up, so that's what I thought. Put the bike over his shoulder, slid the van door open, threw the bike in, and we drove off.
Somebody stuck off.
And, he could have got, they had tools. They could have fucking tuned him up 2 seconds.
That actually takes courage.
Oh, yeah. Real courage.
And then the reason you do an act like that is that makes a kid like you feel like there's somebody on your side. That's powerful.
Someone on your side is big.
It's big.
That goes a long way. Especially when they have the risk of getting their ass kicked or their job taken away or whatever it is.
Now we're going to get philosophical, maybe a little bit emotional. Would you rather lose all your old memories or never be able to make new ones?
It's a tough one, but I'd go easy answer, make new ones.
But don't you think all this shitty things that happen here?
So my hard drive is quite clean. It's not Is it memories or is it how every memory affected you too?
I mean, this is a very.
Or they go hand in hand?
I think the reality about memories is you replay them often. You go back to them, even when you're not aware of it. Okay, you go back often like that.
And they change.
Yeah, you change them to suit your understanding of the world.
Yes.
So the dark view you have, both the hope and the cynicism you have about the world is so deeply grounded in the memories that you're basically, I would say, if you erase all memories, I think you're really starting over with maybe the wisdom of how the world works, but not so much of your personality is gone. You would really, I think you think about your comment would change. Maybe you would have a good sense of timing. You would have a good sense of like the writing process, maybe. But like,
You make a good point. But let me ask you this: let's say I go to Lake Como with my girlfriend. Now I wipe the memory, or I keep my old memories. Let's say I go to the Tuscany with the lady.
Yeah.
I just won't remember that.
Yeah, but you get to experience it.
Okay.
You get to enjoy it.
Can I look at a photo of it?
Yes.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
It's exactly. The rules are pretty simple.
Yeah.
Like everyone knows how the rules go. So, but you would, yeah. So what?
Well, I was gonna say start new ones, but then I realized I wouldn't be who I was without them. That's what you're saying. So I guess I'd keep them because I am 38, so I've gotten a good chunk out of life.
Yeah. Let's be honest.
I know, right? It's good age.
Is it better to have loved? I get this question. Is it better to have loved than lost, or to have never loved at all? It sounds cliche, but there's a question.
Definitely better to lost.
So you enjoy those? So,
yeah, that's life. Sun, rain, baby.
I kind of like both. The whole thing. The loss. Every time you lose something, it really makes you distinctly realize how much you valued it.
Yes.
Like when I'm sad, like when I'm feeling alone, and I'm sitting there alone at home, and I wish I could hang out with somebody. That's like a realization of how awesome people are.
Yeah.
So it's like the missing,
we don't have a lot of that in life because we can have anything we want immediately. So the missing has gone away, which again drives down the joy of having it. So I think you're right. You need both.
So like you said, you have a condition that's a terminal condition, not many years left. Do you think about your mortality? Do you think about that?
All day, every day.
Are you afraid?
Not afraid because it's inevitable. So it's more like, how are we going to handle this? Like the winter is coming. Let's stock up on some fucking nuts.
The existential nature, but like the fact that this ride ends, like what the hell are you doing in this for? Like, is it your
satisfaction, happiness,
short term? But like there is a presumption there that it kind of goes on forever. I think if you truly think about the fact that it ends,
your brain almost shuts down.
Yeah, there's some kind of like protective switch that just goes off. I mean, that's why the Stoics, encourage people to meditate at death because it somehow reorganizes your priorities. It helps you like, holy shit, this ends, make the most of the day.
Yes,
it's just a nice thing, but still you can't quite comprehend the thing ends.
Little things too, people go like, oh, we got a layover between our flights, an hour. What are we gonna do for an hour? It's like, what are you gonna do for an hour? You're gonna kill an hour. How are we gonna kill this hour? This is part of your life. You're just trying to get rid of it. You're just trying to kill it. That always blew my mind. Like, hey, fuck it, let's hit the airport bar. Let's get a candy bar or something. Anything with bar, but it's just you gotta live. I think it's like, how are we gonna burn? Oh, the bar didn't open for 15 minutes. What are we going to do? Well, we got 15 minutes. The world is our oyster.
Yeah, and like you said, in modern day, actually, the boredom is a gift. Like when you're waiting for something, that's a gift. You get to be with your thoughts.
Yeah.
Those are the same thoughts you'll have on your deathbed. There won't be you won't be scrolling TikTok on your deathbed.
I hope.
If you look more, actually, maybe you would be.
What's that exist?
Because it would be a good like content creators would be like, "Ooh, I'm dying. This would be good content."
Yeah. I want to be able to film the exact moment it goes.
Like last words. I wonder what my last words will be. It's a good way to like end the account with a bang.
Yep. I like that. Well, you ever seen that meme where the old guy in bed, he goes, I wish I had tweeted more, and then he dies. It's so true.
In the future, what do you think is the meaning of life?
I don't think there is one. Everybody always throws that out there. There isn't a meaning. I think we're here. We're lucky to be here. There's no afterlife. There's no heaven. That's all shit we tell ourselves to feel better. And I think you got to just. It's like saying, what is the meaning of this food I made? Well, it's just you enjoy the food. You try to get the most out of it. You built the food. You prepared it. So just get what you can out of it. Don't die, and try to make it last as long as possible.
Yeah, but you look at Earth; it's like 4 billion years old, and life started early on, like simple cell bacteria life, like 1 billion years in, and then it started like having lots of aggressive interaction. Eventually, there's predator and prey, and there's sex, lots of sex,
Oh, yeah.
lots of violence.
Oh yeah.
And then, natural selection is just the whole evolutionary process of the animals that have loved and lost and murdered and gotten murdered and all that kind of stuff. And it's somehow led to human civilization. We're super busy trying to create things and creating beautiful art, creating beautiful comedy.
Yeah.
Just always creating something.
Always.
It feels like it's tending towards something. Like,
It's not dying. If you die tomorrow, you still have all these hours of pods. So it's kind of, you think you're cheating death in a subconscious way.
right? You know what Ernest Becker is? A book called Denial of Death. This idea that if you don't acknowledge, like
Really?
Dostoevsky, no, I'm saying, you want to bring Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Russian literature. Back to Barb. It's good to bring to because no American has read any Russian literature, but they all appreciate it if you bring it. And it's not like they're going to ask you legitimate questions because they haven't read it.
Yeah.
So you can always pretend like you've read it. So that's it.
Can we get a short version?
Cliff notes.
Yes. We're making a movie with Ben Stiller that I can just go. Oh, this is based on what is it? Life and Death? No, it's on War and Peace. Yeah.
So Ernest Becker's theory, and there's this whole terror management theory that basically says that like our terror of death, our fear of death, is one of the central creative forces in the human condition. It's the reason we're trying to, cheat death, trying to delude ourselves that somehow we can become immortal through our art. That's why you've uploaded your special to YouTube. You think your special will outlive all of human civilization? You think YouTube will outlive all of human civilization? That can go away tomorrow. All of this can go away. So I'm truly grateful, Mr. Mark Norman, that you would spend your very valuable time with me today, even though it could all go away. This could be the last day of our lives. And won't you be quite upset? This is how you spent it.
Yeah, in your hotel room.
Yeah.
You're like Harvey Weinstein. You screwed me up, but now I feel fine.
Just wait what we have ready for you after the podcast is over. Brother, thanks so much for talking today.
Thank you. That was great. Comedy.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Norman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mark Norman himself on his Twitter, which you should definitely follow because it's hilarious. The worst thing about getting Omicron for Christmas is it was regifted. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. following is a conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Hazoni. This is Yoram's third time in this podcast, and Yoram's first time. Yoram Brook is an objectivist philosopher, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, host of the Yoram Brook Show, and the co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal is Unfair. Yoram Hazoni is a national conservatism thinker, chairman of the Edmund Burke Foundation that hosted the National Conservatism Conference. He is also the host of the NatCon Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and an upcoming book called Conservatism, A Rediscovery. Allow me to say a few words about each part of the two-word title of this episode, Nationalism Debate. First, debate. I would like to have a few conversations this year that are the kind of debate, 2 or 3 people that hold differing views on a particular topic, but come to the table with respect for each other and a desire to learn and discover something interesting together through the empathetic exploration of the tension between their ideas. This is not strictly a debate, it's simply a conversation. There's no structure, there's winners, of course, with trash talking to keep it fun. Some of these topics will be very difficult, and I hope you can keep an open mind and have patience with me as kind of moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person and the ideas discussed. Okay, that's my comments on the word debate. Now onto the word nationalism. This debate could have been called nationalism versus individualism, or national conservatism versus individualism, or the conservatism versus individualism. As we discussed in this episode, these words have slightly different meanings depending on who you ask. This is especially true, I think, for any word that ends in ism. I personally enjoy the discussion of the meaning of such philosophical words. I don't think it's possible to arrive at a perfect definition that everybody agrees with, but the process of trying to do so for a bit is interesting and productive, at least to me. As long as we don't get stuck there, as some folks sometimes do in these conversations. This is the Lecture Room Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Hazoni. I attended the excellent debate between the two of you yesterday at UT Austin. The debate was between ideas of conservatism, represented by Yoram Hazoni, and ideas of individualism, represented by Yoram Brook. Let's start with the topics of the debate. Yoram, how do you define conservatism? Maybe in the way you were thinking about it yesterday. What to you are some principles of conservatism?
Let me define it, and then we can get into principles if you want. When I talk about political conservatism, I'm talking about a political standpoint that regards the recovery, elaboration, and restoration of tradition as the key to maintaining a nation and strengthening it through time. So this is something that if you have time to talk about it, like we do on the show, it's worth emphasizing that conservatism is not like liberalism or Marxism. Liberalism and Marxism are both kind of universal theories, and they claim to be able to tell you what's good for human beings of all times and all places. And conservatism is a little different because it's going to carry different values in every nation, in every tribe, even every family has somewhat different values, and these loyalty groups, they compete with one another. That's the way human beings work.
So it's deeply rooted in the history of that particular area of land.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say land. You're right that many forms of conservatism are tied to a particular place.
So how does the implementation of conservatism to you differ from the ideal of conservatism, the implementations you've seen of political conservatism in the United States and the rest of the world? Just to give some context, it's a loaded term, like most political terms. So when people think about conservatives in the United States, they think about the Republican Party. What can you kind of disambiguate some of this? What are we supposed to think?
Yeah, that's a really important question. Usually the word conservative is associated with Edmund Burke and with the English common law tradition, going back centuries and centuries. There's kind of a classical English conservative tradition that goes Fortescue, Hooker, Coke, Selden, Hale, Burke, Blackstone before Burke. If you take that kind of as a benchmark and compare it, then you can compare it to things like the American Federalist Party at the time of the American founding is in many respects very much in keeping with that tradition. As you go forward, there's an increasing mix of liberalism and conservatism, and I think by the time you get to the 1960s, with William Buckley and Frank Meyer, the jargon term is fusionism. By the time you get there, it's arguable that their conservatism is very conservative, that it's kind of a public liberalism mixed with a private conservatism. So a lot of the debate that we have today about what does the word conservatism actually mean, a lot of the confusion comes from that. It comes from the fact that that on the one hand we have people use the term, I think, properly historically to refer to this common law tradition of which Burke was a spokesman. But there are lots of other people who, when they say conservative, they just mean liberal, and I think that's a big problem. I mean, it's a problem just to have an intelligent debate. It's difficult when people are using the word almost too antithetical.
What would you say the essential idea of conservatism is? Time. You mentioned your father's a physicist. So a lot of physicists, when they form models of the universe, they don't consider time. So everything is dealt with instantaneously. The particle is represented fully by its current state, velocity, and position. You're saying, so you're arguing with all of physics and your father, as we always do, that their time matters. Again, conservatives. That's the fundamental element. Is the full history matters, and you cannot separate the individual from the history, from the roots that they come from.
The parallel in political theory is what's called rationalism. I guess we'll probably talk about that some. Rationalism is kind of an instantaneous, timeless thing. Before I mentioned that liberalism, various enlightenment theories, they don't include time at all. Their goal is to say, look, there's such a thing as universal human reason. All human beings, if they reason properly, will come to the same conclusions. If that's true, then it removes the time consideration. It removes tradition and context, because everywhere where you are at any time, you ought to be able to use reason and come to the same conclusions about politics or morals. So that's a theory like Immanuel Kant or John Locke as an example, Hobbes as an example. That kind of political theorizing really does say, at a given instant, we can know pretty much everything that we need to know, at least the big things. And conservatism is the opposite. It's a traditionalist view, exactly as you say, that says that history is crucial.
So, Yaron, you say that history is interesting, but perhaps not crucial, if in the context of individualism.
No, I mean, I think there's a false dichotomy presented here, and that is that one view holds that you can derive anything from a particular historical path, and kind of an empirical view. And if we know the history, we know where we should be tomorrow, or where we should stand. And the other path is we ignore history, we know what's going on. We can derive from some a priori axioms, we can derive a truth right now. And both are false. Both of those views in my view are false. And, Ayn Rand and I reject both of those views. And I think the better thinkers of the Enlightenment as well, although they sometimes fall into the trap of appearing like rationalists. And Yom and I agree on one thing, and that is that Kant is one of, we've talked about this in the past. But we both hate Kant. We both think Kant is I at least think Kant is probably the most destructive philosopher since Plato, who was pretty destructive himself. But and part of the problem is that Kant divorces reason from reality. That is, it divorces reason from history, it divorces reason from experience, because we don't have direct experience of reality. We're removed from that direct experience. But I view Kant as the anti-enlightenment reality, because I view Kant as the destroyer of good enlightenment thinking. And I acknowledge a lot of history of philosophy, the people who do history of philosophy view Kant as the embodiment of the enlightenment as we know. But I think that's a mistake. I think both Rousseau and Kant are fundamentally the goal and mission in life is to destroy the enlightenment. So my view is neither of those options are the right option. That is, the true reason-based. Reason is not divorced from reality. It's quite the opposite. Reason is a tool. It's a faculty of identifying and integrating what? It's identifying and integrating the facts of reality as we know them through sense perception or through the study of history, through what actually happened. So it's the integration of those facts, it's the knowledge of that. And then what we do is we abstract away principles based on what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, the consequences of different ideas, different paths, different actions. We abstract away principles that then can be universal. Not always. We make mistakes. Like we can come up with a universal principle that says that, but it's not. But if we have the whole scope of human history, we can derive principles as we do in life, as individuals. We derive principles that are then truths that we can live by. But you don't do that by knowing history. You do that by learning history, by understanding history, by understanding, in a sense, tradition of what it leads to, and they're trying to do better. And I think good thinkers are constantly trying to do better based on what they know about the past.
What's the difference between studying history on a journey of reason and tradition? So you mentioned that Burke understood that reason begins with an inherited tradition. Yes. So what's the difference between studying history but then being free to go any way you want, and tradition where it feels more, not, I don't want to say a negative term like burden, but it's there's more of a momentum that forces you to go the same way as your ancestors.
It's the recognition that people are wrong, often are wrong. And your parents, including your parents, including your teachers, including everybody. Everybody is potentially wrong. And that you can't accept anybody just because they happen to come before you. That is, you have to evaluate and judge, and you have to have a standard where you just evaluate and judge the actions of those who came before you, whether they are your parents, whether they are the state in which you happen to be born, whether they are somebody on the other side of the planet Earth. You can judge them if you have a standard. Now, my standard, I think the right standard is human well-being. That is, that which is good for human beings, for all human beings, is the standard by which we judge. So I can say that certain periods of history were bad. They happened. It's important to study them. It's important to understand what they did that made them bad so we cannot do that again. And I can say certain cultures, certain periods of time were good. Why? Because they promoted human well-being and human flourishing. That's the standard. Then derive from that, okay, what is it that made a particular culture good? What is it that made that particular culture positive in terms of human well-being and human flourishing? What made this bad? And hopefully from that, I can derive a principle. Okay, if I want human flourishing, human well-being in the future, I want to be more like these guys and less like those guys. I want to derive what is the principle that will guide me in the future. That's, I think, how human knowledge ultimately develops.
I think people often make a mistake. I'm not saying you're wrong, but lots of people, don't actually read the original sources, and so what happens is people will attack conservatives, assuming that conservatives think that whatever comes from the past is right. And actually, it's very difficult to find a thinker who actually says something like that. The Selden or Burke, the big conservative theorists, Hooker, they're all people who understand that the tradition carries with it mistakes that were made in the past. And this is actually, I think, an important part of their empiricism, is that they see the search for truth as something a society does by trial and error. And what that means is that at any given moment, you have to be aware of the possibility that things that we've inherited are actually false. And the job of the political thinker or the jurist or the philosopher is not to dig in and say, whatever it is that we've inherited is right. The job is to look at the society as a whole and say, look, we have this job of, first of all, conservation, just making sure that we don't lose good things that we've had. And second, seeing if we can repair things in order to improve them where it's necessary or where it's possible. And that process is actually a creative process. This is a way in which I think it is similar to your own philosophy, that you take the inherited tradition and you look for ways that you can shape it in order to make it something better than it was. That's a baseline for what we call conservatism.
Yes, the comments of the trial and error, the errors, is a product of the errors. It's a feature, not a bug. So you mentioned trial and error a few times yesterday. It's an interesting kind of idea. It's basically accepting that the journey is going to have flaws, as opposed to saying, the conclusion there is the current system is flawed and it will always be flawed, and you try to improve it. When you listen to your own talk, there's much more of an optimism for the system being perfect now or potentially soon, or could be perfect. And to me, the way I heard it, it's almost like accepting that the system is flawed and through trial and error will improve. And Yaron says, no, we can have a perfection now.
That's what it sounds to me.
No, and I think that's right. I think the difference is that at some point, just like in science, I think, one can stop the trial and say, I can now see a pattern. I can see, that certain actions lead to bad consequences, certain actions lead to good consequences. Let me try to abstract away what is it that is good and what is it that is bad, and build a system around what is good and reject what's bad. I think ultimately, if you read the founding fathers and what we call conservative individuals, what the founding fathers actually did, all of them, is study history. They all did. They all talk about history. They all talk about examples of other the cultures, whether they go back to the Republic of Venice or back to the ancient Greeks. They studied these. They learned lessons from them. They try to figure out what has worked in the past and what hasn't, and try to draw principles. Now, in my view, they got pretty close to what I would consider an ideal, but they didn't get it completely right. And here we sit 200-something years after the Declaration, after the Constitution. I think we can look back and say, okay, well, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? Based on how is it done, and where are the flaws, and and we can improve on it. I think we can get closer to perfection, and based on those kind of observations, based on that kind of abstraction, that kind of discovery of what is true. Just like at some point you do the experiment, you do the trial and error, and now you come up with a scientific principle. It is true that 100 years later you might discover that, hey, I missed something. There's something, but to not take the full lesson, to insist on incrementalism, to insist on we're just going to tinker with the system, instead of saying, no, there's something really wrong with having a king. There's something really wrong with not having any representation, or whatever the standard needs to be. In the name of we don't want to move too fast, I think is a mistake. And the problem with trial and error in politics is that we're talking about human life, right? So there was a big trial around communism. And 100 million people paid the price for the trial. I could have told them in advance, as did many people, that it would not work. There are principles of human nature, principles of study of history, principles about economics and other aspects. Well, we know it's not going to work. You don't need to try it again. We've had communal arrangements throughout history. There was an experiment with fascism. We've experiments with all kinds of political systems. Okay, we've done them. Sadly, we did them because many of us knew they would work. We should learn the lesson. And I think that all of history now converges on one lesson. And that is, what we need to do is build systems to protect individuals. that is the core. That's what ultimately leads to the flourishing success and human achievement. And to the extent that we place anything about that individual, whether it's state, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's race, whether it's the bourgeois, whether it's whatever it happens to be, class or whatever, whenever we place something about the individual consequence negative, that's one of these principles that I think we can derive from studying 3,000 years of civilization. And it's tragic, I think, because we're going to keep experimenting. Sadly, I see it. Right? I'm not winning this battle. I'm losing the battle. We're going to keep experimenting with different forms of collectivism. Keep paying the price in human life and in missed opportunities for human flourishing, success, and welfare.
Let's take communism as a good example. None of the major conservative thinkers would say, it's a good idea. A good idea would be to experiment by raising everything that we've inherited and starting from scratch. That's the conservative complaint or accusation against rationalism. As opposed to empiricism, using rationalism. But let's take, Descartes kind of as a benchmark.
Also maybe define rational.
Yeah, these are two terms that are in philosophy, especially in epistemology. They're often compared to one another. Yaron said that it's a false dichotomy, and maybe it is a bit exaggerated, but that doesn't mean it's not useful for conceptualizing the domain. So, a rationalist is somebody like Descartes who says, I'm going to set aside, I'm going to try to set aside everything I know, everything I've inherited. I'm going to start from scratch. And he explicitly says, in evaluating the inheritance of the past, he explicitly says, you take a look at the histories that we have, they're not reliable. You take a look at the moral and the scientific writings that we receive, they're not very good. His baseline is to look very critically at the past and say, look, I'm evaluating it. I think all in all, it's just not worth very much. And so whatever I do, beginning from scratch, is going to be better as long as, here's his caveat, as long as I'm proceeding from self-evident assumptions, from self-evident premises, things that you can't argue against.
I think, therefore, I am.
Right, and then from there, deduce them with false infallible conclusions. So that model of self-evident premises to infallible conclusions, I'm calling that rationalism. I think that's kind of a standard, academic jargon term, and it's opposed to empiricism, which is a thinker. I think in university usually the empiricist is David Hume, and David Hume will say that we can't learn anything the way that Descartes said. There is nothing that's that self-evident and that infallible. So Hume proposes that based on Newton and Boyle and the new physical sciences. So Hume proposes a science of man, and the science of man sounds an awful lot like what Yaron just said, which is we're going to take a look at human nature, at the nature of societies. Human nature, we're going to try to abstract towards fixed principles for describing it. Human societies, we're going to try to do the same thing. And from there we get, for example, contemporary economics. But we also get sociology and anthropology, which cut in a different direction. So that's rationalism versus empiricism.
I agree with that. I think empiricism. The one thing I disagree is that I think empiricism rarely comes to these abstractions. They want more facts. It's always about collecting more evidence. But this is where, I think Ayn is so unusual, where I think there's something new here, right? And that's a bold statement given the history of philosophy. But I think Ayn is something new. And she says, yes, we agree about rationalism, and it's inherently wrong. Empiricism has the problem of okay, where does it lead? It's you never come to a conclusion. You're just accumulating evidence. There's something in addition. There's a third alternative, which she is positive, which is using empirical evidence, not denying empirical evidence, recognizing that there are some axioms. There's some axioms that we all the base of all of our knowledge that
They're all starting points. We're not rejecting axiomatic knowledge. And integrating those two and identifying the fact that based on these axioms, based on these empirical evidence, we can come to truths. Just again, like we do in science, we have certain axioms, scientific axioms, we have certain experiments that we want, and then we can come to some identification of the truth. And that truth is always going to be challenged by new information, by new knowledge. But as long as that's what we know, that is what truth. The truth is contextual in the sense that it's contextual, it's based on that knowledge that surrounds it.
So for it to change if you get new facts.
It's always available to change if the facts that you get and they really are. I mean, the burden of changing what you come to a conclusion of truth is high. So you have to have real evidence that it's not true, but that happens all the time. So it happens in science, right? We discover that what we thought was true is not true. It can happen in politics and ethics, even more so than science, because they're much messier field. But the idea is that you can come to a truth, but it's not just deductive. Most truths are inductive. We learn from observing reality and again coming to principles about what works and what's not. And here I think this is Ayn Rand is different. She doesn't fall into and she's different in her politics and she's different in her epistemology. She doesn't fall into the conventional view. She's an opponent of Hume and she's an opponent of Kant's. She's certainly an opponent of Kant's. And I think she's right.
If it's okay, can we walk back to criticism of communism? You're both critics of communism, socialism. Why did communism fail? You started to say that conservatives criticize it on the basis of like rationalism, that you're throwing away the past, you're starting from scratch. Is that the fundamental description of why communism failed?
I think the fundamental difference between rationalists and empiricists is the question of whether you're throwing away the past. That's the argument. And it cashes out as a distinction between abstract, universal, rationalist political theories and empirical political theories. Empirical political theories are they're always going to say something like, look, there are many different societies. We can say that some are better and some are worse, but the problem is that, that there are many different ways in which a society can be better or worse. There's an ongoing competition, and we're learning on an ongoing basis what are the ways in which societies can be better and worse. That creates a kind of, I'd say, a mild skepticism, a moderate skepticism among conservatives. I don't think too many conservatives have a problem looking at the Soviet Union, which is brutal and murderous, ineffective in its economics, totally ineffective spiritually, and then collapse. Okay, so I think it's easier for us to look at a system like that and say, what on earth, what should we learn from that? But the main conservative tradition is pretty tolerant of a diversity of different kinds of society, and it's slow to insist that France is so tyrannical it just needs a revolution, because what's going to come after the revolution is going to be much better. The assumption is that there's lots of things that are good about most societies, and that a clean slate leads you to throw out all the inherited things that you don't even know how to notice until they're gone.
Could I actually play devil's advocate here and address something you also said? Can we, as opposed to knowing empirical data of the 20th century that communism presented, can we go back to the beginning of the 20th century? Can you empathize or steelman or put yourself in the place of the Soviet Union where the workers are being disrespected? And can you not see that the conservatives could be pro-communism? Like, communism is such a strongly negative word in modern day political discourse that you can't, you have to put yourself in the mind of people who like red colors, who like, it's all about the branding, I think. But also like the ideas of solidarity, of nation, of togetherness, of respect for fellow man. I mean, all of these things that kind of communism represents. Can you not see that this idea is actually going along with conservatism. It is in some ways respecting the deep ideals of the past, but proposing a new way to embrace those ideals and implement those ideals in society.
Yes, and they're trying to do what you're suggesting, but historically we actually have a more useful option, I think, for both of our positions. Instead of pretending that we like the actual communists, we have conservative statesmen like Disraeli and Bismarck who initiated social legislation. Right? The first step towards saying, look, we're one nation, we're undergoing industrialization. That industrialization is important and positive, but it's also doing a lot of damage to a lot of people. In particular, it's doing damage not just to individuals and families, but it's doing damage to the social fabric, the capacity of Britain or German to remain cohesive societies, is being harmed. And so it's these two conservative statesmen, Disraeli and Bismarck, who actually take the first steps in order to legislate for what today we would consider to be minimal social programs, pensions and disability insurance and those kinds of things. So for sure, conservatives do look at industrialization as a rapid change, and they say we do have to care about the nation as a whole. We have to care about it as unity. And I assume that your Honor will say, look, that's the first step towards the catastrophe of communism. But before your Honor drives that nail into the coffin, let me try to make a distinction. Because when you read Marx, you're reading an intellectual descendant of Descartes. You're reading somebody who says, look, every society consists of oppressors and oppressed, right? And that's an improvement in some ways over liberal thinking, because at least he's seeing groups as a real social phenomenon. He says every society has an oppressor class and oppressed class. There are different classes, there are different groups, and whenever one is stronger, it exploits the ones that are weaker. Right? That is the foundation of a revolutionary political theory. Why? Because the moment that you say that the only relationship between the stronger and the weaker is exploitation, the moment that you say that, then you're pushed into the position, and Marx and I would say this explicitly, you're pushed into the position where saying, when will the exploitation end? Never until there's a revolution. What happens when there's a revolution? You eliminate the oppressive class. It's annihilation. I mean, you can immediately, when you read it, see why it's different from Descartes or Bismarck, because they're trying to keep everybody, somehow at peace with one another. And Marx is saying there is no choice. That oppressive class has to be annihilated. And then they go ahead and do it, and they kill 100 million people. So I do think that, despite the fact your question is good and right, there are certain similarities and concern, but still, I think you can tell the difference.
That extra step of revolution to you is where the problem comes. Like that extra step of let's kill all of the oppressors. That's the problem, right? And then you're on the whole step one is the problem.
Well, it's all a problem. First, I don't view communism as something that radical, in a sense that I think it comes from a tradition of collectivism. I think it comes from a tradition of looking at groups and measuring things in terms of groups. It comes from a tradition where you expect some people to be sacrificed for the greater good of the whole. I think it comes from a tradition where mysticism of revelation as a source of truth is accepted. I view Marx as, in some sense, very Christian. I don't think he's radical, rejecting. I think he's just reformatting Christianity in a sense. In a sense, he's replacing God with proletarian. Knowledge, you have to get knowledge from somewhere, so you need the dictatorship of the proletarian. Somebody, Stalin, Lenin, who somehow communes with the spirit of the proletarian. There's no rationality, not rationalism. There's no rationality in Marx. There is a lot of mysticism, and there's a lot of hand waving, and there's a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of original sin in the way he used humanity. So I view Marx as one more collectivist in a whole string of collectivists. And I think the Bismarckian response. Bismarck, I know less about Israel, so I'll focus on Bismarck. I mean, Bismarck is really responding to political pressures from the left. And, he's responding to the rise of communism and socialism. But what Bismarck is doing is putting something alternative. He's presenting an alternative to the proletariat as the standard by which we should navigate. And what he's replacing with the state. He's replacing the proletariat with the state. And that has exactly the same problem. That is, first, it requires sacrificing some to others, which is what the welfare state is. It places the state above all, so the state now becomes, I think, the biggest evil of Bismarck, and I definitely view him as a negative force in history, is public education. I mean, the Germans really dig in on public education, really develop it, and really the American model of public education is copying the German, the Prussian Bismarck.
Can you speak to that real quick? Why the public education is such a root of moral evil for you?
Well, because it now says that there's one standard, and that standard is determined by the government, by bureaucracy, by whatever the government deems as in the national interest. And Bismarck's very explicit about that. As he's training the workers of the future, they need to catch up. In England and other places, he train the workers. He's going to train some people to be in the managerial class, train other people. And he decides, right, that the government, the bureaucracy is going to decide who's who and where they go. There's no individual choice. There's no individual showing an ability to get out of what the government has decided is their little box. There's very little freedom. There's very little, ultimately there's very little competition, innovation, and this is the problem we have today in American education, which we can get to, is there's no competition and no innovation. There's one standard fit all, and then we have conflicts about what should be taught, and the conflicts are not pedagogical. They're not about what works and what doesn't. Nobody cares about that. It's about political agendas, right? It's about what my group wants to be taught and what that group wants to be taught, rather than actually discovering how do we get kids to read. I mean, we all know how to get kids to read, but there's a political agenda about not teaching phonics, for example. So a lot of schools don't teach phonics, even though the kids will never learn how to read properly. So it becomes politics, and I don't believe politics belongs in education. I think education is a product, it's a service, and we know how to deliver products and services really, really efficiently at a really, really low price, at a really, really high quality. That's really
Well, your fundamental criticism is that the state can use education to further its authoritarian aims.
well, or whatever the aims do. I mean, think about the conservative today critique of American educational system. It's dominated by the left. Yeah, what did you expect? Right? If you leave it up to the state to fund, they're going to fund things that promote state growth and state intervention, and the left is better at that. It has been better at that than the right, and they now dominate our educational institutions. But look, if we go back to Bismarck, my problem is placing the state above the individual. So if communism places the class above the individual, what matters is class, individuals are the cogs in the machine. Bismarck, certainly the German tradition, much more than the British tradition, the American tradition, the German tradition is to place the state above the individual. I think that's equally evil, and the outcome is fascism. The outcome is the same. The outcome is the deaths of tens of millions of people when taken to its ultimate conclusion. Just like socialism, the ultimate conclusion of it is communism, nationalism in that form, kind of the Bismarckian form. The ultimate conclusion is Nazism, some form of fascism, because you don't care about the individual. The individual doesn't matter. I think this is one of the differences in the Anglo-American tradition, where the Anglo-American tradition, even the conservatives, have always acknowledged, and it goes back to
especially the conservatives.
Yes,
Conservatives were there first.
They acknowledge. Well, you've defined conservatives to include all the good thinkers of the distant past. They're all good thinkers. We agree on that.
I'm defining conservatism. It's a way that Burke does. Look, this is a very simple observation. Burke thinks, when you open Burke and you actually read him, he starts naming all of these people he's defending. And it's bizarre. I'm sorry, it's just an intellectual sloppiness. People to be publishing books called Burke, the first conservative, the founding conservative, this is nonstop. It's a view that says Burke reacts to the French Revolution, so conservatism has no prior tradition. It's just reacting to the French Revolution, and this is just absurd.
To ask a quick question about conservatism, are there any conservatives that are embracing of revolutions? So are they ultimately against the concept of revolution?
Yes, Burke himself embraced the Polish Revolution, which takes place almost exactly at the same time as the French Revolution. And the argument's really interesting because there's a common mistake is assuming that Burke and conservative thinkers are always in favor of slow change. I think that's also just factually mistaken. Burke is against the French Revolution because he thinks that there are actually tried and true things that work for human flourishing, and freedom included as a very important part of human flourishing. He, like many others, takes the English Constitution to be a model of something that works. So it has a king, it has various other things that maybe your own will say, well, that's a mistake. But still, for centuries, it's the leader in many things that I think we can easily agree are in human flourishing. And Burke says, look, what's wrong with the French Revolution? What's wrong with the French Revolution is that they have a system that has all sorts of problems, but they could be repairing. And instead, what they're doing by overthrowing everything is they're moving away from what we know is good for human beings. And he looks at the Polish Revolution, and he says the Poles do the opposite. The Poles have a non-functioning traditional constitution. It's too democratic. It's impossible to get to raise armies and to defend the country because of the fact that every nobleman has a veto. So the Polish Revolution moves in the direction of the British Constitution. They repair their constitution through a rapid revolution. They install a king along a model that looks a lot like Britain. And Burke supports this. He says that this is a good revolution. So it's not the need to quickly make a change in order to save yourself. That's not what the conservatives are objecting to. What they're objecting to is instead of looking at experience in order to try to make a slow or quick improvement, a measured improvement to achieve a particular goal, it's that the whole thing is wrong. And what we've really got to do is annihilate certain part of the population and then make completely new laws and a completely new system. That's what he's objecting to. That's the French Revolution, and that then becomes the model for a communist revolution.
And for me, the French Revolution is clearly a real evil and wrong, but it's not that it was a revolution. It's not that it tried to change everything. Let's remember what was going on in France at the time. People were starving, and the monarchy in particular was completely detached from the suffering of the people, and something needed to change. The unfortunate thing is that the change was motivated by an egalitarian philosophy, not egalitarian in the sense that I think the fathers talked about, but egalitarian in the sense of real equality of outcome, motivated by a philosophy, like Rousseau's philosophy. And inevitably, you could tell that the ideas were going to lead to massive destruction and death and the annihilation of a class. You can't. Annihilation is never an option. That is, it's not true. A good revolution never leads to mass death of just whole groups of people, because a good revolution is about thanksgiving individuals, it's about preservation, liberty of the and again, that goes back to and the French Revolution denies, and Rousseau denies really that in civilization there is a value in a thankworthy.
I think this is a good place to have this discussion. The founding fathers of the United States, are they individualists or are they conservatives? So in this particular revolution, they founded this country, at the core of which are some fascinating, some powerful ideas. Were those founding fathers, were those ideas coming from a place of conservatism, or did they put primary value into the power of the individual? What do you think?
They were both. This is something that's a little bit difficult sometimes for Americans. Even very educated Americans, they talk about the founding fathers as though it's kind of like this collective, entity with a single brain and a single value system. But I think at the time that's not the way not the way any
Off
of them
of that
saw
guy.
it.
Oh
So
no.
roughly
Dragon
there's two
attack.
camps, and they map onto the
Oh, no
rationalist versus traditionalist empiricist dichotomy
You
that I
know about the
proposed earlier.
dragon attack?
And so on the one hand, you have real revolutionaries like Jefferson and Paine. These are the people who Burke was writing against. These are the people who supported the French Revolution.
So when you say real, so when you see pain, you're referring to revolutionaries in a bad way. Like, this is the problem.
These are people who will say history up until now has been, history up until now has been, just a story of ugliness, foolishness, stupidity, and evil. And if you apply reason, we'll all come to the same conclusion. And Paine writes a book called The Age of Reason, and The Age of Reason is a manifesto for here is the answer to political and moral problems throughout history.
Should I go with the shot on goal?
And it's in the same school as Rousseau's social
Oh,
no,
get it.
you don't like that?
Not at all.
Dude,
Oh, I thought it
you
was
know what the dragon attack is?
okay. So let me
Just throwing out a question on Jefferson and Paine. Do you think America would exist without those? So like, how important is this place in the flavor of the dish you're making?
I don't want to try to run the counterfactual. I don't have confidence that I know the answer to the question.
But it's so much fun.
You know what? I'm going to offer something that I think is more fun. More fun than the counterfactual is America has
Dude, do you think I
two
can score on
revolutions,
the shot?
not one. Okay. At first, there is a revolution that is strongly spiced with this kind of rationalism, and then there's a 10-year period after the Declaration of Independence. There's a 10-year period in which America has a constitution, its first constitution, which today they call the Articles of Confederation. There's a constitution from 1777, and that constitution is based on, in a lot of ways, on the hottest new ideas. It has, instead of the traditional British system with a division of powers between, an executive and a bicameral legislature, instead of that traditional English model which most of the states have as their government, instead of that they say, no, we're going to have
You know what the
one
dragon attack is?
elected body. Okay, and that body, that Congress, it's going to be the executive. It's going to be the legislature. It's going to be everything. It's going to run as a big.
You're going to have maybe the best
the ideas of
dragon
French
in
Revolution
history.
that actually see them implemented in Pennsylvania, in the Pennsylvania Constitution, and then later in the National
That was on
Assembly.
purpose.
It's a disaster. The thing doesn't work. It's completely made up. It's not based on impact. It's neither based on historical experience nor is it based on historical custom, on what people are used to.
Dude,
And what
you
this
proud of
is
your defense
creating
right now?
with this first constitution
Dude, are you proud of your
is
defense?
wonderfully rational.
What the
It's a
pass?
complete. It doesn't allow the raising of taxes. It doesn't allow the mustering of troops. It doesn't allow giving orders to soldiers.
Dude,
If that had continued, if that had continued to be the American Constitution, America never would have been an independent country. There, I'm willing to do that. What happens during those years, where
what are you going to do
Washington
here?
and Jay
What are
and
you going to do
Knox and Hamilton and Morris, there's like this group of
here? Dangerous.
conservatives, they're mostly
Dangerous.
soldiers and lawyers. Other than Washington, most of them are from northern cities, and this group is much more conservative than the Tom Paine and Jefferson's. Some historians call
Guys
it the
in my
nationalist
way,
party.
go. What a
They
great
historically,
play.
they give it the word
Dude,
nationalist.
Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is?
But they're basically the nationalist party. What does that mean?
Dude, do you know what the
It means on the
dragon
one
attack
hand
is?
that their goal is to create an independent nation, independent from Britain. But on the other hand, they believe that
Dude,
they already
you
have
haven't scored yet.
national legal traditions, the common law, the forms of government that have been imported from Britain, and of course Christianity, which they consider to be part of their inheritance.
But dude, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Party is the conservative party. These are people who are extremely close in ideas to Burke.
Dude, do you know what the
People who
dragon
wrote the
attack is?
Constitution of the United States, the second Constitution, the second revolution in 1787. when Washington leads the establishment of the English Constitution, which maybe technically legally it wasn't even legal under the old Constitution, but it was democratic. And what it did is it said, we're going to take what we know about English government, what we've learned by applying English government in the States, we're going to create a national government, a unified national government that's going to muster power in its hands, enough power to be able to do things like fighting wars to defend a unified people. Those are conservatives. Now, it's reasonable to say, well, look, there was no king, so how conservative could it be? But I think it's a reasonable question. But don't forget that the American colonies, the English colonies in America, by that point, had been around for 100 years. They're really constitutions. They had already adapted, for an entire century, adapted the English Constitution to local conditions where there's no aristocracy and there's no king. I think you can see that as a positive. On the other hand, they have slavery. That's an innovation. That's not English. So it's a little bit different from the English Constitution. But those men are conservatives. They make the minimum changes that they need for the English Constitution, and they largely replicate it, which is why the Jeffersonians hate this. They call them apostles. They say that they betrayed equality and liberty and fraternity by adopting an English-style constitution.
So I would imagine you would put emphasis on the success of the key ideas that define this country also at the freedom of the individual. So most of the tradition of
the one thing I agree with you on is the fact that, yes, the founding fathers were not a monolith. They argued, they debated, they disagreed, they voted against each other. Jefferson and Adams, decades didn't even speak to each other. They did make it up and had a fascinating relationship.
It's like the founding fathers.
There's massive debate and discussion, but I don't agree with characterization of Paine and Jefferson. I don't think it's just to call them rationalists, because I don't think they're rationalists. People who've looked at history, at the problems in history, and remember this is the 18th century. We're coming out of 100 years earlier, some of the bloodiest wars in all of human history were happening in Europe, many of them over religion. They've seen what was going on in France and other countries where people were starving, where kings were frolicking in palaces in spite of that. They were very aware of the relative freedom that the British tradition had given Englishmen. I think they knew that, they understood that, and I think they were building on that. They were taking the observation of the past and trying to come up with a more perfect system. And I think they did. And in that sense, I'm a huge fan of Jefferson. There are two things that I think are unfortunate about Jefferson. One is that he continued to hold slaves, which is very unfortunate. And the second is his early support for the French Revolution, which I think is a massive mistake. And they would be surprised if you regretted it later in life, given the consequences. But, they were trying to devise principles by which they could establish a new state. And yes, there was pushback by some, and there was disagreements, and the Constitution in the end is to some extent a form of compromise. It's still one of the great documents of all of human history, the documents, the Constitution. Although I think it's inferior to the Declaration. I'm a huge fan of the Declaration, and I think one of the mistakes the conservatives makes, one of the mistakes the Supreme Court makes, and the American judiciary makes, is assuming the two documents are separate. I think Lincoln is absolutely right. You can't understand the Constitution without understanding the Declaration. The Declaration would set the context, would set everything up for the Constitution. Individual rights is the key concept there. And one of the challenges was some of the compromises, and compromises not necessarily between groups, but compromises that even Jefferson made and others made regarding individual rights, set America on the path that we're suffering from today. I mentioned three last night. One was slavery. Obviously, that was a horrific compromise, one that America not just paid for with the Civil War. 600,000 young men died because of it, but the suffering of black slaves for all those years. But then the whole issue of racial tension in this country for a century to this day, really.
Yeah,
is a consequence of that initial compromise. Who knows what the counterfactual is in America? If there's a civil war right at the founding, right? Because it would have been a war no matter what. But if it had happened in the late 18th century, early 19th century, rather than waiting till the 60s. But then, second was Jefferson's embrace of public education. His founding of the University of Virginia, which I think is a great tragedy, and which and then they embraced both by Jefferson and by Hamilton for different reasons, but embraced by both of government role in the economy. And, I do finance, so I know a little bit about finance. And the debate between Jefferson and Hamilton about banking is fascinating. But at the end of the day, both wanted a role for government banking.
A lot of people are getting that kind of
Jefferson didn't trust big financial interests. Hamilton wanted to capture some of those financial interests of the state. And as a consequence, we set America on a path where, in my view, regulation always leads to more regulation. It's never a case where regulation decreases. So we started out with a certain around banks and regulation. It was okay to regulate. So once we get into the late 19th century, it's fine to regulate railroads, it's fine to pass antitrust laws, it's fine to then continue on the path that we are today, which is heavy, massive involvement in government, every aspect of our economy and really in every aspect of our life because of education. So I think the country was founded on certain mistakes, and we haven't been willing to question those mistakes, and in the sense that we've only moved in the opposite direction. And now America's become, whereas I think it was founded on the idea of the primacy of the individual, the sanctity of the individual. At least there's an idea, even if not fully implemented. I think now it's anybody. It really is an advocate out there for individualism in politics, for true freedom in politics.
We'll get to individuals. Let me ask the Beatles and the Rolling Stones question about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Because it's like which document Beatles are on, which document is more important. So it's a question. It's a question. But let me further ask you your favorite song.
No passing.
So, what ideas in the Constitution of the Declaration of Independence?
Dude, how did my score? How did you say what?
To the success of the United States of America.
I'll answer the question, but before answering the question, I want to present registered descent of neurons.
Is it the public education? Is it which?
No, actually, we're not so far apart on public education. I'm actually kind of surprised that you're so anti-Bismarck, because his public school system, his national public school system, was created in order to stick it to the church. It was the church that ran the schools before that. And okay, so that's a different.
I'm overthinking to the truth. But not when the alternative is the nation. There's a free educational system. Freedom is education.
Okay, so I want to register a dissent about Lincoln. Look, Lincoln is an important figure and a great man, and he was presiding over a country which at that point was pretty Smithsonian in terms of its self-perception. He said what he needed to say. I'm not going to criticize him, but I don't accept the idea that the Declaration of Independence, which starts one revolution, is of a piece with the second Constitution, the Constitution of 1787, the Nationalist Constitution, which is effectively a counter-revolution. What happens is there is a revolution. It's based on certain principles. There are a lot, not exactly, but in many ways resemble the later ideas of the French Revolution. And what the Federalist Party does, the Nationalist Conservative Party does, is a counter-revolution to reinstate the old English Constitution. So these documents are, if you're willing to accept the evidence of history, they are in many respects contrary to one another. And so if I'm asked what's the most important values that are handed down by these documents, I don't have an objection to life, liberty, and property, all of which are really important things. I do have an objection to the pompous overreach of these are self-evident, which is absurd. They can't be self-evident. If they were self-evident, then somebody would have come up with them, like 2,000 years before. It's not self-evident, and so that's damaging. I like the conservative preamble Constitution, which describes the purposes of the national government that's being established. There are seven purposes: a more perfect union, which is the principle of cohesion, justice, domestic peace, common defense, the general welfare, which is the welfare of the public as a thing. It's not only individuals, but there's such a thing as a general welfare. Liberty, which we agree is absolutely crucial, and posterity, the idea that the purpose of the government is to be able to sustain and grow this independent nation, and not only to guarantee rights no matter what happens.
But you don't like we hold these truths to be self-evident. You definitely feels guy. You don't want that. You don't want the pompous. You don't need that revolutionary.
I think that expression, self-evident truth, does tremendous damage because it instead of a moderate skepticism, it says, look, we may not know everything.
What a shot, dude.
Look, we know everything. Here it is. Here's what we know.
We don't know it.
We
think. So I'll agree with you. I don't like self-evident. I don't like self-evident because he's absolutely right. It's not self-evident. These are massive achievements. These are massive achievements of enlightened thinking, of studying history, of understanding human nature, deriving a truth from 3,000 years of historical knowledge, a better understanding of human nature, and the capacity of using reason in some ways better than beings have. I mean, the founding fathers, giants historically, in my view, because they came up with these truths. You think they're truths, but they're certainly not self-evident. I mean, if they were, your arm is right. They would have discovered them thousands of years earlier, or everybody would accept them, right? I mean, how many people today think that what they state in that document is true? Pretty much, 5 people. I don't know. It's very.
Your criticism of modern society.
It's very, very few people recognize it. If they were self-evident, bam, everybody would have become, would have accepted the American Revolution as truth, and that was it. A lot of work has to go into understanding and describing and convincing people about this truth. But I completely disagree with you about this idea, or I'll voice my dissent.
About history, your official dissent.
About A, the two different revolutions, and B, the American Revolution is any similarity to the French Revolution.
The Jefferson and they were in France, running a different.
I know, but they were writing constantly. I mean, they were in communication with Madison. There was a lot of input going on.
I know, and Jefferson was sitting there in Paris pulling his hair out because Madison has come under the influence of these nationalists, and he can't believe it.
The reality is that the difference between the French Revolution and the American Revolution is vast, and it is a deep philosophical difference, and it's a difference that expressed, I think,
Hi, how are you, big dog? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody wants you to have a wonderful day. Everybody thinks you're having a wonderful day. Take care, big dog. You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Yo, dog, everybody loves you. Everybody loves you.
Human mind,
Everybody
reason.
loves you.
I mean, so
Everybody loves you.
Reason is
Everybody loves you. You're
reason
wonderful.
is destruction.
Everybody loves you.
Reason is how we get
Everybody
civilization.
loves
Civilization is awful.
Everybody loves you.
Yeah, but the social contract, you can get similarity. There's he takes it in a completely different direction. We agree with that idea. But you can't have a contract that you don't actually voluntarily accept. But so is the French Revolution. So is about destruction and mayhem and chaos and anarchy. He is the spirit behind the French Revolution. I think the American Revolution is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I think Jefferson is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I don't think Jefferson is a fan of Rousseau. He is a Voltaire. He certainly is a Montesquieu. If you look at him, look at the Federalist Papers, the intellectual most cited in the Federalist Papers, I think, in terms of just the number of times, it's Montesquieu. So I think that the American Revolution is an individualistic revolution. It is a revolution about the rights of the individual. The French Revolution is a negation of the rights of the individual. It's a collectivistic revolution. It's not quite
the Marxist revolution of the proletarian, but it's defining people in classes, and it's a rebellion against a certain class, and yeah, kill them all, right? Off with their heads. And it is an engagement, it's about egalitarianism in the sense of equality of outcome, not in the sense of equality for the law or equality of rights, which is a Jeffersonian sense. So I think it's wrong to lump Jefferson in to the fraternity, egalitarian notion of the French, which is far more similar to what ultimately became socialism, Marxism, and kind of that tradition. It's anti-individualistic, the French Revolution is, whereas the American Revolution, the first one, is individualistic. It's all about individual rights. And while there's certain phrases in the Declaration of Independence that I don't agree with, it's beautifully written and it's a magnificent document, so it's hard for me to say I don't agree. Who am I? Right? These were giants. Self-evident is one of them. I'm not particularly crazy about endowed by the Creator. But I like the fact that it's creator and not God, or not a specific creator, but just kind of a general thing. But putting those two, that's just like, it's the greatest political document in all of human history, in my view, by far. Nothing comes close. It is a document that identifies the core principles of political choice, of truth. That is, the role of government is to preserve and protect these rights, these inalienable rights. And that is so crucial, that these rights are inalienable. That is, a majority can't vote them out. Revelation can't vote them out. This is what is required for human liberty and freedom. The right, that is, the sanction, freedom to act on your own behalf, to act based on your own judgment. As long as you're not, interfering with other people's rights, you are free to do so. That is such a profound truth. And that, to me, is the essence of political philosophy. That's the beginning, and it's based on, just to kind of fall into, I'm going to say, it's a rationalist. It's based on a whole history of what happens when you negate that. It's based on looking at England and seeing, to the extent that they practiced a respect for individual liberty, of property, of freedom, good things happen. So let's take that all the way. Let's not compromise on that. Let's be consistent with the good and reject the bad. And when England goes away, distance itself from the rights of man, from the idea of a right to property and so on, bad things happen. And when they go through, let's go all in. And I'm all in on the right to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think the idea of pursuit of happiness is profound because it's a moral statement. It's a statement that says it sanctions and says that ultimately people should be allowed to make their own judgments and live their lives as they see fit based on how they view happiness. They might be right, they might be wrong, but we're not going to dictate what happiness entails and dictate to people how they should live their lives. We're going to let them figure that out. So it has this self-interested moral code kind of embedded in it. So I think it's a beautiful thing. So I think the Declaration is key. And I think there was an experiment, and the experiment was post in that period of for the Constitution, where the experiment was, let's let the states, let's have a kind of a loose confederation. Let's let the states experiment with setting up their own constitutions and role of government, and we won't have any kind of unity. And I think what they realized, and I think even Jefferson realized, is that was not workable because many of the states were starting to significantly violate rights. There was nothing to unify. There was nothing to really protect the vision of the Declaration. You needed to establish a nation, which is what the Constitution does, establishes a nation. But the purpose of that was to put everybody under one set of laws that protected rights. The focus was still on the protection of rights. And I agree with 6 of the 7 of the prison, right? Which disagree. The Commonwealth, General Bobby, right? I think in the way the founders understood it, I think I probably agree. But it's such an ambiguous. I'm sure you don't. Maybe I do. It's just the general welfare. Well, the idea that part of the mode of government is to secure the general welfare. It's something.
This is something we didn't get to that really should have. Is the question of whether there is such a thing as a common good or public interest or a national interest or a general welfare, do these terms mean anything other than the good of all of the individuals in the country? That's it. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's right. So that's why. So I object to it because I think it's too easy to interpret it as. So I interpret it as, well, what's good for the a general, a group, a common people, are just a collection of individuals. What's good for the people is good for the common welfare. But I understand that's something that is hard for people to grasp and not the common understanding. So I would have skipped the general welfare in order to avoid the fact that now the general welfare includes the government telling you what gender you should be assigned. So I would have wanted to have skipped that completely. So I think the Constitution is completely consistent with the Declaration, with a few exceptions. The general welfare, but perfection is a difficult thing to find, particularly for me, right, politically. But it's a magnificent document, the Constitution. It doesn't quite rise to the level, I think, of the Declaration, but it's a magnificent document because, and this is the difference, I think, between the English Constitution. Here's what I see as the difference. The difference is that the Constitution is written in the context of, why do we have a separation of powers? We have a separation of powers in order to make sure that the government only does what the government is supposed to do. And what is the government supposed to do? Well, fundamentally, it's supposed to protect rights. I mean, all of those 6 are about protecting rights. They're about protecting us from foreign invaders. They're about protecting, peace within the country. They're about preserving this protection of rights. And why do we have this separation? So that we make sure that no one of those entities, the executive or the legislature, the judicial, can violate rights, because there's always somebody looking over their shoulder. There's always somebody who can veto their power. But there's a purpose to it, and that purpose is clearly signified and characterized. And that's why I think the Bill of Rights was written, in order to add to the clarification of what exactly we mean. What is the purpose? The purpose is to preserve rights. And that's why we need to elaborate what those rights. And Madison's objection to the Bill of Rights was to say, not that he objected to having protection of rights, but to listing them, because he was worried that other rights that were not listed would not be, and his worry was completely justified. That's exactly what happened. It's like the only reason we have free speech in America is we've got it in writing as a First Amendment. If we didn't have it in writing, we would have gone a long time ago. And the reason we don't have, for example, the freedom to negotiate a contract, independent government regulation, is that was not listed as a right in the bill, even though I think it's clearly covered under the Constitution, certainly under the Declaration. So there was a massive mistake done in the Bill of Rights. They tried to cover it as the Ninth Amendment, but it never really stuck. This idea that they're not enumerated rights that still exist. So I don't see this as a second revolution. I think it's a fix to a flaw that happened. It's a fix that allowed the expansion of the protection of rights to all states by creating a national entity to protect those rights, and that's what ultimately led to slavery going away. Under the initial agreement, slavery would have been there in perpetuity because states were sovereign in a way that under the new Constitution they were not. And in a sense, the Constitution sets in motion the Declaration, and then the Constitution set in motion the Civil War. The Civil War has to happen because at the end of the day, you cannot have some states with a massive violation of rights. What's more of a violation of rights than slavery? And some states that recognize it's not. It inevitably leads to the Civil War.
You're almost just saying that, other than the general welfare, these principles are about individual liberties. I just don't think you can read it that way. The first stated purpose of the Constitution of 1787 is in order to form a more perfect union. A more perfect union, it's describing a characteristic of the whole. It is not a characteristic of any individual. If you look at how the individuals are doing, you don't know whether their union is more or less perfect. Right? So what they're doing is they're looking at the condition in which, in order to be able to fight the Battle of Yorktown, they have to. Somebody has to write a personal check in order to be able to move armies. A more perfect union is a more cohesive union. It's the ability to get all of these different individuals to do one focused thing when it's necessary to do it.
Well, it's more than that, right? So I agree with that. But for what purpose? That is, and this is why this is why it's so hard with these historical documents, because there's a context, there's a thinking that they can't write everything down, right? Which is sad because I wish they had. What's the purpose of a more perfect union? The purpose of the more perfect union is to preserve the liberty of the individuals within that union. Well, how do you? Because if you look, what's the rest? So what is the common defense? The common defense is to protect us from foreign invaders who would now disrupt what the rest of the Constitution is all about. All of the Constitution is written in a way is to preserve, find ways to limit the ability of government to violate the rights. The beauty of this Constitution, and again, its connection to the Declaration and tradition, right? What came before it? What came before it was a document which they all respected, which was the Declaration, which set the context for this. And now the Union is there in order to provide for the common defense. Great, because we know that foreign invaders can violate our rights. That's what the war is about. To protect us from peace, to establish peace and justice within the country. That's based on law, the rule of law, and again, individual liberty. So, to me, when you read the founders, when you read the Federalist Papers, when you read what they wrote, what they're trying to do is figure out the right kind of political system, right kind of structure to be able to preserve these liberties. And not all of them had I expect a perfect understanding of what those liberties entailed. But they were all, even the conservatives that you call conservative, were all generally in agreement about the importance of individual liberty and the importance of individual.
Of course, because almost all of these rights are traditional English rights. They exist in the English Bill of Rights and the English Petition of Right. And they exist,
of course.
All of these.
What they're trying to do is to perfect that. They're trying to take the British system and perfect it. And what?
But you keep leaving out that they want to be like England and that they want to have an independent nation. An independent nation is not a collection of individual liberties. An independent nation, the first sentence of the Declaration of Independence is the declaration that there is a collective right, that we as a people are breaking the bonds with other people, and we're going to take our place at our equal station among the nations of the earth.
For what purpose? The purpose is to protect individual right. And there's no collective right.
No, your argument is completely circular. You're not allowing the possibility that there could be great and decent men that you and I both admire who wanted the independence of their nation, not because that would give individuals liberty, but because the independence of their nation was itself a great good.
So we clearly disagree with this, because I don't think that that's what the nation is a good in of itself. Because it's and this is why
they think it was.
I don't think they did. And this is why they tried so hard not to break from England, and why many of them struggled, really struggled with having a revolution, because England was pretty good, right? England was the best, and this is where we should get to the universality of these things, because I do think England was the best, and universally and absolutely was the best system out there. And what they struggled to break from England because they didn't view the value of having a nation as the point. But what they identified in England is certain flaws in the system that created situations in which their rights will be violated. So they figured that our only option in order to secure these rights is to break away from England and secure a nation. Now, I am not an anarchist, because we've discussed it. I believe you need nations. You need nations to secure those rights. That is, the rights are not, and you can't secure those rights without having a nation. But the nation is just a means to an end.